Chapter 81. After hearing Liang Ran's words, everyone packed up their things and ran out of the cave. Shiru quickly assembled the container that Liang Ran had not finished assembling just now, put the two mothers that had not yet evolved completely into it, and then ran out with the box. Because Shiru was very fast, she ran into Ji Chan before she left the cave. Ji Chan took the container from her hand and said quickly, "I help you get one." Qin Yi and Isaac just left with their teammates, and Sui Yuesheng also went down. The two people haven't woken up yet, so he has to follow. It seems that he needs to inject 2 more tubes of medicine. Let's go back to the ground quickly. Don't delay Liang Ran from fighting the aliens. After saying that, she rushed out of the cave, holding the rope in one hand and the box in the other, and slid down quickly, returning to the ground in half a minute. After standing firm, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's much easier to go down than to go up. After Shiru came down, she looked around and found the trace of the mother. Because of the knife Liang Ran had stabbed straight into its head, the mother's flying speed had obviously slowed down a lot, and its balance had also deteriorated. It tilted its body several times on the way to the lake, and once it almost fell into the lake. The blood on its head dripped into the lake, and the alien species in the water surfaced one after another. An octopus alien species stretched out its tentacles, and quickly rolled towards its insect legs. The mother had difficulty avoiding it, but one of its insect legs was still torn off. Blood spurted out, and more alien species appeared in the lake. The mother had to give up the plan to hide in the center of the lake, and turned to fly deep into the forest. Ji Chan picked up her giant sniper rifle, aimed, and loaded it. The high explosive bullets that rotated at high speed were fired instantly. She implemented what Liang Ran had said before, and fired several shots at the mother's abdomen. The next second after the gunshot, the mother's abdomen exploded from the inside, and the extremely smelly abdominal fluid splashed everywhere. Seeing that the mother's abdomen had shriveled, Shiru rushed towards it with her long knife. Because the mother was still trying to fly up, and was a little far from the ground, Shiru borrowed the power of the boulder in the tree, put a little force on the boulder with her toes, bent her waist into a very powerful bow, and jumped to the second branch of the tree. Then she raised the long knife high, jumped from top to bottom to the mother's head, and cut it neatly along the scalpel that Liang Ran had dropped on the mother's head, and stabbed out diagonally from the back of her second mouth parts. Puff. 2 seconds later, Shiru pulled out the long knife. The mother's blood instantly sprayed on her helmet. Shiru wiped it with her sleeve. To be safe, she turned around and cut the mother's neck horizontally. After killing the mother, Shiru walked towards the crowd. Ji Chan puffed up her cheeks. "I must be this handsome when I shoot." Isaac, who was in the car, pulled down the window and showed a panic. "Did you kill the mother?" "But we all got mosquito plague. If the mother died, it would not use the degenerated mouth parts to suck out the virus for us, and we would all die." Shiru returned to the front of the car at this time. She and Ji Chan each carried a container back to the car. The third mother died. There are 2 blood-sucking mosquitoes that are about to evolve in the container. After returning to the Hope Zone, a new mother will be produced among them. "Don't worry." Sui Yuesheng also echoed. "The treatment period for mosquito plague is very long, you can all wait." Hearing what the few people said, Isaac breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yi was a little confused. The third one? Where did the third mother come from? Shiru talked about the situation in the deepest part of the cave just now. "We encountered a dead mother at school yesterday. The mother you encountered was the second one. When we found it, it was already dead. After it lost its long mouthparts, it was besieged and eaten by other blood-sucking mosquitoes. In other words, your captain killed it. This mother is the third one. It should be hiding in the depression above the edge of the wall. I guess it sensed that the mother of the same kind was injured and came to pick up the leak. As a result, it happened to encounter humans entering the cave. When we shone the cave from bottom to top, we didn't find it because of the angle. Later, it suddenly appeared and attacked Liang Ran. Liang Ran didn't dodge at that time. Wu Ruozi saved him. Liang Ran is saving Wu Ruozi now." Qin Yi felt a little ashamed when he heard this. "Our armored vehicle was quickly covered by blood-sucking mosquitoes yesterday, and we couldn't see the situation outside. Otherwise, we would have discovered it when it entered the cave. Your teammates won't be injured either." She pondered for a moment and asked again, "I just heard Liang Ran's call." What she meant was, the girl surnamed who had a hand injury, but she could help her not be parasitized. "Is that what you mean?" The headquarters did not disclose the direction of Liang Ran's mutation at the beginning, so most people were not clear about it. Qin Yi asked with an incredible expression. "This is too shocking." Shiru said and reminded her, "At present, The headquarters does not want her mutation direction to be made public, so don't tell anyone. Qin nodded quickly. I know. If this mutation direction is used well, all those who are helped will thank her, but once there is a mistake, such as killing slowly or helping less, she will be criticized and attacked instead. Shiru nodded, raised her head, and stared at the cave in the middle of the cliff. Sui Yuesheng also put away the medical box at this time. The vital signs have become obvious. She won't wake up in a short time, but she won't die either. Go back to the Hope Zone for systematic treatment. Qin Yi and Isaac's attention was instantly taken away by this sentence, and they hurried to their teammates. Ji Chan leaned on the car window and asked Shiru, "No problem, right?" Shiru replied very quickly, "No." Liang ran. Shiru lowered his head and thought for a while, and suddenly said, "Her personality is like a miracle in the end times. Even the direction of her mutation is like a miracle. Wu Ruozi should be the first person in the human camp who has a hand injury, but is not parasitized after the alien species arrives." The cave was already a mess. Because he was worried that the invisible alien species would take advantage of him after he separated from Wu Ruozi, Liang Ran always carried the girl on his back during the battle, and all the alien species that pounced on Wu Ruozi would pounce on her first. Liang Ran held the girl's knee with one hand and fired at the void with the other hand. This was the first time she faced these invisible alien species, while the people around her were injured in their hands. Endless alien species ran through the forest, flew from high altitude, and broke into the cave. The bloody smell of Wu Ruozi's hand was like a target, attracting all the invisible alien species within a few miles. The bullets in the pistol were almost used up. Wu Ruozi reached into Liang Ran's pocket, took out a new magazine, and handed it to him. Liang Ran briefly withdrew his hand that supported the girl, quickly changed the magazine, and loaded it, knocking down the invisible alien species closest to them. Wu Ruozi looked at the countless disappearing alien corpses on the ground, leaned lightly on Liang Ran's shoulder, and asked, "How do you know that the heart of the mother is behind the mouthparts? You said before that the hearts of all blood-sucking mosquito mothers are in the head." Because of the mental mutation, Liang Ran was able to do two things at once without interrupting the movements in her hands. She replied, "My scalpel is quite long. If its heart was still located above its head, it would have died. Therefore, the position of its heart must have shifted due to its mutation." Just like humans subconsciously protect their hearts when attacked, the higher the IQ of the alien species, the more they cherish their lives, and they will also have this subconsciousness. I saw the position of its heart when I killed it. It subconsciously tilted its head to prevent me from stabbing it in the wrong direction. Wu Ruozi suddenly realized. After a moment, she couldn't help but whisper to Liang Ran, "Why don't you catch this mother and take it back? It seems that it is not as fast to let two medium-sized blood-sucking mosquitoes cannibalize each other and evolve into a mother as to catch a mother directly." Liang Ran said seriously, "In a heterogeneous group, evolution is a very fast process. They cannibalize each other for less than a few hours and will not be delayed. In addition, the Institute is worried that the blood-sucking mosquito mother will die, so it will be well fed to deal with the mosquito plague of the hunter. I don't want it to live so well, so it's better to breed a new one." Wu Ruozi smiled when he heard this. "Wow, you are helping me to get revenge." Liang Ran raised his eyes and killed the 37th heterogeneous species, and echoed, "Yeah, right." Wu Ruozi put his face behind Liang Ran and laughed sullenly. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. The artificial sun went out, and the cave suddenly became dim. Liang Ran turned on the light on his helmet and subconsciously squinted his eyes to carefully observe every abnormality around him. The light greatly affected her judgment, and the already blurry shadow became even more blurry. As more and more alien corpses appeared, Liang Ran was killing them and forgot about time. All she could see was the blood of aliens. There was no place for her to stay within 10 meters in front of her. But soon, these aliens disappeared completely along with the blood, and then a new batch of aliens appeared. But Liang Ran was still at ease in killing. Because she knew that as long as there were aliens trying to come and try to parasitize Wu Ruozi, it meant that Wu Ruozi's body still belonged to her, and had not been parasitized. I don't know how long it took. The aliens in front of Liang Ran had changed several times, but they still kept coming. She suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wu Ruozi was a regenerative mutant, and it would not take so long to heal the wound on her hand. Even if it was an ordinary mutant, as long as the genetic level was higher, the wound on her hand should have healed by now, with the strong body function. According to her guess, once the wound on the hand disappeared or scabbed, the invisible alien would have no medium for parasitism, and would not be able to get into the wound, so it would naturally not appear again. But now? Liang Ran pursed her lips. The invisible alien outside the cave pounced again. She felt the girl's body suddenly tremble. She had no time to turn around and could only ask softly, "Xiao Wu, are you feeling unwell?" After several seconds, Wu Ruozi replied, "I'm fine. The state is not right." In the gap between the aliens, Liang Ran bent down slightly to avoid them, and shone the flashlight on the stone wall on the side. The black figures of her and Wu Ruozi were clearly reflected on the stone wall. At this time, Wu Ruozi was gently leaning on her neck, and the shoulder blades behind her were twisted in a weird posture. Under her gaze, 2 silk threads spread out from the twisted shoulder blades, like ribbons flying against the wind. The next second, there was a creaking sound of dislocated bones. In just a few breaths, the pair of silk threads multiplied and overlapped at a speed visible to the naked eye, interweaving like the most beautiful butterfly wings, spreading out behind Wu Ruozi. It was a butterfly plague. At some point, the larvae of the butterfly species drilled into the wound on Wu Ruozi's hand. In great pain, all her regenerative functions were used to repair the twisted dislocation and entanglement of the bones. So the wound on her hand has not recovered yet. Liang Ran took a deep breath and asked her, "Why didn't you tell me?" Wu Ruozi's voice became flustered. "I was afraid that you would worry and interfere with you killing them. I thought the wound on my hand could recover. I saw that it healed a little. I have never had this. Will my hand never heal? Have I delayed your time?" Liang Ran immediately shook his head. "No. I have a special medicine in my pants pocket that can slow down the onset of butterfly plague. A friend of mine named Feng Shi gave it to me. You can take it and inject it now. I'm not mean to you." As Liang Ran spoke, he pushed the girl who was sliding down up. "I just felt that if you told me earlier, you wouldn't have to feel so much pain. It's just that I forgot to tell you that I had this medicine, otherwise you would definitely tell me. We are both wrong. Let's correct it together next time." Chapter 82. After the injection of the butterfly plague special medicine, less than 2 minutes later, the silk thread spreading behind Wu Ruozi stopped growing and began to retract into her body. After the regeneration function no longer had to repair the back bones with all its strength, it finally allocated some spare power to the hands. The several bloody wounds on Wu Ruozi's hands began to heal slowly, and the number of invisible aliens rushing into the cave was visibly reduced. Liang Ran's tense spirit finally relaxed a little. After shooting and killing more than a dozen invisible aliens, the cave finally quieted down. This was a sound that only Liang Ran could hear. From cruel excitement to shock and confusion, and finally to deathly silence. After Liang Ran put down the pistol, he lowered his eyes, and held Wu Ruozi's hand around his neck, spread the girl's palm, carefully checked it, and whispered to her, "There are no wounds, you are safe. Thank you for rushing to save me just now." Wu Ruozi smiled, and shook her head. After the last batch of invisible aliens disappeared, the smell of blood disappeared, and the ordinary blood-sucking mosquitoes that surrounded them also flew everywhere and landed on the edge of the wall again. Liang Ran carried the girl on his back, and walked out of the cave. After a few minutes, Wu Ruozi suddenly poked Liang Ran's ear hesitantly. "Liang Ran, ? What's wrong?" Wu Ruozi whispered. "I seem to have heard the sound of invisible aliens just now." She described in detail. "Just after a batch of visible aliens disappeared, no new aliens were revealed by you. At that time, the cave was empty for a few seconds, and there were no aliens I could see except the blood-sucking mosquitoes. It was very noisy and chaotic, but it only lasted for 1 or 2 seconds. I don't know if it was due to the pain and I had hallucinations. But if I really heard it, then this must be very important, so I think I have to tell you about it." Liang Ran subconsciously stopped. Wu Ruozi continued, "I think it is your mutation direction that has affected me. After all, none of us know what mental power is, to what extent it can be tapped, and how powerful it can be. You have to inject the gene mutation reagent as soon as possible to evolve your ability. If what I just heard is correct, then when your ability evolves, you may be able to share the mind. I have read in a book that it seems that the human mind actually has vision and hearing. Humans control the mind, and the mind controls the 5 senses of the body. This way you don't have to worry about being attacked by someone with ulterior motives, you won't be troubled by everyone, you won't be overwhelmed, and you may even be resented." Wu Ruozi hugged Liang Ran's neck and kept talking. "I heard Ji Chan mention it before. There is an S-level perception mutant named Qin Ge in the headquarters. In addition to the sensitivity of all 5 senses reaching B level, he also has a 6th sense. His teammates have been with him for a long time, and their 6th sense has become stronger. He is very lucky. I heard that every time the headquarters holds a lottery, at least 2 of the 5 people in their team can win the first prize, and Qin Ge always wins the special prize. The winning rate is very high. After I learned that you have a mental power mutation a few days ago, I have always felt that Qin Ji's sixth sense should also be in this aspect, but the headquarters could not detect it before, so it was classified as a perception mutation. It's just that his sixth sense is triggered by chance, and he can't control it himself, so he can't catch up with you. The level of mental mutation should not be very high. Ran is still the best. Liang Ran raised his foot again and walked forward. I give you a good word. Just can you please stop calling me so cheesy? You just turned 18, I'm much older than you. It's not fair to call me that. Wu Ruozi chuckled. I can also be 28, 38, 108. If you can call me Ran, I can be any age you think. Liang Ran showed a helpless expression. Forget it, whatever you want, my former classmates also called me that. Wu Ruozi showed the same helpless expression as Liang Ran just now. Ah, I'm not the first one to call me that. Liang Ran was speechless. What are you thinking? My name is only 2 characters. The combination range is very narrow, okay. Wu Ruozi held back her laughter. That's right. After walking out of the cave, Liang Ran found that the other members of the team were already waiting outside. Shiru glanced at Wu Ruozi's shoulder blade, which was obviously wrong, and without asking anything, he took the initiative to carry the girl and return to the ground along the rope. Several people walked towards the car together. Shiru whispered. Song Shanai said that you might not be able to hold on, so let everyone come to pick you up. Song Shanai immediately took a step back to distance herself from Shiru, the chatterbox. Did I say that? It was you who said that, okay? Sui Yuesheng said ouch. You are not as stubborn as a dead duck. Song Shanai sneered back. Same here. Ji Chan raised her hand. Song Shanai, you admit that you are a dead duck. Is that what you mean? Song Shanai rolled her eyes to herself and shook her long golden hair. The scarlet moonlight fell on her dazzling hair, like a halo pouring down from a ruby. After everyone got in the car, Shiru sat in the driver's seat and drove away from the lake in the moonlight, drove 2 kilometers to the left, and then stopped the car. She turned around and asked Liang Ran, what's Wu Ruozi's situation now? Do we need to go back to the Hope District now? It was already dark, and there were deep mountains and forests around. The terrain was complicated. It was extremely dangerous to rashly go back to the Hope District. Wu Ruozi immediately rejected Shiru's proposal. She explained, I was not careful in the cave, and the larvae of the butterfly species crawled into my wound, and I was infected with the butterfly plague. Ran injected me with a special medicine for the butterfly plague. I feel good now. The back spine has stopped splitting, and I can feel it healing. Sui Yuesheng injected a stimulant into Ran this morning to forcibly improve her condition. She must be very tired now, and needs to rest. Song Shanai frowned. Healing? According to my understanding of regenerative mutants, the 2 back spines you split should be trying to grow independently, that is, to become 2 intact ones, and will not grow back into one. Suddenly her lie was exposed. Wu Ruozi blushed. After a moment, she lowered her head in embarrassment. Okay, it didn't heal, but it did stop splitting. After all, it's a special medicine, it can delay for a long time, and there are a lot of anesthetic ingredients in it. I don't feel anything now, but I'm very sleepy, and should fall asleep soon. Don't rush now, wait until tomorrow morning to go back. After arriving in the Hope District in the evening, I will go to the hospital for bone removal treatment, remove the extra one, and put the shoulder blade back in place. The rest will grow back by itself. I'm really safe. And if we encounter troublesome aliens on the way back in the dark, and the car crashes, my friends in the Shinmu team and I will be miserable. After thinking for a moment, Liang Ran nodded. Rest here for one night. Everyone get up at 5:30 tomorrow, get ready, and set off on time at 6 o'clock. After saying that, she looked at Sui Yuesheng. You inject her with a strong anesthetic and try to wake her up tomorrow afternoon. Sui Yuesheng picked up his medicine box, prepared the medicine, looked at his half-empty box, and sighed. He turned his head to Qin Yi. 16,000 points. The medicine I used for your teammates today was bought by me with my own points. I will give you the internal price and a 10% discount. Remember to check out. Qin Yi turned on his communicator on the spot and transferred the points. This is 20,000 points. She said seriously, I know that the raw materials of those medicines are very troublesome, and the headquarters rarely configures them. You must have prepared them for your teammates. I won't let you suffer. Sui Yuesheng snapped his fingers and leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. Ji Chan muttered, You're such a jerk. Sui Yuesheng's face darkened, and just as he was about to retort, he saw Ji Chan's little face was a little proud. Just like me, you're worthy of being on our team. Sui Wisheng, Everyone, After the injection of the anesthetic, Wu Ruozi soon fell asleep. Liang Ran squatted beside the girl and helped her check her body. After confirming that there was no serious problem, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt that time had gone much faster. At this moment, Qin Yi and Isaac's condition was getting worse and worse. Because they were worried about their teammates, their spirits had been tense. Now they suddenly relaxed, and the symptoms of mosquito plague suddenly surged up. Qin Yi soon began to have a fever, and Isaac also leaned drowsily on the seat. Liang Ran took the initiative to say, "I'm really too tired today. I'm going to sleep now. You can wake me up at 3 o'clock to keep watch." Song Shanai immediately replied, "No need." She arranged, "I, Shiru, Jichan, and Sui Wisheng will each take 2 hours. There is still time, so you are not needed." Liang Ran did not pull, but smiled at everyone, laid down the chair, wrapped himself in the quilt, and closed his eyes. These 2 days are really too tiring. Last night, I almost didn't close my eyes all night. Today, I was frightened several times. My emotions were up and down, and finally all turned into a strong sleepiness that swept Liang Ran. The next day, when the sky was bright, Liang Ran was woken up by Ji Chan. Liang Ran had never slept so deeply in the contaminated area. When she woke up, she was still confused for a few seconds. Ji Chan poked her cheek, and then handed a bag of nutrient solution to her mouth. Liang Ran, "I am not bedridden yet." After saying that, she shook her head, stood up, took the nutrient solution and drank it all. At 5:40, Qin Ye's fever subsided a little, and he supported his body and tried to sit up. The symptoms of the first wave of mosquito epidemic have basically passed. The next attack will be tonight. The fever and coma will last longer. The third attack will be more troublesome. There will be a situation of attacking people when the mind is not clear. However, if the institute works overtime, the new mother body will evolve in the early morning. Qin Yi and his team will recover before the third attack. Shiru was looking at the route map at this moment. After seeing Qin Ye's movements in the rearview mirror, she frowned. "Why did you get up?" Qin Yi pinched his fingers and whispered, "Can we drive back to the lake? It only takes 10 minutes. 10 minutes won't delay too long. I want to see our captain again. It was too dark when I left yesterday. I didn't see him clearly for the last time. 10 minutes really wouldn't delay anything, and the lake wasn't far away. If they set out at night, they could arrive at dawn." So Shiru started the car and drove towards the lake. 10 minutes later, the car stopped not far from the lake on time. At this time, the artificial sun in the Hope Zone was lit up, and the bright light instantly illuminated everyone's eyes. Liang Ran subconsciously shielded her eyes. Because she was too impatient, Qin Yi was the first to look at the center of the lake, but as soon as she saw the corpse there, she covered her mouth in disbelief. Isaac also murmured, "My God." So everyone quickly looked towards the center of the lake. At this time, there, under the charred dead tree, there lay a wet golden kitten. There were many blood holes on its body bitten by the alien species in the lake, and it looked very painful, but it rubbed its head against its owner's black legs from time to time, with trust in its eyes, as if it was the happiest kitten in the world. Seeing the familiar armored vehicle, it turned over, sniffed the vehicle from a distance for a while, and then lay back comfortably. Qin Yi pulled down the window and shouted loudly, "Xin Xin." Xin Xin raised her face lazily, meowed at her several times, and then wagged her tail. Sui Yuesheng touched the blessing in his arms and whispered, "It's saying goodbye to you." "Okay, I believe you are not lying." Chapter 83. Qin Yi wanted to get out of the car and bring Xin Xin back, but Liang Ran stopped her. Qin Yi thought she was going to stop him, and hurriedly said, "No need for your help, I will try to swim across the lake. A small kitten like Xin Xin can swim across, so there is no reason why I can't." Liang Ran shook his head. "She can't survive. If she can be saved, we will all save her." Xin Xin had obviously just swam across not long ago. Even though she had lost a lot of blood, she was still conscious, but soon her tail drooped down, and she lay on the ground tiredly. Half a minute later, she meowed softly at the car, and then turned around and faced away from everyone. Under the gaze of everyone, she could never raise her head again. Shiru sighed lightly, reversed the car away from the lake, and drove out of the mountain. On the way back, they occasionally encountered 1 or 2 armored vehicles, and stopped halfway to help a trap team and drive away the aliens in the other car. At 6 p.m., they returned to the high wall of the Hope District. Because Liang Ran submitted the team's situation in the system in advance, as soon as their car stopped, the medical team guarding the wall sent 2 teams to pick them up, and the patrol team also trotted forward to check the hand conditions of everyone. 3 minutes later, Wu Ruozi and the members of the Chenmu team were carried away on stretchers. The people sent by the headquarters to pick them up also got on the car. They had to send the 2 containers to the research institute immediately, to quickly cultivate new mother bodies, to deal with the mosquito epidemic. Liang Ran took the initiative to say, "I will go to the research institute in the evening." The people at the headquarters responded quickly, "Okay, that's good, thank you for your trouble." The people in the car were busy going back and forth. After Liang Ran checked the status of the blood-sucking mosquitoes in the box, he helped carry the box to the corresponding car, and then returned to the armored vehicle. Everyone was silent for a long time. Finally, Ji Chan was the first to break the silence. She clenched her fists, as if to cheer herself up. "I saved 4 people. Next time, there will be more." Shiru also nodded. "It has exceeded expectations. I thought that the loss of contact with the Chenmu team meant that the whole army was wiped out, but most people are still alive." Sui Yuesheng boasted, "If we hadn't arrived in time, Qin Yi and Isaac would not know what happened, but the 2 people in the cave would definitely not be saved if they stayed overnight. It feels good to save people." Song Shanai snorted, "It's strange, you talk so normally." Ji Chan snorted back, "Now you are the most abnormal person to talk." "Oh." Song Shanai changed the subject abruptly, "The plague area is too smelly, you can really bear it, I'm going home to take a shower." Hearing this, everyone raised their sleeves and smelled, and then showed an expression that was hard to describe. Song Shanai was the first to jump out of the car, followed by Sui Yuesheng. When Liang Ran got out of the car, an armored vehicle happened to stop behind them. Feng Shi stretched out his arms, and waved wildly at Liang Ran. Soon the car door opened, and the girl jumped down. She was about to speak, but when she saw that the Xuanqing team was missing a person, the smile on her face disappeared instantly. She looked at Liang Ran helplessly. Liang Ran smiled at her. She was taken away by the medical vehicle for treatment, and she will be fine. So Feng Shi's smile returned to his face. Liang Ran said to her seriously, "Thank you for the reagent. I will work hard in the future and strive to make you eat soft rice." Feng Shi blinked, covered his heart exaggeratedly, and said with emotion, "I swear, this is the best love talk I have ever heard. If there are boys who want to match with me on Huashan in the future, I will say that they are not as good as Liang Ran, so they are all eliminated. How can they love me as much as you do?" Liang Ran felt as if he heard a wave, and subconsciously took a step back. Feng Shi. At this time, Song Shanai suddenly pushed Liang Ran's shoulder and reminded her, "Aren't you going to the research institute? Why don't you go quickly?" Hearing this, Liang Ran hurriedly said goodbye to Feng Shi, turned around and walked into the high wall, and got on the railcar back to the main city. Half an hour later, the railcar stopped, and Liang Ran got off and walked quickly towards the research institute. When Liang Ran pushed the door and entered the research institute, most of the people in the institute were not doing their original work, but were fully involved in cultivating new mothers. Grandma Zhang Jimon stood in the laboratory, kindly arranging assistants to prepare anesthetic digestion agents. Liang Ran walked up to her and urged her, "Grandma, go back and have a rest. I told you not to come every day." Grandma Zhang Jimon waved her hands impatiently. "Push, hurry, hurry, you are so young and yet, you are more nagging than me. Ask her if I just came today, and if I listened to you?" Grandma pointed to the assistant beside her. The assistant nodded quickly. "Yes, I came today, and have been here for the past few days." Grandma Jean said in disbelief, "What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you would help me?" Liang Ran replied to her while putting on his white coat, "Because everyone wants you to have a good rest. Personal charm has no genetic level. As long as you get along with Grandma Zhang, no one will dislike her." Liang Ran discovered this when he first entered the institute. Everyone looked at Grandma with more respect than before. Grandma's achievements were brought to light, and everyone saw what she did every day. She had been on a mission for only a few days, and the Cold Research Institute seemed to have warmed up a lot. Grandma Zhang Jimon made great contributions. At this moment, the legs of the 2 blood-sucking mosquitoes had been locked up, and thick chains connected their legs, so that even if they woke up, they could only move in a fixed space. Liang Ran cleared the people in the laboratory, and then injected one of them with an anesthetic disintegrator. After observing the data, she also left the room and stood outside the translucent window to observe. Soon, the blood-sucking mosquito injected with the disintegrator woke up. Driven by instinct, it immediately pounced on the other blood-sucking mosquito that had not woken up as soon as it gained the ability to move. Its mouthparts easily pierced into the other's body, and the red and green body tissue was slowly sucked out by it. Soon, its abdomen began to grow visibly, and evolution began. Liang Ran stayed at this station for 4 hours. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the evolution was over. Liang Ran didn't need to do anything after that. The guards rushed into the room and injected a high dose of anesthetic into the mother body, put it into a container, and sent it to the hospital. At 12 o'clock, Liang Ran received a notification from the system. The mosquito epidemic was completely solved. The people of the Peiyu team regained their sanity, Qin Yi and Isaac recovered from fever, and the remaining 2 people of the Chenmu team were completely stable and would wake up tomorrow. The moment she put down the communicator, Liang Ran leaned against the door of the laboratory. Because the mother body had been transported away, there was no one in the institute at this time. She closed her eyes and rested for a while, and the communicator suddenly lit up again. She stretched and opened the message. I found that it was the Xuanqing team chatting in the group. But it can be said that it was a chat, but it should be said that it was Sui Yuesheng's one-sided sharing. He said in the group, Elena knew that it was the mother body brought back by our team. She just called me and said thank you to us. She is the mutant of the Peiyu team, who could understand the language of small animals. Since Zhufu came home today, he has been barking. I let her listen. She told me that this time Zhufu finally didn't say that he was smelly and dirty. He kept saying that Xinxin was very happy. Xinxin said that the wind was full of the master's breath. Oh, Zhufu also said that he liked me the most. After that, Sui Yuesheng began to wait for everyone's reaction. Song Shanai commented on his speech, really pretending, oh right. What you want to say is the latter. Shiru. Ji-chan. Liang Ran hesitated for a moment and sent. Zhufu seems to like you very much. It often starts stepping on you as soon as it sees you, and its claws keep opening and closing, like blooming. The group was silent for a few seconds, and Sui Yuesheng said, Zhufu likes you too. Elena said that Zhufu said you are the top hunter in the cat world, and a safe blanket for cats. A weird description. Liang Ran smiled, turned off the communicator, walked into her laboratory, opened the forum, and began to update the information of the alien species. Now she has become accustomed to the various reactions brought about by the mental power mutation. With the increase in brain speed, her update speed has greatly increased. She updated 40 alien species in 4 hours, and with the extended content, she wrote the details and killing methods of 60 alien species. At 4 o'clock in the morning, she glanced at her number of fans. It was found that there were already 30,000. Because the forum account of the Institute forwarded her post and gave it official characteristics, her number of fans increased significantly, reaching 1/10 of the total population of the Hope Zone. However, Liang Ran did not disclose her name. She did not want this post to get a bonus because of her name and genetic level. Her recording method may not be suitable for everyone. If she became the only correct one, everyone would only wait for her update, and accordingly, other similar posts would not be taken seriously. Previously, she used points as rewards and views as standards to recommend that all researchers in the Institute update their analysis of alien species on the forum. Recently, a large number of researchers have also started to post updates on the forum. Because of different research tendencies and personalities, the content shared by these people is very personal. Some are humorous and interesting, some are serious, and some people will occasionally make a cold humor when sharing. Because Liang Ran updated the alien species in the water pollution area on the forum, other researchers consciously chose alien species in other pollution areas to update. After Liang Ran's review, these posts will be forwarded by the official account. Everyone in the Hope Zone can choose the most suitable post for them to remember. Judging from the current results, Liang Ran's posts have the highest attention and are far ahead. Every day, a large number of people ask her where she has been. Even at this late hour, every time she updates a new species, hundreds of comments will appear in the comments in a short period of time. Liang Ran lowered her eyes and calculated her update speed. Currently, there are 5,000 species in the marginal pollution zone, and each category has detailed classifications. For example, under the mermaid species, there are rift mermaids, reverse-tail mermaids, and broken-scale mermaids. These categories add up to a total of 23,000 species. If mutants are included, there are nearly 32,000 species. According to her speed of updating 60 alien species a day, she needs 533 days to update, which takes 1.5 years to complete. This speed is when she is not on a mission. Including the time she is on a mission, it will take her 3 years to complete the update. However, her brain speed may be faster in the future, and the time will be reduced sharply. If she sleeps less and squeezes more time, it will be completed in about a year, or even 8 or 9 months. But the artificial sun is about to go out, and there is not much time for her to update the Hope area. Moreover, she has never seen the alien species in the deep pollution area. If she wants to analyze it, it will definitely take a lot of time. She can't do this by herself. This is completely a fantasy. She needs the help of everyone in the institute. Thinking of this, Liang Ran turned on the communicator and opened the internal communication network of the institute, arranging the main tasks in the near future, including forum sharing of some people, analysis and classification of mutant species, and trend summary of highly intelligent species. When she finished arranging everything, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. The light of the artificial sun shone into the window of the laboratory, and the radio in the corridor began to broadcast today's morning news. Good morning, citizens of Hope District. Today's news report has only one content. The mechanical female voice said. Liang Ran, as well as countless citizens of Hope District, stopped, raised their heads, and listened carefully. Yesterday, after a high-level collective meeting at the headquarters, Hope District today disclosed the current fuel reserves. Everyone should know that the artificial sun has an extremely large demand for fuel, and the daily consumption is close to the cost of a country in the old world. The artificial sun has been standing for 41 years, and the fuel reserves in the marginal pollution zone have basically been collected. Now the fuel reserves in Hope District are extremely depleted and are about to be exhausted. Last week, the headquarters dispatched more than 70 teams to the contaminated area to search for fuel and supplies. The fuel they brought back was only enough to keep the artificial sun burning for another week. 2 teams encountered danger in the radiation zone while bringing fuel back to the Hope zone. Next, the headquarters will send a large number of teams to search and bring back. But even if they bring it back, the fuel and supplies are only enough to ignite the artificial sun for 2 months, but fuel cannot be used only on the sun. Conservatively estimated, excluding the large number of armored vehicles going out to consume energy, the artificial sun in the Hope Zone can still burn for 1 month and 3 days. Humanity may return to the Dark Ages. Next month, at the end of September, the headquarters will dispatch multiple teams to the deep contaminated area to search for fuel and supplies, and the video of the Dawn team entering the deep contaminated area will also be made public. Humanity will not give up the pace of progress and resistance. After the broadcast, Liang Ran lowered his head. On the communicator, he added, all teams entering the deep contaminated area will pass through the edge contaminated area, which takes 4 to 7 days. They may encounter more than 32,000 alien species at any time. All the time wasted on the road will consume more fuel, and even make the fuel reserves in their cars unable to support the return journey. The popularization of alien information must be accelerated. Even if new alien information is updated on the system, the focus is on updating the identification methods of similar alien species and mutants on the forum. This is difficult for the system to judge, and it is something that must be remembered by the brain without any external force. And Liang Ran paused, and continued, if the researchers or assistants in the institute have free time and are willing to follow the team into the deep contaminated area in the future, they can sign up with me. A few minutes later, she received the first reply. I'm free, I'm willing to go. The girl's name is Linjiu. Liang Ran looked at her name and always felt that she looked very familiar, but when he clicked on her message, he found that she had just been sent to the institute by the talent base 2 days ago, and was still a newcomer. She shouldn't be so familiar. The girl said, I am studying soulless cultivation, but I have always been interested in the alien species in the epidemic area. I read the most books on this subject before I was sick. I will work hard this month to supplement my memory with some knowledge. If there is a team that wants to go through the epidemic area to the deeply contaminated area, I am willing to help. Liang Ran did not see the rest of the girl's words for a while. She lowered her eyes and stared at the first words, I am studying soulless cultivation. Suddenly, she seemed to see someone. She knew who this girl was. Lin Bai's sister. A little girl who likes flowers. Chapter 84. After Liang Ran wrote down Lin Jiu's name, he submitted his suggestions to the headquarters through the system. At present, there are a large number of people in the Hope District who are particularly interested in alien research. They may be second-class citizens or third-class citizens. They don't have to go to the polluted area for missions. If they are willing to put down their jobs with extremely low returns, then these people will have more disposable time. She wrote seriously. Compared to letting a large number of hunters remember alien information while performing tasks, it is better to use points as rewards and let these people remember alien information wholeheartedly. You and I know that many children of first-class citizens are third-class citizens. This group of people are worried that when the Hope District is destroyed, their children will have no power to protect themselves, so they often secretly send them alien analysis books published by the Research Institute. In this way, at least when aliens descend on the Hope District, the children can know which alien is the most terrifying and avoid it when escaping. This is the norm of human relations, the caring feelings engraved in the instinct. The headquarters may have tried to stop it, but it certainly couldn't stop it. The courses in the talent base are out of balance. The headquarters once believed that even if the hunters did not memorize, the system in the communicator could tell the hunters the types and killing methods of these alien species by taking photos and scanning. But the actual situation is that there are too many emergencies, and everyone has no time to scan or browse information. Now there are more and more similar alien species and mutants with the same appearance, and the system has almost no effect in this regard. Now that humans are about to enter the deep contaminated area in large numbers, all alien species are unknown, and the so-called scanning will no longer be useful. Everyone can only rely on similar associations and analytical judgments to kill alien species. The more you know about ordinary alien species, the more similar associations you will have, and the faster you can find a killing method. The old team is fine, they have seen enough alien species, and have a lot of experience, but what about the new team? Liang Ran lowered his head and wrote carefully. Every day, people complete the assessment at the talent base and form a new hunter team. The oldest of these newly graduated people is 18 or 19 years old, and the youngest is only 14 or 15 years old. At most, they have received simulated combat training. Do they really know enough about alien species? They may not know as much about alien species as some of their peers in the outer city. Because these children are third-class citizens, they can't go to school at the base, they are too young to work, and all their living needs to depend on their parents in the inner city. Secretly helping, they have too much time. If they don't want to waste it, they can only read books. After writing, Liang Ran breathed a sigh of relief and concluded, I believe the headquarters knows these things better than me, but the artificial sun is going to go out. If a large number of people can't come back and bring back fuel, the world will return to darkness, who can see each other's badges clearly. Vision mutants will be completely useless, speed mutants will bump into many people when running, and strength mutants may hit their teammates and relatives when swinging weapons. The genetic difference will naturally exist in name only. After checking the information, Liang Ran clicked send. If the headquarters is willing to allow some second and third class citizens to enter the contaminated area and recruit publicly on the radio, then she will naturally hand over the list of people approved by the Institute. If she doesn't accept it, Liang Ran lowered her eyes and smiled. There will be no such option. Darkness means that it is impossible to move in the contaminated area, not to mention the deeply contaminated area. Even the marginal contaminated area can kill everyone. Unless the brains of all the senior executives in the headquarters have been eaten by pigs, they will not firmly maintain the existing system at this time. You know, once we can't enter the contaminated area, everyone is in the hope area. It doesn't matter if they are hungry, cold, dead or alive. Who cares about the hierarchy law? By that time, people with high genes may not be able to survive as long as those with low genes. If you want to maintain the hierarchy system, it is necessary to win over everyone in the hope area to protect their homeland. But when a large number of second and third class citizens really help and come back from the contaminated area, the hierarchy system will become extremely difficult to maintain. Now those who support the hierarchy system in the headquarters are bound to be in a dilemma, but no matter how they analyze it, they can only choose to cooperate and unite in the end. Liang Ran, who had been working all night, returned to the laboratory, lay on the dissection bed, closed his eyes and rested. Time passed by minute, and half an hour later, lively conversations gradually came from the corridor of the institute. Everyone started to work. Liang Ran subconsciously raised the communicator to check the time, and saw the message sent by Xian Yiping a few minutes ago. You are really bold, speaking bluntly and weirdly. But your ability is now a gold medal that can prevent criticism. Unless someone wants to harm you, everyone hopes that you live happily and energetically, and is willing to help them when they need you. You have extremely high authority now. Once the message is submitted to the system, it will be directly sent to several acting commanders. You should really see their expressions. Only Commander Chum can laugh and show everyone your message. It is obviously the best solution known to all, but they just drag it out and don't implement it, and people keep urging them. We are still in a meeting, and the results of the meeting will be announced on the radio tonight. Liang Ran asked, keep urging? A few minutes later, Xian Yiping replied, Jin Gu is also urging, and what he said is relatively concise. It is roughly that the Yunlu team is recruiting team members, who can memorize all alien information in a short time, regardless of genetic level, and those with good brains will take office. Let the headquarters announce it in the Hope District as soon as possible. Their team has many missions and knows many alien species. They don't lack such players, so they are deliberately disgusting a certain group of people. He recently found out that the cause of his brother's death was related to the extremely cruel elimination system of the Abyss team. He had always suspected this, but he was not sure. After he confirmed it, he contacted me directly and asked me to help clean up some people in the headquarters. I pulled him into the heart. His character is guaranteed. The people in his team are very good. I have met them many times, and I admire every one of them. Also, he gave me a video chip this morning and asked me to pass it to you, saying that it was a reward for your help to his cousin Qin Yi. I will give the chip to Xiaochan later. You can meet at the simulation training ground around 1 p.m. Liang ran, okay. After replying, she stood up and put on her white coat, opened the information in the drawer, and began to sort out the latest information about alien species. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Liang Ran packed up everything and arrived at the simulation training ground on time. When she arrived, Ji Chan was already waiting there. When she saw Liang Ran, the little girl quickly ran to her and boasted, "Hey, Sister Liang Ran, why did I get here first this time?" "You can't." Liang Ran imitated her tone. "Hey, you didn't call Sister Liang Ran when you were on a mission. Why are you calling now?" Ji Chan pouted, "You're dreaming." Liang Ran ignored the child's usual stubbornness and praised her. "You must have grown taller, and your legs have become longer, so you got here faster this time." Ji Chan's cheeks swelled up little by little, and slowly swelled into small buns. Liang Ran walked to her side, and walked with her to the simulated training ground. Ji Chan snorted twice, shrugged her cheeks, and then took the initiative to say to Liang Ran, "Sharu and Song Shanai are both practicing at the training ground now. They basically stay here whenever they have free time, and they completely regard it as their second home. Song Shanai's recent efforts have shown signs of surpassing Sharu. When fighting, she flips very high in the air, like a gecko." Liang Ran corrected her. "Geckos don't jump high. You can say she is like a golden bird." Ji Chan ignored her and continued, "Sui Yuesheng rarely comes. He is afraid that he will become a huge muscle man. The last time I saw him, he rushed to take a shower after training. When he came out, he was fragrant all over. His hair hung behind his waist like black satin, and it was dripping with water. He looked like a water ghost. It was really unbearable to look at." Liang Ran laughed. "It's okay for him to be clean on weekdays. He was covered in dust and dirt every time he took these missions. He was no different from everyone else." Ji Chan nodded briskly. After scanning the identity information on the communicator, Liang Ran walked into the training ground. At this moment, countless hunters were doing daily training in training grounds of different levels. The simulation training ground is the largest building area in the main city. Although the appearance looks a bit simple, the configuration inside is top-notch. The training ground is divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. Everyone can choose the level area that suits them for training. Liang Ran scanned the area and saw Sharu in the A7 level area. She had just selected the blood-sucking mosquito species that she had recently come into contact with through the machine. The number was selected as 1000, and the size of the species was not limited. After selecting, she rushed to the projection in the air with her double swords, and jumped and dodged with the help of the protruding stones on both sides of the area. Liang Ran walked in, and saw Song Shanai in the A34 area. She was now fighting the mother blood-sucking mosquito alone. Liang Ran stood outside the one-way glass for more than 10 minutes, watching her body sprayed with the mother's highly corrosive abdominal fluid twice, and her chest pierced by the mouthparts once. Song Shanai gritted her teeth and said, "Pooh," and walked forward and clicked start for the 4th time. This time she chose a roundabout tactic and began to attack from behind the mother. 10 minutes later, she hit the mother's insect legs with an axe, and then used her waist to force her arms to turn her body upward with the help of the axe handle, and kicked the mother's back heavily. Then she pulled out the axe, raised her arms high, and the axe blade cut through the whistling sound of the strong wind. With a click, Song Shanai quickly and accurately chopped off the mother's head. Looking at the alien head rolling on the ground, Liang Ran suddenly felt very relieved. There was a sense of relief that her reckless teammates finally knew how to temporarily avoid the edge. However, because the glass was one way, although she could see inside, the people inside could not see her, so Liang Ran did not say hello to the two, and went directly to the area that was most suitable for her. D-level training ground. It was not false modesty, nor was it self-deprecation. It was really that the difficulty coefficient of other training grounds was too high. She ran slowly, and her strength was not great. Although she had not stopped physical training in the past 3 years, she was still somewhat different from the hunters, who often went in and out of the contaminated area. If she wanted to protect herself to the greatest extent, what she needed to practice most at present was dynamic vision and combat skills. Other deficiencies would be made up by teammates. After all, this was the meaning of teammates. Thinking of this, Liang Ran chose an area where no one was, walked forward, set up the simulated combat mode, and started training directly. Liang Ran had been commanding in most of the missions. Apart from fighting invisible aliens, she had never gotten out of the car to fight. This time, she fought for 5 hours in the simulated training ground, which was quite refreshing. She didn't wipe her sweaty face until the artificial sun went out. She simply packed up and went to find Ji-chan. Ji-chan had also packed up at this time. She stood at the gate of the training ground and saw Liang Ran. She picked up her backpack and shook it. The chip Qin gave you, and the gene mutation reagent Aunt Xian gave you. Liang Ran thanked him and reached out to take the backpack. Ji-chan pointed to the backpack and continued. Qin also came to the training ground in the afternoon. When he saw me before leaving, he gave me half a tube of mutation reagent and said it was for you. I put it in. He said the chip was a thank you gift, and the reagent was for making friends. If the Yunlu team encounters trouble in the future, I hope you can help. At this point, the little girl's face was a little proud. So what if he can beat me up? He still respectfully asked me to help. To pass it to you. Liang Ran raised his eyebrows. Did he beat you? That's not the case, Ji-chan replied. After that, she raised her chin, looked at the top of the training ground, and gestured to Liang Ran. Look, he is now ranked 2nd in combat power in the training ground, and your sister is ranked 1st. He can definitely beat me up now, but I will definitely beat him up in the future. Liang Ran followed Ji-chan's line of sight. After a moment, she asked, why is the name of the 5th person covered up? Ji-chan replied, you don't want to reveal the name. It seems that if you submit an application to the headquarters, you can be anonymous. Liang Ran nodded. She quickly browsed through the rankings, and found that Ji-chan was currently ranked 47, Shiru was 163, Song Shanai was 307, Wu Ruozi and Sui Yuesheng were ranked too far back, and could not be found for the time being. Judging from the ranking, it is not the case that the higher the gene, the stronger the combat power. There are many B-level and C-level gene holders who are ranked very high. I don't know how much sweat they have shed here. After retracting his gaze, Liang Ran asked casually, did Qin Ge tell you what the video chip is about? My sister? Qin Ge has a high gene level and leads a powerful team. Liang Ran thinks that Qin Ge may know Liang Gian, and the video he gave is also about this. But Ji-chan shook her head. He said it was Wu Ruozi. He looked quite serious. He said Wu Ruozi was the captain of a certain team, but I didn't hear clearly what team it was. Anyway, it contains Wu Ruozi's previous battle videos. I don't know what's so good about it. Go back and watch it yourself. Chapter 85. Liang Ran didn't expect that the video here was about Wu Ruozi. Although she was somewhat curious about Wu Ruozi's past, she never took the initiative to ask. After all, judging from the girl's situation, her past life seemed to have nothing to do with beauty, and it was very impolite to rashly test it. But she also always remembered that Wu Ruozi was a member of the Abyss Squad. The Abyss Squad was a team directly under the supreme ruler of the Hope District. From the perspective of time, the Abyss Squad was established before Liang Gian took office. Liang Gian was very young. From taking office to his death, a total of just 1 year had passed. The time was too short, and she couldn't change too many things. These included the strict systems of the Hope District, the god cult with a large number of followers, and from now on, it is likely to include the Abyss Squad. And Xian just said that Qin Ji's brother died in the elimination system of the Abyss Squad, so the Abyss Squad was not a purely positive team, and people would be eliminated regularly within the team. This elimination system is likely to be a force-based competition type, where the most capable will take office, or even like raising a goo, where people are thrown into the contaminated area, and only those who can come out alive can be members of the team. Hunters who grow up in this environment will be extremely powerful and extremely cold-blooded. If they had not lost their memory, they would never be able to change their twisted personalities that have been deliberately cultivated. Liang Ran was sure that in the year that Liang Gian took office, this system of the Abyss team would definitely be suspended and turned into a normal mission team, but after her death, everything gradually returned. Until a year ago, the Abyss team was collectively destroyed in the deep contaminated area. Only Wu Ruozi was left. After returning home, Liang Ran quickly took off her shoes, walked quickly into the bedroom, and connected the chip to the communicator. After a few seconds, she looked at the two video files and a document that appeared in the system, hesitated for a few seconds, and then clicked it neatly. After Liang Dian's death, the fact that the Abyss Squad directly had 4 acting commanders has always been an invisible bomb, especially since Liang Dian's cause of death is unknown, and she has been deliberately targeted by unknown high-level officials for 3 years. Although Wu Ruozi is doing very well now, it is still unclear which side she will support after recovering her memory. It is true that she likes Wu Ruozi very much, and it is also true that she has been on guard in her heart. Now that she has the girl's previous videos, she feels it is necessary to take a look. After the video is opened, there is a meaningless sound of breaking and fighting, as if the glass was shattered in the fight. Then the video quickly zooms in and focuses on the person in the center of the battle. It is a girl who is only 13 or 14 years old. The girl's naturally curly brown long hair is tied up high, and there is no expression on her slightly immature face. Her eyes are empty and indifferent. She stands on the edge of the rooftop dozens of meters high, with her feet together, and half of her foot in the empty air. If she is not careful, she will fall from the high building and her body will be gone. But she doesn't seem to be afraid at all. After standing there for a few minutes, the sound of fighting downstairs became more and more intense. She lowered her eyes slightly, estimated the distance, and suddenly jumped. The next second, the girl jumped onto the flying alien that broke out of the window. The surging wind blew into her protective suit, and the clothes fluttered slightly. The girl skillfully pressed down her waist and back to reduce resistance. Her hand quickly drew a circle around the alien's neck, found the most active pulse, and pinched it tightly. The alien frantically flapped its wings at this time, scraping deep cuts on her face and arms, but the girl was extremely calm. She calmly took out a sharp knife from her pocket and inserted it straight into the alien's single wing, forcing it to land 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Her teammates had returned to the ground, looking up at the girl on the alien. They had no intention of helping, and the girl had no intention of seeking help. After a moment, she raised her knife and cut through the alien's neck, her eyelids slightly raised, and then her body tilted to the left, falling straight down on her back. As long as the posture is correct, 4 or 5 meters is not a distance that can kill people. Bang! There was a muffled sound of meat products falling to the ground. A few seconds later, the girl staggered to her feet, revealing her bloody back, but soon, her back healed rapidly, and when she walked to her teammates, the scratches had disappeared without a trace. One of them asked her, "Why don't you use your feet?" Wu Ruozi replied, "The feet recover a few seconds slower than the back." The teammates looked away indifferently, and everyone's face was exactly the same. Soon a large alien rushed out of the building. Wu Ruozi glanced at the alien and ordered, "Number 7, go by yourself." As soon as the voice fell, the boy next to her rushed over with a weapon. Wu Ruozi wiped the blood off her face and walked forward without stopping. She didn't stop until the teammate returned to the team. The first video ends here. Liang Ran took a deep breath and saw what was going on with this team. Fighting machine. This is the real fighting machine. In this comparison, the hunters trained by the talent base are still too humane. The Abyss team does not have any internal cooperation unless it is necessary. Each of them has the strength to face dangerous aliens. Because teammates often change, and there is even a fighting competition relationship, there is no emotional connection between each other. The hunter teams trained by the talent base often face the danger of being wiped out, because they value each other very much, regard their teammates as relatives, and cannot easily give up any of them. But the Abyss squad rarely encounters the incident of being wiped out, because they can give up their teammates at any time. These are two training mechanisms, and ultimately achieve two goals. Generally, the hunter team enters the marginal contaminated area, because the alien species there are not too dangerous, so everyone helps each other, and maybe they can come back alive. The Abyss squad specializes in the deep contaminated area, because the alien species there are unknown and dangerous, and it is too difficult for all members to return, and the hunters can come back one by one. However, the location of this video is not in the deep contaminated area, but in the contaminated area 1, which is obviously the initial combat video of the Abyss squad. Liang Ran lowered his head and looked at the back of the girl walking forward alone at the end of the video, and was slightly absent-minded. So, Wu Ruozi was able to come back alive from the deep contaminated area because she gave up all her teammates at the beginning? Liang Ran did not think this was a bad behavior, because people cannot obtain cognition outside of cognition. If the girl was educated and trained in this mode, then she just made the choice that everyone wanted her to make. After a few minutes, Liang Ran did not open the second video, but opened the document first. In the document, there was the information about Wu Ruozi sent to her by Qin Ge, who knew that Liang Ran was stunned when he saw the first sentence. I saw Qin Ge wrote, member number 1 of the Abyss team, original name unknown, now named Wu Ruozi, S+ regeneration type gene mutant. Also the S-level citizen whose name and information have not been made public at the headquarters. Liang Ran held his breath for several seconds, and then quickly looked back. Qin Ge briefly introduced Wu Ruozi's life story. Because the entire training process of the Abyss squad is close to raising Gu, it is bound to be questioned by some people. So the existence of the entire team and the information of the members are kept secret. When my brother entered the talent base at the age of 12, he was selected by the then acting commander, faked his death, hypnotized his memory, and then entered the Abyss squad training, number 9, and died in a certain Gu-raising mission. Both Wu Ruozi's parents are A-level citizens. Not long after Wu Ruozi was born, her parents died at the same time in the contaminated area mission. Later, she was adopted by an acting law enforcement officer at the time. Because of her high genetic level, she was the first to be selected into the Abyss squad training program. She received high difficulty training from the age of 7, and officially became the captain of the Abyss squad at the age of 12. Due to my brother's situation, I suspect that the death of Wu Ruozi's parents is related to her genetic level. When Wu Ruozi was 14 years old, Liang Gian was selected as the official commander. After she took office, she first came into contact with the Abyss squad and killed 2 acting commanders, who were closely related to the Abyss squad, including Wu Ruozi's adoptive father. Then she abolished the elimination system of the Abyss squad and changed all members to fixed ones. In order to prevent the public from completely distrusting the headquarters, although she found someone to repair the memories of this group of people and let them go home, she only negotiated compensation privately, and did not fully disclose the existence of the Abyss squad. My brother's identity information was erased, so my parents were not contacted. After that, Liang Gian went on missions with the Abyss squad for 3 consecutive months and trained them personally, paying special attention to Wu Ruozi. Judging from the video materials, Wu Ruozi's combat methods underwent a huge change during this period. A year ago, the Abyss squad suffered heavy damage while entering the deep contaminated area. Only Wu Ruozi came back alive. However, because her body was damaged in a large area, her brain was pierced by the alien, and everything below the waist was gone, only her hands were still intact, so she was in a coma for a long time in the convalescent cabin. After her body recovered, her gene level declined. But it seems to be recovering now. After waking up, she lost most of her memory, and was extremely aggressive. After injuring several doctors in the hospital gave her hypnosis treatment. In her current memory, she has a gentle mother who will protect her, a happy childhood, and a period of studying hard in the talent base. But these do not exist. The document written by Qin Ge ends here. Liang Ran looked at the last line of words, and suddenly felt very uncomfortable. She took a deep breath and looked at the ceiling. After a few seconds, she slowly lowered her head and looked at her communicator again. Soon, she clicked on the second information. As soon as the video was opened, a girl's childish voice was heard. Commander Liang Gian, what is your sister's name? The focus of the video slowly fell on a girl who looked sunny. Her hair just past her shoulders, her black eyes were curved, and she held a long bone whip. With a light flick, she pierced the head of a 3-meter-tall alien through the air. Sister number 1, her name is Liang Ran. Liang Gian took the time to look back and replied softly. Wu Ruozi nodded. Oh, then I think her name is nice, yours is just average. Liang Gian showed an exaggerated look. Wow, what did I teach you yesterday? You should be more tactful when saying such things. I will be heartbroken. Wu Ruozi did not comment. After a few breaths, she asked Liang Gian again, does the name number 1 sound nice? Liang Gian stood on the alien corpse that looked like a small hill, shook the bone whip, and replied, I think it's just average too. Wu Ruozi thought for a few seconds and replied, no feeling, I'm not heartbroken. You are very fragile, you are a fragile commander. Liang Gian showed a helpless look, your name is not good. If you have your own name, you will naturally be unhappy if others say your name is not good. Wu Ruozi looked at Liang Gian quietly. Liang Gian was frightened by her gaze, and turned away. After a while, she turned back and said, so from now on, you should not be called number 1, but Xiao Wu. Wu Ruozi didn't care. It's all right. Liang Gian explained to her carefully. The meaning of this surname is a little witch who brings miracles. Sister doesn't expect you to become a warm, gentle, cheerful, and lively person who is loved by everyone. But you have to be happy, Xiao Wu. Chapter 86. The second video is very short, and it ends here. Liang Ran lowered her head and thought for a long time. Her mind was a little empty for a while, and it took several minutes for her to gradually come back to her senses. She didn't know how to say it, and finally she gathered it into a sentence, which was probably Liang Yan was very good, and Xiao Wu was also very good. Xiao Wu used to say that she had a high level of empathy. She always cried during classes at the talent base. She cried when she saw the achievements of her predecessors, and when she saw the end of her ancestors. She said that the teachers at the base were very worried about whether she could go on missions with such empathy. It was her mother who stood in front of her and argued with the teachers at the base, saying that she would definitely become a very good hunter. It turned out that her mother was fake. Xiao Wu's biological mother died as early as the year she was born. For many years afterwards, Xiao Wu's life was only about exploitation and injury, and she never felt any warmth. Her empathy was also fake. In order to prevent her from attacking people after losing her memory, the doctor gave her a beautiful childhood, a healthy family relationship, and a gentle and sensitive heart. Liang Ran didn't understand why Wu Rosie was so different before. Now I understand. Because her soul was hypnotized, the doctor engraved a mark on her mental power. She had to take care of others, and make good use of her mutation direction. She was a protector and a guardian, and she could no longer attack others. So now she is warm, gentle, cheerful and lively, and everyone loves her. She has become the kind of person Liang Yan said. Liang Ran sighed lightly, and closed the video file. She opened the contact list, and saw the friend request sent by Qin Ge, and clicked agree directly. As soon as she added the friend, she asked the other party, "Is Xiao Wu the fifth in the training ground?" In the few minutes waiting for the reply, she couldn't help imagining what Wu Rosie would look like when she grew up normally. Would she be like in her memory, with an indelible family affection? Or would she be more luxurious and magnificent, relying on the top genes of S+ to become a person like Liang Yan, living a dazzling life and known by everyone? But there is no if. Wu Rosie now does not have such a warm life and dazzling resume. She often has a low sense of existence. She is an ordinary girl who will be cautiously called Ran Ran. Soon, Qin Ge sent a message, "Yeah. She has been ranked 4th for the past 3 years. The top 3 are all members of the Dawn team. Not long ago, I was ranked 2nd, and her ranking dropped by 1. Liang Ran asked him, "Xiao Wu should not have been to the training ground after losing her memory. If you fight her, what is the ratio of winning and losing?" Qin Ge thought about it, and replied in detail, "If I fight her 4 years ago, she is not afraid of getting hurt at all, and her fighting awareness is also very strong. I will lose. However, after Liang Yan taught her, she has more concerns when fighting. We should win and lose when we fight. Now, she only has fighting instincts and muscle memory, so it is difficult to make a judgment." It is similar to what Liang Ran thought. She was silent for a while, and the other side asked her, "Are you going to help her recover her memory?" Liang Ran told the truth, "I don't know. If her memory is mostly good, I will, but I don't know now." Qin Ge didn't give her advice, but gave some more specific information. After Liang Dian's death, the Abyss Squad was in the hands of the current 4 acting commanders. Among them, Commander Chung took the initiative to withdraw and refused to intervene in the Abyss Squad. The remaining 3 made the Abyss Squad return to the mode before Liang Yan came to power. The members of the Abyss Squad were purged several times during the mission period. Most of the teammates died, and a small number fell into a coma. They are still in the treatment cabin of the main city hospital. Only Wu Rosie has not changed in the team. She is deeply involved with the headquarters. Once she recovers her memory, it may cause trouble to your team. Liang Ran thought about it and replied to him, "Thank you, I know. But no matter what choice Xiao Wu makes or what he does, it will not cause us trouble. The affairs of teammates are not troublesome." So Qin Ge didn't talk about this topic again. He talked about something else. "I saw you at the training ground yesterday. I watched you for a while. You probably want to train combat skills. If you need, you can find me or Lin Yi." I asked her. "She will also be at the training ground in the next 2 days." Liang Ran replied, "Okay, I won't be polite." Qin Ge also replied frankly, "You're welcome. We each have our own needs. Just like you think your teammates' affairs are not a problem, I also have to consider my teammates in advance. The deep contamination area is very dangerous. If my teammate's hand is injured and you happen to be close, I hope you can come to help us. A few days ago, I lent out most of my points and paid for the treatment cabin for more than 10 years. Otherwise, I would not have given you only half a tube of mutation reagent. I will give it to you next time." Liang Ran scanned the chat between the two and found that Qin Ji's words occupied most of the screen, densely packed. It seems that he is quite talkative, which is not in line with his overall temperament. She pondered for a while, and when she saw that the other party was not going to talk, she was about to say goodbye, but she looked at the cost of the treatment cabin for more than 10 years, and clicked on the dialogue box again. "The team with the epidemic?" she asked. Half a minute later, Qin Gu replied, "How do you know?" Liang Ran laughed. "We happened to meet when we were on a mission. There was a very good anti-spice in their team, and she gave us very powerful spices." Qin Gu understood. "I just finished the mission and returned to the headquarters, and saw the distress message sent by the other party. So it was not that the headquarters changed the previous rescue policy and started to rescue the hunters who had lost their value, but anti-spice and the others were lucky and met the Yunlu team who happened to be at the headquarters. He's a nice guy." After saying goodbye to Qin Gu, Liang Ran opened her backpack and took out the gene mutation reagent inside. Because she had experience with injections, she sat directly on the bed this time, skillfully extracted the reagent, and injected it into her arm. Half a minute later, she felt sleepy and fell on the bed with her head tilted. Before going to bed, she tried to move her body and put her head on the pillow. This way she wouldn't get a stiff neck. After confirming this, Liang Ran fell asleep with peace of mind. Liang Ran slept for a long time, at least much longer than her recent all-night sleep. When she woke up, the window was filled with the sounds of people working busy. After Liang Ran opened her eyes and looked around, the first feeling was that her vision was better, the dust in the air became clearer, and then her thoughts suddenly became smooth, and her whole body became very light, as if her brain had been massaged from the inside out. She closed her eyes while lying on the bed, then jumped up, jumped a few times, and rushed to the training ground with her backpack. After getting on the rail car, she opened a bag of nutrient solution, and then turned on the communicator. Because of Qin Ji's push last night, she had already added Lin Yi as a friend. As soon as Lin Yi agreed to the application, he took the initiative to ask her, "Little sister, what time are you going?" "I'm ready to leave now." Liang Ran immediately replied, "I'm already on the car." Lin Yi teased, Okay, you're really a good kid who loves to be beaten." Liang Ran. More than 10 minutes later, the rail car stopped and Liang Ran walked into the training ground. It was still early, and there were not many people in the field, but Liang Ran still saw Sharu and Song Shanai who were training at the first time. Lin Yi walked in wearing a protective suit and stuffed a bottle of water into Liang Ran's hand as soon as they met. "Drink this later. Our captain made it specially for nutrition." Liang Ran muttered to himself, "I'm sorry to bother you." Lin Yi waved his hand carelessly. "What's the trouble? You can find some aliens to warm up your body later. I take care of something first." The captain arranged the work early in the morning again. Is he polite to send a message at 4 in the morning? He is busy all day and doesn't sleep. His eyes are always changing, which makes his teammates worry. Lin Yi muttered to himself while turning on the communicator and began to deal with the message seriously. Liang Ran sat next to the girl and turned on the communicator to deal with the affairs of the institute at the same time. While arranging activities in the institute, she asked, "Eyeballs are replaced so many times. Are his eyes fake?" Lin Yi said, "You don't know? He has a fake eyeball. When he was a child, he was pierced by an alien when he was on a mission, and he replaced it with an artificial eye. The artificial eye will look a bit strange. In layman's terms, there is no light in the eye. In order to match the artificial eye without light, his other eyes become more and more dull, like a robot. When his eyes scan over, whoosh whoosh whoosh, freezing everyone to death." Liang Ran, Lin Yi raised his face and nodded to Liang Ran. In fact, he cares too much about his face and is afraid that people will say he is ugly. In comparison, it is better to say that he is a cool guy. Liang Ran couldn't help laughing. Seeing Liang Ran laugh, Lin Yi's desire to share instantly rose. She immediately rolled up her sleeves, revealing a patch inside. "Look, I didn't bring enough protective clothing on the previous mission, and 3 sets were broken. Cool brother patched them up temporarily." Liang Ran looked down and praised. "The stitches are very dense. It seems that you didn't miss any stitches." Lin Yi laughed out loud. After she finished laughing, she waved her hands and said, "You don't know. When he first joined our team, he was very young, only 16 or 17 years old. He asked us everything, and he was very diligent and sweet, calling us brother and sister all the time. Later, when he had problems with his eyes, he didn't have enough points to exchange for artificial eyes, and he was stubborn and didn't let us help. For more than a year, he was always laughed at by disgusting people, who secretly said that he was so ugly that he could scare children to death. In addition, something happened at home, so he gradually became less talkative. Don't look at him as old, but he is actually only 22, younger than everyone in our team. Hey, is he younger than you? Liang Ran nodded. Yes, a little younger. Lin Yi asked curiously, then when you first met him, did you think he was 25 or 26 years old? Liang Ran recalled and shook his head. No, after all, he is very handsome. Didn't pay much attention to age. I just thought his eyes were fake. But I don't think so now. Lin Yi covered his face and laughed out loud. Just hard to be handsome, right? Ha ha ha. Last year someone inexplicably launched a vote to vote for the best-looking boy in the Hope District, and Qin Gu won first place. But Sui Wisheng from your team probably disagrees. After laughing for a long time, she continued to return to the previous topic, but now we don't let him help mend clothes. The places where we go on missions are usually dangerous. Sometimes we have to change 2 or 3 sets of protective clothing a day. In the past 2 years, everyone has learned to sew and mend. After all, resources are tight, and we can continue to wear them if we can still mend them. But to be honest, no one is as skilled as the captain. Hearing this, Liang Ran curved his eyes. It sounds like you get along well. I thought you were afraid of him. Lin Yi raised her eyebrows immediately. After a moment, she suddenly laughed. What are you thinking about? Have you ever seen anyone who is afraid of him repeatedly tear him down in front of him? He has been too tense these past few months. Sometimes he lets us rest, and he goes on a mission by himself. Last month, he went to the outskirts of the deep pollution area for 2 hours. After he came back, his state has been wrong. So recently, whenever he brings up something, the team will cooperate spontaneously. Xiao Chen is responsible for surprise, Qingqing is responsible for confusion, I am responsible for fear, Li Zi is responsible for admiration, Liang Bao is responsible for howling, and different emotions are given to divert his attention. Later, I got used to it. Now when he looks at me, I want to take a breath and shake him a few times. He is always secretly confused, wondering what's wrong with us all the way. Finally, he no longer thinks about his brother and the things in the main city, and his emotions have been diverted a lot. But Liang Bao was injured a month ago. She is still in the hospital and is no longer with the team. You should not have seen it. At this point, a heavy cough suddenly came from behind the two of them. Lin Yi shut up instantly and turned her head slowly. Qin Gu was standing behind her at this moment, and another tall teammate said along her throat, showing an ashamed expression, Look at you, you keep talking all day, isn't this embarrassing? Lin Yi, After a few seconds, she gasped and touched her arm and trembled. Little sister, help. Qin Gu, don't act. Lin Yi put down her arm listlessly and looked at her teammates. Will he no longer be curious about our reactions? Will he no longer peek at us in the middle of the night when he can't figure it out? Lin Yi. Qin Gu lowered his head, revealing his emotionless golden eyes. Liang Ran thought about how much effort he had put in to make both eyes equally dark, and suddenly couldn't help laughing and laughed. Everyone, Qin Gu closed her eyes, and suddenly walked away from the scene. Lin Yi kicked her shoes. Look at you, you can't hold back your laughter all day long. Isn't this embarrassing? After walking a few steps, Qin Gu turned back. Lin Yi, you haven't finished your work from last week. I won't help you with it. I won't help you with it in the future. After saying that, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Lin Yi wailed, and his head tilted on Liang Ran's shoulder. Okay, we met a stingy guy, and now everyone is unhappy. But complaints are complaints, jokes are jokes, and Lin Yi did not show any mercy when training Liang Ran. After the two of them finished their respective tasks, Liang Ran entered the training ground to set up the alien information, and then began to shoot at 30 small flying aliens. Because of the upgrade of her mental power, she could clearly feel that the flying speed of these aliens had slowed down a little in her eyes, so the difficulty of shooting them suddenly decreased. Just as she easily shot and killed a round of aliens, and the next round was about to refresh, Lin Yi suddenly attacked her. Lin Yi ranked 17th in the training ground, and training her was like training a child. The girl grabbed the rope with one hand and stepped on the stone on the wall of the training room to prevent the weapon from hurting Liang Ran. She only held a branch in her hand. She tightened her waist and back, and easily jumped a few times. When the aliens pounced on Liang Ran, they flipped over her head. Lin Yi stood upside down on one foot and hooked the rope, and the branch quickly hit Liang Ran's back. Liang Ran killed the aliens while trying to avoid Lin Yi. But Lin Yi stepped on her back before she could avoid it, and then turned around and landed in front of her. Unexpectedly, she suddenly whistled a whistle from her mouth and blew it in Liang Ran's ear. The sharp sound made Liang Ran frown instantly, and her footsteps stopped for half a second. Lin Yi smiled, and quickly stretched out his foot between Liang Ran's feet, and just a little force to flip her to the ground. This is to simulate the sound of insects after the aliens get close. After saying that, she stretched out her hand to pull Liang Ran up. Come again. Liang Ran can realize the gap between herself and those who have been tempered in the contaminated area for a long time, so she cherishes this opportunity. In the whole afternoon, she was controlled by Lin Yi 17 times, and counter-controlled Lin Yi twice. Finally, Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his cheeks and raised his hand to indicate that it was over for today. That's enough. 2 times is enough to make my teammates laugh at me for several days. Your kicking posture is tricky. Where did you learn it from? Liang Ran curled his lips. I'm self-taught. Lin Yi hit her shoulder. Oh my god, little sister, why are you still pretending? Hold it back. Let's go. Let's play together when we have time. After saying goodbye to Lin Yi, Liang Ran stretched her arms, moved to the sea-level training ground, set up 50 blood-sucking mosquitoes, and started simulated training. Because Lin Yi was not in the training room this time, she used her usual pistol instead of the submachine gun prepared in the training room. After refreshing 3 batches of alien species, Liang Ran suddenly heard a fierce argument outside. She subconsciously looked back and shot the bullets in the gun at the alien species in front. Puff. A clear, particularly dull, and real voice sounded. Liang Ran turned her head quickly, and found that she had just shot at the invisible alien in the room. Because there are occasionally hunters who are improperly operated in the training ground and are backhanded by their weapons, there are not a few invisible aliens waiting here. There is basically one in every 3 rooms, and the venue where Lin Yi brought her in has invisible aliens. Liang Ran pursed her lips, and subconsciously looked out the glass window. Although she couldn't see outside, she knew that there were people outside, and they were paying attention to this place. Now that the invisible alien fell to the ground and revealed its true form, everyone should have seen it. But her ability is not perfect now, and the disadvantages of announcing it too early are too great. Liang Ran was a little nervous for a while, and didn't want people outside to see it. After a few breaths, she took a few steps forward and opened the door of the room. As expected, there were 3 people outside her training room looking in. The moment they looked at Liang Ran, they showed a little embarrassment on their faces. Haha, we just want to see the S-class mutants. Are we disturbing you? As they spoke, they looked behind Liang Ran and urged, we only watched for more than 10 minutes, not too long. You continue to practice, we won't watch anymore, we won't watch anymore. Liang Ran frowned, she looked back at the invisible alien that was slowly bleeding, then turned her head and asked uncertainly, didn't you see what was on the ground? Hearing Liang Ran's words, the 3 of them immediately looked inside again, and then shook their heads in confusion. No, is there anything? Nothing. Isn't the ground quite clean? Chapter 87. Liang Ran carefully identified the expressions on the faces of the 3 people. After a few seconds, she nodded slightly. It's okay, I just stepped on the ground and made it a little dirty. I'm worried that I lose points. The leading girl smiled. It's okay, it's normal. The training ground is cleaned by machines, they won't be tired, so there will be no points deducted. Liang Ran thanked the girl. After watching the few people leave, she turned around. Under her gaze, the invisible alien that had just appeared disappeared quickly. Liang Ran picked up the communicator and took a photo of it quickly. As soon as the photo was taken, the alien disappeared without a trace. Liang Ran frowned while looking at the photo in her hand. What's going on? Isn't it that as long as this kind of alien appears, everyone can see it? Liang Ran sent the photo he just took to the group of the Xuanqing team. Can you see this alien? Sui Yuesheng replied quickly. Yes. Is this the training ground? Has your mutation direction been exposed? Liang Ran replied, it seems not. I just thought the invisible alien had mutated, but since you can see it, it shouldn't be a mutation. Let me think about what's going on. Liang Ran recalled the conversation just now. The 3 people didn't seem to be lying. Besides, there were many people in the training ground now. Several teams gathered not far from her door, and were chatting. Some of them were facing her training room. It was impossible for them not to notice that a real alien appeared inside. Because the aliens in the training ground would not bleed after being killed, everyone could clearly distinguish the difference between the projection and the real alien. So it was. Liang Ran remembered what Wu Rosie had mentioned before. She said that when her hand was injured, she heard the noisy sound of invisible aliens in the cave for 1 or 2 seconds. Liang Ran later thought about that time period. It was probably when she felt a little tired because she had been shooting for too long, and she secretly hoped that Wu Rosie could also find the invisible aliens. Just now, she accidentally killed the invisible alien in public. She subconsciously hoped that no one saw it. It would be good if no one saw it. Her current ability can only help people who are on the mission together, not too many people. Once it is made public, it will be very troublesome in a short time. Liang Ran had a vague expectation in his heart. She probably understood why people around the training room could not see the aliens. Her mental power has been upgraded, and it seems that she can interfere with other people through her inner thoughts, that is, mental tendencies. And since it can interfere with others from not seeing, it should also be able to interfere with others from seeing. After thinking it over, she left the training room directly, and found Shiru in the A-level training field. After knocking on the door, and waiting for a few minutes, Shiru killed the alien projection in the field and turned to open the door for Liang Ran. As soon as she saw Liang Ran, she frowned. "Why don't you knock a few more times? This way, I won't have to wait until the projection is gone before opening the door." Liang Ran shook his head, not in such a hurry. Shiru motioned Liang Ran to come in, and closed the door of the training room. She said, "No, the thing that you found while I was training must be very important. Tell me, what is it?" Liang Ran showed his right hand to Shiru. "Look at my hand. Didn't I tell you before that I don't have palm lines?" Shiru immediately lowered her head. After a moment, she showed a slightly surprised look. "There is such a situation. Is it hereditary? Is your left hand like this too?" Liang Ran looked at the clear lines on her palm, shook her head, and clenched her fingers until she made a fist. After a few breaths, she changed her mind and raised her left hand to Shiru. "Look at this." Shiru frowned and looked carefully for a few times, and replied, "It's so messy. Why are there so many lines? It's like the lines of two hands are put together on one hand. Have you been to the hospital? But this should have no impact on life, so it doesn't matter." Liang Ran retracted her hand. She confirmed her judgment just now. She can indeed interfere with other people's eyes, or in other words, affect other people's thinking spirit. After clearing her mind, she showed her hand to Shiru. "I don't have this disease. I injected 1.5 tubes of gene mutation reagent yesterday. After waking up today, I can feel that my thinking has become faster and my physique has improved. As a result, I just found out that my mutation direction has upgraded." Shiru looked at Liang Ran's palm lines that were no different from those of normal people, lowered his head, and remained silent for a long time. Half a minute later, she suddenly raised her head and said bluntly, "Normal gene upgrades will not significantly change the direction of mutation. After upgrading, strength mutants can lift more and heavier things, and speed mutants will be faster. Your previous mutation direction was to sense invisible aliens, and now this can definitely be used on invisible aliens. I mean..." Before Shiru finished speaking, Liang Ran added her words. "Before, only I could see invisible aliens, because my mental power is inward, and can only take care of, or cover myself. Now my mental power seems to be able to spread out. I may be able to wrap other people in my mental power, and make other people's mental power the same level as my mental power in a short period of time, so that they can also see the invisible aliens around them." Shiru nodded immediately. "Yes. Interfering with other people's specific thinking is just an additional item after your ability is upgraded. It is incidental. Let others see what you can see, and hear what you can hear. This is your most essential upgrade direction." Because of her excitement, her voice, which has never fluctuated emotionally, has increased a lot. She said quickly, "If this is true, your ability can be made public, but it is not clear how many people you can affect at the same time, and for how long." Liang Ran nodded. "I came to you to test this. I have to confirm whether you can see invisible aliens first." Seeing Shiru nod, Liang Ran took a deep breath. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little nervous, and even felt that her palms were sweating. After a moment, she looked at Shiru. "Okay, I repeated it many times in my heart, and hope that you can see it too. You should leave this training room now. There are many invisible aliens in the training ground. See if you can see them." Shiru looked at Liang Ran after hearing this. After a few seconds, she suddenly pointed behind Liang Ran. "A butterfly species, right? It's very big and beautiful, black and white, with a lot of fluff on its wings, and those fluffs look very hard." Liang Ran turned around instantly. At some point, an invisible flying species came into Shiru's training room. Because Liang Ran had been worrying about other things, he didn't notice the tiny sound of the wings flapping. Shiru saw the answer from Liang Ran's expression. She shook her head with emotion. Shiru suggested, "Go find Aunt Xian, she must be very surprised. There are many people on her side who are tight-lipped, and they can help you test the scope of the implementation of the superpower. Liang Ran also planned to do so. She reminded Ru, when you can't see the invisible alien later, you must tell me as soon as possible. It may be that we are too far away, or it may be that this thing has a time limit. Then we can make a variable to see what is going on. Ru replied, I will. Liang Ran said goodbye to Ru and turned around to leave. Just as she was about to step out of the training room, Ru suddenly called her. Liang Ran. Liang Ran immediately turned her head. What's wrong? Ru smiled lightly. It's okay, I just have a hunch that you will become the most powerful person in the Hope Zone. Mental power mutation should not be sorted together with general gene mutation directions. It can control other people's minds, interfere with other people's thinking, and even control other people's behavior in the future. This ability is no longer within the scope of S-level mutants. Being in the same team with you, I have a very wonderful sense of witnessing. Liang Ran tilted his head. After thinking for a few seconds, she said seriously, except for protecting myself and others, I will not use this ability. If the apocalypse can end, I just hope that all superpowers will disappear, and I and everyone else will return to ordinary people. At that time, we will all be third-class citizens. No, Liang Ran smiled and changed his words. We will all be citizens. After contacting Xian Yuping, Liang Ran got on the railcar. Because Aunt Xian repeatedly reminded her not to drink the nutrient solution, and there was hot food at home, she held her rumbling stomach all the way and rushed to the address given by Aunt Xian as soon as she got off the car. After rushing for 2 minutes, she saw Sui Yuesheng at the gate of a community. Sui Yuesheng saw her actions and said speechlessly, A starving ghost reincarnated? Liang Ran admitted generously, I want to try Aunt Xian's cooking skills. She said her cooking is very delicious. Sui Yuesheng shrugged, she is lying to you. You will know after you eat it. Hold on, and eat a few bites, then go to the kitchen or bathroom to secretly drink 2 bags of nutrient solution. Her students all went through this. Liang Ran, After a moment, she forced herself to be calm and said, It's okay. It's good to touch the kittens. You must have dozens of kittens at home. Sui Yuesheng nodded. Yes, there is still a litter whose fur has not grown yet. They like to pile up together, like a group of wool balls. Liang Ran urged, then hurry up. Sui Yuesheng, okay. A few minutes later, Sui Yuesheng took her to the 5th floor and stood in front of a door. Before she could swipe the communicator, the door suddenly opened from the inside. The warm air instantly hit Liang Ran's face, mixed with the smell of food, the chaotic sweet meowing, and Aunt Xian's threatening voice. Xiao Ran is here. Liang Ran was a little stunned for a moment. She didn't know whether it was envy or nostalgia that flashed through her heart. She quickly adjusted her mood and smiled at Aunt Xian. Yeah, Xiao Ran is here. Xian Yuping patted the flower on her hands, took Liang Ran's hand, and took her into her home. As soon as Liang Ran stepped in, the black coal ball blessing pounced on her, grabbed Liang Ran's trouser legs and climbed up. There were also pure white balls, milky white balls, blue and white balls, and golden balls running with it. 7 or 8 palm-sized cats tried to climb onto Liang Ran, as if they saw their mother cat. Liang Ran was flattered and stretched out his hand, when he heard a group of half-month-old kittens with half-grown fur in the half-open bedroom, not far away howling heartbreakingly. The sound was sharp and thin, as if seeing a strange species. Liang Ran, ? After a long time of reaction, she pointed at herself. Am I so scary? Xian Yunping covered her forehead. How could I forget it? After that, she took out a spray bottle and quickly sprayed around Liang Ran. They haven't been trained by me yet, and they are most afraid of alien species. You have too much alien smell on you. I hope they know that this is the smell of dead alien species. Newly born kittens don't know. Liang Ran took the spray bottle and sprayed himself up and down before walking into the living room. Xian Yuping took the kitten off Liang Ran's body, lifted it aside, and then enthusiastically led her to the dining table. The person in the heart just got off work and is still rushing here. There is no rush to verify your situation. Go to the kitchen to wash your hands first, and try it quickly. Xiao Sui has a bad memory. I told him not to drink the nutrient solution tonight, and I personally went to do it, but he still drank it. What a bad memory. Liang Ran looked at the dishes on the table with a smile on her face. After a few seconds, she looked at Sui Yuesheng in confusion, and looked at Aunt Xian gratefully. I like to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes the most. Xian Yuping blinked and said puzzledly, I didn't make this. Sui Yuesheng. After laughing, Sui Yuesheng quickly turned and went into the bedroom, leaving Liang Ran with space to eat alone. Liang Ran suddenly had a bad premonition. She smiled awkwardly and sat at the table. Xian Yuping looked at her with bright eyes. You eat first, no need to wait for others. Liang Ran remembered Sui Yuesheng's introduction before, saying that he had a third-class citizen brother who also lived with him at home and had a good relationship, so he hurriedly said, Let's wait. Is your youngest son not home yet? It's too embarrassing for me to eat first. Unexpectedly, as soon as Liang Ran finished speaking, Xian Yunping's face suddenly froze. Liang Ran instantly realized that she had said the wrong thing. She opened her mouth, and countless situations flashed through her mind: quarreling, rebellious period, running away from home, no contact with family, and even death, but all the assumptions were terminated by Xian Yunping's next sentence. She asked Liang Ran, Does Xiao Sui have a brother? Chapter 88. Liang Ran was stunned. She doubted her memory at first, but after her mental power was upgraded twice yesterday, her memory was so good that she could pinpoint the words she had heard recently, and when. As for Sui Yuesheng saying that he had a third-class citizen brother, she clearly remembered that it happened during the first mission. At that time, everyone gradually accepted her, and said that they would not target her because of her genetic level. At that time, Sui Yuesheng took the initiative to talk about his brother to prove that he would not look down on anyone because of genes. Thinking of this, Liang Ran suddenly had an idea. Could it be that Sui Yuesheng was talking nonsense at that time, just to make her believe that he really would not target her? But soon Xian Yunping's laughter interrupted her thoughts. And Xian laughed so hard that her shoulders shook, and her eyes were full of mischief. She tapped Liang Ran's forehead and said with a smile, Oh, I'm just teasing you. Look at your face, that looks like you're facing a great enemy. It feels like all your brain cells are dying. She said seriously, Xiao Sui has a younger brother, but my husband died soon after he was born. I was too busy with work. At that time, many people believed in me and followed me. I had to stand out and take charge of the pharmaceutical organization to give them an explanation. So I seldom went home in those years, and didn't have much time to take care of him. So my youngest son is more withdrawn. He has a good relationship with Xiao Sui, but not with me. He has been out studying recently, and won't be home. You don't have to wait for him. Let's eat quickly. Liang Ran glanced at Aunt Xian, and recalled the stiffness of her expression just now, and always felt that something was wrong. But the host said so, and no polite person would ask again, so she smiled and nodded, agreeing, You really scared me, I thought I remembered it wrong. Xian Yuping smiled and shook her head, I remember it right, you eat first, I go prepare dinner for the kittens. No need to leave it for me, there's more in the pot. After that, she walked into the kitchen. Liang Ran lowered her head, and picked up a chopstick of food and slowly put it into her mouth. As soon as her taste buds started to work, she understood why Sui Yuesheng asked her to just drink the nutrient solution. The taste was really strange. It was not sweet or sour, but it felt bitter when it entered the mouth. After swallowing it, the throat was still a little spicy. I don't know what strange seasoning was sprinkled on it. But after Liang Ran swallowed it, she still took a second and third bite. She remembered the first time she cooked when she was a child. She boiled a pot of beef soup into a paste, which was uglier than pig food. The seasoning was scattered everywhere. She felt that she was cooking and painting at the same time, and she was very happy. Although they were happy, the taste was hard to describe. However, the parents who returned home still ate all of them happily, praising her for her talent in everything. From the dishes made by our precious daughter, we feel that our dear baby is particularly happy and free today. Liang Ran thought while eating that her cooking was much worse than Aunt Xian's cooking before. Let's understand each other. Besides, if we eat more now, we will definitely not find the nutrient solution unpalatable when we go back. 7 or 8 minutes passed unknowingly, and Liang Ran ate the 2 dishes cleanly. Liang Ran stood up with the dishes and prepared to go to the kitchen to wash them. As a result, as soon as she opened the kitchen door, she saw Aunt Xian's shoulders shrugged slightly. Liang Ran was silent for a moment, and reminded, Aunt Xian, cutting onions will make her cry easily, you can freeze them in advance, it will be much better. Xian Yunping quickly picked up the onion next to her hand. Is that so? I just knew. Xiao Ran is amazing. He knows so much. Liang Ran smiled, she washed the dishes, and said to Aunt Xian, Then I will go play with the kittens for a while? Xian Yunping turned around, revealing red eyes. She pointed in the direction of Sui Yuesheng's bedroom. The litter of newborns is in Xiao Sui's room. He delivered these kittens. They are very close to him. They cry when they can't see him. Go and play with confidence. You have sprayed odor-blocking agent on your body. They won't be afraid of you. I will continue to work on these onions. After answering, Liang Ran closed the kitchen door and walked into the living room, and an idea involuntarily emerged in her mind. Aunt Xian's little son may have been in trouble. Otherwise, why would he cry? Liang Ran pinched her fingers uncomfortably, sighed softly, and walked to Sui Yuesheng's door and knocked. "Can I come in?" 2 minutes later, Sui Yuesheng probably cleaned up the room and opened the door. "Come in." After saying that, he looked over Liang Ran's head at the dining table and sighed. "You have such endurance. No wonder my mother praises you every day." Liang Ran said helplessly. "Fortunately, I didn't eat it." Sui Yuesheng explained casually. When she just took over the pharmaceutical organization, the first few batches of oral medicines she developed were bitter. She thought it was not good, saying that the patients were already bitter enough, so let's make the medicine sweet. She tried the taste of the medicine herself, and those medicines were not harmful to the body, but she damaged her tongue after trying too much, so now her taste is not very sensitive. She can't tell whether food is good or bad, and her students don't tell the truth. She always thinks her cooking is delicious. Liang Ran suddenly realized. She patted Sui Yuesheng on the shoulder. "I will definitely say it's delicious before I leave. Thank you for the hospitality." Sui Yuesheng's face darkened. "I knew it. Researcher, lying is not good." Liang Ran curled her lips. "But it's good to coax people." After that, she walked into Sui Yuesheng's room. The kitten was put in an incubator by Sui Yuesheng and placed under the desk. When Liang Ran looked at the incubator, she saw several photo frames on the desk. Some were taken by Sui Yuesheng himself, some were taken by his family of 3, and some were taken by him and Aunt Xian alone. The only thing was that there was no photo with his younger brother. Liang Ran quickly looked away, squatted down, and poked the pink paws of the little kitten with the tip of her index finger. At this time, several big cats squeezed in outside the door and lay at Liang Ran's feet and snored. After petting the cat for a while, Liang Ran suddenly remembered the message Qin Ge had sent before. It was said that when the Abyss team selected members, if the parents of this member were still alive and would always pay attention to their children, then some people in the headquarters would fake the death of these members, modify their memories to join the Abyss team, and train them into fighting machines. Although the Abyss team had just been destroyed for a year, it was extremely difficult to train a new team in a short time, and now the fuel resources in the Hope Zone were about to run out, and all teams had to enter the deep pollution zone. The existence of the Abyss team was no longer meaningful. Liang Ran thought about the situation at Aunt Xian's house, and always felt that something was wrong, very wrong. This little son seemed to exist, and didn't seem to exist. If he existed, why would Aunt Xian ask does Xiao Sui have a younger brother? If something went wrong with the child, he broke up with the family or died. Aunt Xian didn't want to mention anything about him. She should have said Xiao Sui has no brother, but she was confused before explaining in detail. Liang Ran could see that Aunt Xian didn't seem to be teasing her at that time. She was really confused for a moment. If it doesn't exist? It's even more strange if it doesn't exist. Why do both of them say there is such a person in the family? Liang Ran was a little worried that this situation was related to hypnosis, so his eyes drifted to the photo of 3 people on the desk again. Sui Yuesheng noticed her gaze and asked, "What are you looking at?" Liang Ran replied subconsciously, "Nothing. You look like your parents." Sui Yuesheng laughed. "Okay, you can say such nonsense. Are you looking for my brother? I remember I told you that I have a brother who has a good relationship with me and looks better than me," he said narcissistically. "Fortunately, he is a third-class citizen. Otherwise, I would not be the most beautiful person in the inner city." Liang Ran, brother? Is he a younger brother or an older brother? Liang Ran was sure that Sui Yuesheng had some problems with his memory. She even thought that Sui Yuesheng had been parasitized by an alien species before, and his memory was confused when the alien species ate his memory, so he had a wrong understanding of his family members. But if it was confused, Aunt Xian would not be able to find it. Did he discover it but didn't correct it? Liang Ran subconsciously raised his head and looked at Aunt Xian, who was still in the kitchen. At this moment, Aunt Xian suddenly shouted to Sui Yuesheng, "Xiao Sui, Mom's friend is coming, go downstairs and greet her." Sui Yuesheng responded and went out with his coat. The owner of the house had left, and Liang Ran couldn't stay in someone else's room alone. She stood up and was about to go to the living room. As a result, Shufu suddenly jumped onto the bookshelf next to her, swept the top pile of collections to the ground with a sweep of his big tail. Meow! Shufu jumped up and happily jumped on Liang Ran's head. Liang Ran squatted down without complaint, holding Shufu with one hand to prevent it from falling, and picking up the things on the ground with the other hand. 2 minutes later, she finished picking up the last collection, and lay on the ground to pick up a few pieces of paper that floated under the bed. Because the papers were scattered, Liang Ran inevitably glanced at the contents on them when she picked them up one by one. Almost the moment she saw the text on it, Liang Ran instantly let go of her hand and closed her eyes. She would never look at other people's files without permission. But Liang Ran's mental strength is very high now, and her memory and browsing speed are far superior to ordinary people. Even if she just glanced at it when she picked it up, she had read most of the information on the paper. Countless words appeared clearly in her mind. Psychological Consultation Information Archive. Patient name, Sui Yuesheng. Gender, male. Gene level, A. Consultation background. When the patient was 9 years old, he went to the outer city with his mother to purchase and got lost. During the period, he was kidnapped to the underground city and engaged in illegal human transactions. Because a third-class citizen wearing a cat ear plush hat was thinner and better looking than him, he was auctioned off earlier than him. When the rescuers arrived, the patient's face was severely damaged and there were many marks of being hit by iron rods on his body. But the brother he mentioned was not found. According to the patient, when he was rescued, the masked trader asked the third-class citizen to take off his clothes, inject drugs, put on a veil, and dance in the cage of the dead alien, showing his beautiful body in the blood, while the patient saw the whole process clearly in other cages. Problem symptoms. After the patient was rescued, due to the huge psychological trauma, his memory was wrong. He always believed that he had a biological brother, who was very beautiful. Because he was too beautiful, he was hurt for him when he was a child and ran away from home. Therefore, the patient was very concerned about his appearance. He subconsciously believed that if he was beautiful enough, he could replace his brother and get his brother back. In addition, the patient's concern for cats exceeded his concern for relatives. He had a great desire to protect the cats he raised. He did not like strangers to meet the cats at home, and would show aggression for this. In order to appease the patient's emotions, Ms. Xian always agreed with the patient's statements and practices. However, according to the patrol team's feedback, this brother probably does not exist, because the third-class citizen wearing a cat ear hat belongs to an acrobat from the outer city. The patient was most likely kidnapped while watching the performance, so this formed a fixed impression. Liang Ran slowly lowered his head. She understood why Aunt Xian cried. Because if this brother really existed, Sui Yuesheng's memory would not be wrong. After all, painful experiences are always remembered deeply. He would only keep reiterating that he is a brother under the drive of mental illness. But not long ago, he changed his words and said that his brother was his younger brother, which means that the brother does not actually exist. It's just a shadow he imagined. At first, there was a brother who took on the role of protector in his mind. He transferred his experience to his brother. Later, the memory that he could not ask for help kept surging, and a younger brother appeared in his mind to share his pain. The two of them jointly protected his spiritual world. But Liang Ran frowned and put the file back to its original place. Soon the bedroom door was pushed open from the outside. Sui Yuesheng walked in, stretching himself. He glanced at Liang Ran and teased, "Why do you look confused? Are you fascinated by my cat? Do you all want to take it home?" Liang Ran looked up at Sui Yuesheng. After staring at each other for a few seconds, the boy raised his eyebrows. "No way, are you fascinated by my beauty?" Liang Ran nodded. "It's really beautiful." Seeing such a straightforward admission, Sui Yuesheng was a little confused. After standing for a while, he reached out his hand, pushed Liang Ran's shoulder, and slowly pushed her out the door. "Okay, it's my honor. Don't talk about me. Researcher, it's your turn to make a grand appearance." Chapter 89. Liang Ran felt the force behind him, walked a few steps, and then stopped forcibly, retracting the foot that had just stepped out of the room. She closed the door and turned around to look at Sui Yuesheng. Sui Yuesheng looked a little confused. "What are you doing? You're staying here to watch the cat, and don't want to leave?" Liang Ran cleared the mood after seeing the file just now, calmed down and thought for a few seconds, and asked back, "Sui Yuesheng, what do you want to do?" Sui Yuesheng tilted his head. "What do you mean?" Liang Ran's voice was a little helpless. "I praised you. You should tell me the reason. If you don't know that you don't have a brother or sister, the file can't be placed here with you. And Xian will never place the file with you. And that cabinet, Shufu jumped up so skillfully, obviously likes it there, and usually uses the top of the cabinet as a nest," Liang Ran said, who would put important files there. "If a stranger enters your room, it is almost certain that the document will be lost by Shufu." Liang Ran raised his eyes and looked at Sui Yuesheng. Although his voice was low, he was sure, "You did it on purpose. You knew I would go into your room, to see the kittens today, so you put the document there. You let me see it on purpose. What do you want to do? Sui Yuesheng was silent for a moment, and suddenly leaned against the cabinet and laughed. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the document on the cabinet, flipped through it casually, and then threw it into the trash can. Forget it, it's really too deliberate. I didn't expect you not to find it. It's just that you found it too quickly, researcher. Sui Yuesheng said with a smile. How long has it been? 1 minute, 2 minutes? You didn't spend these 2 minutes feeling sorry for me, but spent them analyzing me. It's really heartbreaking. Liang ran. I feel sorry for me, but at the same time I feel something is wrong. She asked Sui Yuesheng seriously. Is the document fake? Sui Yuesheng shook his head. Most of it is real. Liang ran. Then you? Sui Yuesheng took a few steps, sat on the bed, picked up a kitten at his feet, and started to rub it. Didn't I tell you before that I have a third-class citizen brother? That's fake. I don't have a brother, but I have an older brother. It's not a disease. I really have a brother, a real brother, and we are twins. Maybe our gene sequences are a little different. You know, genetic inheritance depends entirely on luck, and twins also conform to this law. As a result, I am a first-class citizen, and he is a third-class citizen. Sui Yuesheng followed. He said, my mother was not born as an S-class citizen. She got the gene mutation reagent given by her parents after she became an adult, and she became S-class from A-class. So she didn't have any power in the early stage. She was just an excellent team leader of the pharmaceutical organization, managing dozens of people. After she mutated, my grandmother contacted her. At that time, my mother didn't have anyone she liked, so she accepted the olive branch handed over by my grandmother, the founder of the pharmaceutical organization. Under the secret operation of my grandmother, she matched with my A-class father on the fire, and got married quickly. Although the headquarters talks about the fire matching system, you should also know that people with real power can always match with those they want to match. Even if they don't go to the fire matching after the age, there are still reasons. The system can't control them, but can only control citizens without real power. Because my mom and dad didn't know each other before they got married, and they didn't have much affection after they got married. Not long after my mom gave birth to me and my brother, she officially took over the pharmaceutical organization. She was busy with everything when she first took office, and there were so many people waiting to be fed, so she really had no time to take care of the family. So she spent a lot of points to find the best nanny for us, slept in the organization, and rarely went home. My dad was not as capable as her, and his career ambition was average, so he took care of us at home. So my brother and I grew up well. But my dad was in poor health and died before we were 3 years old. At that time, the headquarters was urging us to upgrade a lot of drugs, so my mom was even busier, so my grandma took care of us. My grandma is really nice. I mentioned to you before that she was an S-level regenerative mutant, who just died not long ago, and donated her body to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Otherwise, the regenerative reagents. I couldn't do it either. But the old man's physical fitness is poor. As he grows older, his health is getting worse and worse. He can't take us out to play. My brother and I were at an active age at that time. It was boring to be trapped at home every day. I called my mother from time to ask her when she could take us out to play during the holidays. Most of the time, she would gently comfort us and say sorry that she really didn't have time, but sometimes she would squeeze out time and occasionally take us to the mall or the park to play. Speaking of this, Sui Yuesheng shrugged. In fact, we can go to such places by ourselves. After all, we are 8 or 9 years old, but I just see that other people are always taken care of by their mothers. I envy them like crazy, so I stick to her. Now I think it's really wrong, but it was really unreasonable at that time. When I was 9 years old, Sui Yuesheng lowered his head and pinched the kitten's paw while saying, my mother heard that a citizen in the outer city has several prescriptions from the old world, and she wants to buy them. We have never been to the outer city. My mother remembered that she hadn't taken us out to play for half a year, so she asked us if we wanted to go to the outer city to have a look. There are many craftsmen and fun gadgets there. My brother and I agreed happily. We prepared for a long time at night. We carried the biggest backpacks and dressed very nicely. We wanted to make our mother proud and want others to praise us for looking like our mother. My mother also showed us the tens of thousands of points in her communication device and told us to buy whatever we wanted. After arriving in the outer city the next day, my brother and I found everything new. He wore a cute plush hat. I don't know if you have seen the statue of the church. There are countless winged children behind the goddess, rushing towards her. My brother is the best looking one. I have always felt that although we are twins, he looks better than me. He has long eyelashes and his cheeks are naturally red, and his white face is rosy. When he looks up at people on a snowy day, I think he is too much, because whenever he does this, I will give him my toys to play with, and then I will be angry all night. That day, when my mother was negotiating the price of the prescription, she entrusted my brother and me to her colleague. I remember it was snowing that day. When her colleague was taking care of it, she saw some beautiful knitted coats on the roadside and wanted to buy them for her children. My brother and I played behind her. I don't have a particularly clear memory. I only remember that it was a downhill slope, and my brother was skating there, and then he couldn't control his strength, slipped, and kept sliding down, and I chased him. Auntie told us not to run while packing the clothes in her hands, and then brushed the points. When I looked up again, we were gone. The underground auction house was created by the black market back then. It would auction dead aliens, expensive collectibles, and ancient authentic works from the old world. Later, someone gave the auction house a lot of points, and asked them to help find good-looking children. The people there thought that the children from the outer city were lost, and no one would spend a lot of energy to find them. Even if they were found, they would be powerless to fight against them. So my brother and I were arrested, and the communicator was torn off and thrown at the place where they disappeared. Originally, they would check the family of each child first. After all, if you look up some outer city children, you can find the family of first-class citizens, and some are even at a very high level. But they saw my brother from the car window. He was too good-looking, so they were afraid of missing him, so they took him back directly. What happened later was almost the same as what was written in the document. Sui Yuesheng's tone was very casual, as if he was talking about something that didn't happen to him. They started to train. Is that the word? Train my brother. I watched from the cage next to me. I had to watch or I would be beaten. I was forced to watch. It wasn't just my brother, but other kids, boys and girls. The oldest was 11 or 12 years old, and the youngest was 6 or 7 years old. Some of them were beaten so hard that they didn't know how to resist. They kept laughing outside the cage and said that as long as they were full, they would dance well every day and not go home. Because there were dead aliens in the cage, they were used as decorations. I took advantage of the fact that those people were not paying attention and scratched my face with the barbs on the aliens to prevent them from recovering too quickly. I scratched them very deeply, so they beat me with sticks. I was so stupid at that time. I should have scratched them lightly to let the wound heal quickly. Then, they would find out that I had a high genetic level and would investigate my parents. If they found out that my mother was extremely powerful, they would be scared and let us go. But you never know. Maybe I would die faster and be thrown out to be silenced. At this point, Sui Yuesheng asked Liang Ran, which one do you think it would be? Liang Ran thought for a moment and replied, the latter. Sui Yuesheng laughed and said, right. But my brother is a third-class citizen. It is impossible to repair his face after it is scratched to this extent. His face will be covered with scars. The few kids who were caught with us at the time saw me like this, and no one forced them to take off their clothes, so they also learned from me. But my brother didn't learn. He likes to look in the mirror, and likes to hear people say that he looks more like his mother than me. He shouted to those people who his mother was, and said that they would come to rescue him, but my mother didn't love my father, so she didn't deliberately announce that she had a child at first. Later, she was too busy with work and didn't care about it. The group of people checked the information and compared my mother's photo with my brother's face. They found that the eyebrows and eyes were indeed similar, but they didn't take it seriously. After all, there are many people who look alike, especially good-looking people who always have similarities. Every child here is very good-looking, and there is even a little girl who looks very much like my mother, because her facial features are softer, and she looks even more like her. That night, my brother was forced to do a lot of things. The buyer came and liked him very much. He even took him away before he was taught well. My mother came very quickly, very quickly. She came the next morning, less than 10 hours after we were kidnapped, but my brother was dead. He was hastily buried in a field in the outer city. When my mother rushed over, the buyer was still burying him, and my brother's fingers were still exposed outside the pit. I was 9 years old that year. Because I was frightened and beaten, I fainted in my mother's arms as soon as she came. Later, when I woke up, I didn't have a brother. Liang Ran subconsciously clenched her fingers. Hearing this, she seemed to understand what was going on. Sui Yuesheng smiled, put down the cat in his arms, raised his head, and said to Liang Ran, who was standing, my mother is sick. She forgot my brother. I reiterated to the psychiatrist countless times that I really have a brother. We look very similar. If it weren't for him, my hands would be tied first, and I wouldn't be able to destroy my face. I would be tortured to death. I asked my mother how she could forget that she had a child. My brother obviously loved her the most. How could she forget it just like that? I also told my grandmother, but my grandmother asked me not to say that, and burned everything about my brother at home. My mother is in charge of the largest pharmaceutical organization. She can't have mental problems. She is already in great pain. Her pain is second only to my brother's pain. As long as I forget this matter, and no longer use the fact that I really have this incident with my brother stimulated her. If she didn't break down and cry, or yell, her mental state would be normal. So I changed my story at the psychiatrist's office. Sui Yuesheng pointed to the documents he threw into the trash can. I made up those contents. I have repeatedly confirmed that they are not enough to stimulate my mother's illness. The pain my brother suffered while I was alive merged into one, becoming the critical point that my mother could accept. She just wanted her child to be alive. Last month she urged me to have a physical examination again, and took me to the hospital. I knew she was taking me to see a psychiatrist. For many years, she has always felt that she only has one child, and this child was saved by a strange third-class citizen brother, so she has never been able to get out of it. Because my injuries were not serious, she always thought that I was indeed protected by a brother. She was grateful to him, and wanted to protect those children from the outer city, so she and Liang Yan built a heart together. But recently she began to doubt whether this brother existed. She was looking for someone to verify the truth of the year, and to find the acrobat wearing a cat ear hat. But there was no such acrobat back then. My grandmother sent someone to pretend to be him in order to make my story reasonable. So many years have passed. Sui Yuesheng whispered. There were not many people who knew that my mother had twin children at the beginning. Most of them died later. Some died of old age, some died on missions, or were taken care of by my grandmother. My mother has been living happier and happier these years. I am afraid that she will find out that she has a child and collapse again. I thought it would be better to add some more ingredients to make her doubts disappear. If I have a brother that I have never had before, it will be confirmed that I have split personality. She will not check it. Sui Yuesheng looked at Liang Ran, with a rare apologetic expression. It is not safe for me to say it myself, and I need someone she trusts to say it to confirm that I really feel that way, so I took advantage of you. Liang Ran thought about asking Xian Yiping about her brother just now, and was a little confused. How do you know I would ask? Sui Yuesheng TSK. Because you are polite. When my mother said you were coming today, I guessed that you must be embarrassed to eat by yourself, and would definitely ask. I just eavesdropped and you really asked. So I put the file in the blessing nest. It will definitely kick it down, and you can see it. I have to wait until Shuriken and the others ask. I don't know if I can wait until I die. You are a really nice person. Liang Ran thought for a moment and asked again, then why do you want me to see this document? Sui Yuesheng replied, I feel embarrassed to use you. Anyway, you will definitely find something wrong. When the time comes, you will ask me, and I will explain it to you. With your personality, you will definitely forgive me. Besides, because my brother did wear a cat ear hat on the day he died, it is also true that I have a strong desire to protect the cats at home, especially Zhufu. My brother told me before that he wanted to raise his own black kitten named Zhufu. Liang Ran looked at Sui Yuesheng quietly. After a moment, she said, but you can just tell me directly, and avoid showing me the document. As long as you tell me directly, for Aunt Xian's condition, you know I will definitely help you, and the uncertainty of whether I will tell you that you have a younger brother will disappear. After listening to Liang Ran's words, Sui Yuesheng looked away for a second with some embarrassment, and a few seconds later, he turned his gaze back. Okay. I let you see this document on purpose, and also for a solemn apology. When we first met, I found you annoying, targeted you, and said bad things. Just because Zhufu liked you too much, I felt uncomfortable, but in fact, I was not that bad. I am sorry for hurting you. After reading this, you know that I do have some problems, so you should not be too angry. Liang Ran sighed helplessly. She walked to Sui Yuesheng, opened her shoulders, and gave him a hug. I don't remember you targeting me. I just remember you took the initiative to accompany me out of the car, to avoid the ants, and ran very fast. We all helped each other, and saved lives. Don't use this way of exposing scars, to make people forgive you in the future. Sui Yuesheng laughed. After a moment, he raised his communicator, opened the album, and flipped back to find a photo. Let me show you my brother. Liang Ran said him, and when she lowered her head, she saw a pair of little balls shoulder to shoulder in the snow. The cheeks of the two boys were frozen red, but one boy's eyes were bigger, and his long eyelashes were covered with white snow, like an elf landing between heaven and earth. Both of them smiled very happily at the camera. Sui Yuesheng smiled and said, "My mother was across the street at that time, imitating a little rabbit, using her fingers as rabbit ears, jumping and teasing us." Obviously loved. Chapter 90. There were noisy voices outside the living room. Liang Ran could vaguely hear a few familiar voices, and Aunt Xian's loud voice. She proudly showed off Liang Ran, just like showing off her own child. It's just that the headquarters can't develop a mental power detection device, otherwise Xiao Ran's current level would scare them all. It must be S+, or SS level. According to the current system of level supremacy, Xiao Ran can get a high position in the headquarters with a little effort. If he builds up momentum, he may even become a commander. Now these people in the family are the most trusted group of people by Aunt Xian, and they are also the core senior executives. They are responsible for the operation of different sections of the forum, and actively contact and develop members. So they just laughed kindly when they heard her exaggerated statement. Ji-chan said loudly, "Sister Liang Ran is like this." "I agree with Aunt Xian." Adele sat on the sofa blankly, and a kitten jumped on her head with familiarity, and then fluttered its little paws, and slid down her long braids. The other kittens seemed to have discovered a new world, jumping on her head one after another. Aunt Xian walked forward angrily, pushed the kitten on Adele's head to the sofa, and bared her teeth in feigned anger. "Don't bully your sister." The kitten fell down and crawled under the sofa, and soon happily hugged the other kittens, and rolled around like a snowball. Liang Ran listened to the sounds outside the door, and felt that everyone seemed to be very happy. Aunt Xian was very happy, Ji-chan was very happy, and even the silent Adele seemed very relaxed and happy. But underneath the happiness was a sunken heart, and an unchanging dead water. The child that Aunt Xian can't remember, the home that Ji-chan can't return to, the time when Adele didn't see the sun for several years. Everyone Liang Ran met seemed to have his own story, with countless unspeakable sufferings. Liang Ran lowered her eyes, thought carefully, and found that not everyone she met had a bad life. She didn't only meet people with stories. But everyone in this era has a story, and everyone's life is full of acne. After graduating from the talent base, most of the first-class citizens enter the contaminated area to perform tasks. They will suffer a lot of injuries in their lives and witness many separations. They can't see hope, and can only keep fighting with alien species. Those who are lucky, high-level, powerful, or have done an exceptionally good job in a certain direction can be selected to work in the headquarters and major scientific institutes, while others will be trapped in the contaminated area for life. The last day of their lives is the day to say goodbye to all their teammates. Second-class citizens live a life that is neither good nor bad. The hierarchy system prevents them from entering the polluted area to earn a lot of points, nor can they give up everything and curl up in the outer city. Everyone has a family and is not alone, but the hierarchy decree is hanging above their heads. They know clearly that no matter how hard they try, they cannot enter the management level. They are assistants in the research institute, operators in the supervision department, makeshift products under genetic balance, human shields when parasites rush into the inner city, and dark colors that are difficult to have highlights in their lives. Not to mention third-class citizens. They live a gray and bitter life. When they were born, their families did not have points to celebrate for them. When they grew up, they had no right to enter the talent base to receive education. When they were hungry, they had no points to eat. When they were sick, they had no points to see a doctor. Their lives, which should have been heavy, became extremely cheap. Any minor injury could kill them. Until death, they did not have enough points to be properly buried. Liang Ran could tell anyone he picked up from the street how unhappy they were. Are their parents still here? Their friends still here? Their partners still here? Their children still here? Are their ideals still here? There are always 2 or 3 that are not here. At this moment, Sui Yuesheng had already turned off the communicator, and had regained his usual indifferent smile. He grabbed a kitten and carried it on his shoulders to summarize all the things he had said. Actually, as I just said, my mother didn't like my father, so she didn't like us at first and didn't want to make our existence public. This is debatable. Grandma said that my mother flipped through a book for a long time the day before she gave birth, and finally chose the surname Sui. My name is Sui Yuesheng, and my brother's name is Sui Shuesheng. I thought the names were too hasty, but when I grew up, I looked for the weather on that day that year. Sui Yuesheng recalled, the moonlight was very beautiful that day. There was very light and thin snow in the Hope District. The snow was like a hazy fog. The moonlight sprinkled on it. The moonlight was red, but it looked pink, like the fairyland in the Old World book. Many people took photos to commemorate that day, and it was on the news because the artistic conception was so beautiful. I guess she liked that day very much. At this time, the people Aunt Xian called were almost all there. She patted the bedroom door and called Liang Ran. Xiao Ran, I'm ready here. Sui Yuesheng stopped talking. He stood up and made a gesture of invitation. Researcher, let's go. Liang Ran opened the bedroom door and looked around. He saw many familiar and unfamiliar faces. Liang Ran said seriously, Good evening, thank you for troubling you. Adele walked slowly behind Liang Ran, put her chin on her shoulder, and said softly, No trouble. Liang Ran subconsciously stood up straight. Ji Chan pushed Adele away speechlessly. Adele, don't get so close to people suddenly, like a ghost behind you. Sister Liang Ran is not used to it. Look, she has started to stand as punishment. Xian Yuping patted her shoulder. Come on, little Adele, lean on me. Adele looked down at her toes for a few seconds, took a few steps, and leaned on Liang Ran's shoulder again. Seeing Ji Chan's little face puffed up like a pufferfish, Liang Ran immediately said, Just let her lean on me. I was not used to it just now, but I am used to it now. Adele has language and social barriers. She will lock on to the one she likes most in the crowd and stick to him all the time. Liang Ran thought about this and smiled. I am very happy to be liked. There were some people in the room who had never met Liang Ran. When they first met, they would inevitably observe and examine each other, but now their expressions were gentle. She looks like a lovely girl. And Andy said about Liang Ran. She has a very outstanding temperament. You can tell she has read a lot of books. She speaks softly and is a lovely girl. Andy Xian snorted, You tell me. Which of these children is not good? I like each of them, and want to take them home to raise as my daughters. Everyone chatted briefly, and then got down to business. Xian Yuping called everyone here to test Liang Ran's ability, to test whether she can control citizens with higher genes, and to test the scope and time of her spirit sharing. First of all, let's talk about the first point. This test method is very simple, and it didn't take long to complete the test. After verification, if Liang Ran wants to control the spirit of an S-level citizen alone now, it can reach 3 minutes. The time to control Adele will be shorter, a little more than 1 minute. When controlling 3 S-level citizens at the same time, her ability can operate for 30 seconds, and then she will feel tired and need to rest for a while. According to Xian Yuping's suggestion, Liang Ran tested multiple senses at the same time. She held the scent spray, made a sound, approached them, and then left to verify whether she could be found. It turned out that as long as she wanted, these people could not find her at all, even if she was standing in front of this group of people. The sense of touch is more difficult to control. Once Liang Ran touches the other party, even if the other party cannot see her, she can feel that she is hit. Xian Yuping said, So your current control range is vision, hearing and smell, and touch cannot be affected for the time being. The direction of your mental power mutation can be called shielding. By shielding the other party's mental power, the effect of affecting the other party's perception is achieved. Liang Ran nodded. Secondly, she tried to shield citizens of other levels. For citizens of A level and lower genetic levels, the difficulty will be reduced sharply. Even if more than a dozen A-level citizens are controlled at the same time, it can reach more than 5 minutes, not to mention citizens of other levels. Xian Yuping thought for a moment and said seriously, Looking at it this way, everyone's genetic evolution actually includes mental power. The higher the genetic level, the better the vision and hearing. This may not only be due to the improvement of physical fitness, but also directly related to the improved mental power. But we are limited to this. Although the mental power has improved, it is far from the level of mutation. Therefore, as the mutant with the highest mental power at present, you can modify and control our minds. I think this masking ability is very similar to hypnosis, but the hypnotist needs the assistance of the environment and props, and you can hypnotize out of thin air. Xian Yuping calculated the time Liang Ran controlled citizens of different levels and said carefully, You contacted me late, some railcars stopped, and it was inconvenient for the third-class citizens living in the outer city to come in, so it was impossible to test the impact on them. But it is entirely predictable that you may be able to achieve short-term hypnosis in large quantities for second- and third-class citizens. Xiao Ran, do you know what this means? Liang Ran thought for a moment and nodded. I can rely on this to become the official commander. When the Hope District was established, many heads of state set a rule that the election of the official commander must be selected from the 4 acting commanders. This person must obtain 2/3 of the votes in the entire Hope District and be supported by the masses. Otherwise, the Hope District would rather divide power among multiple parties and never give birth to an official commander. In addition to this regulation, there is another rule. If the 4 acting commanders completely lose the support of the people, and the masses spontaneously vote for someone other than the acting commander, if this person gets 3/4 of the votes in the Hope District, he can also become the official commander. But Liang Ran doesn't want this. She shook her head. This is not good. Xian Yuping also meant this. The consequences of deception are very serious. If you get to the top in this way, you will inevitably be overthrown on the spot, and completely lose everyone's trust. I have the highest expectations for you. I hope you can use everything you can, but you must not take shortcuts. Liang Ran is not stupid. He has long guessed where Xian Yuping wants her to go. The second Liang Yin. It is not 4 years ago now. There are not so many slow plans. The mental state of the public in the Hope area has long been on the verge of collapse, and their hearts have grown. Liang Yin did not have an organization to back her up at the time. There were not so many people to cover for her. No one helped her design how many institutions and agencies should operate after the system was overthrown. No one told her that she only needed to overthrow it, and she didn't have to worry about the rest. When Liang Yin was there, the timing was not good. Now that the artificial sun is about to go out, finding fuel is not a matter for a gene group. If all the citizens of the gene will rush to the polluted area, then the hierarchy system has reached the best time to overthrow. Xian Yunping whispered, even if the world is going to collapse tomorrow and everyone will die, it is necessary to overturn the genetic differences. Because when everyone dies, they will not have a level badge on their body, and they will not die in different levels. Having said this, Xian Yunping asked Liang Ran, you are so smart, you must have guessed what I want you to do. Do you feel a lot of pressure? Liang Ran thought for a few seconds and replied, not bad. Xian Yuping laughed suddenly, and she continued to ask Liang Ran, then do you feel unconfident and a little scared? Liang Ran shook his head, no. Chapter 91. Hearing Liang Ran's words, Xian Yuping narrowed her eyes, and couldn't help but reach out and pat Liang Ran's head. Ji Chan, who was standing by, asked Aunt Xian, why don't you do it yourself? It feels very troublesome, and those people in the organization must be more familiar with you. It must be easier for you to run for the commander than Sister Liang Ran. Xian Yuping explained, I thought about it before, but later found that it was not possible. I have been too tired these years. I know my mental strength and energy. I can't keep up. I can help with some auxiliary work, but I am more and more unable to do it. When voting for the official commander, I hope everyone in the district has the right to vote. You have to make the 3 levels of citizens like you and support you. You can imagine how difficult this is. So for so many years, there has only been one Liang Yin. She has done a lot for the 3rd-class citizens, and she did everything sincerely. I haven't done that. Besides, I am a vested interest in the hierarchy, including competing for the management rights of the pharmaceutical organization. My S-class citizenship has played an important role. I have gained too many benefits by relying on my genetic level. It is too difficult to make the citizens of the outer city trust me completely, and be willing to vote for me. And Xiao Ran has this advantage. She used to be a 3rd-class citizen. She knows how hard they live, and they believe she knows. Ji Chan thought for a while, and said, then according to what you said, none of the 4 acting commanders can become the official commander, and the people of the outer city will definitely not vote for them. Anyway, the slums will definitely not vote, and it's good enough if they don't curse them in secret. Xian Yunping laughed, so they probably don't have this fantasy. The position of acting commander itself has great benefits. If the power is really given to one person, it will offend the other 3. I think they are trying to maintain the current balance now. The end of September is the official voting time, and it is also the time when a large number of teams will enter the deep pollution area. Everyone will watch the news then. Ji Chan snorted, then I will wait to see their jokes. Sui Yuesheng, who walked out of the bedroom at this time, interrupted, this is not a joke. If you can't be elected, it's fine. The norm, the selected ones are the exceptions. Ji Chan rolled her eyes. I remember Commander Chung, the old man, he seems to have done some good things. He was in charge of deleting the slander of the 3rd-class citizen genes in the talent-based textbooks. He seems to have mentioned the fire decree at the headquarters recently, saying that after so many years, the red moon above the Hope Zone has been shining for so long, it is estimated that it will soon go out, and new alien species will fall, and there is not enough time to train a new batch of hunters. It is better to cancel the fire decree. Commander Chung is the only acting commander Liang Ran has ever contacted. After hearing Ji Chan's words, An Xian pondered for a moment and whispered, because of Chungwen's matter. He is Chungwen's grandfather, but Chungwen's father had a falling out with his family, and Chungwen didn't get along with her grandfather much. Before her granddaughter died, she sent such a message. Even the people she liked didn't dare to say it openly. She said it with hope and pain. He might be touched. This person. She and Yuping thought about it, and gave an evaluation, not bad, but not good enough. After she finished, she clapped her hands and stopped talking. Several people around Aunt Xian also urged, hurry up and test the scope of spiritual sharing. It's so anxious. Xiaochan is really good at nagging and diverting the topic. She has diverted the topic. Qichan shut up in frustration. Because Liang Ran had communicated with Shiru beforehand, he was not in a hurry to test with more people at this time, but turned on the communicator and contacted Shiru. She asked, how is it? Can you still see the invisible aliens? Shiru replied 2 minutes later, sorry, I just saw the message, you can still see it. I ran to the outer city now. I just tried to kill an invisible alien. It was much easier to kill than ordinary aliens. I couldn't believe it. I sent you the photo. The next second, Liang Ran received a picture of a fungus-shaped alien, with the background in the outer city slums. Liang Ran asked her, do you feel mentally exhausted now? Shiru replied, no. Liang Ran shook her head, thinking about taking back the spiritual sharing. As soon as she finished thinking, she felt as if a thread in her mind was disconnected. Shiru also gave her feedback immediately. I can't see the invisible alien. Did you do it? Liang Ran replied, yes. A few seconds later, she asked Shiru again, do you see it again now? Shiru replied, I see it. Liang Ran was relieved instantly. From the current situation, she can select people to share the spiritual, and can take it back at any time and re-establish the connection at any time. With this premise, it is easy to try. Liang Ran first talked about this with Aunt Xian, and then tried to establish a spiritual connection with everyone in the family. This time there are more people, and she can clearly feel that there is something like a tentacle in the spirit that is actively spreading outward, and then entangled with a fixed person. Sui Weisheng gasped as soon as Liang Ran established contact with him. Oh my god! What is that ugly thing on the ceiling of my living room? Ji Chan described it. It looks like a flower bud with legs. Liang Ran nodded. It is a kind of flower species that can move. The flower bud can split by itself and is full of gnats inside. Ji Chan took out a pistol and shot at the ceiling. A very light breath sounded. The alien species twisted and fell in response, and light yellow juice slowly flowed out. Ji Chan's eyes lit up instantly, and her little head looked at Liang Ran swinging back and forth, pointing at the alien species on the ground and unable to speak. Liang Ran smiled at her. Isn't it interesting? Ji Chan nodded quickly. Very interesting. Xian Yuping took her eyes off the ground and asked Liang Ran, do you feel tired and uncomfortable? Liang Ran shook his head. No. But I can feel that there can't be more people, at most 3 or 4 more how to say it. Liang Ran described his feelings. My spirit now is very much like a jellyfish with tentacles spreading outwards. The number of tentacles that split out is limited. I can establish a connection with the spirits of as many people as I have tentacles. This has little to do with the other party's genetic level, and it seems to have nothing to do with the distance between the other party and me. Xian Yuping was visibly excited. She subconsciously took a breath and spoke a lot faster. This is the best case I have imagined. Now being able to establish a connection with more than 50 people is equivalent to being able to establish a connection with more than 50 teams. As long as there is one person in a team who can see the invisible alien species. With such a person in the team, everyone can fight alien species with confidence, especially the most numerous strength mutants among the hunters, whose attack power will be greatly improved. You only injected 15 milliliters of mutation reagent to establish spiritual connection with so many people, and the number of people can be completely increased by the number of reagents. Believe me, in order to prevent their team from being parasitized by invisible alien species, all hunters are willing to share some of their points with you. At this point, Xian Yuping reminded Liang Ran, you must not tell the headquarters that you can control other people's minds at present. Only tell the headquarters that you can unilaterally share mental power. Tell them. It is not good for everyone if there are fewer and fewer hunters. There is no light source in the deep pollution area. After humans enter, the probability of hand injuries is too high. The headquarters will definitely give you the reagents, and I will also provide them here. Liang Ran nodded, okay. Ji Chan raised her hand and asked, Aunt Xian, didn't you say that the materials for the gene mutation reagents are running out? What should I do if the quantity is insufficient? Xian Yuping said, the materials are indeed used up, but the number of gene mutation reagents is not particularly small. You should have seen the ceremony of inviting gods. The reagents that Saint Ford used to invite the oracle to descend are the genes extracted from first and second-class citizens. Liang Ran frowned instantly. And Xian knew the reason why Liang Ran frowned, and she explained softly, "This instrument was made 5 years ago. After it was made, it was resisted by many citizens. The headquarters then promulgated regulations. This instrument will only be used for people who actively request to have their genes extracted. Those who use the instrument without authorization and against the will of citizens will be sentenced to death. This is one of the few things that can be sentenced to death in the end times. What the church does has always been in a gray area and does not violate this regulation, because those citizens are indeed voluntary, and they are voluntary in full view of the public. In addition, every month some hunters sign contracts to donate genes when they are seriously injured and dying, so that others have the opportunity to upgrade their genes and change their fate. Many people even signed before they died, such as me." Xian Yinping said seriously, "Most of the gene mutation reagents currently stored in the headquarters come from this." Liang Ran nodded slightly. "So that's how it is. This matter is roughly equivalent to organ donation in the old world." Liang Ran also signed a donation agreement before, willing to donate her cornea and intact organs after death. I don't know if her previous body died, and whether these things helped others. Thinking back, Liang Ran turned on the communicator and clicked on Qin Ji's avatar. She asked, "I heard from Lin Yi that you were in the contaminated area. I am sharing my spiritual power with you now. Have you seen the invisible alien?" Qin Ge replied immediately, "I don't think I saw it." Liang Ran's heart suddenly tightened. 10 seconds later, Qin Ge replied again, "I saw it now. The car is full. I can have nightmares for 2 nights. Liang Ran laughed. "It probably takes some time for the spiritual power to spread. You are a little far away. I will share it with Lin Yi later. She is braver." Qin Ge did not refute. "Share it with her. I am driving. It is too dark to distinguish between invisible and physical aliens. But you can share it with me first in the next few days. You should also test the time of spiritual power sharing. I will give you feedback immediately when I can't see the invisible alien. Also, congratulations on your ability upgrade. Qin Ge is indeed the best test subject at present. He has been running around in the contaminated area these days, and can detect the sharing range and sharing time of Liang Ran's spiritual power at the same time." Liang Ran smiled and turned off the communicator. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and Xian's small radio automatically turned on and began to broadcast today's evening news. "Today is August 30th, 52 in the new calendar," the mechanical female voice said briskly. "Today's news only has 2 points. Please put down your work if you are busy." After several days of discussion, the headquarters decided to send a large number of accompanying researchers when the hunter team enters the deep contaminated area. Because the research institute is extremely short of personnel, we hope that the district will recruit all people who have a lot of knowledge about alien species from today, regardless of age or gene. The headquarters will conduct centralized verification and testing in mid-September. In addition, the headquarters will send the last batch of teams into the radiation zone to search for fuel and supplies stolen by alien species. Because time is tight, 40 teams will set off tomorrow. The system will contact each team within half an hour. Please pay attention to the system notification. Liang Ran's communicator lit up almost as soon as the female voice fell. At the same time, Ji Chan and Sui Yuexing's communicators also lit up. Liang Ran lowered his head and opened the system notification. Team name, Xuanqing Team. Departure time, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Mission information. Search for fuel supplies in the radiation zone. Because we don't know where the aliens who stole the fuel supplies have gone, the mission destination is the entire radiation zone. All hunters, please put your own life and the life of the team first. You may not be able to bring back the fuel, but you must bring yourself back. Chapter 92. It is now 8 o'clock in the evening, and there are only 12 hours left before tomorrow's mission. Time is too tight. And Xian glanced at the content of the mission and immediately urged Liang Ran and Ji Chan to go home and rest. Before Liang Ran left, An Xian reminded him, "Explain your ability to share spirits to the headquarters tonight. There are 40 teams on this mission. According to your current ability, each team can insert a member so that the other party can see and kill the invisible aliens. Because mutants have good physical recovery ability, even if they are not regenerative mutants, small scratches and punctures on their hands can quickly scab and recover. It takes 5 minutes for mutants above level A, and about 15 minutes for level D. It will be more difficult to recover from larger wounds, and it will take longer, which requires each team to recover. The team's judgment and consideration. Is it to use a large area of hand injury to exchange for the death of the alien species, and then focus on protecting this teammate, or to play conservatively and focus on escaping the pursuit of the alien species? Because your ability is shared, everyone has the responsibility to protect and rescue teammates when they face parasitic crisis. We previously expected that you would face all kinds of criticisms and troubles because your ability range is too narrow. Now is the best time for you to make your ability public. After everyone returns safely this time, you will definitely be known by everyone. The more hunters who survive with your ability, the more teams will support you. Liang Ren nodded seriously. Before stepping out of Anshien's house, she suddenly turned her head and asked, "Can I get a tube of mutation reagent in advance from the headquarters? Because the ability sharing time has not been verified, I am worried that in the middle of the mission, people in other teams will suddenly lose sight of the invisible aliens. If someone in their team happens to have a hand injury, they will definitely be desperate. If there is another tube, there should be no problem." Anshin couldn't help laughing. She nodded and replied, "The hunters protect the entire Hope Zone. Upgrading your abilities is to protect other hunters, so providing you with a large amount of mutation reagents is the headquarters' obligation. Just ask the headquarters directly, they will definitely give it to you. There is a batch of points for medicines that will be deposited into my account early this morning. In case the injection amount is not enough, I will exchange it tomorrow morning and let Xiao Sui bring it to you. You can inject it directly in the morning and wake up at noon. There are so many cars leaving together tomorrow. There won't be any big trouble on the prairie, just sleep peacefully." Liang Ran shook his head quickly. "No need for yours, you've already given me one, I just go get the one from the headquarters." And Xian knocked on her forehead. "Do you think every injection can keep the gene stable and upgraded? If everyone can stack up the levels by injecting gene mutation reagents, the senior management of the headquarters would have been S+ mutants. Injection of this thing will be saturated. If you are already a B-level mutant, you may be a B-level mutant after injecting dozens of mutation reagents. The gene acceptance of most people is here, and it will never be improved. Oh, for example, Xiao Sui, I let him inject it, and nothing happened." Sui Yuesheng, who was listening to the conversation between the two openly, "Mom," he said speechlessly, "I have to save phase 2. Xian Yuping patted Sui Yuesheng's shoulder perfunctorily. "It's okay." Then she continued, "Only those whose gene variability has not yet reached saturation can rely on mutation reagents to improve their genes, such as Xiaochan and Song Qingxue. As for S-class citizens, for example, I have injected 2 tubes before, and there is no change at all, which means that my gene variability has reached saturation, and this is how it will be in this life. No matter how many injections are injected, it will be a waste." As for Qinggu, I remember that he injected 1 tube last year, saying that his perception has been further improved, but it is very little. He said that if he wants to improve again, he will probably need 3 tubes. The above reagents. Liang Ran understood. "I understand. My gene level is already very high now. The later it is, the harder it is to improve. I will need more gene reagents. When the variability is saturated, my genes will not improve at all. At that time, my mental power can only be shared with as many people as possible." Anshin nodded. "That's what I mean. No one knows how many reagents you need to further expand the number of people who share your mental power. The more you have, the better. Don't feel embarrassed. It's all for the Hope Zone." Liang Ran nodded. After saying goodbye to Anshin and others, she went home directly. Liang Ran took back all the mental power shared today, lowered her head to turn on the communicator, and told the headquarters about this through the system. While waiting for a reply, she opened the window of the bedroom and aimed her sight at an invisible alien climbing on the opposite building. She can interfere with the perception of others because her mental power is higher than these people. And she can see invisible aliens because her mental power is higher than theirs. Reasonably, she might be able to interfere with the alien. Thinking of this, Liang Ran stared at the alien. A few seconds later, the alien climbed to the roof, but for some reason, it did not get into any window during the period, but lay on the roof and continued to climb up. Liang Ran pursed her lips, and her pupils were full of surprise. The direction of her interference just now was the alien's vision. She hoped that the number of floors in the eyes of the invisible alien was 2 more than the correct number, so even if the alien lay on the roof, it kept climbing, and made angry and puzzled hisses during the period. But soon Liang Ran felt a sense of fatigue coming. Her spirit seemed to be quickly drained by something, until her eyes were faintly black. Liang Ran quickly withdrew her interference with the invisible alien, took a few steps back, and sat on the bed in the bedroom. After resting for more than 10 minutes, the blackness in Liang Ran's eyes finally disappeared. She took a deep breath, looked out the window again, and found that the alien had disappeared. Liang Ran knew what this meant. Her mental power was not much higher than that of the invisible alien. She and them were both at a higher mental dimension than humans at present, but she had not yet reached a level much higher than that of the invisible alien. Her mental dimension was infinitely close to that of the other party, just a little higher, so it was particularly tiring to control. However, her interference with ordinary aliens should not be so tiring. She could test the specific situation after entering the contaminated area. Liang Ran closed her eyes and rested for a while, until she felt the vibration of the communicator, and then she opened her eyes. The call came from Acting Commander Chung. As soon as Liang Ran answered the phone, the old man's old voice came. "Liang Ran, have you verified your ability?" Liang Ran replied, "Verified." The old man said bluntly, "Did Xian Yunping help you?" Liang Ran's heartbeat suddenly stopped. The old man waited for a few seconds, and seeing that the other side did not speak, he suddenly smiled inside, and said, "It's okay, Xian Yunping has no longer hidden her heart. She has even been a little fearless in her recent actions. Most of the senior executives of the headquarters have gradually known about it in the past few months. Although I don't know the specific personnel composition of the heart, I also know that there are a lot of first-class citizens and a lot of S-class citizens. I really can't do anything to you. If the situation in the Hope District is not tense now, 3 years ago, or even 2 years ago, it is very likely that violent control would be adopted. But now if we really want to encircle the heart, the Hope District will be halfway done. After all, the concept of the heart is to overthrow the current system of the Hope District. The 4 acting commanders all support the existing system. If there is a chance, the heart will definitely make them all step down, so Liang Ran can't help but feel embarrassed to hear such straightforward words. But Ji Chan and Aunt Xian had told her about this before. Besides, someone must have provided her with mutation reagents for her mental power upgrade. Currently, there are only so many people who hope that the district can take out 100,000 points at one time. Since Aunt Xian asked her to take the initiative to tell the headquarters about the upgrade, she didn't think of hiding it. Therefore, Liang Ran was only embarrassed for a few seconds, and her expression quickly calmed down. She replied, "This is not important. What's important is that I can help the team tomorrow. And I need the headquarters to provide me with mutation reagents." Commander Chung said with a smile, "You are so rude. But it is reasonable. When you leave the city tomorrow, the patrol team will give you 2 tubes. I will give your contact information to the team tomorrow now. You can tell them in detail." Soon, Liang Ran saw dozens of friend requests pop up on the screen of the communicator. After saying goodbye politely, Liang Ran was about to turn off the communicator, but was suddenly stopped by Commander Chung. "Wait." Liang Ran stopped pressing his finger and asked, "Is there anything else?" The old man's voice suddenly became much lighter. "I'm not young anymore. You are about the same age as Xiaowen. Can you tell me how much the child will hate me?" Her gene review changed from B to B+. I operated it in the system. I thought she would be happy. When she was a child, she always wanted to become powerful and protect her parents and grandfather. I really thought she would be happy with the improvement of her genes. Xiaowen hasn't talked to me for a long time. I didn't know she liked Han Bing. She didn't leave any words for me in her communicator. Do you think she hates me to death? Liang Ran heard the old man's words, and a nameless anger rose up. She flashed through her mind the girl's face of tears in the fire, her twisted limbs before death, and the love that was restrained but unrestrained in the memo. Her tone was rarely sharp. She asked the old man, "You are a person who lived in the old world. Respect, equality, freedom, love, these are things that are clearly taught in textbooks, and Chung Wen learned them by himself. How did you forget them all?" The old man was silent for a long time, and Liang Ran hung up the phone directly. A few minutes later, Liang Ran clicked on the contact, accepted all the friend requests, and pulled everyone into a group. As soon as the group was established, Liang Ran's message reminders were refreshed, without stopping for a second. Liang Ran opened the group message. The latest message was sent by Feng Shi. "Feng Shi, please make way, my future gigolo will appear soon. Please take a break and stop refreshing the screen." Taking advantage of the silence in the group, Liang Ran quickly edited the message. "Please send me the appearance characteristics or photos of one person in the team. I can't establish a mental connection out of thin air, and I need to imagine the other person's face. It's best not to be the driver, otherwise it will interfere with visual judgment." The group immediately seemed to have finished speaking, and there was a chorus of received. Liang Ran, After a moment, she quickly browsed through the messages above, and suddenly sent a message in the group. "Ah! Feng Ru immediately followed up. Ah! The group seemed to have opened up its Ren and Du meridians in an instant, and the atmosphere that had just become awkward suddenly became lively, with exclamation marks and screams all over the screen. Feng Ru quickly boasted, "Family, who would believe that a new friend is so powerful? That's an invisible alien species. No need to worry about being pricked by grass and parasitized." Everyone shared their own experiences. That's right, I subconsciously used my hands to block the alien species, and put them down quickly for fear of being stung. My former captain was pricked by the barbs on the hyphae. If she could live until now, it would be great. Who is not? The highest mortality rate in the contaminated area is hand injuries, and being parasitized by invisible alien species. We have all witnessed this kind of separation. They said to Liang Ran, "We are really happy, very happy. I used to hope that someone could mutate in this direction, but I thought it was impossible. When I was contacted by the headquarters just now, I felt like I was dreaming. We have always been timid with alien species, and have never had a hearty fight." Liang Ran looked at the countless messages and responded to them. "I am also very happy to be able to help everyone. I love the human group." Chapter 93. The next day arrived quickly. Liang Ran packed up everything at 7 o'clock, stretched a little, and ran to the S-Class railcar with her backpack on her back. At 7:40, she arrived in front of the railcar. She was the first to arrive today. Liang Ran entered the car by scanning her face, but she stopped after taking 2 steps. Because everyone looked familiar. When Liang Ran asked the 40 teams for photos yesterday, almost all the teams sent group photos, and then circled the people who needed Liang Ran to share their spiritual power. Now all the group photos have become concrete, and become living people in front of her. When everyone saw Liang Ran, they stopped what they were doing and smiled at her kindly and happily. "Good morning." Someone asked Liang Ran, "Have you eaten yet?" "I prepared extra breakfast." She then raised the bag in her hand, which contained boiled eggs and steamed buns. Liang Ran smiled and refused, "Eat it. If you eat more, you be stuffed to death. The mission is hard. Eat more." The girl didn't force him to deliver it. She put the breakfast back into her backpack, then glanced at everyone in the car and asked tentatively, "Are you delivering it now?" Someone agreed, "Send it now, don't lose it." The girl nodded immediately. She picked up the box at her feet, walked to Liang Ran, and said seriously, "This is what we discussed behind your back yesterday. You've helped everyone so much, and we don't know how to repay you. Feng Sure asked the headquarters through the system this morning, and got feedback that your gene variability has not yet reached saturation. As long as a large amount of reagents are injected, it can be even more powerful, so we collected 100,000 points and exchanged 1 tube for you." Hearing the girl's words, Liang Ran was stunned. The girl saw Liang Ran's expression and smiled even more happily. "You look like a cold girl, but now you look silly, super cute. Don't feel embarrassed, we have 40 teams, almost 200 people, and each person only has a few hundred points on average, which is not much at all, and will not affect our lives at all. Besides," the girl stuffed the box into Liang Ran's arms. "Sharing mental power must be a very tiring process. If you don't feel tired now, you will definitely feel tired later. We don't want you to be so tired, and we also hope to do something within our ability. It's not good to refuse now." So Liang Ran hugged the box tightly and nodded slightly. "Thank you." At this moment, Feng Sure got on the bus. She glanced at the box in Liang Ran's arms and pretended to be angry. "Okay, Zhou Yun, is it you?" She looked at the girl opposite Liang Ran and bared her tiger teeth. "You said you would send it after I came, but in order to talk to her, you didn't want me at all." Zhou Yun was not justified but also strong. She snorted at Feng Sure, turned around and ran to her seat. Feng Sure chased her with a smile and started to play with her. Liang Ran couldn't help but smile and found a seat to sit down. Soon her teammates got on the bus one after another. Sui Yuesheng was the first to arrive. As soon as he got on the bus, he looked around and sat directly next to Liang Ran. Sui Yuesheng lowered his head, unzipped his backpack, and was about to stuff the reagents that An Xian gave to Liang Ran into her. But a few seconds later, he glanced at the box at Liang Ran's feet and zipped it up again. "I give it to you when we get on the armored vehicle," Sui Yuesheng said. "Why don't you carry a box in each hand, like a porter of mutant reagents?" Liang Ran, Soon Wu Ruozi and Shi Ru also arrived. As soon as Wu Ruozi got on the car, she trotted straight to Liang Ran as she did before. Sui Yuesheng stood up and sat down behind Liang Ran. Wu Ruozi shouted happily, "Ran Ran." Wu Ruozi was discharged from the hospital yesterday morning. Her twisted and split spine and shoulder blades were peeled off and reshaped by her own ability. The butterfly plague in her body has been completely resolved. Liang Ran frowned. Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to apply for a few days of rest from the headquarters yesterday? Wu Ruozi smiled. I'm completely fine. Why should I rest? It's a waste of life. I'm going to the contaminated area. I've only seen the radioactive area in video materials, but I haven't been there in person. After saying that, she turned around in front of Liang Ran. Look super healthy. Liang Ran thought that Wu Ruozi used to be an S+ regeneration mutant. Even if she has degenerated a little now, her regeneration speed is beyond imagination. These few days of rest are indeed enough for her to recover. So he nodded helplessly. Just be sure of your physical condition. At this moment, Ji Chan and Song Shanai got into the car. Song Shanai stood in the aisle for a few seconds, listened to the conversation between the two, and walked forward with a sneer. Hey, it's Ran Ran again. Ran Ran. She imitated Wu Ruozi's tone and showed a disgusted expression. Liang Ran, can you tolerate this? Why don't you correct it? Liang Ran replied. Xiao Wu wanted to call me that before, and I agreed. Song Shanai immediately showed an expression, as if he had swallowed a fly. Sui Yuesheng laughed at the fun, ha 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 ha, oh whose face is stinky. Song Shanai, keep this expression, I take a picture of you. After saying that, Sui Yuesheng raised his wrist, and quickly turned on the camera function of the communicator. Song Shanai immediately kicked him. You've been quiet for a few days, I thought you'd stop being a jerk. Hold it. Sui Yuesheng crossed his legs, as if nothing had happened. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but gasp and shook his feet. I can't hold it, it hurts. Song Shanai looked at Sui Yuesheng, suddenly bit her lower lip hard, turned around and strode towards her seat. After a few seconds, a changed laugh leaked from her lips. But Song Shanai quickly controlled her smile with her extraordinary self-control. After sitting down, she casually said, I burped. After half a breath, she added, I feel full. The Xuanqing team fell into a strange silence. After a moment, Wu Ruozi nodded seriously, yeah. Then I won't give Shanai breakfast today. Song Shanai looked up at Wu Ruozi in disbelief. After making sure that she had heard it correctly, she nodded hesitantly, oh. Wu Ruozi saw Song Shanai's expression, and subconsciously showed a sly smile. She raised her hands, that were originally behind her back, and stuffed a bag of dumplings into Song Shanai's arms. Without saying anything, she ran to Liang Ran and sat down with a smile. She said to Liang Ran, I saw your ability was made public on the headquarters forum last night. The front page was full of content about you, and there were a lot of discussions. Liang Ran knew about this, so he nodded in response. Now we can help more people, no longer limited to our team, so we made it public. Wu Ruozi said with longing. It's just that the genetic testing machine can't detect your level now, otherwise it would be more intuitive to see how powerful you are. Everyone in the forum is guessing that your gene level is higher than Commander Liang Dian's. Maybe you are SS. After all these years, Commander Liang is the only S+ gene holder in the Hope area. I envy you guys so much, Wu Ruozi said with a smile. My mother used to have high expectations of me. If I could be as good as you, she would be very pleased. Liang Ran listened to Wu Ruozi's words and unconsciously recalled her experience, her tampered memory, and her 5th highest combat power ranking in the training ground. After a moment of silence, Liang Ran tentatively said, My friend has recently encountered a problem, and I can't think of a solution. Can you help me think about it? Wu Ruozi nodded quickly. Okay. Liang Ran said, My friend didn't have a good memory when she was a child. For some reasons, her childhood memories were beautified when she grew up. She seems to be living a happy life now. I don't know whether to help her remember her past experiences. Because those experiences are sad, but real. Wu Ruozi bowed his head and pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, I think I should pretend I don't know for now. This era can. Living happily is too precious. Besides, who is not wrapped in false things? Let her remember the pain she once had, maybe she will just return to another falsehood. And Wu Ruozi showed a gentle smile. How can anyone completely forget everything? She just doesn't want to remember, so she forces herself to forget, or pretends not to remember. Let her be happy for a longer time. Liang Ran looked at Wu Ruozi inquiringly. Wu Ruozi patted her chest and sighed. Sure enough, everyone is not living a happy life. I feel a little sad when I hear about her experience. Liang Ran changed the subject and asked Wu Ruozi, Did your mother give you the name? Wu Ruozi immediately shook her head. No. She explained, You may not believe it, but I had severe amnesia at that time. I forgot my name. I only vaguely remember that my last name is Wu. The hospital staff said my name is Wu Shuang, and the headquarters also said my name is Wu Shuang, but I always feel that this name is weird. It's very strange. I probably got beaten silly by the aliens, and I actually think my name is weird. I thought about it for a long time in the hospital, and tried hard to think. At that time, a girl's figure kept flashing in my mind. It was very vague, but I was very happy, and liked her very much. I think that may be a very important person to me. I want to be like her. Liang Ran continued, so. You named yourself Wu Ruozi. Wu Ruozi nodded, that's it. After that, the girl and Liang Ran looked at each other for a few times. After a moment, Wu Ruozi suddenly lowered her voice. Ran, your eyes are so gentle. Liang Ran was startled. Really? Wu Ruozi quickly raised her communicator and took a photo of Liang Ran's face. I like it so much, I want to save it. Huh? Liang Ran hurried to look at the photo. What's going on? Taking photos secretly is not something you can do. Wu Ruozi quickly covered the communicator and pointed her back at Liang Ran. This is a candid photo, you know? You can only take it when you are surprised. Seeing Wu Ruozi so lively, Liang Ran didn't fight for it anymore. He poked her waist a few times and sat back in his seat. Soon, the railcar stopped under the high wall. The nearly 200 people in the car were quickly emptied and approached the city gate to accept the inspection and verification of the patrol team. When they arrived at the Xuanqing team, the patrol captain passed a box to Liang Ran after verification. The headquarters asked me to give it to you. Liang Ran took it and thanked him. The boy looked at Liang Ran for a few times and suddenly said, I remembered you when you said that the octopus alien was just an ordinary species backstage at the music festival. You are as powerful as I imagined. Liang Ran looked at the boy's face and thought for a few seconds, and suddenly realized, I have seen you, you were also backstage at that time. But I remember that the person who made the call and presided over the overall situation was not you. The man was older than you, about 30 years old. Is he the captain of another patrol team? The boy shook his head, that's my captain. Someone in the outer city cut his finger last week and was parasitized. He died while on duty, and I temporarily replaced him. Liang Ran was silent for a while and suddenly laughed. I remembered he had a loud voice. The boy also laughed. Yes, he can scare people to death when he shouts. The black armored vehicle stopped in front of everyone. The boy got on the bus and checked the equipment inside the bus. He told the Xuanqing team what he had repeated countless times today. You are about to go to the radiation zone. All alien species in the area carry radioactive substances. Do not touch them unless necessary, especially do not take off your protective clothing. The protective clothing specially for the radiation zone has been prepared in the bus. 3 sets per person. If there is any damage, it must be replaced. Do not take off the helmet. Do not expose your skin. If all protective clothing is damaged, please close the windows and return immediately. I wish you all a safe return. Chapter 94. After getting on the bus, Liang Ran walked to his seat, opened the drawer under the chair, and took out the special protective suit. This protective suit was jointly developed by the Research Institute and the military. After more than 30 updates and upgrades, it can effectively isolate radioactive substances. However, because the raw materials of the suit are extremely rare and the cost is too high, it cannot be supplied in large quantities. 3 pieces per person is already a lot, and the headquarters cannot afford more. Liang Ran touched the protective suit and felt that it was very similar to the space suit of the old world, but it was not so thick, and the color was mainly silver-white. Ji Chan was also studying the new clothes. After a moment, she held up the oxygen cylinder in the drawer and asked in confusion, Do you have to carry this too? Won't it crush Sui Yuesheng to death? Sui Yuesheng? ? Captain, what do you mean? Ji Chan muttered, Don't think I didn't see it. You got tired after running for more than 10 minutes in the weighted running competition at the training ground, and you were lazy and hid in the bathroom. Not to mention the power mutants, Shiru, who has a lower genetic level than you, ran for an hour. You are so weak. Sui Yuesheng's eyes drifted to the window. I don't look good with too many muscles. Ji Chan didn't believe it. Do you have that thing? Sui Yuesheng was about to lift up his hand to prove himself, but he suddenly let go of his hand a second before lifting it up, smoothed the wrinkles on his hem, and said, The sun is not good today, and the perfect shape of my muscles cannot be seen. After that, Sui Yuesheng turned the topic to Liang Ran abruptly. Are you injecting now? He handed over the reagent that Xian Yuping prepared for Liang Ran. My mother said that I can inject it in the wilderness. After Liang Ran took the reagent, he looked at Shiru. It's okay, you can drive. It won't delay my injection. Okay, Shiru responded, adjusted the car screen, stepped on the accelerator, and drove into the wasteland. The radiation zone is contaminated zone 4. It will take at least 4 p.m. to drive from the Hope Zone. Liang Ran calculated the time. After 4 injections, she can wake up before the artificial sun goes out. So she laid the seat flat, opened the reagent neatly, and extracted the solution inside with a needle. Before the injection, she looked at Wu Ruozi beside her. Help me push it all in later. Wu Ruozi nodded and squatted beside Liang Ran. The gene mutation reagent took effect too quickly. Liang Ran just pushed half of the amount and his hand lost strength and slipped. Wu Ruozi quickly grabbed the needle and pushed all the remaining solvent into Liang Ran's arm. This sleep lasted for 10 hours. When Liang Ran opened his eyes, it was dark outside the window. There were not many people in the car. Song Shanai sat next to Liang Ran, poking the communicator boredly, and no one knew what he was doing. Seeing Liang Ran wake up, Song Shanai's eyes flashed with surprise. After a moment, she said, Sui Yuesheng looked at your situation and said that you were fine, so he got off the car to play. Wu Ruozi was socializing again. Shiru met an acquaintance and just got off. Ji Chan was eating dinner with the Yunlu team. Xin Gu was cooking at the rest stop, and he seemed to be doing something. Liang Ran continued, grilled meat with fragrant leaves. Song Shanai nodded subconsciously, yes. But as soon as she nodded, she realized that something was wrong. She looked inside the car and frowned. Aren't the windows closed? The smell can't come in. How did you know? Did you hear it? Liang Ran replied softly, I felt it. Liang Ran was still a little tired after just waking up. She rubbed her temples and asked, why is Qin Good here? Wasn't he still in the epidemic area yesterday? Song Shanai said, I heard that he was temporarily transferred by the headquarters. He crossed the epidemic area and did not return to the Hope area or go to the wasteland. His teammates set out later than us and will arrive in a while. Liang Ran nodded. A few minutes later, she put down her hand and rolled down the car window. The aroma of cooking instantly came in. Liang Ran sniffed and unconsciously thought of the grill with sparks, and the meat being roasted until it was slightly oily. Her stomach couldn't help but growl. She slept for too long today and hadn't eaten. Now she was hungry and her stomach hurt a little. Liang Ran bent down to get the nutrient solution in her backpack, but was stopped by Ji Chan, who ran back. Eat mine, eat mine. She held a few steamed buns in one hand and a half-filled bag of barbecue in the other, and said excitedly, Qin Ge gave it to me. I told him that Sister Liang Ran hadn't eaten for a day, could he give me more? He gave me everything on the grill. Liang Ran looked out the window and asked, what is he eating? Ji Chan took out a folding table and placed it in front of the few people, and replied, he still has something to grill, he said he's not hungry. After that, she stuffed a bottle of water into Liang Ran's hand. Qin Ge said that if you're hungry for a day, you have to drink water first, then eat a few bites of steamed buns, and finally eat meat. Ji Chan squatted aside, supervised Liang Ran to complete the eating process, and then grabbed a steamed bun and ate it with confidence. She asked Liang Ran, how do you feel about your mental power? Has it changed? Liang Ran nodded. The change is quite obvious. I can sense the situation within 5 or 6 meters around the car. There is a 3-dimensional picture in my mind. The ability time has definitely increased, and the number of people who can share it is also increased. Liang Ran said, don't worry about other people suddenly losing their spiritual connection with me for now. Ji Chan curled her lips. You just think too carefully about everything. If you ask me, there is no need to worry about this kind of thing. It will definitely be fine. Liang Ran smiled. After dinner, she contacted Xian Yiping. I will also establish spiritual connection with a few people in the Hope District. After all, someone may accidentally hurt their hands. If the patrol team sees many invisible aliens running in one direction, even if they can't stop them, they can prepare in advance. Xian Yiping quickly responded, okay, I send you the information of a few people. After everything was done, Liang Ran leaned back in his chair. At about 10 o'clock, everyone got on the car. After arranging the order of night watch, everyone laid down their seats and fell asleep quickly. The faint voices outside the car window faded, and the lights disappeared. In an instant, everything was silent. Liang Ran opened a corner of the curtain and looked at the tip of his index finger in the moonlight. As time passed, a grain of light suddenly appeared, becoming clearer a few centimeters above her fingertips. The light swayed slightly, like a firefly flapping its wings. Liang Ran stared at it for a few seconds, slowly stretched out her other hand, and gently touched the grain of light. The light suddenly seemed to have life, moved excitedly, flew around Liang Ran's hand, and then went into her body. Liang Ran closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the light fell on her fingertips again. Mental power materialized. However, there was only a tiny amount of mental power that could be materialized, so it was useless. Liang Ran yawned and leaned against the window to play. She clenched her hand into a fist, blew on her hand, and whispered, "Now it's time for Liang Ran's magician to perform. I show you a corner of the sun." After saying that, she immediately opened her palm, and a light suddenly appeared in the palm, which was dazzling even if it was just a little. Liang Ran bit her fingers slightly and pretended to bend down to the audience. "Thank you, everyone, I take my bow now." When the artificial sun was lit the next day, the rest area was bustling. Everyone felt that the space inside the car was not big enough, so they all stood outside the car to change into special protective clothing. Liang Ran also got out of the car, took off the original protective clothing jacket, revealing the lining inside, and then began to put on the new protective clothing. This suit was a one-piece version, with socks and trouser legs connected together. After Liang Ran put it on, he asked Ji Chan to help zip up the back, and then put on the helmet. Unlike the previous helmets with breathing holes, this helmet is airtight, and the wearer needs to rely on a portable oxygen cylinder to breathe. After Liang Ran tied the straps in intubation, he jumped lightly to feel the comfort. After jumping, she sighed. Song Shanai tugged at his clothes and frowned uncomfortably. "How can we fight with an oxygen cylinder?" "Just make do." Sui Yuesheng tied the oxygen cylinder and said, "I didn't bring Jufu this time," and the headquarters agreed. "It will run away when it encounters an alien species, and there is no protective clothing for it to wear. It will jump out of the car, and it will be finished." Song Shanai said, "Don't bring Jufu in the future. Who knows what the situation is in the deep contaminated area?" Sui Yuesheng nodded. "I think so too." After everyone returned to the car, Shiru started the car and followed other vehicles to the direction of the radiation area. Liang Ran pressed the button behind his ear, opened the translucent cover in front of the mask, and took a deep breath. Ji Chan saw Liang Ran's action and immediately opened the mask and leaned back in the seat to breathe. "I give up. This damn psychological effect of mine," Ji Chan muttered. "Oxygen smells the same, but I still think it smells better after taking off the mask." Shiru asked Liang Ran, "Where are we going?" "Because there is no clear destination for this mission, everyone can go to any area in the radiation zone." Liang Ran turned on the communicator, looked at the target location set by the team in the same mission batch, and said, "Go to the left. There are fewer teams going this way." Shiru soon drove across the critical line, turned the steering wheel left, and entered a road. The radiation zone is very similar to the epidemic zone. When you first come in, it is a flat city, but the epidemic zone is a prosperous commercial area with shopping malls, schools, and hospitals all the way. But the radiation zone is not so prosperous. This place does not look rich, and is very remote. After passing a small commercial area, the car soon drove into the industrial area. Looking around, both sides of the road were full of large and small cylindrical and square gray buildings. Tall chimneys stood tall under the sky. Birds flew by from time to time, and dust fell from the chimneys, like gray snow. Shiru drove on this road for more than an hour. Wuruozi looked around and asked curiously, "Why didn't you see any alien species along the way?" Liang Ran replied, "Because the alien species in the radiation zone are not that interested in humans." Wuruozi said, "Huh, then what are they interested in?" Liang Ran, "You will know in a while." Shiru drove for another hour. When turning into a wider road, Liang Ran pointed to a square building in the distance. "Look up." Everyone subconsciously looked over. The place Liang Ran pointed to was more like a broken wall than a building. The gray-black wall was eaten into pieces, the steel bars were exposed, and the cement was broken all over the ground. Nearly 100 alien species were lying on it, and kept eating, with their mouths full of broken stones. Liang Ran said, "The aliens here prefer to eat rocks and soil that carry radioactive substances, and even trees." She motioned everyone to look ahead. This road was different from the previous one. There were almost no healthy buildings on both sides of the road. They were all destroyed. The leaves on the trees had all fallen off, the branches were withered and yellow, and the trunks were crooked. Some trees fell on both sides of the road, revealing their roots that had turned into powder. At a glance, you can clearly see the process of trees and buildings withering. The ones near their location were still incomplete and still standing. The deeper they spread, the more they were crushed and withered. There should be a nuclear power plant deep in the road that was attacked by aliens. The destruction did not take long. Liang Ran said. Ji Chan's eyes lit up when she heard the word nuclear power plant. Can't the artificial sun rely on underground nuclear energy to generate electricity? Song Shanai said speechlessly. What you can think of, other experts can't think of. Everywhere is polluted after the end of the world, including the wasteland and the Hope Zone. Although the soil and water pollution are not as serious as the polluted area, they are also serious and getting worse every day. Experts have surveyed and found that everything that can be used underground is basically polluted, mixed with a bunch of strange substances. Even if those resources are extracted, they can't be used. And the experts wanted to build an underground city to keep humans away from alien life, but they finally discovered the pollution problem underground. They tried various methods, but couldn't completely isolate the pollution. Humans lived underground for a few years. The mutants were fine, but the non-mutated group of people would be very weak, and even a large number of them would die, and finally nothing would be done. Ji-chan sighed. So we can only keep looking for fuel tanks left over from the old world. Wuruozi interrupted. It's very troublesome anyway. Now 60% to 70% of the power generation in the Hope Zone relies on the solar energy produced by the artificial sun. Experts have studied it for a long time. At present, all the panels that absorb light in the Hope Zone are made of special scales. The light absorption range is very large, and the light absorption is beyond common sense. They are attached to the foldable steel frame on the top of the artificial sun that half covers the Hope Zone. They are spread all over the high walls, inner and outer cities, and large areas of wasteland. They absorb the strongest light source from top to bottom, and bring the photoelectric conversion rate to the highest level. Therefore, as long as the ignition time of the artificial sun is shortened, most of the machines in the Hope Zone will stop running after a period of time, and can only rely on fuel tanks to generate electricity directly. This is not necessary. After all, the current photoelectric conversion rate is not much worse than that of thermal power. In comparison, it is better to consume more, and let the sun burn for a while to ensure the safety of the hunters during the mission. In short, no matter what, the fuel tank is the most important material. After the conversation between the few people, the car fell into silence for a while. When the car passed the aliens, they had just finished their meal. This group of aliens looked like centipedes, with yellow-black bodies twisted in sections, but they only had 3 pairs of legs, half a meter high and very thin. They held stones in their mouths, and walked slowly in front of the armored vehicle in a line. Shiru was forced to stop the car. Wait for them to pass. Shiru asked, will they really not attack us? I remember that the aliens in the radioactive zone would also attack people. Not at the moment, they are full. Liangran said, the car body has been specially treated to not absorb radioactive elements. Now the car, and us in the car, are not full at all in their eyes, and not delicious. But just as Liangran finished speaking, a species suddenly jumped onto the front of the car. It must have just eaten some species, and its feet and body were covered with sticky blood and body tissue. At this moment, all those things were shaken onto the windshield. Ji-chan subconsciously wanted to open the washer, but Liangran immediately stopped her. Don't move, it will only get dirtier. She looked around and found that the group of species was still a long way away, and she had to wait at least 3 minutes. Liangran looked behind the car and found that about 200 meters away, similar species appeared from nowhere, biting broken branches and lining up to approach them. Reversing didn't work, so Liangran tried again to make the group of species unable to see the car body, but as soon as she tried, she found that there were too many species, and it was extremely difficult for her to control the group. Liangran shook his head, turned around and said, drive over it. Sui Yuesheng raised his eyebrows. Didn't we have to wait just now? Before Sui Yuesheng finished speaking, another alien with foul-smelling blood all over his body jumped onto the front of their car. Liangran said, they are forcing us to get out of the car to clean up. If we wait for them to jump all over, our windows will be covered with sticky things and even excrement. Sui Yuesheng frowned. Why force us to get out of the car? Don't they like to eat us? Liangran replied, because of the difficulty of manufacturing, the principle of protective clothing is different from that of the car body. It can't help but absorb radioactive elements. Instead, it absorbs radioactive elements in the air on the outer surface of the clothes, and then relies on the inner coating of the clothes to isolate it from the skin. In other words, Liangran said bluntly, as long as we get out of the car in the radiation zone, we will instantly become a living body carrying radioactive elements. It is the favorite food of the aliens here. Chapter 95. Everyone was silent after hearing Liangran's words. Sui Yuesheng said bluntly, so we are now a choked and dry slice of bread, and they want us to spread jam on it ourselves to make it delicious and tasty? Liangran nodded. That's what I mean. After replying, She tried to control the perception of several alien species near the car again, but now the alien species in the contaminated area have basically started high intelligence evolution. After discovering that they suddenly couldn't see the car body, they didn't leave, but jumped in the direction where they originally saw the car body. Bang! Because one of the alien species was larger, the armored vehicle was shaken. In the final analysis, mental interference only makes them unable to perceive, not become demented. Normal people will curiously go over to see what happened when they find that something suddenly disappears in front of them. The alien species also have this mentality. Therefore, if you want to prevent this group of alien species from approaching the car, Liang Ran needs to interfere with their perception before they see the armored vehicle. But that was a bit difficult, requiring extremely focused observation and luck, and Liang Ran couldn't control nearly 100 medium-sized mutants at once. Each of these mutants was equivalent to a C+ level power mutant. If Liang Ran spent a lot of effort to control them, her mental power would be rapidly consumed, and then her mental connection with other teams would be forced to be interrupted. So unless necessary, Liang Ran would not waste her mental power on such things. She quickly looked in front of the car, picked the largest mutant, and said, "Shiru, run over it." Shiru has now learned to thoroughly implement Liang Ran's suggestions, especially when encountering troublesome situations, and not to ask any extra questions. Even though she didn't understand why Liang Ran chose the biggest one, she stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the alien quickly with the roar of the engine. Others had the same confusion as Shiru, but when they were about to hit the alien, everyone understood the reason. The legs of the centipede alien were very long. The bigger the centipede, the longer the legs. When this alien saw the armored vehicle rushing over, it relied on the jumping power brought by its long legs and jumped directly onto the roof of the car. Liang Ran immediately said, "Get rid of it." Shiru immediately turned the steering wheel 180 degrees, and the wheels rubbed against the ground. Sparks flew. After the car body rotated in place, the alien's long legs scratched a sharp scratching sound on the roof, and then it was thrown to the ground fiercely. Shiru drove the car and rushed forward at a high speed. Wuruozi glanced at the aliens that were thrown away, blinked and said, "If we had hit a small alien just now, its legs were not high enough, and it would have been smashed directly, and its body tissue would have sprayed all over the windshield, and we would have had to get out of the car to clean it up. But the big aliens are more resistant to collisions, and have stronger jumping ability. They can completely avoid it, and will not die, and their body tissue will not be sprayed on the car." Liang Ran nodded. "The windshield is just a little dirty now, and it won't affect your view of the road. Although you must get off the car, try to delay getting off as much as possible. Also, if you have anything to eat besides the nutrient solution, such as biscuits and fruits, eat them as soon as possible. Once you get off the car and get back in the car, you can only use the tube in the mask to connect to the nutrient solution inhalation port when eating, and the mask cannot be open for a second." Because of Liang Ran's previous explanation, everyone now understood the reason. Once you get off the bus, everyone will become a living body carrying radioactive elements. When you get back in the bus, if someone takes off their mask to eat and exposes their skin, they will be directly exposed to radioactive elements. During the class at the talent base, there was a brief introduction to the composition of the alien species in the radioactive zone. Because these contents are extremely boring, people often don't listen carefully, or forget them after listening, and it is difficult to remember. But no one will forget the horror of the alien species here. Liang Ran stared at the road ahead and said, "The most well-known radioactive substance is nuclear energy. It will produce radiation, damage the genes of those who come into contact with it, and cause the human gene chain to break. As we all know, the evolutionary root of mutants is genes, so most mutants don't like to enter the radiation zone, especially those that carry nuclear energy. Because once their protective clothing is damaged in the battle with such aliens, and they don't return to the car in time to change protective clothing, and let their skin be exposed to radiation for a long time, then their evolved genes will regress. Become a third-class citizen. According to the data from the Research Institute, genetic degradation is already a relatively mild result. In fact, few hunters who have been exposed to nuclear energy can survive and become third-class citizens." Liang Ran said, "Most hunters don't have enough time to cross the wasteland and return to the Hope Zone. Even if they are injected with blockers, it is difficult for them to enter the treatment cabin for further treatment. Because the time is too long, on the way back to the city, their immune system will quickly collapse, their internal organs will gradually rot, and their skin will fall off piece by piece until they die with nothing left." The most inexplicable thing is, Liang Ran paused and continued, "Because brain cells are the most viable, so people who encounter these things will be very clear throughout the whole process. They watched the Hope Zone right in front of them, but they knew they would definitely not survive. Liang Ran said seriously, "Death in the radiation zone is extremely painful. Protective clothing is directly linked to our lives, so everyone must pay more attention to the clothes. As long as there is damage, stop fighting immediately, hand the alien to your teammates, and go back to change protective clothing." Ji Chan nodded hurriedly, then turned to ask Liang Ran, "Are there any other radioactive substances? I know about radiation, but is there anything I don't know?" "You know," she said confidently, "I haven't been to school." Song Shanai snorted coldly, "Are you asking Liang Ran to teach you?" Liang Ran smiled. As an accompanying researcher, it is also one of her jobs to supplement everyone's knowledge. Moreover, if the Xuanqing team did not have her here, the headquarters would not let everyone enter the radiation zone. The teams that entered the radiation zone in the same batch had at least 20 missions, and entered the radiation zone more than 3 times. They were already very familiar with the radiation zone, and would not make any basic mistakes. These teams were also very clear about what Liang Ran explained. Only the Xuanqing team was a novice team, and needed to ask her more questions. And this problem was not a troublesome problem in Liang Ran's eyes. After all, she was there. The reason why the headquarters dared to let the Xuanqing team rush into the radiation zone was that the team's overall strength was strong. After all, there were 3 S levels, and Liang Ran was there. Even though this team had only been on a few missions, lacked practical knowledge, and had Ji Chan who had not attended classes at the talent base, Liang Ran was there, so teammates would never make basic mistakes. Most of the roads in the radiation zone are relatively empty. As long as you don't turn a corner, you can clearly see the scenery 100 meters away. Wurozi is a vision mutant. Time and conditions permit, Liang Ran explained in detail to Ji Chan. She said, "Nuclear energy is a well-known radioactive substance. After all, the old world has done sufficient research on radiation. But the alien species is an alien species, a creature from other galaxies. The alien species in other contaminated areas are easy to say, but the alien species in the radiation zone carry a large amount of strange substances that we have never seen before. As long as humans are exposed to the elements emitted by these strange substances, they will be deformed. Fingers become thinner, Achilles tendons become higher, teeth increase, and eyeballs melt." Liang Ran concluded, "The difficulty of the epidemic area is that the infection method is unexpected, but the radiation area will not be unexpected, because as long as the protective clothing is not broken and the mask is not broken, we will not be caught off guard. There will be no danger. But there are also good things in the epidemic area, because since the epidemic is called a disease, there are corresponding ways to treat it, and there are special medicines, but the radiation area is not like that. Gene distortion and breakage, cell fission, etc., these are too advanced for the current medical level and cannot be cured at all." Ji Chan suddenly realized, "I understand. That is to say, even if the hunters affected by radioactive substances are saved, their physical deformations will not disappear, because their genes have changed and cannot be changed back." After saying this, Ji Chan didn't know what she remembered and suddenly fell silent. A few minutes later, she suddenly said, "I remember an uncle in the slums." Ji Chan recalled, "I saw him picking up trash when I was a kid, only once. His Achilles tendon was very high, about 30 to 40 centimeters, and his calf was like the turn on a cat's hind leg, with a bend and covered with red fluff. Some children thought he was scary, so they threw trash at him, and some younger ones were scared and cried. Later I heard from my mother that he committed suicide, and his body was lying on the garbage dump." Liang Ran responded, "If the skin comes into contact with a species of orangutan in the radiation zone, it will be like this. The person you are talking about should have been a hunter before." Ji Chan scratched his head, looking like he didn't know what to say. Liang Ran sighed and added, "Most mutants will commit suicide the next day after they can walk on their own even if they are rescued, because they feel like an alien. This is also the reason why it is extremely difficult to encounter mutants in the Hope Zone." The car was quiet for a long time. When Shiru was driving the car near a factory, she suddenly frowned. She squinted her eyes, pulled down the telescope hanging on the sun visor, took a quick look into the factory, and hesitated. "There seems to be a team there. I saw the front of the armored vehicle, and the headlights were still on. I was shaken just now." After saying that, Shiru slowly stopped the car. Wuruozi looked in the direction Shiru pointed and confirmed. There really is a car front. One headlight is broken, but the other is still there, and there are several alien species lying on the front of the car. They are cockroach alien species. They are very large. But the people inside should be gone. Wuruozi pursed her lips and whispered, I vaguely saw a shadow flickering on the side of the car front. It should be the car door. The door is open. Liang Ran thought for a moment and said, since the lights are still on, it should be the last group that came in to look for fuel. Let's go and take a look. Xiaoru nodded, turned around and drove towards the factory. Half a minute later, she parked the car outside the factory gate. The iron gate of this factory was rusty and had no lock. The two doors were wide open. The space inside was not large, about 20 square meters. Through the car window, everyone could clearly see the scene on the first floor of the factory. Just as Wu Rosie said just now, except for the driver's door, all other doors were open. Sui Yuesheng put down the medical box in his arms. It looks like there is no need for medicine. Liang Ran raised the telescope to look at the car. Probably because of scratching a sharp object, the 4 tires of the car had been deflated and were softly attached to the ground. Most of the front of the car was destroyed. It should be that when avoiding the alien species, the car did not control the direction well and crashed into the factory. The damaged front of the car was covered with wall dust. Liang Ran looked inside the car again. The cockroach species had already eaten the 2 people in the driver's seat clean. The brown-black egg cases filled the aisle of the car. The other people in the car didn't know where they ran to, but they were probably in danger. Liang Ran retracted his gaze and said, let's go. Xiaoru said him and looked at the rearview mirror while reversing, but she was stopped by Liang Ran after just a few seconds of reversing. Wait a minute. Xiaoru looked at Liang Ran in confusion. What's wrong? Liang Ran looked at the scene around the factory, and then looked at the roads in front and behind, and hesitated, not quite right. The puncture hole on the wheel is very large, and it will deflate quickly. The car won't last long. It must have deflated when it drove near here. But there are no signs of tire slippage around, and there are no sharp objects. After saying this, Liang Ran looked at the armored vehicle again. After carefully identifying it for a few seconds, she continued, so it is very likely that the tire was punctured after the car crashed into here. The car was forced to stop. Did the alien puncture the tire to trap the people in the car? But the cockroach alien does not have such sharp external tissues. Could it be that it used human weapons? Thinking of this, Liang Ran's voice suddenly became firm. She knocked on the car window and confirmed, there are people under the car. The tire was punctured by the hunter. These cockroach aliens are very large. Once the tire is deflated, the space under the car will suddenly become crowded and they can't get in. We have to get out of the car to save people. No one asked Liang Ran if his decision was correct. Ji Chan immediately opened the mask and quickly stuffed a few pieces of his favorite steamed buns into his mouth. After swallowing hard, he put the mask back on. I'm ready to drink only nutrient solution. That's right, she turned to look at Liang Ran. If my clothes are damaged and I'm dragged by cockroaches and can't get on the bus, which takes a long time, what will I become? Liang Ran told the truth. You will grow brown and black cockroach whiskers on your forehead, and a new pair of arms 30 to 40 centimeters long will grow under your armpits. You will excrete a large number of egg sheets every day, but cockroaches will not hatch from them. This must be a very painful experience, so protect yourself. Chapter 96. Before getting off the car, Liang Ran asked Xiaoru to drive a few meters closer to the gate. Because of the previous upgrade of her mental power, as long as she consciously spreads her mental power, the dead and living things within 5 or 6 meters nearby will be imaged in her mind. The wider the range, the easier it is for Liang Ran to feel tired, so during the driving process, she did not use her mental power to observe the surrounding situation all the time, but simply relied on her naked eyes. Now that she is going to get off the car, she has to be safer. Liang Ran closed her eyes, and after half a minute, she raised her face and confirmed, there is indeed someone down there, and there are still signs of life. But it's not clear, I can only see a general outline. It's a girl, she's breathing, her chest is rising and falling, the protective suit around her waist seems to be torn, and there's blood on the ground. Sui Yuesheng and Ji Chan will be in the car later, Liang Ran said frankly. After the girl was rescued, Sui Yuesheng immediately gave her hemostasis treatment, and Ji Chan helped her change clothes. She probably doesn't have the strength to change her protective suit on her own at the moment. Before everyone gets off the car, it will interfere with the perception of these alien species, but the sense of touch cannot be completely blocked. In other words, once the alien species touches us, even if they can't see or hear anything, they will realize that there is an invisible thing there. It is very likely that they will attack the air in their eyes, that is, everyone. Liang Ran said quickly, it is not advisable to dodge blindly. We must seize the initiative. This kind of cockroach alien species cannot fly. After getting close, Song Shanai and Sharu, use your melee weapons to directly pierce their chests before they find us, and try to kill them with one blow. Wuruozi, help me keep an eye on the surroundings in front of the car. I will crawl under the car to save people. After the voice fell, Ji-chan raised her hand and said, I think I can get out of the car. Sister Liang Ran, you are in the car. It is obviously more convenient for me to crawl under the car. I am thinner than you and more flexible. Song Shanai also nodded. That's right. Liang Ran thought about it and confirmed. Then it's like Ji-chan said, is everyone okay? Wuruozi nodded immediately. Of course, no problem. Sui Yuesheng TSK. You are just too worried. You have to do everything yourself, and your understanding of the team's capabilities is a bit wrong. Don't say that you can affect the perception of aliens now. Just say that you can see invisible. As for the alien species, Ji-chan can now go all out and use violence. If she smashes them, they will all be crushed into pulp. Liang Ran was about to speak, but Sui Yuesheng raised his hands in surrender. I know. Save your energy if you can. Violent killing will most likely damage the protective suit, so you have to protect it. Liang Ran reached out to stop Sui Yuesheng from talking. You talk too much. Everyone get out of the car quickly. She glanced at Sui Yuesheng and emphasized, don't talk. Hurry up and prepare the medicine. Sui Yuesheng shut up listlessly, opened the medical box, took out the blocker inside, put it aside, and then began to prepare a strong hemostatic agent. Song Shanai and Sharu opened the weapon box and jumped out of the car with weapons. There were only 5 cockroach alien species in this area. Liang Ran had already affected their perception in advance, so after the 4 got out of the car, they did not encounter any obstacles and arrived in front of the armored vehicle in less than 10 seconds. Ji-chan subconsciously glanced into the car. At this time, the egg sheaths were surging on the ground. The eggs of the cockroach species were half the size of an adult's palm. They were long and strip-shaped, very much like macaroni and a bit like sea cucumber. The cockroach larvae were about to hatch. By then, the narrow space under the car would definitely not be able to stop the larvae, and the girl hiding under the car would be dead. Fortunately, Liang Ran found it. Otherwise, the way of dying by being swallowed by cockroach larvae would be too disgusting and desperate. Ji-chan shuddered when she thought of that scene, and then quickly bent down and got under the car. 3 cockroach species in the car were feasting on the hunter's corpse. After Sharu and Song Shanai got into the car, they looked at each other, did not speak, and moved instantly. Sharu stood behind the species and stabbed it into its back quickly and accurately. The next second, the sharp tip of the knife stabbed out from the chest. She pulled out the knife neatly, and the dark golden spine on the blade brought a flower of blood, which sprayed on her protective clothing and helmet. Song Shanai took a run up, jumped up lightly, and attacked the alien from above with her giant axe engraved with white roses. The moment the axe blade fell, the alien's back was smashed into a bloody mess. Song Shanai exerted a little force, and the axe tip sank into the alien's bones and internal organs one by one. Then she twisted her wrist and slashed horizontally, cutting open the heart protected by layers of flesh and blood. The white rose on the axe handle was stained with bright red blood, which dripped onto the ground along the axe. After the 2 of them killed 2 aliens silently, Song Shanai raised her eyebrows and took the lead to walk towards the last alien in the car. Sharu supported the back of the chair with one hand, exerted force on her waist and back, and flipped into the air and stood next to Song Shanai. The alien was gnawing at the communicator on the corpse, and a crackling sound was heard. The dense and fine teeth only took a few bites, and the communicator was torn into pieces and swallowed by it. Just as Song Shanai and Sharu attacked it at the same time, it just raised its head and looked at its companions, and the fishy saliva in its mouth dripped out and fell on the egg case. Liang Ran's mental interference only prevented it from seeing the people of the Xuanqing team, but it did not see everything blank. At this time, the bodies of the 2 companions were not far away. It made a gurgling sound in its throat, and several pairs of insect legs swung rapidly, and it jumped up in a hurry to jump out of the car window. Sharu quickly swung the knife in his hand and chopped at the alien, but at this time half of the cockroach alien's body had jumped out of the car window, and the other half fell in the car, and the disgusting body tissues were sprayed everywhere. Song Shanai closed his eyes in disgust, and resisted using his sleeves to wipe the dirt on the helmet. After all, there was no place to wash clothes now. As long as the protective clothing was not damaged, he had to continue wearing it no matter how dirty and smelly it was. At this time, the half of the alien species that jumped out of the car body fell to the ground. The 2 pairs of insect legs were unable to swing, and desperately moved forward. The 2 alien species outside the car were startled by the sound, and jumped in front of the alien species. At this time, Wuruozi happened to be in their encirclement. She knew that these living alien species could not see her, but they were getting closer and closer to her. Just when Shiru and Song Shanai rushed to attack the two intact alien species, Wuruozi touched the half of the alien species at her feet while dodging. The alien species glanced in Wuruozi's direction, suddenly made a sharp cry, raised its insect legs, and stabbed Wuruozi's feet. Wuruozi's pupil shrank, and she retracted her legs while looking behind her with her peripheral vision. At this time, 10 centimeters behind her feet, the injured girl had been pushed out from under the car by Ji-chan. Because of the blind spot and the patient's obstruction, Ji-chan could only hear the fighting outside, but could not see what was happening, so she just gradually pushed the patient out. Wuruozi hurriedly told Ji-chan, "Don't push her out, there are aliens outside." Ji-chan's dull voice sounded, "Hurry up. She is in a very bad condition, and has lost consciousness." Wuruozi stood firm and responded, raising her pistol to kill the alien at her feet. In a flash, the crisp sound of glass breaking rang out, and 5 cockroach aliens jumped out of the second-floor window and landed outside the first floor of the factory, and then rushed towards Wuruozi. Shiru and Song Shanai paid attention to Wuruozi's situation while quickly attacking the aliens in front of them. Shiru hurriedly said, "Wuruozi, don't fight them. The bullets are not powerful enough and can't kill them quickly. You will get hurt. Get in the car first." Wuruozi's back was now pressed against the car body, and her feet were firmly against the patient pushed out by Ji-chan, and she pushed her back with her feet. She looked around, bent down and rolled to avoid the attack of an alien species, and said in a tight voice, "Shiru, throw me one of your knives." Shiru used 2 knives. She didn't ask why. After killing the alien species in front of her, she immediately raised her hand, with the handle of the knife in her left hand facing outward, and threw it towards Wuruozi. After Wuruozi stretched out her arm to take the knife, her wrist subconsciously shook and changed to a comfortable knife-holding posture. Song Shanai also killed the alien species in front of her at this time. She and Shiru ran towards Wuruozi, but were stopped by 2 alien species halfway, and then they started fighting. Wuruozi looked at the 3 alien species in front of her, took a deep breath, squinted her eyes, aimed at the chest of a cockroach alien species, and threw the sharp knife out at a high speed. Her subsequent movements were as if they had been rehearsed countless times. Wuruozi rushed towards the alien quickly, and at the moment the knife pierced into the cockroach alien's chest, she placed her palm on the handle of the knife, and using the inertia of running to stab it hard, then quickly pulled it out, and then turned neatly, slashed with the tip of the knife, and slashed at the chest of the alien behind her. Her whole body moved like flowing clouds in water. Not a single step was wasted, and every knife strike was fatal. Brown hair fell in front of Wuruozi's eyes. When Shiru and Song Shanai killed the aliens they were fighting, the giant cockroach in front of Wuruozi just fell to the ground. She was unharmed, and 3 alien corpses lay at her feet. Shiru looked at Wuruozi in astonishment, and Song Shanai blinked several times in disbelief. Sui Yuesheng, who was lying on the car window, took a breath. In the same time, those 2 killed 1 each, and she killed 3. She is very hidden. Liang Ran smiled. She is a little witch. The Abyss Squad teammates come and go, but the captain remains the same. Little Witch number 1. A few minutes later, the girl hiding under the car was carried to the car by Shiru. Liang Ran glanced at the still-powered communicator on the girl's wrist, pursed his lips, and Sui Yuesheng stepped forward to inject the girl with a blocker and hemostatic agent. He carefully cut open the blood-soaked clothes, and as soon as the wound on the girl's waist was exposed, Song Shanai couldn't help but retching. She swallowed her saliva and explained, "I didn't mean anything else." After a moment, she said again, "I endured it. Physiologically I couldn't hold it back. It's not that I dislike her. Help her clean up quickly. I can also help." At this time, the girl's 7 or 8 centimeters deep wound was full of egg sheaths. These brown-black egg sheaths kept twisting, and 2 tentacles that had not yet fully developed gradually stretched out, unconsciously swinging left and right, poking the scissors in Sui Yuesheng's hand. Liang Ran squatted down, took out tweezers from the medical box, and quickly said, "You inject her with gene blockers first. I clean it up." Sui Yuesheng said him, pulled out the needle, and slowly injected the blue medicine into the girl's arm. 5 minutes later, Liang Ran finished cleaning the egg case. After applying several layers of disinfectant to the girl's wound, she stood up and asked Sui Yuesheng to inject the hemostatic agent. Everyone surrounded the girl during the whole process. After the injection, Ji-chan stared at the 2 small brown moles on the girl's forehead for a few seconds, and suddenly reached out to touch the girl's armpit 20 centimeters away. The moment she touched it, Ji-chan quickly withdrew her hand. It bulged, and I felt the shape of the finger. She whispered. She didn't use the communicator to ask for help, but lay quietly under the car. Ji-chan said tentatively, "Is she trying to commit suicide?" The car was quiet for a moment, and Liang Ran said softly, "It's possible. So when she wakes up, everyone should pay more attention to her emotions, and don't talk nonsense." Chapter 97. Except for the radiation produced by nuclear energy, which can effectively destroy human genes and the immune system, causing humans to die in a short period of time, other hunters, who have close contact with radioactive substances will mostly only produce deformations. As long as the gene blocker is injected in time, there will be no danger to life. After the girl's vital signs stabilized, Liang Ran went to the back row to help the girl change into new protective clothing. Sui Yuesheng said, "It's not as serious as the captain said. She looks bad, but because the temperature outside is low, she has some hypothermia, and her will to survive is not strong, so she didn't take any self-rescue measures. I just injected her with some regeneration reagents. When her wounds recover, she will wake up soon." Sui Yuesheng thought about it, and gave a time. "She will wake up at noon, a matter of 2 or 3 hours. Liang Ran nodded. Ji-chan looked up and asked Liang Ran, "What should we do now? Contact the headquarters and send her back to the Hope Zone?" Song Shanai immediately retorted, "If she returns to the headquarters in this situation, she might be like the previous mutants and commit suicide soon after waking up. Wouldn't it be a waste of our efforts to save her? She wanted to commit suicide anyway. If she stayed in the car, we could still keep an eye on her. And didn't Liang Ran just say that this type of mutant is different from the mutants caused by nuclear radiation? Their body functions will not collapse on a large scale. If they wake up, they will be saved and they don't have to go back to the treatment cabin. It's just that some of their body genes have changed forever, and they will look." Song Shanai didn't know what words to use to describe it. Wu Ruozi continued her words. "She looks different from everyone else because she has an injury that cannot be healed." Song Shanai nodded. "That's about it." Hearing the conversation between the two, Liang Ran thought for a moment and suggested, "Before she wakes up, we will look for fuel and supplies as usual, and then ask her wishes after she wakes up. She decides whether to return to the Hope Zone or to do the mission with us first." I saw the notice sent by the headquarters. In case the rescue is not timely, several medical vehicles are parked at the rest point in the wilderness. If she wants to go back, she can go back at any time. Everyone had no objection to this. Sharu started the car, looked at the surrounding road map, and drove forward. Liang Ran reminded, "You just came into contact with the cockroach alien, and there is a girl with cockroach deformation in the car. At this moment, our car is full of such radioactive elements. Once the skin is exposed, we will also have cockroach deformation. And nuclear energy radiation is spread throughout the entire radiation zone, but there are differences in strength. Judging from the girl's situation, her body functions are not damaged much, so the radiation concentration here is not high, and it has not yet reached the level of destroying the gene chain and the immune system. But this does not mean that the concentration in each area. They are all so low. Judging from the trees and buildings on both sides of the road, if we drive a little further, we will enter the medium and high radiation zone." Sharu drove the car as usual, and the scenery outside the car window came into everyone's eyes. Half an hour later, the originally crooked and withered tree trunk outside the window had disappeared, and there were many burnt black powders where the tree pit should be. The tree seemed to be torn into countless pieces by invisible things, and only scattered branches remained. After driving for a while, there were only some black powders left in the tree pits outside the window, and some even had no powder. The evidence of the existence of the tree was blown away by the wind and scattered in all directions. Liang Ran picked up the telescope and looked in front of the car. After a few seconds, she said, "We are almost there." Soon after Liang Ran finished speaking, after Sharu drove up a slope, a dilapidated nuclear power plant appeared in front of everyone. The originally gray-white cylindrical main building was half-eaten by the aliens, and all the large and small square buildings around it also collapsed. Some cables were gnawed by the aliens from wrists to fingers. Countless aliens were lying on this building complex, almost impenetrable. Liang Ran observed roughly, and found that there were at least 20 to 30 kinds of aliens here. The small ones were half a meter tall, and the big ones were 2 or 3 meters tall, adding up to hundreds of them. The moment the car passed by, all the aliens stopped gnawing and turned their heads to look at the armored vehicle. Sharu subconsciously tightened the steering wheel. "If they attack us, the armored vehicle will be useless," she said in a tight voice. Liang Ran said softly, "Don't be nervous, slow down the car." Wu Ruozi, Pay attention to whether there are any traces of fuel materials being dragged on the ground nearby. The old world has done a good job of protecting nuclear power plants. There are many large and small nuclear power plants in the radiation zone. This one should have been attacked and destroyed by alien species in recent months. If the alien species here have snatched that batch of fuel materials, they may not eat it, but store it first. After all, they are not hungry recently, and the entire nuclear power plant is their food. Wuruozi nodded hurriedly, leaning on the car window to look carefully, and the others also picked up the telescope to observe carefully. A few minutes later, Wuruozi suddenly pointed to the remote area on the far left of the nuclear power plant. There are several black drag marks there, like coal or something left behind. At the same time, Song Shanai pointed to a place that was obviously a work building in the station and said, "There are some traces in front of that door, but too few. There is no need to risk taking a very small amount of fuel and supplies. The amount recovered may not be as much as the fuel consumed by the armored vehicle in one trip." Liang Ran carefully looked at the remaining traces in these two places and whispered, "It should be that some alien snatched it back in the chaos. They were not the main force that stopped the car and robbed the supplies, so they brought back very little. Let's go!" Shiru immediately shifted gears and resumed the original speed, but the aliens in the nuclear power plant obviously didn't want them to leave so easily. A bird alien standing on the cable suddenly made a very piercing cry, and several aliens suddenly moved. In just 7 or 8 seconds, a black-toed alien with sticky liquid flowing all over his body jumped onto the roof of the car. Bang! The car body was shaken by the shock. Liang Ran's expression was calm. "Run as fast as you can. I just saw that there are dozens of species here. The strong ones can't run fast, and the fast ones are easy to kill. Once they are far away from the rice pile, they will give up chasing." Shiru breathed a sigh of relief instantly. The roar of the engine sounded. She controlled the steering wheel, and the armored vehicle rushed forward at a high speed. The toad species was shaken and slid from the roof to the front of the car. In order to prevent being thrown off the car, it immediately swung out its long tongue and hooked the rearview mirror on one side of the armored vehicle. Ji-chan, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, immediately showed a chilly expression. The rearview mirror was outside the window on her side, so she could clearly see the small brown and yellow particles on the tongue of the toad species. Each small particle was like a pustule, following the breathing frequency of the toad species, bulging, giving people a feeling that it could burst into thick pulp at any time. Under Ji-chan's gaze, the tongue wrapped around the rearview mirror several times, and firmly fixed itself on the front of the car. Liang Ran immediately said, "Ji-chan, take the knife and cut off its tongue." After saying that, she put her scalpel on the ground and pushed it hard, and the knife immediately slid behind Ji-chan's seat. Ji-chan picked up the knife, took a deep breath, quickly opened the car window, held the handle high, and slashed hard at the tongue of the toad species. At the moment when the knife was raised and fell, Shiruji turned the steering wheel, and the toad species that lost its support point was immediately thrown to the ground, leaving half of its tongue hanging on the rearview mirror, and was blown onto the windshield by the wind. "Ji-chan, she asked Liang Ran, "what radioactive elements does this ugly thing carry?" Liang Ran replied, "What its tongue looks like, the tongue of the toad mutant looks like." In addition, Liang Ran paused and said, "The mutants will grow many tumor-like things on their bodies. Each tumor is as big as a fist and looks like a head because it has alien facial features. These heads will grow from the size of a child's fist to the size of an adult's fist, and then mature and make screams, which will make the mutants unable to sleep at night and very painful. In order not to be kept awake by the noise, the toad mutants used to cut off these mature tumors and let them grow again, so that they could be quiet for at least 1 to 2 weeks. Later, most of the mutants who came out of the radiation zone no longer chose treatment, but committed suicide, and the Institute did not have any case studies and analysis." After listening to Liang Ran's words, Ji-chan was silent for a moment and nodded. "I feel a little understood. Living like this really feels like a life worse than death. I have lost my dignity as a human being and live under the gazes of astonishment, fear and disgust from others all day long." Ji-chan said, "Whenever I think of the way my parents might look at me, I get so angry that I want to kill my way through the world." "Well then, besides being angry, I might also be very sad." After the armored vehicle drove a distance, only a few bird species were still chasing the car. Ji-chan opened the car window and aimed at the birds with a gun. Bang bang 2 times. 2 bird species fell to the ground, and the others gave up chasing and turned to fly towards the abandoned nuclear power plant. Ji-chan fired at a bird again. Bang! But this time the bird did not fall to the ground dead, but accurately avoided Ji Chan's bullet, flapping its wings faster, and flew farther and farther in Ji Chan's unbelievable sight. "No, it's," Song Shanai said, "so it's this kind of bird. I heard about it when I was in class at the talent base, but I forgot the picture. It said that there is a kind of bird in the radiation zone. The eyes in front of its head have poor vision, and it relies on sound to chase people, but there are 7 or 8 pairs of eyeballs under the fluff behind its head, and its vision is very good, and it can clearly see the scene behind it." "What's it called?" Liang Ran continued. "Peeping sparrow?" Ji Chan asked subconsciously, then it. Liang Ran explained consciously. "The peeping sparrow deformer will grow several pairs of eyes behind his head. These eyes have no eyelids, and no sense of blinking. They will stare at the front all the time. If they are exposed to the peeping sparrow alien for too long, the deformer will not only have eyes behind his head, but will even grow eyebrows, nose and mouth, complete facial features. In other words," Liang Ran said, "if we part the hair of the peeping sparrow deformer, we will find that he has another human face behind his head." Chapter 98. What's the difference between this and a horror novel? Ji Chan muttered to herself, and turned to look at the deformed girl in the car. The girl's face was already red, her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her eyelashes were trembling, as if she was having a bad dream. Sui Yuesheng observed the girl for a few seconds, and said, "She's almost awake. Her deformation has become more obvious." Liang Ran said him. "The cockroach deformed will grow a pair of new arms, and now the protective suit under the girl's armpits has obvious bulges, and the shape of the bulges is like a child's tender little hand. Although small, the 5 fingers are clearly visible." Song Shanai asked, "Will the protective suit be torn?" Liang Ran shook his head, "Not for now. The protective suit is very stretchable, and can last at least 5 days. When the arms grow to 40 centimeters, the deformity will mature and barbs will grow on her new arms. The protective suit will be useless by then, and will be pierced. But we will be back in the Hope District by then. The inner city hospital has special protective suits that can deal with this situation. The focus now is to persuade the girl not to commit suicide." After Sharu's car drove forward for another half an hour, the girl's eyelids moved and finally slowly opened her eyes. She stared blankly at the roof of the car for a while, then turned her body slowly, and looked at everyone. Sui Yuesheng stood up with the medical kit, and squatted beside the girl to help her check her body. The girl lay on the flat seat, and let him check motionlessly. After Sui Yuesheng collected the testing equipment, she asked in a hoarse voice, "Did you save me?" Sui Yuesheng nodded. The girl was quiet for a few seconds, then touched her body. When she touched the deformed part, her fingers began to tremble rapidly. She asked everyone, "Can't you see that I don't want to be rescued? Why waste time saving me?" After a moment of silence, Liang Ran replied, "If you didn't want to live at all, you wouldn't have punctured the tire, and you wouldn't have hidden in that position." When the girl heard Liang Ran's words, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She was emotional and burst into tears in an instant. "That was because I was too scared and didn't realize I was injured. I hid in and found that my waist was covered in blood. At that time, I didn't want to live. I just didn't have the courage to crawl out and didn't want to be eaten alive, but I had already thought about dying. You are fine now, and you don't understand at all. When the cockroaches are deformed and mature, I will become a monster in the eyes of others. Every day when I wake up, my bed is full of egg sheaths, and wherever I go, I will be terrified by others." Wu Rosie comforted the girl softly. "Everyone knows that you are injured, and they won't laugh at you, let alone be afraid of you." The girl sobbed, "No. The deformed will produce radioactive elements, and I will be in trouble for the rest of my life. My child, from now until death, can only wear special protective clothing, and is forced to stay in a fixed room in the hospital by the headquarters. In order to ensure the safety of others, I cannot easily take off the protective clothing, cannot leave the hospital, and cannot easily see relatives and friends. My child is just 3 years old this year." When she saw the picture book before, she couldn't speak clearly, but she tried hard to point at the cockroaches in it, and said they were smelly and disgusting. If she saw me like this, how scared she would be. She must be very scared. If other children knew that she had a mother of a different species, they would be afraid of her. How unhappy would she be? The girl in her 20s lowered her eyes, and murmured softly, "She must be very unhappy." Sui Yuesheng heard this and said, "You can ask your child indirectly what he thinks. You are her mother, she won't be afraid of you." The girl smiled and said nothing. Just when everyone thought she would not speak again in a short time, she suddenly whispered, "I asked under the car. The child's father said that the baby was scared and cried when he heard what I sent. He told me not to talk nonsense. Liang Ran frowned. Song Shanai showed a disgusted expression, and soon laughed out loud. What kind of weirdo is this man? He is not worthy of calling the child dad. His brain must be covered with pus in the stomach of the alien. I am also scared to tears by his brain. Listen to me, assassinate him when you go back. Children are taught what they like and what they fear. Teach your child well, and she will definitely not be afraid. Ji Chan was speechless. What a bad suggestion. If her husband died, her child might go to a welfare organization. She will definitely not have custody of the child in this situation. Seeing tears welling up in the girl's eyes again, Liang Ran quickly interrupted the conversation between the two. Don't talk about it for now, observe the aliens around. She turned around and asked the girl, do you want to go back to the Hope Zone now, or do the mission with us first? The girl replied quickly, I won't go back. After that, she closed her eyes, put the seat back flat, leaned on the back of the chair, and never spoke again. The radiation zone was too large, and there was no target location for this mission, so Sharu just drove in a straight line, and soon met other teams that had chosen the same route as them. The car was parked on the side of the road, using a hose to clean the blood stains on the windows. Seeing the team of Xuanqing team, the leader kindly waved his hand and shouted, do you want me to help you get off too? Don't get off the car, it's quite troublesome to assemble this thing. Sharu pulled down the window and nodded, sorry for the trouble. After that, she pulled up the window, and soon the sticky mud on the windshield was washed clean by the water sprayed by the other party, giving a brand new feeling. After washing, the leading man came over and patted the window of the driver's seat. Sharu pulled down the window again and asked, thank you just now, is there anything I can help you with? The man said, we just passed by a factory and saw a boy with a deformed cockroach. He said that he had 2 teammates alive, but he didn't know where they were hiding, so let us help find them. We found one, did you meet him? Sharu nodded. We met the remaining person, in our car, you don't have to look for him. The man breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the girl sitting in the back seat opened her eyes, and she immediately rolled down the window and asked anxiously, where are they, how are they? The man saw the cockroach tentacles on the girl's forehead at first glance, hesitated, and said, they have many wounds on their bodies, and the deformation is very serious. One of them could not be saved, and one refused to get in the car with us. The girl's eager expression gradually disappeared, and her eyes slowly became empty. Well, so they all died. After the deformation, most people are like this. Even if they return to the Hope Zone, the result will not be any different. The man heard this and looked at the girl worriedly. You must be Nan wanting. The girl nodded. The man said, your teammates said that your husband is a bad person, and your child should be raised by your husband. Although this is quite selfish, you should live well for the sake of your child. And deformation is not a big deal. It is not a disease that will make you die. He said seriously, I used to have a teammate who was deformed, a toad deformation, with yellow bubbles all over his body. He is still in the inner city hospital. He is very happy all day long. The headquarters is afraid that he will run around, and dare not let him out of the hospital. He has no points in his system. He now drinks free nutrient solution in the hospital every day, and sometimes he can eat hot dishes. It is not like us running around. The girl smiled at him, thank you. The man said nothing more, turned around and called his teammates to get in the car. When he opened the door and was about to sit in the driver's seat, the girl suddenly shouted, watch your step. At this time, Sharu was also starting the car. Everyone looked out immediately after hearing this, and saw a red half-meter-long insect species crawling out from the bottom of the opposite armored vehicle. This insect looked like a caterpillar, but it had no head. Its head seemed to be cut off by something, and the cross-section was extremely smooth, with many white noodle-like parasites similar to tapeworms attached. The man heard the girl's warning and immediately took a few steps back, took out his pistol, and aimed at the alien species on the ground. Bang! The red insect species stopped twisting immediately, but with its death, the parasites on it quickly broke away from the alien species and crawled towards the man at a high speed. The man fired a few shots at it, but after the gunshots, the parasite moved faster. Liang Ran rolled down the window and was about to warn them, but someone in the opposite car said it faster than she could. Captain, get out of the way. This stuff needs acidic liquid. Hearing the man immediately move away, a girl leaned out of the car window and poured half a bucket of liquid out of the window, and a crackling sound was heard immediately. The moment the liquid touched the skin, the group of white tapeworms stopped moving immediately, screaming like they were dying, and shrank into a ball desperately, and then shrank rapidly. Half a minute later, they were flat on the ground like torn white paper, breaking into sections. The girl leaning out of the car window said proudly, "I told you that it's good to visit the forum more often." This thing was just updated on the headquarters forum last week. The author of The End of the World Alien Archives mentioned this when she updated the alien species in the sewage area, and I remembered it on the spot. The man smiled and nodded. Then I have to thank her. I go to reward her account now. Before getting in the car, he looked at Nan Wanting and said seriously, "Thank you for reminding me. I don't know what my skin will be deformed when it comes into contact with this thing. Thank you." After the car on the opposite side started, Liang Ran lowered his head, turned on his communicator blankly, clicked on the forum background, and looked around but didn't see any reward information. Finally, Song Shanai couldn't bear it anymore, walked to her side in 2 steps, and his fingers paused to operate quickly, then turned around in disdain, leaving his back to Liang Ran. Liang Ran, She looked at the 160,000 reward points in her account and felt her heart beat faster. Song Shanai reminded her, "There is a 40% handling fee for withdrawal." Liang Ran, ? She endured it and said, "It's good to pick." Song Shanai crossed his legs, indeed. Soon after Shiru started the car, Ki-chan turned her little head and opened her mouth curiously. That white tapeworm. Liang Ran had already accepted the fact that she was teaching Ji-chan. She said bluntly, "You can count how many pores there are on the human body. The pores of tapeworm mutants will be filled with white tapeworms, and there is a worm in each pore. The tapeworm mutants in small pores are small, and the tapeworm mutants in large pores are large. If a mutant uses tweezers to pick his own pores, he will pull out a complete tapeworm. My suggestion is not to do this, because as long as you don't look, you can't feel it." Chapter 99. Ji-chan subconsciously touched her arm, then raised her hand, and tried to touch her face. After all, there were many pores on her face, but she quickly put her hand down when she touched the helmet. Ji-chan looked at Nan Wanting cautiously, and after making sure that the girl was not paying attention to her movements, she relaxed. Sui Yueshan sent a message in the group. "I take back what I said that my family is not afraid of the deformed. Tapeworm deformed people do not have 1 or 2 worms on their bodies, but tens of thousands of them, and they may crawl out at any time. If Jufu's pores are full of tapeworms, I will definitely isolate it and wear protective clothing every time I hold it. Whoever asks me to take off the protective clothing wants my life. I think this is to protect myself, and my love for it has not changed, but Jufu is used to being held by me at any time, and he will definitely be depressed." After thinking for a few seconds, Sui Yuesheng continued, "I like to play with my face. I can tolerate other deformities, but if I get infected with this kind of deformity, I don't want to live anymore." Sui Yuesheng couldn't stand himself becoming a tapeworm mutant, and Nan Wanting couldn't stand himself becoming a cockroach mutant. Everyone has their own preferences, and what they don't want to be the most. The radiation zone is to put all the things they don't like on the surface. Most people can't accept themselves becoming dirty and ugly, and becoming inhuman, so once they are sure that they are deformed, they will give up the idea of rebirth. Liang Ran looked at the messages in the group and thought about what type of mutant she didn't want to be. After thinking about it, she had an answer. She didn't want to be a lizard mutant, because once deformed, her tongue would become extremely long and couldn't be retracted into her mouth at all. It could only be wrapped around her arm or neck, which would delay her anatomical experiments. The car drove forward for a distance, and Nan Wanting suddenly rolled down the window. Others, including Liang Ran, looked at her subconsciously. The girl couldn't help laughing. She squinted her eyes, and said with a smile, "Get some fresh air. Can I take off my helmet for 2 minutes?" After that, she added, "Just 2 minutes. I've injected a gene blocker now. My skin has been exposed to other radioactive factors for a short period of time. It seems that nothing will happen? No secondary distortion, right?" Liang Ran nodded. "It's okay. I remind you when the time is up." The girl looked at Liang Ran gratefully. She moved her shoulders and slowly took off her helmet, revealing a handsome black short hair. Her dark blue eyes blinked gently. Without the barrier of the helmet, these eyes looked deep and charming. Liang Ran's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help staring at the girl for a few more times. Nan Wanting shook her head quickly, closed her eyes, and leaned back in the seat, enjoying the wind in the polluted area. Because the car was going very fast, and the wind was strong, her hair was messy and full of vitality. "The air here is much better than the epidemic area, but not as good as the wood barrier area," Nan Wanting said. Liang Ran agreed with this. "Have you been on many missions?" Nan Wanting replied, "About 20 or so, not more or less." This time we spent too much time looking for fuel and supplies, almost 5 days. Our captain was too tired, and he didn't say anything. As a result, he made a very low-level mistake on the way back. I would have driven if I had known. After the girl said these words, she continued without waiting for Liang Ran to reply. Forget it. Drive to the end of this road, turn a few more corners, and there is a small residential area. When we were walking back, we saw a few alien species dragging fuel and supplies in, but there were too few of them, and it was night, so we didn't care. I just thought about it. Maybe what we saw is only a small part. There may be more in the residential building. If you want, you can go and have a look. Liang Ran showed the route map on the communicator to the girl. Can you help mark it? The girl said She recalled and marked the route. Then she raised her face, and put on her helmet, and closed the window without waiting for Liang Ran to remind her. Thank you. I feel much better after the wind. Liang Ran asked her, Is your body itchy? Nan Wanting nodded. Itchy, the newly grown body tissues are itchy, and the brain is also itchy. There is a faint desire for destruction. The alien genes carry killing and destructiveness. After people are affected by radioactive substances, their genes actually become half human and half alien. Therefore, many people will have a big change in personality, but more people will try to suppress this desire and make themselves look the same as usual, because they are still human. Liang Ran didn't know how to comfort the girl. At this time, any language seemed high and mighty and empty, so she just put her hand on the girl's hand. Call me if you're too sad to bear it, Liang Ran said. The girl glanced at Liang Ran quickly, lowered her head, and whispered okay. The route marked by Nan Wanting was a bit far, and it would take about 4 o'clock to drive there now. Anyway, it was a long way to go, so Liang Ran uploaded the route map to the car screen, sat back in his seat, fastened his seat belt, and said, Go to the residential area. Shiru nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and increased the speed. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the armored vehicle passed through the industrial area and came to a small residential area. Most people who can live in this corner of the land are not rich. After all, not many people are willing to live near the industrial zone. There are too many waste gas and wastewater around, and the noisy sound of the machines is particularly disturbing. Most importantly, there is a nuclear power plant nearby. Everyone knows the dangers of nuclear leakage. If they have the conditions, they will not choose to live here. After Shiru stopped the car, he looked around and said, It's very depressed. It's not the depression caused by the appearance of aliens, but this place itself is depressed. It was like this in the old world. Liang Ran observed the number of floors and buildings of the residential building and said, It looks like a self-built house in the countryside. It was built in a short time. After that, she took out a telescope and carefully observed this residential area. The area here is very small. The industrial area is a kilometer away. It can be said that it is surrounded by the industrial area. There are very few buildings, a total of 5 buildings, each with 4 floors. Liang Ran looked at it for a while and judged. It may be a house built here temporarily after the establishment of the Hope Zone. Ji Chan frowned. What do you mean, the headquarters is so idle? Liang Ran showed a helpless expression. You can see that the edge of the radiation zone is all industrial areas. The 2 nuclear power plants we passed along the way today, one leaked many years ago, and the other leaked not long ago. There are many large and small nuclear power plants in the radiation zone. Not long after this area fell, because of nuclear radiation and a large number of radioactive materials carried by alien species, humans were completely unable to enter. But this area has the most fuel materials and a large amount of industrial data. Humans must enter and must create protective clothing that can resist the radioactive elements here. People living in the Hope Zone cannot experience the role of protective clothing in person. No matter how we simulate the real situation, we can't accurately test how long the protective clothing can be effective in the radiation zone. This process must require a group of pioneers to enter the radiation zone with flesh and blood, wearing immature protective clothing, and conduct real-time testing here, constantly modifying the values and materials of the protective clothing. Liang Ran looked down at the route map and said, The corner of this residential area is very cleverly chosen. It is a distance away from multiple known alien groups, but the distance is not too far. The radiation concentration is also low, and the largest nuclear power plant in the radiation zone is just a few dozen kilometers away. If you take the side road, you can go straight all the way there. After that, Liang Ran pointed to the windows of the residential building through the car window. There are no signs of breakage at all. If it is an ordinary residential house in the old world, it is impossible to resist the attack of alien species. so it is specially made to prevent alien species from invading. Shiru turned off the car screen and turned to look at Liang Ran, who instantly understood what she meant. She turned to Nan Wanting and asked, "Are you getting off with us?" Nan Wanting shook her head and said with a smile, "I'm not in good condition now. I'd be a hindrance if I get off. You guys get off." Liang Ran thought for a few seconds and said bluntly, "I'm afraid I won't be able to find you when I come back." "Will you still be there when I come back?" Nan Wanting lowered her head and was silent for a long time. When Liang Ran thought she wouldn't reply, the girl nodded yes. "You saved me. If I wanted to say goodbye, I would have told you in advance." Nan Wanting's personality is really good. At least she is the kind of gentle personality that Liang Ran likes. Even though the distortion made her lose her belief in survival, it did not wipe out her eagerness to save her compatriots. When they met the team before, everyone was looking at the front of the car, waiting for Shiru to drive off. Only Nan Wanting noticed the tapeworm alien and reminded the other party loudly at the first time. Otherwise, there would be a possibility of adding a mutant in the radiation zone, but Nan Wanting obviously did not need such company. Liang Ran walked to the driver's seat, pulled out the startup chip on it, and put it in the girl's hand. "If there is an alien attacking the car, please try to drive away and help us save the car. We will come back as soon as possible." After that, Liang Ran looked at his teammates. "Let's go to the second building first. There are traces of fuel dragging at its door. Pay attention to the creeper on the surface of the building. Its brown-red roots have been eaten by the iron wire worms. Now the aliens are camouflaged. When we pass by, they should fall on us." Iron wire worm aliens. The Xuanqing team is not unfamiliar with this. Everyone had encountered them before in the epidemic area. One even got into Liang Ran's calf and was pulled out by her. However, the iron wire worms in the radiation area must be very different from those in the epidemic area. Liang Ran opened the car door and jumped out first. After the others got out of the car, Liang Ran walked towards the residential building and said, "We can't use fire this time. The iron wire worms in the radiation area are mutants. They are extremely long, and each one is several meters long. Once they are roasted into several pieces by fire or cut into pieces by a knife, they will quickly replicate and regenerate. There will be several pieces, as many as they are broken into pieces. We have to poison them to death." After that, she distributed the highly toxic reagent she had prepared to everyone. "Just drop it on their skin. Everyone must pay attention later. Iron wire worm deformation is a rare deformation that can threaten human life. It's dark red skin." Speaking of here, Liang Ran asked, "What do you think it resembles in the human body?" Ji Chan thought for a few seconds and hesitated. "Blood vessels? Hair." Liang Ran praised her. "So smart. The capillaries of the nematode deformed will gradually transform into worms, and replace blood vessels to complete the blood transportation of the human body through the way of swallowing and excreting. There is no reaction in the early stage of the whole deformation. In the later stage, when these worms mature, there will be a process of handover between the old and the new. The juvenile nematodes will take on the responsibility of blood circulation, and the mature ones will drill into the human brain and crawl out from the hair follicles on the top of the head." Chapter 100. Sui Yuesheng thought for a moment and asked Liang Ran, "Since it can replace human blood vessels, although it is disgusting, it does not seem to directly kill people. What do you mean by it can threaten human life?" Liang Ran explained, "After all, it is an alien species and needs to eat. In addition to obtaining nutrients from swallowing and spitting blood, its second feeding point is the human stomach. So if a person does not eat for a few hours, the storage in the stomach is insufficient, and the iron wire worm alien species will obtain nutrients from the internal organs. As long as the iron wire worm mutant eats on time every 3 hours, it can live well, otherwise it will die quickly." Sui Yuesheng nodded in understanding. When approaching the residential building, Wu Ruozi suddenly sighed. She murmured, "I thought the number of existing humans was too small before, but now I think it seems to be a lot." Liang Ran curved the corner of his lips. "Who said it wasn't? The living environment after the end of the world is really too bad. Now there are only 300,000 humans left, which is too big compared to the total population before the alien species appeared. The survival rate is like a grain of sand in a basin of sand, and the population is not as large as that of an ordinary county before the end of the world. But even with such a small number of people, not all of them survive by their survival ability. Among them, there are very few people who have the ability to protect themselves. Most people survive by relying on the barrier of the Hope Zone that cannot be invaded by alien species. Once a large number of strange alien species fall from the Red Moon, the current population may be less than 1/10 of the current population. When approaching the residential building, Liang Ran quickly stopped thinking, and stopped not far from the building. Just as she had expected, dozens of 2-3 meter long iron wire worm alien species fell from the sky and landed in front of everyone. Because they had expected it, everyone picked up the newly assembled pistols without changing their expressions. Hunters entering the contaminated area are usually equipped with two types of pistols. One is an ordinary pistol that can shoot bullets. The other is similar in style to a pistol, but its internal structure is similar to a water gun. As long as the liquid pipe is connected to the base, it can be sprayed from the muzzle. It is very suitable for spraying acidic or toxic liquids. Liang Ran quickly cleaned up the surrounding aliens and looked to the side. At this time, the alien in front of Song Shinai was twisted into a ball because of pain. It struggled desperately and crashed into the stone not far away. Seeing the action of this alien, other aliens followed suit and swarmed against sharp objects. Soon many aliens that were broken into two pieces collapsed on the ground, with both ends of the body twitching at the same time, waiting for the moment of body replication, but Liang Ran used poison, and the aliens were soaked in poison all over the body. No matter how many pieces they were broken into, each piece contained poison, and they would die. In a short while, the broken and unbroken aliens were piled up together, and the corpses formed a small mound. Liang Ran walked over the mound as usual and walked into the staircase, but just after taking 2 steps, an owl-shaped alien fell from the wall above her head and landed vertically in front of Ji Chan's feet. Bang! Ji Chan subconsciously took a step back. After reacting, she raised the spray gun in her hand and aimed it at the alien while talking. This thing hides well. After saying that, she fired. The moment the gun was fired, the light green poisonous liquid quickly sprayed towards the owl alien. When Liang Ran raised her hand to stop it, it was too late. The poisonous liquid fell on the owl alien and disappeared immediately in less than half a second. The next second, it opened its mouth and sprayed out a poisonous liquid that was brighter than the color in the gun. After Shiru reacted, he immediately rushed towards Ji Chan, but the alien was obviously faster. Even though Ji Chan had tried her best to dodge, the venom still splashed on her protective suit. A crackling sound was heard. Ji Chan groaned, and she lifted her feet up in pain, and then quickly put them down. At this moment, the corrosive poison had burned several small holes in her leg protective suit, and the skin inside had turned black. Liang Ran picked up the ordinary pistol at his waist, and shot the owl alien in the head, and then quickly said, "Sui Yuesheng." Genetic block. Before he finished speaking, Sui Yuesheng ran up with a tube of reagent, and injected it directly into the back of Ji Chan's neck. The solvent was pushed forward very quickly, and Liang Ran was relieved until he saw that the needle was completely empty. It's okay. The blocker was injected in time, so there will be no deformation. Hurry back to the car and change into protective clothing. The accident just happened very quickly. From the appearance of the owl alien to the injection of the blocker, the whole process added up to less than 10 seconds. Ji Chan was still a little confused. After Liang Ran pulled her a few steps towards the car, she breathed a sigh of relief. This is too sudden. I was scared to death, Sister Liang Ran. Ji Chan stammered rarely. When I just felt the protective clothing on my legs was torn, my head buzzed, and I thought I was going to turn into an owl. Liang Ran comforted again. It's okay, I'm 100% sure there is no problem, just change into protective clothing. Ji Chan grinned subconsciously. Seeing that the child was happy, Liang Ran was afraid that she would not learn her lesson, so he straightened his face and became serious. You don't even know what kind of alien it is, and it didn't attack. Why didn't you ask? Why did you shoot so quickly? Forget about using ordinary firearms. The gun you're holding is specially used to fight the iron wire worm alien species. It's a liquid attack, very targeted. I never let you use it casually. The smile on Ji Chan's face disappeared instantly. She lowered her head, not daring to say a word. After returning to the car, Liang Ran saw that Ji Chan was too slow, took the medical kit from Sui Yuesheng, quickly helped Ji Chan deal with the wound, and helped her put on a protective suit. The little girl was a little embarrassed. Hey, I'm not without arms. Liang Ran, raise your arm. Ji Chan closed her mouth and raised her arm immediately. Liang Ran, turn around. Ji Chan turned around immediately. Liang Ran, raise. Ji Chan quickly raised her leg. Liang Ran thought about the time the girl's skin was exposed to the air in the car, and his hands moved quickly. She didn't feel relieved until she helped Ji Chan buckle her belt. Okay, Liang Ran arranged. You sit on the chair and rest for 2 minutes. You can go down when your legs don't hurt anymore. Ji Chan leaned back on the chair, put her hands on her knees, and asked Liang Ran, "That owl species likes poison, right?" Liang Ran replied, "Yes. Those iron wireworms died of poison. It flew here to eat them. The owl species is a mutant. It can turn the toxins in its body and on its skin into a means of attack. Poison has no effect on it. Instead, it will make it stronger." Ji Chan listened carefully to Liang Ran's words and suddenly realized. The 2 minutes were up soon. She stood up and said energetically, "I really like you. I want to compete with Song Shanai for your fan leader." Song Shanai standing aside, ? Her face quickly turned red, and her expression was full of disbelief. "What are you talking about? Your brain is blinded by lard." Wu Ruozi carefully corrected, "Get rid of the brain." Song Shanai, After getting off the car again, the pace of the few people was much faster. After entering the corridor, Liang Ran squatted down and wiped the drag marks on the ground. Then she raised her hand and looked at the few of different depths on her hand and said, "The marks are stacked in several layers. At least the aliens move back and forth 3 times. There should be a certain amount of supplies in this building." All the doors in the building were open, and it seemed that they were knocked open by the aliens. Liang Ran followed the marks on the ground to the first floor and gently pushed open the door on the left side of the first floor. As soon as the door was opened, Shiru and others all held their weapons tightly, and Ji Chan carried a sniper rifle and aimed directly at the crack of the door. After the door opened, Liang Ran looked around and whispered, "It seems that there are no aliens. From the traces, there are also on the second floor. I don't know what's going on there. Let's search one floor at a time." After everyone nodded, Liang Ran took the lead and stepped into the room. The space inside the house is quite large. The floor of the living room is scattered with documents and footprints, but most of them are alien footprints. After Liang Ran walked into the living room, he picked up a piece of paper and glanced at the contents. Report on the 13th edition of protective clothing in the radiation area. Although this version of protective clothing can resist some nuclear radiation, the wearer will experience dizziness, nosebleeds, and other symptoms after entering the nuclear power plant for half an hour. It cannot resist nuclear radiation for a long time and must be upgraded as soon as possible. The 3 volunteers had a high fever since the day before yesterday, and their skin peeled off yesterday. At 8:10 this morning, the first volunteer died, at 8:32, the second volunteer died, and at 9:01, the third volunteer died. We will always remember these names. Please hope that the district will take good care of their relatives. So this is indeed where the protective clothing is developed. Liang Ran put the paper aside. The most urgent thing was to find fuel and supplies. She had to put aside her admiration and emotion. Thinking of this, she quickly called everyone. "There are 3 rooms. Everyone, open them and take a look. If there are no supplies, we will go to other floors." Ji Chan responded and took the lead in opening the door of the first room. As soon as she opened the door, she showed a look of surprise. "Oh my god, there really is. But not much, only a few boxes." Wu Ruozi laughed. "A little bit adds up to a lot. Maybe it will be enough for half a day or even a day of artificial sun." Ji Chan shrugged. "This is obviously impossible. Artificial suns need at least 70 or 80 boxes a day, maybe hundreds of boxes. Even if all the rooms in this building are filled, it is impossible to find so many." Song Shanai opened the second half-closed room and said, "There is also this one, but it has been gnawed. I don't know if it can be used." Hearing this, Liang Ran walked over. The room that Song Shanai opened was obviously a bedroom before. The small room was built with 3 layers of large bunk beds. Judging from the number of pillows, at least 20 people once lived in it. There were 3 boxes of supplies in the room, 2 of which were gnawed through. Liang Ran looked carefully and pointed at one of them. "This one is broken and can't be used. The other 2 can still be used. We will move the boxes in these 2 rooms back to the car later. If our car can't fit them, contact other teams and ask them to come and move them. Wu Ruozi, open the door on your side and take a look. If there are no supplies, we will move these back to the car first." Wu Ruozi responded quickly and opened the door of the last room. The moment the door was opened, countless wooden products rushed out and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Wu Ruozi subconsciously dodged. Others thought there was an alien species, so they held their weapons tightly and went into alert. After a while, seeing that there was no movement in the house, Ji Chan wondered, "It doesn't seem to be made by alien species. What is so full that it can overflow?" Wu Ruozi squatted down and picked up the square wooden sign at his feet. "This is," she read carefully, "Volunteer number 342, Chu Hongyuan. The room instantly became quiet. Wu Rosie pursed her lips and said softly, "There is no fuel or supplies. This room contains the tablets of volunteers." Chapter 101. After hearing Wu Rosie's words, even though everyone knew that finding fuel and supplies was more important now, they still slowed down their pace, walked forward, and picked up the wooden signs scattered on the ground. These wooden signs were extremely simple, just the simplest wooden blocks, with different shades of color, and even no coating on the surface. They felt very rough, as if to save time, the discarded wooden blocks from the building materials factory were directly used. But the words copied on it with a black pen were not rough. Every word on the wooden sign was extremely beautiful, and the pen tip was as strong as a knife. It felt like he had chosen the person with the best handwriting after a long time among many people. Wu Rosie wiped the 3 words of Chu Hongyuan and said seriously, "Sometimes, I feel that knowing these paths is as important as hunting aliens and finding supplies, or even more important. Because the latter will make me afraid, and these things can make me brave. The door of this room is black, different from the other 2 rooms, and its door is closed, and the door handle is not broken, while the doors of other rooms are either half closed or mostly open." Liang Ran touched the door with his hand and confirmed, "It is coated with the same thing as the surface of the armored vehicle, which cannot absorb radioactive elements. So the aliens are not interested in this room, and did not force it open." After speaking, Liang Ran completely opened the door of this room, and more wooden signs came out in an instant, and the space in the room was completely exposed to everyone. This is a room of more than 20 square meters, with countless wooden signs neatly stacked together. It is generally because the wall next door was hit by the aliens, and the pile of wooden signs was tilted and pressed on the door, so when the door is opened, it will overflow. Sui Yuesheng sighed. "The walls are all painted black." Liang Ran said to him, "This black substance is taken from a mutant plant in its mature stage. That plant has many natural enemies, and is extremely difficult to mature, so it is very rare." She thought for a few seconds and continued, "From the perspective of time, when this residential area was first established, that plant should not have been discovered. It was discovered a few years after it was built. I remember that when that batch of plants was first discovered, only more than 50 liters of pigment were extracted, which is the capacity of 3 barrels of water. After that, no such plants were found for a long time. Although the current situation is extremely difficult, the conditions at that time were even more unimaginably difficult. 50 liters of pigment were extracted from the plants, which is the capacity of 3 barrels of water. After that, no such plants were found for a long time. Even if several liters of paint were distributed to these buildings, each building would not get much, and at most could only paint 1 room. It should have been difficult for them to apply. After all, they did not paint in the safe house in the building, but in this room to protect the dead." Liang Ran paused and said affirmatively, "It was very difficult, but they still won it." Song Shanai looked at the room carefully and asked, "Why are the windows sealed with wood?" Liang Ran replied, "The transparent paint used on car windows has only been extracted in recent years. There was no such condition before. If you want to protect this room, you have to remove the window." Song Shanai nodded. She did not speak again, nor did she look at the things in the room. Instead, she turned around, picked up a few pieces of paper in the living room, and squatted on the ground to read. Ji Chan sighed loudly and walked to another room, carrying a fuel tank on each shoulder. "I feel uncomfortable looking at these. You guys keep watching, I move it, it only take a few minutes." After saying that, she stepped out of the room and walked briskly towards the armored vehicle. Shiru also picked up a box and followed Ji Chan to accompany her back. Sui Yuesheng saw that the 2 of them looked relaxed, and immediately grabbed a fuel box. After a few seconds, he stared at the slightly shaking box for a few seconds and let go. "Everyone has their own specialty," he said. "Let's wait for them to come back." Since he couldn't move the fuel box anyway, he bent down to pick up a few pieces of paper, and squatted next to Song Shanai to look at it. Song Shanai looked at Sui Yuesheng with disdain, put the few pieces of paper in his hand into his pocket, stood up, carried 2 fuel boxes, and walked out of the house. 2 minutes later, the 3 came back, and Ji Chan picked up the last 2 boxes and was about to go out, but Song Shanai stopped her with her foot. She snatched the fuel box in Ji Chan's left hand expressionlessly, and walked out of the door with the little girl. When the 2 came back, the 7 boxes of fuel supplies in the house had been moved. Liang Ran was standing in front of the bookshelf. Although most of the files were knocked to the ground by the aliens, there were still files lying in their classified positions. Liang Ran was holding the volunteer record file, and each page recorded half of a person's life. Volunteer number 399, Qi Qi Shui. Gender, female. Age, 19. Gene level, gold star. Recorder, He Zhong. I remember Qi Qingshui very well. He Zhong wrote, my colleagues have been talking about her recently. I heard that the girl's parents died when the Red Moon disappeared. She was rescued by the army and then brought back to the Hope Zone. The girl's cooking is very delicious. When she followed the army before, she always cooked for everyone and everyone praised her. Half a year ago, she got leukemia. Although she was rescued, her health has become worse. She came in a wheelchair, carrying a bag full of vanilla biscuits, the aroma wafting 10 miles away. When she shared with everyone one by one, I counted down in my mind, counting how long it would take for me to get my turn. Finally, it was my turn, and I swallowed the biscuits in one breath. I regret it. I was afraid that someone would snatch it away, so I swallowed it in a hurry, and didn't taste it at all. The little girl was also tactless. I looked at her eagerly, but she didn't give me an extra piece. I am a grandmother. Grandmas should have the privilege of eating more snacks. What I remember most is Xiao Qingshui's handwriting. Her handwriting is really good. She can write with style at the age of 19. I have been studying for decades and strive to be the best in everything, but I must admit that my handwriting is far worse than hers. I don't know how her teachers and parents taught her, and how there is such an excellent child. Since Xiao Qingshui came, she has written all the words on the tablet. In her spare time, she also rewrote the previous tablets. After she passed away, I occasionally stared at her tablet in a daze. I wrote the words on her tablet. I'm sorry for her. My handwriting is not pretty, but Grandma doesn't have time to learn it. On June 23rd, the research and development of the 18th version of the protective suit came to an end. It can resist nuclear radiation. The current focus is to resist the radioactive substances on the alien species. That day, Xiao Qingshui took the initiative to volunteer. She was taken to the gathering place of the earthworm alien species, and walked around to test the immunity of this version of the protective suit to the alien species. After she came back, she was deformed, her muscles atrophied, her body stretched, and she could only lie in bed. She couldn't take care of herself, and could only crawl. On July 3rd, when I was making cookies for Xiao Qingshui, I heard a hoarse roar from her room. The voice was helpless and angry. When I rushed in, Xiao Qingshui had already hit the wall and committed suicide. I understand her. I understand every human who commits suicide because of deformation. I want to tell all the latercomers, look at the words on the tablet, look at them, look at her. If you think of a bald girl sitting in a wheelchair, holding the tablet and writing seriously, that is her. According to common sense, archival records should be rigorous and serious. But Liang Ran looked at such warm words, and felt that such a record was also very good. At least when she saw this record, she felt the mood of the recorder and the recorded person, felt a lot of reluctance and regret, and everything was vivid in her mind. Liang Ran put the file back to its original place, and prepared to call everyone to go to other rooms to find supplies. But just as she was about to turn around, she stepped on a file. Liang Ran quickly moved away, silently said sorry in her heart, and subconsciously moved her eyes down to see a name she had just seen. Volunteer number 631, He Zhong. Gender, female. Age, 74. Gene level, golden moon. Liang Ran's heart suddenly beat violently. She seemed to witness the closing loop of a story, the end of a story. The recorder just now became a volunteer, and then the cycle repeated. Batches of people died and embarked on the predetermined path. Liang Ran quickly looked at the file. Recorder, Shen Ci. Liang Ran raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Shen Ci? The developer of the gene mutation reagent, she is here too? Liang Ran looked down quickly, and Shen Ci's record of Grandma He Zhong was also very warm, after the gene mutation reagent was developed. Shen Ci wrote, I was always uneasy, and later this feeling of uneasiness became a reality. Half a year ago, I volunteered to come to the protective clothing research base, and I was shocked by the simplicity here as soon as I got off the car. But it is understandable. The contaminated area is full of alien species, and it is too troublesome to build a building. It is as simple as possible. Fortunately, I met Grandma He Zhong on the first day I came here. Grandma was an expert in life sciences before the end of the world. I have read her papers, but this is the first time I have met her in person. Grandma gave me a compassionate and warm hug. From that moment on, I especially like her. Grandma took me to get familiar with everything here at the fastest speed. The people here are very friendly. We have the blood of different countries and nationalities in the old world, and finally gathered here by fate. Everyone has ideals in their hearts. Grandma is 74 years old. These days, I watched her sleep less than 3 hours a day. As soon as she got up, she would run to the laboratory to mix new materials. Many times, she would wake up from her sleep and desperately record the information in her dreams. She said that she would dream about what she thought about during the day, and she had a second brain in her dreams. Occasionally, I would find her staring at the tablets in room 003. I asked her who she was looking at, and she said she was looking at everyone. Everyone here was witnessed by her leaving, and she hoped that I would witness her leaving. At that moment, I knew very clearly that Grandma was going to become a volunteer. But that day was too fast. After Grandma fainted in the laboratory for the second time, she was diagnosed with advanced lung cancer. Although there were hygiene guards here, there would be basically no alien species intrusion, but nuclear radiation was everywhere. Although the concentration was very low, it could not withstand the accumulation of years. Before coming here, I knew that no one here was in good health, and no one here could survive for more than 3 years. After becoming a volunteer, Grandma Hezhong died of nematode mutation. She was old and always had trouble eating. Later, she decided not to feed the aliens in her body. The day before she committed suicide, Grandma stayed in the laboratory for a night. When she came out, she gave me 5 pages of information about the 25th version of protective clothing. In the past 2 months, after volunteers tested in many places, the 25th version of protective clothing can effectively immunize against the radioactive elements in the aliens, and human research on protective clothing has finally come to an end. The hunter's exploration of the radioactive zone has also slowly begun. Grandma Hezhong. Shenxi wrote, "Why is life so heavy?" Chapter 102. Liang Ran was silent for a moment, folded the file, and put it in his backpack. Some people are like this. Even if you have never seen her or had no contact with her, you can be sure that she is a good person from a few words. After zipping up the backpack, Liang Ran turned around and said, "Go to other rooms to look for it. Each building here has 4 floors, and each floor has 2 rooms." After listening to Liang Ran's words, everyone walked out of the door and went to the house opposite. This room is similar to the previous one, and the floor is also covered with documents. The doors of the 3 rooms in the house are all open, and you can see what is inside at a glance. There is only one room with fuel supplies, 6 boxes. Sharu glanced at the alien secretions on the ground and said, "The color of the skin secretions on the ground is the same, all yellow-green, as if they were left by the same alien species." Liang Ran nodded. "It is the same kind, all left by the man-eating the alien species." When intercepting the convoy, there were many kinds of alien species that snatched fuel from the supply point. Judging from the uneven distribution of supplies in each room here and the alien residues on the ground, the same kind of alien species will put the stolen supplies in the same room to prevent uneven distribution in the later stage and casualties from fighting. As for why the headquarters is in a hurry to find these supplies, it is because a nuclear power plant was breached recently, and the aliens in the radiation zone are not short of food for the time being, so they just hoarded these fuel supplies and haven't moved them yet. This will not be the case in a while. After Liang Ran finished speaking, Ji Chan took the initiative to move 2 boxes of supplies. She stacked the 2 boxes together, held them with both hands, and then asked others to help. "I get them back to the car first. It's too light, like a feather. Song Shanai, help me keep stacking." Song Shanai heard what she said, picked up 1 in each hand, and stacked 2 more for her. Ji Chan shook her arms. "Continue." Song Shanai said to her, "You can see the way before you say that." After that, she carried the last 2 boxes out of the room. Wu Ruozi laughed. She gently held Ji Chan's shoulders and said, "I can't move it, but I can help you see the way. Let's go back together." In order to prevent encountering alien species, Sharu also followed out the door, and sat on the terribly broken sofa with Yuesheng to look through the documents on the shelf. He took the initiative to say, "I looked at the label on the shelf. This room contains the information of the first 300 volunteers, and the room just now is for those after 300. Liang Ran gave him a more precise statement. It is 301 to 631. In order to develop protective clothing that can be safely used to enter the radiation zone, 631 volunteers and all related R&D personnel died in the Hope area. Sui Yuesheng hesitated and said, "All?" Liang Ran said, Grandma Zhang Jiman from the Institute told me that the development process of protective clothing is not imagined out of thin air. The selection of all raw materials must be reasonable and well-founded. Therefore, the Xenogenic Research Institute at that time must carefully dissect the xenogenic in the radiation zone, study the radioactive substances in its body, and then find targeted materials in the existing substances or in other contaminated areas, and then inform the R&D personnel of the protective clothing to provide them with improved data support. During the dissection of the xenogenic, the protective clothing worn by the researchers was not perfect. It could only be regarded as embryos, so the mortality rate was also extremely high. In those years, a large number of researchers and protective clothing developers died. Some died of nuclear radiation, some died of physical deformities, and Shinsiai died of a severe disease caused by radiation. I thought she had only been in the research institute before, but I didn't expect that she had been to the research and development base in the radioactive zone. Speaking of this, Liang Ran affirmed, she didn't think about living a good life, and this group of people didn't think about living a good life. They were a group of people who had received a complete education in the old world, and they were also a group of people who witnessed the end of the world. They were very sacrificial, and had the greatest enthusiasm for the survival of mankind. They are great. Sui Yuesheng was quiet for a while after hearing this and said, "Sometimes I think that good people die too early. They love humanity as a whole too much, so in order for more people to survive, they died one after another in the early days of the end of the world, leaving some timid people behind, who were well protected. Later, a large number of people with ideals died, but the Hope Zone did not become what they thought it would be. The power fell into the hands of bad people, who enjoyed the Hope Zone that others had exchanged their lives for. My mother was talking to someone on the phone a few years ago. She was very emotional, and I accidentally heard the content. She kept asking the other party why more than half of the first few S-level mutants that appeared at the beginning of the apocalypse were so bad, and why they were so lucky, so fast that no bullets could catch up with them, and so powerful that they could easily destroy heavy vehicles and weapons. They instantly possessed the most powerful genetic talent, and could wantonly disrupt the already chaotic Hope Zone. Among the leaders of many countries, he was the only one with S-level genes. Before the apocalypse, he most respected the strict class system. A large number of people in his country lived a life worse than death, but this group of people completely accepted this system because they were brainwashed since childhood. This leader was the first to propose the hierarchy decree, and his people firmly supported his decision. I remember there was another S-class speed mutant who was a robber before the end of the world, but not a death row prisoner, so he had the power to inject genetic mutation reagents. After the mutation, he instantly changed from the worst person to someone that everyone else had to rely on. When my mother talked about this, she suddenly became confused. Liang Ran asked Sui Yuesheng, "What is she confused about?" Sui Yuesheng replied, "I think God is fooling humans. God should give the best luck to the best people, such as Shinsiai, and the person in charge of this protective clothing research base, I think his name is Hezhong. It's okay to give it to this person. If the two of them had mastered the Hope Zone, everyone would definitely live differently now." Liang Ran laughed. "Your grandmother. Isn't she one of the first S-class citizens?" "She's very good." Sui Yuesheng sighed. "That's true. My grandma was a famous entrepreneur in the old world before the end of the world. She was a well-known figure on the rich list. She was particularly brutal when challenging other companies. She created a pharmaceutical organization as soon as possible at the beginning of the end of the world. She also lived a prosperous life in the end of the world. Her life motto was 'Who else but me?' Later, my father married my mother. My grandma didn't like her own son, so she trained my mother hand in hand. In addition, my mother was already powerful and smart, so she passed all the tests and competed for the job and got my grandma's industry." Liang Ran said bluntly, "It is extremely difficult for you to compete for the job." Sui Yuesheng was choked. He took a deep breath and said speechlessly, "Researcher, we have been on missions together for a long time. Can't you see my ideal in life? My ideal in life is to be a rich and idle person, understand? It's exhausting to manage an organization. Whoever wants to do it can do it. Anyway, I won't do it." At this moment, other people came in, and Ji Chan complained, "Oh, rich and idle person. I love to earn points. Go back and tell Ed Xian that you can train me. I promise not to destroy her organization." Wu Ruozi reminded Ji Chan in a low voice, "If you want to manage an organization, at least you have to read more books, otherwise other people's efforts will be wasted. What a pity." Ji Chan was silent for a few seconds, blinked. "Why are you so aggressive all of a sudden?" Wu Ruozi said, "Yes, is there?" Ji Chan nodded in agreement. "It attacked me." The short joke can adjust everyone's low mood. Now everyone is back and walks to the second floor. The dragging marks of supplies on the steps on the second floor are more obvious. Liang Ran asked Ji Chan, "Is there any space in the trunk of the car?" Ji Chan immediately shook her head. Not only is the trunk empty, but the space behind the seat is also full. Liang Ran lowered her head to contact other teams. Half a minute later, she raised her head. Okay. The last batch of teams are going back to the Hope Zone. They are very close to us. Let them help take them back. After that, she stepped onto the last step of the second floor. Everyone has experience now. As soon as they enter the door, they immediately open several doors to look for them. 2 minutes later, several people piled up the 12 boxes of fuel supplies found on the second floor. Points are waving at me, Ji-chan said happily, picked up 2 boxes of supplies skillfully and walked out. As a result, there was a sudden bang from the ceiling of the second floor, and the room was shaken, as if some large alien species jumped to the third floor. Ji-chan shouted, "Let's move." Then she hurried out, but Song Shanai pulled her back by the collar. "You are so stubborn and underdeveloped. We can't move all the materials. I know we can't run away now without Liang Ran telling me." Ji-chan coughed twice. "Are you going to take this opportunity to strangle me?" Song Shanai disdainfully let go of her hand and shook it twice. Liang Ran tried to detect with mental power while saying, "We ran away. These supplies are likely to be hit or pierced by aliens. Let me see what kind of alien it is." A few seconds later, she said, "A lone man-eating bee alien. It should have flown in from the broken window on the 4th floor. I just saw that only that window was broken before. The reason for the loud noise is that it grabbed a gray crocodile corpse and just threw it to the ground." Liang Ran immediately said, "Just pull out the opponent's mouth parts. Its heart is directly connected to the mouth parts. This kind of aliens mostly move in groups. Let's finish it quickly and move the things back." Shiru asked Liang Ran how to fight the fastest. Liang Ran replied to her, "Use bullets to drive it close to the ground. Song Shanai will find the right time to chop it down, and Ji-chan will pull out its mouth parts. If you hurt other places, it will regenerate quickly, so it's useless. Most of the alien mouth parts have barbs, and Ji-chan's hand will be injured." Liang Ran looked at Ji-chan. "I will kill the invisible alien that approaches you, and you can just carry the supplies down as usual. Press enter, and change the special gloves." As soon as Liang Ran finished speaking, a buzzing sound sounded like a death sentence, and a nearly 2-meter-long man-eating bee alien flew down from the 3rd floor at a rapid speed, with yellow-green mucus on its body flowing all over the ground. The 2nd floor was the storage point of the man-eating bee colony. When it saw Liang Ran and the others, it made a shrill cry, obviously greeting its companions. Liang Ran raised his hand and shot through the opponent's throat. End the battle within half a minute. Don't waste time. Chapter 103. Hearing Liang Ran's words, Sui Yuesheng raised his eyebrows and immediately took out his pistol to shoot at the translucent wings of the man-eating bee alien. Shiru and Wu Ruozi also shot at various parts of the alien. A few streams of blood spurted out, and the alien gradually became unstable and staggered to the handrail of the stairs. Song Shanai seized the opportunity to rush forward, raised the white giant axe in his hand high, and swung it quickly and accurately at the neck of the alien. With just one blow, it smashed it on the steps, and its neck was cut in half. Song Shanai's helmet was instantly splashed with blood. But the matter was not over yet. It was visible to the naked eye that the wound on the neck of the man-eating bee healed rapidly, and countless blood vessels were wrapped around Song Shanai's axe, as if it regarded it as a part of the alien's body and wanted the axe to grow on the alien's neck. Song Shanai quickly pulled out her axe, and a pile of flesh and blood was brought out by her. She stepped back half a step and whispered, "What the hell, this recovery ability is as good as A+, or even S-level regeneration mutants." Liang Ran reminded, "Don't step back, control it." Song Shanai came to her senses, and quickly stepped forward, smashing the axe into the alien's neck again, and then stepped hard on the alien's abdomen to prevent it from moving. At this moment, Ji-chan took the opportunity to rush forward, holding the mouthparts of the man-eating bee with both hands, closing her 5 fingers, and pulling it out with a little force. The moment the mouthparts were pulled out, the alien's struggle stopped abruptly, and the wound on its neck no longer healed by itself. Ji-chan threw the mouthparts aside with disdain. "My mission is completed. Next, it's up to you, Sister Liang Ran." After saying that, Ji-chan jumped down the stairs, ignoring the invisible alien rushing towards her, but picked up 2 boxes of supplies and urged, "Help me stack them up." Song Shanai carried 2 boxes of supplies on top, and after glancing at Ji-chan's expression, she piled 2 more boxes on top. Now the 6 boxes of fuel supplies were piled together, taller than Ji-chan's height. To prevent them from falling, Shiru took out a rope and flexibly jumped on the boxes in Ji-chan's hand, wrapping them around twice. Ji-chan looked up at Shiru not far above her head and sighed. You're so rude. What's the difference between this and jumping on my head? Shiru jumped down neatly. Not much difference. Wuruozi covered her mouth and laughed. She held Ji-chan's arm and started to walk downstairs. Don't worry, I help you see the way like before. With the help of Shiru, Song Shanai also tried to pick up 4 boxes, but her expression did not look relaxed. Sui Yuesheng walked to her side. I can barely be a guide dog. Song Shanai curled his lips. You are really a dog. Sui Yuesheng, He sighed lightly. Some people really can't grasp the key points. The key point of this sentence is obviously that you are blind. Song Shanai shrugged. Who cares about this, but you really care when you say you are a dog. The atmosphere was very relaxed, just like Liang Ran could handle all the follow-up. They carried the supplies back step by step. The last 2 boxes of supplies were carried by Shiru and Liang Ran. As Liang Ran walked, he used his free hand to shoot the invisible aliens coming from all directions. Although Ji-chan took the most, she walked the fastest. When she walked to the front of the car, the wound on her hand had healed because of her powerful S-level gene. Ji-chan put the box in front of the car and walked towards Liang Ran immediately, snatching the box from her hand. If there are too many invisible aliens, you can share your mental power with me, Ji-chan said. I am free now, and can help you fight them. Liang Ran looked back at the little girl and said with a smile, then let's do it together. After sharing her mental power, Ji-chan screamed in a suppressed voice, and kept shooting with her gun, bang bang bang, as if she was playing a shooting game. In an instant, the speed at which aliens fell from all corners quickly increased, and they quickly formed a layer on the ground. 3 minutes later, the wounds on Ji-chan's hands were all healed. She carefully checked her hands and put down the gun. Okay. It's really cool. Liang Ran thought she was talking about the fun of shooting games, and said, right, invisible aliens are easy to kill, they die when they are hit by bullets, and you don't have to think about how to kill them to save trouble. It's really cool to kill them. But Ji-chan corrected her. I mean the moment when I pulled out the mouth parts of the killer bee. It feels good to feel the force on my fingers, and it feels good to feel the stinging and bleeding in my palms. I'm not a psychopath or a masochist, it's just that my hands haven't hurt for a long time, and I only feel it when I pull the trigger. Hearing Ji-chan's words, Liang Ran reached out and held her rough little hand. Temperature is also a real feeling. Don't think like this in the future, and don't get hurt easily. Ji-chan laughed. She and Liang Ran walked side by side towards the car. Everyone was standing under the car. There was not enough space inside the car. The supplies were neatly placed next to the door. Liang Ran glanced at the communicator and said, the other party has 15 minutes. Shiru nodded. The artificial sun is about to go out. I hope they can hurry up. Liang Ran responded. It's okay as long as we keep up the time. I urge them. After that, she lowered her head and started to write a message, but before she had typed a few words, she suddenly heard the faint sound of insects. Liang Ran's hands froze for a moment, and she quickly raised her head. In the sky far away, a swarm of yellow-green man-eating bees flew towards this side at a rapid speed. Liang Ran immediately deleted all the words and sent a concise message, man-eating bees, come quickly. Sui Yuesheng hissed, opened the car door, and was about to get in, but Song Shanai quickly grabbed him. We are all in the car, what should we do with these fuel supplies? Since these alien species know how to hide the supplies and classify them, they must be very smart. When they see us taking the supplies back, they will definitely destroy them. Sui Yuesheng said speechlessly, my lady, what's the use of 12 boxes of supplies? At most, it can make the artificial sun last for 5 more hours. There is no room in the car. We can't let them sit on the seats, and we stay under the car, right? Song Shanai bit her lip and said quickly, why not? We have Liang Ran. We will fight with all our strength. You will be parasitized. Just hold on for 15 minutes, you won't die. Maybe you don't have to hold on for that long. What's wrong with 5 hours? I went to the outer city, and the main city hospital recently. Song Shanai said hurriedly, the extinguishing of the artificial sun means the collapse of the power system. Those who are hanging on to their lives in the treatment cabin will all die, and the team with the epidemic, anti-spices team, will all die. Many people in the outer city have a very fragile mentality. I asked them what would happen if they couldn't see the sun, and they didn't know how to continue living. 5 more hours of burning of the artificial sun is a lot. Why is it not more? Sui Yuesheng showed an expression of disbelief. Is this what you can say? Song Shanai was too lazy to pay attention to Sui Yuesheng. She pushed Liang Ran's arm. Speak quickly. As soon as the voice fell, several black objects fell from the bee colony hundreds of meters away. The moment they fell heavily to the ground, these black objects broke into pieces. Wuruozi was the first to see clearly, and she said, "It's the body of the hunter." Liang Ran turned around and asked everyone, "Fighting and getting in the car?" Song Shanai was the first to answer, "Of course it's fighting." Ji Chan clenched the gun, "Kill them." Shiru also nodded, "Fight." Wuruozi stretched out his hand to Shiru. "Sister Shiru, give me a knife." Sui Yuesheng shrugged, "Okay, I accompany you. The bee colony will fly over in a dozen seconds." Everyone opened the car door, quickly stuffed the fuel and supplies into the driveway and seats, and then slammed the door with a bang. Liang Ran quickly made arrangements. There are hundreds of man-eating bees. The previous fighting method is no longer effective, and my mental strength is not enough to prevent them from seeing the supplies and us, so we can only fight hard. Ji Chan shoots from a distance, penetrates their wings, and lowers their flying altitude. Shiru and Song Shanai enter the bee colony together. Shiru uses speed to help Song Shanai move forward and dodge, and Song Shanai cuts off their mouth parts. Although this will not kill them, it can make them lose their combat weapons and become less scary. Mouth parts are the most difficult to regenerate, and they will not be able to recover tomorrow morning. Sui Yuesheng and Wuruozi together, Wuruozi is free to play, and Sui Yuesheng takes her to dodge when the time is right. Sui Yuesheng was about to ask, but remembering Wuruozi's vigorous fighting method before, he quickly closed his mouth and made a gesture of no problem. Liang Ren finally arranged himself. "I will always pay attention to you, try to control the aliens close to you, and try not to hurt you." A dozen seconds passed quickly, and the overwhelming buzzing sound resounded through everyone's ears. Ji Chan carried the sniper rifle on her shoulder and squinted her eyes to shoot the first shot. Bang! The battle began from then on. The leading man-eating bee alien was shocked by the impact and retreated 2 or 3 meters, and then fell rapidly. Shiru grabbed Song Shanai's wrist and rushed forward. With an axe raised and fell, the mouth parts of the first alien were completely chopped off. Sui Yuesheng cooperated with Wuruozi for the first time. He was a little confused when he rushed into the bee swarm, but Wuruozi, who held the knife, seemed to have found his true body. He didn't use Sui Yuesheng at all and rushed towards the several aliens in front of him. Because her strength was not as strong as Song Shanai's, she used more cleverness, and was smart enough not to cut off the mouth parts by the root, but to cut off 2/3 of them along the thin part. Wuruozi calmly observed the speed of the alien species falling, and rushed forward to cut off their mouth parts with a knife before they could stabilize their bodies. The sound of fighting was drowned in the sound of insects. Liang Ran kept a close eye on everyone's situation, and tried to find a few people in the bee swarm. At this time, Shiru was the outermost. While helping Song Shanai dodge, she ran a few steps, turned her wrist sideways, and leaned back to cut the knife horizontally, forcing back several alien species that rushed towards her. Further inside was Song Shanai. Having spent so much time in the training ground, her combat skills were now basically mature. She pulled out the black line on the white rose on the axe handle, and tied the mouth parts of the 2 aliens at the same time. Then she pulled hard, and the 2 mouth parts were easily cut off, with blood splattering. At the deepest point was Wuruozi. She jumped onto an alien and grabbed its neck with one hand, forcing it to raise its head high. She lowered her eyes, skillfully cut off the alien's mouth parts in midair, and then jumped off the alien. Sui Yuesheng showed a frantic expression, ran forward to catch her, and took her to the other aliens. Liang Ran interfered with the status of all the aliens in real time. As long as there were more than 5 aliens rushing towards one person at the same time, she would forcefully interfere with 2 of them, and let them fly to other places. But her energy was limited after all, and she couldn't multitask and pay attention to everyone at the same time, so everyone actually had wounds of varying sizes at this moment. Song Shanai's neck was scratched and bleeding constantly. Wuruozi's abdomen was pierced by her mouth parts. Shiru had countless minor injuries on her body, and even her helmet had cracks. Only Ji Chan was temporarily unscathed because she was closest to Liang Ran. Sui Yuesheng took out the gene blocker in his arms, rushed to each person, and quickly injected them with the drug. 10 minutes passed quickly, and more than 50 man-eating bee aliens were lying on the ground. Because their mouth parts were cut, they kept rolling on the ground, and their blood soaked the soil under them. Liang Ran took a deep breath, restrained his fingers that were trembling slightly due to fatigue, and leaned against the car. At this moment, Nan Wanting suddenly opened the car door. "I helped too." After that, she fired a few shots at the swarm of bees in the air. While shooting, she said, "Your team is really interesting. I thought you should get in the car, and were ready to push the supplies down to make room, but you refused to get in the car." 3 minutes later, an armored vehicle appeared at the end of the road, and it drove rapidly towards the direction of the swarm of bees. After more than 10 seconds, the car stopped steadily beside Liang Ran, and 5 hunters jumped out of the car. "We are here." When the leading woman ran past Liang Ran, she raised her hand. Liang Ran immediately stretched out his hand and clapped hands with the woman. A crisp high five sounded. Liang Ran said, "The man-eating bee species have a strong tracking ability. Once they start, they must all lose their combat capability and give up tracking. My teammates need to change into protective clothing. They go back to the car, and I will help you." Chapter 104. Team Xuanqing had already made 2/3 of the bee colony lose their combat effectiveness. This team was much more relaxed during the battle, and ended the battle in 10 minutes. During this period, a boy's hand was injured. Liang Ran shot all the invisible aliens that approached him. After the bee colony's mouthparts were all broken, this team had free time. Liang Ran immediately shared his mental power with them. "You help him shoot the invisible aliens. I go to the car to see my teammates." This team was the last batch of the mission, so no one had shared their mental power with Liang Ran. After seeing the invisible aliens, they were all particularly surprised for a moment. A red-haired girl explained, "It turns out that the invisible aliens are shallow mosaics." Liang Ran quickly corrected her, "It's just that I can't see it clearly, so you can't see it clearly either." The girl suddenly realized. After returning to the car, Liang Ran asked Ji Chan to move the supplies out of the car, and then he paid attention to everyone's injuries. Wu Ruozi's wound had healed. Although Shiru had many wounds, they were all shallow, so they healed quickly. Song Shanai's wound on the back of her neck was very deep, and could not be recovered in a short time, so Sui Yuesheng injected her with a milliliter of regenerative reagent. At this moment, her wound was healing rapidly, and her mental state was very good. I said, "We can do it." Song Shanai saw that her wound had almost recovered and changed into a new protective suit. "Now we have the ability to get off the car and fight if we encounter a colony of devouring ants. It's all child's play." Ji Chan said, "Ouch. The eldest lady is showing off." Song Shanai raised her chin. "What else?" Witnessing Wu Ruozi's extraordinary fighting power twice, Song Shanai was aroused by curiosity and turned to look at her. "When did you practice? And what is your ranking in the training ground? I called you a loser before. Why didn't you refute it?" Wu Ruozi scratched his head. "It should be the training before I lost my memory. I haven't been to the training ground since I lost my memory. I don't like that place. As for the loser, why do you have to refute it? It seems that what I said is not wrong." Song Shanai said, "Oh, you must have ranked very high before. You can beat 10 Shiru and 500 Sui Yuesheng." The mentioned Shiru glanced at Song Shanai and said nothing. Sui Yuesheng sneered and said nothing. Seeing that everyone was in good condition, Liang Ran asked, "Our trunk is full. Should we return to the Hope Zone tomorrow morning, or find another team to take these supplies back and continue looking?" Song Shanai said, "As a matter of course, keep looking. The protective suits are not used up yet. At least we can still fight a fierce battle." When they came to the radiation zone, everyone had 3 sets of protective suits. Ji Chan had changed a set before because of the owl alien. She was not injured just now, so she was still wearing that set. Except for Liang Ran, everyone else had changed a set just now. After Nan Wanning got in the car, she used her protective suit because she was close to Liang Ran. In summary, everyone has wasted a set of protective suits now. And on the way back to the Hope Zone, because the car was full of radioactive elements, everyone's protective suits must be intact, so now everyone can still waste another set of clothes. Liang Ran thought for a moment and replied, "Let's go around again. Once the next set of protective clothing is worn out, we will return immediately." No one objected to this, so Liang Ran lowered his head and sent a message, and contacted another vehicle that was going to return. This time she contacted Fengshe. Fengshe's team found 4 boxes of supplies in a hospital today, but unfortunately encountered a nest of aliens. After fighting several rounds of aliens, more than half of the people used up 2 sets of protective clothing, so they decided to return. After communicating with Fengshe for a few minutes, Liang Ran looked up and said, "Fengshe has many friends." She just asked around and calculated the remaining supplies in the radiation zone. At that time, there were more than 300 boxes of fuel intercepted by aliens at the supply point, enough for 4 or 5 days of artificial sun. Today, all teams found more than 70 boxes. We still have some to find, so we are really not in a hurry to go back. After agreeing on a location with Fengshe, Liang Ran put down the communicator and opened the car door. At this moment, the team had completely finished the battle. The boy with the injured hand was repeatedly admiring his intact hand. His teammates couldn't bear it anymore and silently threw a pair of gloves to him. Hurry up and change. A few minutes later, all the supplies under the car were transferred, and the captain of the opposite team said goodbye to Liang Ran. See you in the city. See you in the city. As soon as Liang Ran finished speaking, the originally bright sunshine disappeared in an instant, and night fell. Liang Ran smiled, said goodbye to the other party again across the vast darkness, and then rolled up the car window. The car waited in the same place for half an hour, and Feng Shu's team came over. Because there were many dangers in the dark, the two sides did not greet each other. After handing over the supplies at the fastest speed, Feng Shu patted Liang Ran on the shoulder. My hand was pierced by an alien in the afternoon. Fortunately you are here. Liang Ran, fortunately you are here. After saying that, she gave Liang Ran a strong hug and ran back to the car quickly. After watching Feng Shu's car leave, Liang Ran looked at Shiru and said, let's go to our resting place tonight. Liang Ran chose a factory that was a little far away. This place was marked by many hunting teams. They said that there were several walls that had not been eaten through, which could cover the car, and was suitable for rest at night. Shiru drove there according to the route. An hour and a half later, Shiru stopped at the place marked by Liang Ran. At this time, there was only one armored vehicle of the Xuanqing team. The radiation area was not suitable for gathering and resting. The more people there were, the more radioactive elements they carried, and the more the aliens wanted to come to find jam bread. Finally, they could rest. Everyone quickly found nutrient solution to drink. Liang Ran sensed the surroundings and confirmed that there were no aliens next to the car. Then he withdrew his mental power, opened the door, and jumped out of the car. She sprinkled a circle of insect repellent powder around the car, and then returned to the car. Ji Chan was puzzled. Does this work for aliens in the radiation zone? Liang Ran replied, it's a little useful. Sprinkle some on your body, add some unpalatable ingredients to the jam bread. After everyone sprinkled the powder, they laughed and talked for a while, and then leaned back in their seats and gradually quieted down. Song Shanai took out the file she had folded and put in her pocket and looked at it carefully. After a moment, she handed the file to Liang Ran to see. What does the golden moon on it mean? It's at the genetic level. Liang Ran was stunned. She recalled the genetic levels of Qi Qingshui and He Zong. There was no specific level written on it, but golden stars and golden moons. After thinking for a moment, she replied, the stars may be third-class citizens, and the moon is a second-class citizen. Everyone lives and dies together in the protective clothing research and development base, and they all have a passion. They probably don't want to use genetic levels to distinguish people, so they use this to fool the headquarters. Song Shanai nodded silently. Liang Ran roughly glanced at the document, and just as she was about to return it to Song Shanai, she suddenly noticed a few words written on the back of the file. Her eyes glanced over, and her eyes suddenly froze for a moment. Shenxi's words were engraved on the stone tablet in the wasteland, so Liang Ran was sure that it was written by Shenxi. It's all my fault. Shenxi wrote, the research and development of gene mutation reagents is the biggest mistake, the biggest crime, and I should be sentenced to death. Good people are most likely to suffer from self-psychological torture. Song Shanai also saw these two lines. She was silent for a while, and said, I went to the outer city a while ago. My father didn't let me go before. I only saw the outer city in the railcar. It was dirty and smelly. The ground in the outer city was really disgusting. The water on the road was not cleaned. I accidentally slipped and was covered with dirty water. An aunt took me home, gave me clothes, and braided my hair. I know she wanted to get rewards from me because I was well dressed, but this is the first time someone braided my hair. She is actually a third-class citizen. Ji Chan already knew that Song Shanai had changed now. From her stubbornness to protect the supplies just now, it can be seen that Song Shanai is a brave and kind girl in her bones. She could have grown up well, but there is no gentle environment around her for her to grow up. She has raised herself well. So Ji Chan didn't criticize her for saying she was actually a third-class citizen, but asked, did your mother die early? Song Shanai nodded casually. Anyway, I don't remember seeing her. But when I was 8 years old, I found a compartment under my bed and a letter she left for me. She told me to love my father less and myself more, to fulfill my duties as a saint, and to truly love the congregants. She also said, Song Shanai straightened up, looking a little proud. She said that the white rose bush behind the church, she lied to her father that she planted it for him, representing pure and flawless love, but in fact, she planted it for me. Even though we had never met, She loved me sincerely and earnestly. So Song Shanai was actually taught by someone. Even if she only taught the number of words in a letter. Sui Yuesheng glanced at the car screen and said, "There is a recorder here. You really dare to say anything?" Song Shanai rolled her eyes. "This thing is not real time. I know you will replace it after returning to the city. You really think I'm stupid?" Liang Ran laughed. Time passed quickly. At around 10 o'clock, everyone laid their seats flat. Nan Wanting took the initiative to join the night watch rotation. After determining the order of the night watch, everyone laid down one after another, and their breathing gradually stabilized. Liang Ran was the first one to keep watch. She looked out the window quietly, watching the deep and ominous night. Soon an hour passed, but she did not get up to wake up Nan Wanting, but helped her to continue the night watch. As a result, after keeping watch for less than a few minutes, Nan Wanting's communicator vibrated, and she sat up and asked Liang Ran to go to bed. "Thank you, you should go to bed soon," the girl said. Liang Ran saw Nan Wanting got up, so she nodded and laid down on the chair with her back to Nan Wanting. Time passed slowly. 5 minutes later, she suddenly whispered, "Don't point the knife at the heart." Nan Wanting was stunned, her hand shook subconsciously, and she almost lost the knife in her palm. She raised her head in a hurry. "What are you?" Liang Ran turned around and lay flat on his back to look at Nan Wanting. "I saw it with my mental power." Nan Wanting said helplessly, "You kept staring at me when you didn't sleep." Liang Ran admitted, "Yes, I didn't dare to sleep at all. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep when I thought about seeing a corpse as soon as I opened my eyes tomorrow morning." Nan Wanting couldn't help laughing. "Then I get off the car?" Liang Ran's eyes swept across the tentacles on the girl's forehead and asked her, "Can't you hold on a little longer?" Nan Wanting talked about other things. "I heard you say that the residential area is a protective clothing manufacturing base. There must be many mutants in it. Did they all insist on living?" Liang Ran thought about it, and didn't lie to the girl. He said honestly, "Most of them committed suicide." So Nan Wanting lowered his eyes. "So I just did what a large number of people did. Facts have proved that mutants really can't live well, otherwise why would they all commit suicide?" Liang Ran scratched his hair in distress and said, "When Song Shanai talked about her mother just now, I saw that you seemed very... I was moved. You must have a very good mother." Nan Wanting asked her, "How do you know?" Liang Ran replied, "Because you are good. This kind of goodness must be cultivated. You asked your husband and daughter, why don't you ask your mother's opinion?" Nan Wanting said bitterly, "My mother is more afraid of cockroaches. My daughter hates cockroaches because I taught her, and I was taught by my mother. She especially hates this kind of insect. Every time she sees it, she will curse and step on it to death, and let my father clean it up." Liang Ran said, "Ask her." Nan Wanting looked at Liang Ran carefully for a long time, lowered her head, and clicked on her communicator. While typing, she said, "My mother must be asleep so late. She has a healthy schedule, and must go to bed at 9 o'clock. After pressing the send button, she raised her head and said, "I probably can't wait for her reply. I feel very uncomfortable. Now I want to die." Before she said the two words, Nan Wanting's communicator lit up. She lowered her head in shock, and Liang Ran came over without hesitation. There were 2 lines of dialogue on the communicator. Nan Wanting, "Mom, I hate cockroaches. Bugs are so disgusting." Angry Mom, "Where did you get this prejudice? If you say that again, I will beat you to death." Mom wants to give all the little bugs a home. Mom is willing to catch little bugs for them to eat every day. Chapter 105. Liang Ran looked at the message sent by Nan Wanting's mother, and his eyes suddenly became sore. 3 of Nan Wanting's teammates died. Although one was found by other teams, he refused to get on the bus back to the Hope Zone. According to his current mental state, he probably did not report the team's situation to the headquarters. In other words, including today, Nan Wanting's team has been out of contact with the headquarters for a day and a half. Under normal circumstances, the headquarters will notify the team's family 2 days after the team loses contact, so Nan Wanting's mother probably doesn't know her daughter's situation yet. She only knows that she is still performing tasks in the radiation zone and has not returned home. Nan Wanting's lips trembled. After a few breaths, she whispered, "The last time I contacted my mother was yesterday afternoon. At that time, our team was expected to return to the Hope Zone and was preparing to return to the rest point in the wilderness. My mother knew that I was going back soon and was very happy. According to common sense, I should have been home tonight, but she didn't wait for me, so she sent me a message at 8 o'clock, asking me what I was doing, whether I had eaten dinner, and whether I ate well, but I didn't reply to her. I don't know how to reply to her. Tell her that I'm still alive? This will give her hope. She will definitely be more sad when she finds out that I'm dead later, but I can't help but reply to my mother's message, so I simply deleted the chat history. Thinking about it now, Nan Wanting's eyes left 2 lines of tears. If I don't reply to her, how can she sleep? She must not be able to sleep. After saying this, Nan Wanting shook her head quickly. She turned on the communicator again and lowered her head to reply, Mom, you are too much. Catching little bugs for little bugs to eat every day, this is too much. What do you think the little bugs will think? Angry Mom replied again in seconds. Mom is partial, don't worry about it. Nan Wanting, you used to step on bugs all the time, and any poor bugs in the house were stepped on to death by you. Angry Mom replied, don't worry about Mom's affairs, people will change. How much Mom disliked me before, how much she likes me now. Not only do I have to prepare food for the little bug, but I also have to dress up the little bug's room, and it would be best if I could become a little bug and stay with the little bug every day. If anyone dares to laugh at us, I will take off my protective clothing and open my helmet on the spot, so that they will never dare to approach us again. So Mom guessed it. Mom guessed it at the first time. Nan Wanting couldn't stop crying instantly. She sobbed for a long time, took a deep breath, and laughed and complained, Mom, you are so fickle. This time Angry Mom didn't reply in seconds. After a long time, about half a minute later, she sent a message, Mom's love for you will never change. When Nan Wanting saw this, she suddenly turned around and hugged Liang Ran, burying her helmet in Liang Ran's abdomen, crying out of breath. Liang Ran put his hand on her back and patted the girl gently. 5 minutes later, seeing that Nan Wanting couldn't stop crying, Liang Ran tried to reach behind him, touched a bottle of nutrient solution, and handed it to the girl. Don't be dehydrated, replenish it first. Nan Wanting's crying stopped abruptly. She raised her head in a daze and subconsciously reached out to take the nutrient solution from Liang Ran's hand. After stopping, she suddenly realized that she was having difficulty breathing. She quickly breathed hard several times and opened the gate of the oxygen cylinder a little wider. She said embarrassedly, I'm deprived of oxygen from crying. After that, she unscrewed the cap of the nutrient solution and drank it through the thin tube outside the mask. At this time, everyone in the car woke up, and Ji-chan asked, Are you not going to commit suicide? Nan Wanting thought for a moment and replied, Not for the time being. But I don't know about the future. There must be a reason why so many deformed people commit suicide. I can't guarantee the future. It's just that now, I don't want to give my mother no hope at all. After saying that, she urged, Everyone, now is my night watch time, you guys go to sleep quickly, I will definitely be alive tomorrow morning. Ji-chan covered the quilt, a strange promise. But if you are really in pain, no one can stop you, and we will definitely not stop you then. Sister Liang Ran stopped you because you clearly wanted to live at the beginning, otherwise you would definitely commit suicide. Why did you ask your husband and daughter? There is no need to not want to live because of their denial. Besides, your daughter is still so young. She doesn't know shit at the age of 3. When she grows up, she will think back to her answer that day, and she will be very upset. Liang Ran looked at Ji-chan with a little surprise. Ji-chan snorted and crawled into the bed. I am really an adult. Liang Ran also pulled up the quilt and lay on the chair. The daytime in the contaminated area was too tiring, so everyone was trained and did not worry about insomnia at night. Instead, they fell asleep faster than each other. Soon Liang Ran was overwhelmed by sleepiness, and her consciousness became drowsy. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Liang Ran suddenly heard a very subtle sound, which was like the sound of a needle piercing the skull. The sound was very small, but it made people feel uncomfortable. Liang Ran slowly opened her eyes. She straightened up and took a look. It was Ji-chan who was on guard at this time. Ji-chan saw Liang Ran and asked in confusion, Are you having a nightmare? Liang Ran shook his head. I heard some sound. Ji-chan thought about it and replied, No, it was very quiet. Did you hear it in a dream and get confused? Liang Ran frowned and lay back on the chair. As soon as she closed her eyes, the sound rang again, but this time it was more secretive and low. Liang Ran opened her eyes again. She asked Ji-chan, Did you hear it this time? Ji-chan shook her head blankly. No. She thought about it and said, Is it the sound made by the invisible aliens? If they make a sound, only you can hear it. This is indeed possible. But Liang Ran did not close her eyes this time. Instead, she used her mental power to detect the distance of 5 or 6 meters around the car. After a few seconds, she withdrew her mental power and said, There are no aliens. Ji-chan breathed a sigh of relief. I said, "Are you too nervous during the day?" Liang Ran did not reply. After a few seconds, she suddenly remembered something that was not right. Her heart skipped a beat, and she extended her mental power again. This time, her attention was not on the aliens around the car, but on the car body itself. Half a minute later, she found a needle-tip-sized hole on the surface of the car body. If she hadn't looked closely, she would have never found it. Soon she found a second needle hole on the surface of the car body. Liang Ran stood up instantly. She quickly walked to the position corresponding to the two needle holes, the seats of Song Shanai and Cui Yuesheng. Because of their sleeping postures, by coincidence, the two needle holes were facing the helmets of the two people. Because of the loud noise, Song Shanai woke up quickly. She looked up at Liang Ran and said, "Why are you looking at me in the middle of the night?" Liang Ran bent down and carefully checked Song Shanai's helmet. After a few seconds, she said quickly, "Change helmets." Cui Yuesheng, you change too. Liang Ran turned around and said. Cui Yuesheng opened his eyes with a sleepy face. What to change? Helmet. Liang Ran said concisely, when you were sleeping, your helmets were pierced by the mouthparts of man-eating bees. They caught up and are taking revenge on us. Hearing Liang Ran's words, the two of them woke up instantly and quickly got up to check their helmets. Cui Yuesheng soon found a tiny needle hole on the back of his head, with a slight friction feeling. This alien is really good, playing dirty. He gritted his teeth and said. After saying that, he immediately took out a new helmet and changed it on the spot. Song Shanai also quickly changed into a new helmet, looking at the needle hole on his side with lingering fear. She said in disbelief, "Can the mouthparts be so sharp that they can penetrate an armored vehicle?" Liang Ran thought for a moment and replied, "If it is a queen bee, then it can. Its position in the bee colony is similar to that of the mother vampire mosquito, with the strongest attack power and the highest IQ. The eyesight of man-eating bees is very good. The queen bee must be more than 10 meters outside the window. From top to bottom, she saw the specific position of the two of you when you were sleeping. Its mouthparts are very thin. Unless it penetrates the human body from top to bottom, it is difficult to kill you with one blow. If its mouthparts stab you, you will wake up immediately because of the pain and inject therapeutic drugs, and its attack will be in vain," Liang Ran said in detail, so after consideration, it decided Cui Yuesheng continued her words. "This vicious thing decided to destroy our helmets and make a small hole in it, so that we can absorb the radioactive elements in the car without knowing it, and either die from nuclear radiation or become deformed. If you don't notice this, and absorb radioactive elements all night, Song Shanai and I will find ourselves dead when we wake up tomorrow morning." Liang Ran nodded. "That's right." Song Shanai immediately said, "Is it still next to the car? I go down and chop it off now." Liang Ran replied, "It's gone. I looked out the window twice after I woke up just now, and it probably startled it. When I used my mental power to detect it, there was no alien outside the car. But it may also be secretly observing us from a few meters away. My mental power detection range is not large. Sharu can turn on the car lights, and Wu Rosie can look around." Hearing Liang Ran's words, Sharu immediately turned on the car lights. Wu Rosie looked out of the car window, and after a few glances, she ran to Liang Ran's car window to look out. Half a minute later, she pointed ahead. On a tree more than 10 meters away, the car lights can't reach there. I vaguely saw the outline. It has been looking this way, as if it is monitoring us. Cui Yuesheng clicked his tongue. What monitoring? It just wants to see us make a fool of ourselves tomorrow morning. If it dares to attack us, we will kill it. Song Shanai asked him, "How do we do it?" Cui Yuesheng shrugged. "It is so far away, if we drive or get off the car to rush over, it will definitely fly away, and then follow us from a distance, looking for an opportunity to play with us again. If we don't kill it, it's a time bomb. In order to prevent it from being alarmed again, we'd better stay put now. I promise that this thing will never fly away tonight. Just like criminals love to return to the crime scene, it's the same disgusting way. Tomorrow morning we will pretend to be in trouble, shout, and make some crying sounds, so that it will fly over to see the joke, and then work together to kill it." Song Shanai made a move to support Cui Yuesheng for the first time. She silently applauded. "It's interesting, Cui Yuesheng." Liang Ran raised his eyebrows. Cui Yuesheng turned around and asked her, "How about my plan?" Everyone looked at Liang Ran eagerly. Even Nan Wanting showed excitement. Liang Ran, Okay, there's nothing wrong with the plan. I arranged the specific killing method. You can play if you want to tomorrow morning. Chapter 106. When the artificial sun was lit, Liang Ran slowly opened his eyes. Soon, a scream was heard in the car, followed by Sui Yuesheng's voice of disbelief. Half a minute later, suppressed crying spread from the car. Song Shanai couldn't cry, so Wu Ruozi wiped her tears for her. Ji Chan reminded her in a low voice, "The tears are flowing on your face, and you can't wipe them away through the helmet." Wu Ruozi sobbed and whispered, "I didn't cry, I just howled." "Captain, you should open the window." Ji Chan hurriedly pressed the window button gently, leaving a gap of 10 centimeters. The refreshing cold wind rushed in instantly. Ji Chan squinted slightly and loaded the gun at her feet. Just as expected, the man-eating bee queen who had been hiding in the shade of the tree suddenly flapped its wings and flew up. It quickly flew to the factory building next to it, and then landed behind a tree closest to the armored vehicle under the cover of the factory. The trees here have obviously mutated, and there is a strange prosperity. The queen bee is smaller than the average man-eating bee, less than half a meter high. Once it stops on the tree, it can't be found unless people look carefully. Liang Ran glanced at that place, and found that the 2 insect legs at the front of the queen bee were trembling wildly. It was obviously in an extremely excited state. Its eyes were fixed on Sui Yuesheng and Song Shanai, but at this time, both of them were wrapped in quilts, so it couldn't see the specific situation. While everyone was not looking at it, it circled around the back of the car and landed lightly behind the car. Liang Ran whispered 3, 2. At the last second, Sharu immediately clicked on the car screen, and the trunk lid was quickly lifted. The queen bee was standing on it at this time. She was startled by the movement under her feet. Her eyes moved to both sides, and she flapped her wings to fly away. The queen bee flies very fast, but now the distance is too close. No matter how fast it flies, it can't be as fast as Ji Chan's gun. Bang! Ji Chan put the gun on the car window, and 2 silver bullets were fired in a rotation, hitting the queen bee's wings and abdomen respectively. The moment it was shot, the man-eating bee let out a wail, its wings shook, and its body fell to the ground, and blood slowly flowed out of its abdomen. But the man-eating bee has a strong regenerative ability. It only touched the ground for 2 seconds, and immediately flew up. It looked at the armored vehicle viciously, and then flew up desperately. At this time, Song Shanai rushed out of the car with an axe and hit its back with an axe. In severe pain, the queen bee turned angrily, and was about to pierce Song Shanai's head with her sharp mouthparts. Song Shanai quickly turned sideways, and tilted her body nearly 60 degrees. Her chin was just off the queen bee's mouthparts, and she accurately avoided the attack. Then she turned her wrist, held the axe upright, and hit the queen bee's sharp mouthparts with the side. Under the impact of huge force, the queen bee was smashed to the ground. Song Shanai stepped on its abdomen and pressed its abdominal wound tightly with his foot. The wound that was about to heal was torn apart. At this time, Ji Chan and Sui Yuesheng also jumped out of the car. Ji Chan took over Song Shanai's giant axe, and hit the tip of the queen bee's mouthparts along the growth direction of the mouthparts. The queen bee's mouthparts immediately became shorter, because a part of it was hit into its brain by Ji Chan. Then, there were 2 clangs, and 2 axes hit down. In front of everyone, the queen bee's mouthparts directly pierced through its own head, and came out from the back of its head. The queen bee was like being nailed to the ground by a sword. The place where its mouthparts were originally turned into a blood hole, and blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing everywhere. Sui Yuesheng, who was squatting on the side, moved his steps in disdain. "If you don't chase me, who would have the time to kill you? And you're playing dirty tricks. Is it fun to torture humans? How many hunters have you killed with that disgusting method?" After that, he took out a bottle of corrosive potion, opened the lid, and slowly poured the blue liquid on the blood hole. The dying alien species struggled instantly. Its body twisted and swung constantly, hitting the ground hard. In just a few seconds, its translucent wings were smashed by it, and its internal organs and blood clots slowly flowed out of the wound on its abdomen and fell on the ground like a pile of pig blood clots. The scene looked very tragic, but the hunter was not a psychopath, and it was impossible for him to pity it. With the skilled operation of the cannibal queen bee, I don't know how many hunters were distorted in their sleep. They were all nan-wanting, and they all had mothers who couldn't sleep late at night, but they were forced to distort because of alien species, and they wanted to commit suicide all the time in pain. As for these, the alien species in the radiation zone only found them funny and exciting. So when humans kill aliens, no matter how cruel the killing method is, they will not feel any psychological burden. After the man-eating bee alien died, Sui Yuesheng stood up lazily and stretched. "I feel comfortable. Fortunately Liang Ren found it, otherwise now you and I have grown compound eyes. Oh, and that disgusting transparent wings. Song Shanai picked up the axe at his feet and hit him in the stomach with the axe handle. Get rid of the disgust. If the man-eating bee mutants hear this and commit suicide in front of you, you might as well die to apologize. Sui Yuesheng said ouch. Song Shanai frowned instantly. What do you mean? Sui Yuesheng laughed and raised his hand. It's boring. I try to control my mouth and learn from you. Song Shanai glanced at Sui Yuesheng's hand raised to his ear, suddenly raised his hand, and clapped hands with him for no apparent reason. Sui Yuesheng? ? After Song Shanai withdrew his hand, he walked past Sui Yuesheng with an axe in his arms, and walked back to the car. Soon Ji-chan and Sui Yuesheng also got in the car. Liang Ran asked a few people, Are you happy? Ji-chan nodded quickly. Happy. Liang Ran smiled. Then let's go. Qin Gu sent a message saying that at 3 o'clock last night, the base camp, where the aliens stored fuel materials, was found. It is currently the second largest nuclear power plant in the radiation zone. It was breached 5 years ago, and the remaining nuclear radiation is very strong. It is conservatively estimated that there are more than 180 boxes of materials in the station. 80% of the materials that were robbed by the aliens last time are there. There are dozens of species, and nearly 1,000 aliens stationed in the nuclear power plant. It is not possible for a few teams to enter. He has notified all the teams currently in the radiation zone. We will rush there as soon as possible. All teams with the same batch of tasks have information that can be interoperable. As long as the signal is not a problem, they can see the current route of each other's team and communicate at any time. If an application is made, they can even open the communication and sharing of the entire contaminated area, and all the hunter teams in the current contaminated area can contact each other. However, the latter consumes power a little quickly. If it is not an emergency, and needs to ask for help from nearby teams, everyone basically will not turn on that function. While Liang Ran was talking, Shiru transferred the route map that Qin Gu had sent to the car screen, then started the car and drove along the route. Wu Ruozi looked down at the information on the communicator carefully. After a moment, she looked up and said worriedly, With so many supplies piled together, can the aliens be so stupid? I mean, they are now highly intelligent. Although their IQ levels are still uneven, there are always a few particularly smart ones in a species. Don't they know that this centralized placement can easily be taken away by hunters? In this way, they will steal human supplies in vain. It feels a bit strange. Liang Ran said bluntly. You mean this may be a trap set by the aliens? Wu Ruozi nodded quickly. Liang Ran agreed with her. It's probably a trap, but there are so many supplies there. Even if it's a trap, we have to go there, and we deal with it when the time comes. Wu Ruozi sighed. That's right. We came in to find supplies. There's no reason not to go if we know where it is. These aliens are also sure of our mentality. The direction of the Yunlu team was completely different from the Xuanqing team. It would take at least noon for Shiru to get there. Liang Ran looked at the scene outside the car window and saw that there were no aliens in sight, so he lowered his head and typed on the communication interface. There are several teams coming soon from the Yunlu team. If anyone is free, can you tell me about the situation of the nuclear power plant later? And can you help me take a photo of the nuclear power plant? And it would be better to take more photos of the aliens, thank you. Liang Ran waited for a few minutes, but no one sent a message on the interface. After waiting for a while, a few messages finally appeared. Why is no one replying? It makes our team very nervous. Qin Gu, your team will not rush in on impulse, right? Don't try to get yourself killed. Then the man said to Liang Ran, Our team is almost there. Half an hour left. We will let you know when we arrive. Liang Ran replied, Thank you. Just as she put down her wrist, the communicator lit up again, and Liang Ran looked down. I found that it was a message from Qin Gu. Sorry, I encountered some trouble just now, and didn't pay attention to the communicator. The situation is a bit complicated. Our team is 300 meters away from the nuclear power plant. No other team has arrived yet. When you are about to arrive, don't come to the nuclear power plant first. Stop 3 kilometers away temporarily. Don't get close and evacuate at any time. I will send the photos immediately, but most of the aliens have hidden in the nuclear power plant, so I shouldn't be able to take pictures. Liang Ran looked at 300 meters and frowned. She asked, Is it too close? There is only one team in that place. It is difficult to escape when a large number of aliens rush over at such a close distance. Qin Gu replied quickly, I know, but I haven't figured out a solution yet. Since my friend discovered this nuclear power plant, and I drove over, these aliens have been forcing our team to move forward. I initially stopped 1 kilometer away. At that time, more than a dozen spider aliens came over and bit 3 boxes of fuel supplies in front of us 200 meters in front of the car. We encountered this situation twice, and later found that the aliens here were forcing the car to get close to the nuclear power plant. As long as we drive forward, they will not damage the towed fuel. Now we are parked 300 meters outside the nuclear power plant. They have stopped damaging the supplies and returned to the nuclear power plant. They have not appeared again. Liang Ran looked at these lines and pursed his lips. Sui Yuesheng also saw the news, sounded, and said, "This group of aliens is plotting. It's obvious that they are waiting for more teams to come over. Relying on the disgusting method of destroying supplies, the teams that are forced to get close to the nuclear power plant are exposed to their sight, and then they count the number of teams. When there are about 10 teams, they are afraid that they can't beat more, so they stop accumulating and directly launch an attack. Isn't it just relying on our concern for supplies, and our fear of not being able to see the sun?" Sui Yuesheng cursed. "Hurry up and kill them." Chapter 107. While Sharu was driving, the others were paying close attention to the information in the communication interface. After Qin Ge sent those messages, the communication interface fell into a brief silence, and then a message popped up every few seconds, constantly refreshing the screen. This time, there are 41 teams that came to the radiation zone to carry out the task of retrieving materials, including the Yunlu team that came from other contaminated areas. Now there are 37 teams left. Someone said, 4 teams have returned because their protective clothing ran out yesterday. They were all injected with gene blockers in time after their clothes were damaged. The exposure time to nuclear radiation was very short, and there was no danger of distortion. I contacted them this morning, and they have all arrived in the wasteland. I looked at the location information of the remaining teams. They are all rushing to the nuclear power plant. We have enough people, 180 people, and it is not a big problem to face nearly 1,000 aliens. But the problem now is that this group of aliens cannot give us all time to gather. Whether the Yunlu team stays where it is or returns, and how far the other teams stay is a problem. Half a minute later, Qin Ge said, "Once our team returns now, all the supplies in the nuclear power plant will be destroyed. These supplies are enough to support the Hope Zone for 3 days, and we will not leave for the time being." Lin Yi also sent a message, "Our team can escape without any problem, don't worry. It's just that there are too many alien species. We can't beat them. Even if we rush into the material storage area by chance, we can't move so many boxes of supplies back, so we need everyone's help, and then think of a solution together." Just as everyone was expressing their opinions, Qin Ge sent a video to the communication interface. Liang Ran immediately clicked on the video, which was about the alien species in the nuclear power plant. The video was a little shaky. At first, it was aimed at the nuclear power plant from inside the car, but there were no alien species in the nuclear power plant at that time. Only a few alien species could be seen swaying in the windows of several buildings. After filming for more than 10 seconds, the sound of the car door opening was heard. Qin Ge got out of the car, and in an instant, the swaying figures in the window stopped moving. Countless alien species came out from all over the place, and the originally empty nuclear power plant was instantly filled with dense alien species. They stared at Qin Ge, and at the same time, they were also staring at the hunter behind the camera. Qin Ge took the communicator and quickly took a picture from left to right. At the moment, when dozens of alien species rushed over, he turned back to the car and quickly slammed the door. Bang! Lin Ye's voice came from the video. "I've had enough. How can these alien species be so cunning? They're still trying to shock me. I'm so pissed off." Qin Ge whispered back, "Shocking is good. Most of them are out. It's just right for Liang Ran to take some pictures. There's an alien species I've never seen before. Do you know it, Lin Yi?" Lin Yi said speechlessly, "I know nothing. I just glanced and there's one I don't know. The one we don't know is definitely the same one. It looks messy, tall and big. It's the latest mutant. Usually we can try to fight it, but this time there's no time to try." Qin Ge was silent for a moment, and didn't talk to her anymore. Instead, he said to the communicator, "Most of the supplies here are piled up in the main station. I saw 8 layers of them. They are still well preserved. From the sound, a group of flying alien species just came here. There's the sound of flapping wings. There wasn't any 20 minutes ago. When everyone comes over, they should be discovered by these flying aliens, and forced to move forward like us." Qin Ge is a perception mutant. The mutation degree of his 5 senses is relatively balanced, all reaching B+, and he is very good at detecting information. The video ends here. Wu Ruozi whispered, It feels like we are gradually walking into a trap. This feeling is really bad. Sharu said calmly. The first batch of teams to arrive is very dangerous. The aliens may attack at any time. There must be aliens that can pierce tires, and even cars. If the car is broken, they will not survive. Liang Ran did not reply to this sentence, but opened the video again and watched it carefully. After more than 10 seconds, she pressed the pause button and saw the alien in Qingge and Lin Ye's mouths. No wonder Lin Ye could see this alien at a glance. It was really too tall and too prominent. This alien was nearly 4 meters tall, all black, with exposed spine, and its tongue dragged on the ground. Its tongue was covered with tiny teeth, and transparent secretions kept dripping from its mouth. It was like a standing lizard, but much larger than ordinary lizard aliens, and its appearance was also very different. Liang Ran opened the dialogue box and told the truth. I haven't seen it either. It is an alien that the Research Institute has not yet collected and analyzed. Lin Yi wailed. Even the researcher sister doesn't know. This alien is really damned. Liang Ran thought for a while, and added, from the appearance of this alien, it can be roughly seen that it is a mutation of the inverted spine lizard, and its tongue is very similar to that of the giant parrot. Both types of alien species are very afraid of the shibui flower. The pollen of the shibui flower is highly toxic, and can strongly decompose protein. It has a miraculous effect on this alien species, with exposed teeth and spine. But no one should carry shibui flowers with them. Liang Ran said, after all, it is also toxic to humans. After a while, Qingge replied, I have it here. After that, he sent a photo of a few sachets, and said, a hunter who is very good at making spices gave it to me. She asked me to carry it with me, so that I can sprinkle it on the alien species with the wind. Lin Yi sighed. Good people will be rewarded, Captain. It's worth it that you spent so many points to renew the treatment cabin for the team. Qingge replied. The Xuanqing team saved them, otherwise the team would not be able to come back. That was an epidemic. Lin Yi said of course. Emoticon. Of course, the sisters team is awesome. Sui Yuesheng? Question mark. Lin Yi ignored him and asked Liang Ran, Little sister, do you have any ideas? The two teams that just arrived were also threatened by the aliens with supplies, and they were standing shoulder to shoulder with our armored vehicles. Our 3 cars were like big fools queuing in front of an unscrupulous door. Liang Ran. She thought for a while and said, after the first car stops outside the nuclear power plant, the other cars may stop 5 to 7 kilometers away, and every 3 cars will stop in a more closed location, leaving 1 driver in each car, and the rest will get off. As far as I know, the headquarters has assigned 2 strength mutants and 2 speed mutants to each team. The other one may be a regeneration mutant or a perception mutant. If the driver is not a speed mutant, or the other mutant can drive, then it is completely possible to take 1-to-1, and let the speed mutant take the other hunters to the nuclear power plant. If all the people who can drive in the team are speed mutants, then the team can discuss how many people to leave in the car. This way, the target is much smaller, and we can discuss when to launch the attack together, so we won't be too passive. Even if we are discovered on the way to the nuclear power plant, most of the mutants will find it difficult to catch up with the speed of the speed mutants. We can return to the car, or just rush to the nuclear power plant. But this is also dangerous. There are too few hunters left in the car. After the plant is exposed, the armored vehicle is likely to be attacked by the aliens that have been found. It will be very troublesome at that time. But if there are too many people left in the car, there will be too few people to attack the nuclear power plant, and there will be no chance of winning. After the interface was silent for half a minute, Qingge sent a message. After you find the stopover location, send me the coordinates of each location, and someone will come to protect everyone's car. They are very powerful, and the car will not have any problems. Someone in the group immediately responded. We contacted other contaminated areas in the early morning. Have teams arrived? Then we are relieved. Haha, let's do as Liang Ran said. The team said by the headquarters will not arrive so quickly, so it can only be the adjacent contaminated areas. The team that has completed the mission turned directly from the wasteland rest point. Qingge, well, I just asked, and they said they would come. Don't worry. After having a plan, the communication in the group suddenly became more active. Everyone discussed taking various routes, and trying to reach the stopover location at the same time. Someone suggested that the team that is close to the nuclear power plant should take a longer detour. After all, the fewer teams that arrive at the nuclear power plant, the less likely the alien species will launch an attack, and try to delay some time for the team that arrives later. Several teams with sentient mutants met on the way. These teams jointly gave several routes, and determined that there were almost no aliens on these routes, or no aliens of the same type as those in the station, so as to avoid the possibility of information transmission by the same aliens to the greatest extent. Around 11 o'clock, 9 teams stopped 300 meters away from the nuclear power plant. Someone sent a message. Some aliens came out of the nuclear power plant. At 11:30, Sharu arrived 5 kilometers away from the nuclear power plant half an hour earlier than expected. This stop was previously marked on the route map. When the Xuanqing team arrived, 2 teams had just parked their cars. After Sharu parked the car, Song Shanai jumped out of the car, exchanged positions with Sharu, and sat in the main driver's seat. Liang Ran said, "Sharu takes Wu Ruozi and Ji Chan, Sui Yuesheng takes me." Although Sharu is not a power mutant, he has been training for many years and has good muscles. Ji Chan is small and skinny, and Sharu can easily pick her up. Wu Ruozi is not very tall and thin, and is lighter than Liang Ran. Sharu will not feel too much burden to take them with her. Even if they are attacked in the middle of the journey, their combat capabilities are stronger than each other, so there is no need to worry. After hearing Liang Ran's arrangement, Song Shanai glanced at Sui Yuesheng. "Are you embarrassed?" Sui Yuesheng's face darkened. "Don't talk." 20 minutes later, all teams were ready at their respective stops, and 4 people got off the 2 cars next to the Xuanqing team. After nodding and greeting, everyone stretched their bodies a little, opened the communication interface in the communicator, and asked about the current situation. As soon as Liang Ran clicked on the page, he saw 2 messages refreshed. A large number of alien species took the initiative to come out. They must have found something wrong. "Come on, everyone. Our team has memorized the information that researcher Liang said, and now we are particularly confident." The 2 messages scrolled up, which were the thousands of words Liang Ran said during the more than 4 hours that Sharu drove in the morning. In case there were hunters who were not clear about a certain alien species in the nuclear power plant, she took a screenshot and circled the fatal points of each type of alien species in the video, and briefly marked the fastest way to kill them, so that everyone could kill an alien species with a single move of the knife. After seeing the message, Sharu immediately bent down and let Ji Chan climb onto her back, and then gave the long knife to Wu Ruozi. "Hold my arm tightly." Liang Ran took a last look before turning off the communicator, and saw the message sent by Qin Gu. "There are nearly 100 alien species running to the path behind us. There is a high probability of a traffic jam. You should be able to avoid it if you get off the car now, and try not to run into it head-on. The car was attacked, so I won't read the message." Liang Ran quickly tapped the screen a few times. "Don't worry, I'll be there in 5 minutes." The next second, more than a dozen identical messages appeared on the interface. "Don't worry, we'll be there in 5 minutes." Chapter 108. After replying the message, Liang Ran was the first to walk out of the hiding place. The howling wind blew on her. Now she was some distance away from the nuclear power plant, and there were no alien species around. Liang Ran looked around and said quickly, "Let's go to the main road first. Wu Ruozi, keep an eye on the surrounding situation. Chu Qinghe, listen carefully to the alien sounds. Sui Jiyu." Liang Ran looked at a blue-haired girl in another team and asked, "Have you injected blockers for this mission?" The girl shook her head immediately. "No. My protective suit has not been damaged." Liang Ran nodded. "Then you will inject gene blockers in advance, and when you enter the nuclear power plant within 3 kilometers, open the mask external respirator, smell the increase and decrease of the fishy smell in the air, and must be turned off within 3 minutes. We will take multiple measures. Try not to meet with aliens on the way, and go to the nuclear power plant as quickly as possible." The 41 teams on this mission, Liang Ran had contact with them in advance, so she knew the names of all the people. This morning, she carefully read everyone's information on the communication interface, and remembered everyone's mutation direction and common weapons, so it was very easy to arrange everyone's work at this time. The other 2 teams were startled and nodded quickly. They took the initiative to say, "Since you know our situation, you can take the command. As long as we can get there as soon as possible, we will obey you completely." Sui Ji was lying on his teammate's back at this time. When he heard Liang Ran's words, he immediately took out the gene blocker from his pocket and injected it into his wrist. This reagent only works within the first 3 minutes, and the last 3 minutes of contact with radioactive elements. The time limit is very short, and it can only be injected twice in a short period of time. If it is injected more than twice, it will become ineffective. Therefore, the injection must be done at the right time, otherwise the body will be deformed. Seeing that the injection was completed, Liang Ran put his hand on Sui Yuesheng's shoulder. "Let's go!" As soon as Liang Ran finished speaking, Sharu rushed out of the hiding place first, followed by Sui Yuesheng, and the other two teams immediately followed them. The route map had been memorized in detail in the car, so Shiru ran in the front without hesitation, and the bodies of several people flashed in the air. After rushing through a factory, Wuruozi and Chuchinga spoke at the same time. There are more than a dozen alien species coming over 500 meters away. I heard the sound of flying alien species. Without Liang Ran's reminder, Shiru braked suddenly, ran to the left into a small road, and leaned against the back door of a factory. Others followed him, subconsciously holding their breath, and soon the sound of flapping wings sounded outside the factory. After more than 10 seconds, the sound disappeared, and Shiru was about to continue moving forward, but was stopped by Suiji, who had just turned on the external respirator. Suiji whispered, "Wait. It still stinks." They just stopped on the ground and folded their wings, but they didn't leave. Shiru slowly retracted her feet. Sure enough, the sound of flapping wings sounded again soon. After waiting for a full half-minute, Suiji whispered, "You can go." So Shiru started to move in the front again. Ji-chan looked at the communicator behind her and said, 2 minutes have passed. No one is talking in the interface. Nothing will happen, right? Liang Ran immediately replied, "No." After entering the nuclear power plant within 1 kilometer, the alien species encountered along the way increased significantly. After Shiru changed 2 small roads, and still ran into alien species head-on, Liang Ran pursed his lips. All roads are blocked by alien species. We still have to fight. Chu Qinghe also said, "There are sounds of fighting everywhere. At least a dozen teams have entered within 1 kilometer, but they were all stopped." Liang Ran nodded. "Let's fight quickly." She glanced at the aliens dozens of meters away, and said in a deep voice, "It's almost time." Suiji turns off the external respirator. The strength mutant goes to fight the 8 giant ants on the left. Ji-chan doesn't need it. You use a sniper rifle to shoot down the 6 annoying ladybug aliens above your head. The speed mutant goes to fight the 11 humanoid centipedes on the right. The perception and regeneration mutants stand with me. I can protect you. After hearing this, everyone quickly divided into 3 teams and rushed in different directions. Wuruozi stepped back a few steps and stood behind Liang Ran. Ran, protect me." Liang Ran, "I forgot about you, you fight on your own." Wuruozi, "Oh." She quickly joined the battle with a long knife. This battle did not take too much time and ended in more than a minute. After Shiru pulled the long knife out of the alien's head, she quickly ran to the fork in the road to take a look, and then ran back to Liang Ran. Other teams are still fighting, but it seems that they can win. Liang Ran responded, "Then let's go to the nuclear power plant first. The situation over there is more urgent." A boy who looked very honest laughed heartily. "It's great to have more people. I've never fought such a fast battle. Go, go, go." When they were about 500 meters outside the nuclear power plant, the number of aliens was even greater. Nearly 100 aliens blocked the end of the road. If everyone came in armored vehicles at this time, all the tires would not be saved and they would be trapped here. In fact, the armored vehicles of the Yunlu team and several other teams had all been damaged, with their tires all eaten through. The vehicles were piled up at the end of the road, like trophies of the alien species. Ji-chan made a sound of poo, jumped from Shiru's back to the ground, picked up the black heavy sniper rifle, raised her little face slightly, and aimed at the alien in front. Shiru also flicked her wrist, and the tip of the long knife touched the ground, leaving a silver scratch on the ground. When everyone rushed into the alien group, there were suddenly more than a dozen footsteps behind them. A large number of teams came after killing the aliens blocking the road. Liang Ran took the time to look back for a moment. She saw countless guns and cold weapons. Some people were holding long sticks, some were swinging whips, and there was a tall girl holding an extremely handsome long spear, like an ancient general going to war. The girl was obviously a speed mutant. When she passed Liang Ran, she suddenly laughed. "How about it? Isn't my weapon cool?" Liang Ran inserted the scalpel into the head of the alien in front of him, and replied, "It's so cool." There were countless sounds of fighting in his ears. When Liang Ran leaned back to avoid the attack of 2 aliens, a 3-meter-tall snake alien with a bloody mouth pounced on him. Liang Ran did not dodge this time, but rushed forward. After approaching the alien for a few seconds, she jumped onto the back of the snake, pressed down the scalpel fiercely, and slid out a knife cut several tens of centimeters long. While the alien was swinging in pain, she quickly ran to the top of the alien's head, turned her wrist, pointed the knife backward, and jumped forward. The tip of the knife slid all the way down, from the snake's face, jaw, to the abdomen, and the internal organs flowed out of the abdomen. A real disembowelment was achieved. After Liang Ran jumped to the ground, she panted lightly and said loudly, "Everyone, don't fight too much, just leave if you can." As she spoke, she avoided the attacks of the aliens, controlled a few aliens in the front, interfered with their five senses, and made them leave a gap for the hunter to rush through. Seeing the gap, everyone had no time to think about the reason and ran in that direction immediately. Soon half of the hunters ran out. The moment Liang ran out of the alien group, he heard a large number of footsteps behind him. The other teams that were blocked also ran out. In this way, the aliens at the end of the road are not to be feared, and they will be killed soon. The most urgent thing is to go to the nuclear power plant. The number of aliens and hunters there is too different. If it is too late, the hunters will not be able to hold on. As the distance to the nuclear power plant is rapidly shortened, Liang Ran can clearly see the aliens all over the station, the blood flowing on the ground, and the mixed body tissues. Liang Ran quickly glanced at Lin Yi, who was standing in front of the main station with a silver-white sickle. Harvesting alien species was like harvesting vegetables, but a closer look would reveal that she was not in an easy state. Her calves and arms were bleeding, and there was an empty tube of reagent not far from her feet. She had to change into protective clothing as soon as possible, but the armored vehicle of the Yunlu team was surrounded by alien species, and she had no time or way to go back. Qin Gu was holding two guns at this time, with some sweat on his forehead and black hair stuck to his face. His back was against the main station's gate, which was closed at this time. It was obvious that the hunters drove the alien species out to protect the supplies inside, and sealed the gate to prevent other alien species from breaking in. His helmet was full of cracks at this time, and the tube above the oxygen cylinder had broken. After finding that breathing was becoming more and more difficult, he kept shooting while taking off his helmet with one hand and throwing it aside. After Qin Gu threw his helmet, he turned around and said a few words to his teammate who was guarding the goal. The teammate seemed to have heard some horror story, and his face turned pale instantly. After a few breaths, he took the knife with trembling hands and lightly scratched Qin Ji's arm a few times, tore off a few pieces of protective clothing cloth, and then ran towards the injured person. He tried to squeeze into the alien group, and took advantage of the interval between the fights to tie the cloth to the wounds of each person. When Liang Ran arrived at the gate of the nuclear power plant, he heard Lin Ye's voice cursing, "You aliens who killed the whole family, if I didn't have to protect the protective clothing, you would have burned your heads on the seventh day." At this time, a large number of aliens rushed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi only had time to look at Liang Ran. Before he could say anything, he was trapped in the alien group and couldn't see anything. At the same time, the hunters who entered the nuclear power plant first were also completely blocked by the aliens. They had only 9 teams and more than 40 people. They faced thousands of aliens. One person had to fight against 30 aliens at the same time. Moreover, these aliens had different shapes and different attack methods. There were also flying aliens that attacked from the top of their heads from time to time. Even if they knew how to kill the fastest, there were too many aliens, and they were unable to do it. The physical strength of these hunters was fading at an unimaginable speed. It was only a matter of time before they were annihilated. Liang Ran quickly looked around and saw several backpacks outside the nuclear power plant. These backpacks were all torn by the aliens, and the spare protective suits inside were all damaged, and the helmets were also broken all over the ground. But generally speaking, the problem is not big. At present, only 17 or 18 people's protective suits are damaged. Judging from the fighting time of both sides, the fighting has just lasted for a few minutes, and the protective suits must not be damaged immediately. The exposure is only 2 minutes. So as long as the blocking reagent is injected in time, and then the wounds of the injured protective suits are quickly covered, they will not be strongly affected by nuclear radiation, let alone deformed. Liang Ran said very quickly, "The nuclear radiation here is too strong. If the protective suits are damaged for too long, they will not only be deformed, but also the skin will fall off and die quickly. Tear up all the protective clothing we brought into strips. It's impossible for everyone to change on the spot. The speed mutants will tie up the exposed skin of the hunters. The mutants carrying guns will fight the flying aliens. The strength mutants will fight the crawling aliens. And the speed mutants will help everyone inject reagents and deal with the protective clothing." A hunter anxiously pointed at the people surrounded by aliens. "What should we do with them? No one can be seen. Let's save them first." Liang Ran was about to speak, and the several aliens surrounding the hunters suddenly dispersed like headless flies, their eyes rotating left and right. Lin Yi, who was just submerged, was exposed. There was a circle of aliens lying at her feet. She frowned in confusion, and slashed the fatal point of the alien in front of her. Then she turned around and slashed twice. In the blink of an eye, 3 aliens fell down. Lin Yi panted violently. She took a few quick steps, grabbed the 2 aliens who had just cooperated to besiege her, and slashed each side with a knife. In an instant, 2 new corpses appeared on the ground. Lin Yi looked up in shock. God, are they finally blind? Her expression was confused for only a moment, and then she suddenly turned her head and looked at Liang Ran through the aliens. Liang Ran raised his eyebrows slightly. The next second, she raised her hand and shot the alien in front of her. What are you looking at? Start fighting. Chapter 109. The battle was about to start. Hunters broke out of the alien roadblocks and rushed into the nuclear power plant. The number of people in the nuclear power plant kept increasing, from 40 to 80 to 100. 5 minutes later, all 130 people who got off the car entered the nuclear power plant. At this time, the number of aliens shared by each person was reduced from 30 to less than 10, and the pressure on the hunters was reduced sharply, because a large number of aliens died every minute, and the number of aliens that each hunter had to face was also decreasing. With a breathing space, Lin Yi killed more and more bravely, but in just a few minutes, nearly 20 aliens piled up at his feet. Ji Chan, as the only S-level power mutant here, aimed the high sniper rifle in her hand at the nearly 100 flying aliens above. The powerful recoil of the heavy gun was like a tickle to her, and her hands were as steady as if there was nothing in her hands. She almost never missed her target. The bullets fired one after another, and countless alien species fell from the sky, like a red meteor shower. The number of alien species piled at her feet was even greater than that of Lin Yi. Lin Yi took a break from his busy schedule to glance at the little girl. I'm really impressed by your genes. In less than half a year, at most a year, you should be able to kick our captain and become the second in the training ground. Ji Chan proudly straightened her little body and asked her loudly, can you help me clean up the alien species around me? They are a bit in the way, preventing me from killing the alien species above. Lin Yi made a received gesture, and the sickle in his hand turned flexibly. After harvesting several alien species around him, he flashed and rushed to Ji Chan, creating the most suitable environment for her to shoot in just half a minute. Ji Chan was shocked for a second when she saw Lin Yi's actions. Are you a speed mutant? I saw you were so good at killing aliens. I thought you were a power mutant. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. It's the same. As long as you treat the training ground as your home, you can practice the skills of killing aliens. Isn't Shiru from your team also good at fighting? Shiru, who was fighting not far away, heard this and jumped down from the pile of corpses at his feet, and replied coldly, there is still a gap between you and me. I will continue to work hard. Wu Ruozi waved his long knife and pierced two with one knife, and then pulled the knife out from the hearts of the 2 aliens neatly, and said helplessly, can you stop flattering each other? Ji Chan laughed, raised his head, and fired 2 shots, and the 2 aliens fell down. The number of aliens in the nuclear power plant was rapidly reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. Because they knew the fatal points of each type of alien, everyone was particularly neat in killing. In just 10 minutes, the number of aliens in the nuclear power plant was obviously reduced by half. But not all hunters have strong enough abilities. For example, Sui Ji usually does auxiliary work, sniffing the breath of aliens approaching. Although she has also trained her shooting ability, she is still a little scared when facing the siege of several aliens. Once those aliens find that her movement slowed down and her expression is unnatural, they will immediately swarm over. After Sui Ji killed the 3rd alien, she looked at the seemingly endless aliens in front of her, took a deep breath, and subconsciously stepped back a few steps, wanting to stand with her teammates, but the teammates, who were behind her just now, had been dispersed by the aliens, and didn't know where they went to fight. At this moment, all the hunters have been bloodthirsty, and all their eyes are focused on the aliens in front of them, and they inevitably pay less attention to others. Sui Ji just took 2 steps back when she was hit by the aliens kicked away by other hunters. Under the huge force, she didn't even have time to react, and fell on her back. Half of her body was pressed down by the 3-meter-high large alien. Sui Ji hurriedly tried to get up, but at this moment, several aliens appeared above her head. 2 lizard aliens jumped on the corpse on her body, making her unable to move. A human-faced monkey alien raised his paw high, and was about to crush her head. The girl subconsciously closed her eyes after struggling in vain. But a few seconds passed, and the imagined pain did not come. She only felt that some liquid sprayed on her helmet. Sui Ji slowly opened her eyes, and saw Liang Ran standing in front of her. A scalpel was firmly inserted into the neck of the human-faced monkey, twisted a circle, and then easily pulled out. Sui Ji's teammates all ran over at this time, drove away the aliens around her, uncovered the corpse on her body, and helped her up. Thank you. Suiji whispered. Liang Ran shook his head, "You're welcome," and then ran into the alien group with an oxygen bottle in his hand, and soon disappeared from the sight of several people. Qin Gu was still guarding the main station door at this time. His condition was much better. His arms were wrapped with protective clothing strips, and he had put on a new helmet. However, the tube on the oxygen bottle behind him had been disconnected and difficult to repair. At present, he could only tie it tightly with a cloth strip. However, most of the gas in his bottle had just escaped, and the gas content in the oxygen bottle was extremely low. If he did not replace the device quickly, he would suffocate soon. When Liang Ran ran to his side, Qin Ji's oxygen bottle had run out of gas and kept flashing red light. Liang Ran stuffed the oxygen bottle into Qin Ji's arms, and then helped him dismantle the scrapped equipment behind him. Qin Gu held the oxygen cylinder in his arms, looking a little confused. "What are you doing?" Liang Ran, "A brave man saving a beautiful woman." Qin Gu, I want to ask where you got the oxygen cylinder. This device is too big to fit in the backpack we usually use. Liang Ran explained, "In your car." All the cars outside the nuclear power plant were scrapped, and the things inside were destroyed by the aliens. Fortunately, we found a usable can under a car, but it was pressed by several alien corpses. It took a while to find it. Liang Ran quickly helped Qin Gu tie the oxygen cylinder. "When I just passed by your car, 2 of your teammates were crying in their arms because of this. They saw me holding the oxygen cylinder and rushed over like a monkey, howling and picking me up, throwing me up to the sky." "Throw it up. Remember to teach them a lesson." Hearing Liang Ran's description, Qin Gu couldn't help but smile. His originally cold face suddenly became lively. His beautiful golden eyes were curved and there was a dimple. But he quickly stopped smiling and nodded seriously. "I will." Liang Ran curled his lips. The child is pretending to be dead. Qin Gu was choked by her. After a few breaths, he looked forward as if nothing had happened. The alien species are almost cleared. But it always feels wrong. As a high-level perception mutant, Qin Gu has an officially recognized sixth sense. His words made Liang Ran alert instantly. At this moment, the number of alien species has dropped sharply. Most of the alien species have stopped attacking and looked at everyone warily. The situation has obviously reversed, and the expressions of the hunters have relaxed a lot. Liang Ran looked around and suddenly asked, "Where is the unknown alien species? I didn't see it when I arrived." "Did you kill it?" Qin Gu said him. "In case I couldn't take care of it later, I sprinkled a lot of shiboi pollen on it as soon as I entered the nuclear power plant. It made a crackling sound and then fell to the ground. Lenny stabbed it a few more times. I confirmed that the alien was dead and had no regeneration ability. Its body was behind the door, so you didn't see it." Liang Ran listened to Qin Ji's description and thought for a moment. She didn't find any problems. When she looked around the nuclear power plant again, her heartstrings suddenly moved. She immediately turned her head to Qin Gu. "When you sprinkled the pollen of the shibui flower on it, did you see any sparks?" Qin Gu replied, "No, what happened?" Liang Ran did not answer immediately, but immediately looked at her hands. At this time, her hands were stained with a layer of sticky transparent liquid. Qin Gu followed her line of sight and asked in a low voice, "When fighting, everyone will basically touch the mucus on the aliens. Is there any problem with this?" Liang Ran quickly replied, "Yes." Push the door open quickly. Although Qin Gu did not understand what Liang Ran meant, he turned around and pushed the door with her. The material of the door was special and very heavy. Neither of them was a power mutant, so it was a bit slow to push. Liang Ran called on others to help as soon as possible, and quickly explained, "When the pollen of the shibui comes into contact with protein, it will break down the protein and produce a spontaneous combustion reaction. So if the alien species has no problems, after coming into contact with the pollen of the shibui, there will definitely be sparks on its teeth and spine. But there are no sparks on its body, which means that the substances on its body are fire resistant. As for what substance it is, I watched the special alien in the video carefully this morning. Its body surface is relatively clean and has no mucus. But now I think it is very likely that it is not without mucus, but the mucus is transparent." Liang Ran spoke faster and faster. If the mucus secreted by its tongue and body surface belongs to the same category, then it can completely apply this mucus to other aliens in the station, making them fire resistant at the same time. I just recall that the aliens here have a common characteristic, that is, they do not secrete too much mucus, so they will not wash away the extra mucus on the body surface in a short time. And this is a nuclear power plant, and the fuel is piled up. Supplies? At this point, Qin Gu had completely understood what Liang Ran meant, and he quickly said, You mean they will blow up the fuel supplies? Liang Ran nodded. High probability. Liang Ran had just finished speaking when the door was completely opened. The scene inside the door was revealed in just 1 or 2 seconds, and many hunters rushed over quickly. At this time, in the huge space behind the door, there were many unknown liquids flowing on the ground. It seemed that a supply box was destroyed, but because everyone was wearing a mask, they could not smell anything. A small reptile was struggling to crawl out of the corpse of a large alien, with a lighter-like object in its mouth. Hearing the movement of the crowd, its movements immediately became faster, and the 12 insect legs swung desperately, biting off the object in its mouth with force. A flame suddenly jumped out of the lighter, and it swung its long tongue, trying to throw the lighter to the supplies. As an A-level speed mutant, Lin Yi was one of the fastest people here. She rushed to the alien at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. With a knife in her hand, a piece of pink tongue was cut off in midair. Seeing the tongue cut off, Lin Yi subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and opened her mouth to curse the alien. But the next second, she immediately closed her mouth and turned around and rushed towards the direction of the supply box. The internal device of this lighter was bitten off, and the flame did not go out because of the disappearance of external force. The light blue flame drew an upward arc in the air in the trembling pupils of the crowd. At the same time, all the aliens who were still outside rushed in, and the speed mutants who rushed to the front were all entangled by the flying aliens. The situation was reversed in just 2 or 3 seconds. Under the sight of everyone, the flame fell rapidly. It seemed too late. It was going to be blown to death. Similar words flashed through everyone's mind. Some people even closed their eyes and let go of the weapons in their hands. The sound of heavy weapons falling to the ground was heard. But after a few breaths, there was no explosion or burning sensation. Someone opened his eyes first, looked up in a daze, and looked at the 5 or 6 meters high supply boxes. On the top of the supply box, there was a hand wearing a white glove. Her palm was facing up, revealing half of the forearm of the supply box. A few drops of blood dripped from her palm and fell to the ground. Half a minute later, Liang Ran poked his head out from the supply box. It seems that no invisible alien species came to find me. It's okay, everyone move the supplies. Chapter 110. When Liang Ran found out that she could attack the invisible alien species, but they couldn't touch her, she guessed that her spiritual dimension was slightly higher than that of the invisible alien species. Later, when she found out that she could control the senses of the other party, the certainty of this judgment increased infinitely. Now she is 100% sure that there is a dimension difference between her and the invisible alien species. Because although her hand was injured, no invisible alien species looked at her in her field of vision. The bloody smell on her hand seemed to be locked by some barrier, and could not be smelled by the invisible alien species. In other words, the effect brought by her mutation direction is still there, and she cannot be parasitized. But this does not mean that she cannot be parasitized by ordinary alien species. Ordinary alien species rely on the infection of bacteria and the invasion of larvae, which has nothing to do with the level of spiritual power. So as long as she still has a body and is still a person, not a string of data, she will be parasitized by this alien species. The invisible alien parasitizes others by mental power, invading the mind and soul. The gap in the body creates a gap in the soul. As long as this gap appears, and their mental power is higher than that of the other party, they can parasitize, eat away the other party's memory, and disguise themselves as a human. As for why only hand wounds can cause such a gap in the soul, no one knows, and there is no way to know. Liang Ran thought while grimacing in pain. Just now, the situation was urgent, and she could only catch the lighter thrown into the air with her hands. Now her gloves were burned through, her palms were burning, and a piece of charred black, and there was a smell of barbecue. The internal device of the lighter was broken, and there was no way to turn off the fire. Liang Ran hurriedly changed her hand to hold the lighter, and blew on her palm, trying to blow away all the pain. Soon Shiru and Wu Ruozi climbed up. One of them took the lighter from her hand, and put out the fire temporarily with something. The other one quickly injected her with a gene blocker, and handed her the spare gloves in his pocket. Shiru asked her, "How is your hand?" Sui Yueshing's medical box was knocked away by the alien. "I don't know where the box is rolled. He is still looking for it. I will inject you with a hemostatic agent later." Liang Ran put on the gloves and shook her head. "It's okay. She now has a high genetic level and good physical function. Although this wound is not small, it is not big either. It will recover by itself in an hour at most." While the few people were talking, the nearly 100 aliens left in the station were killed by the hunters. After seeing that there was no threat in the station, everyone did not move the supplies immediately, but looked up at Liang Ran standing at the top with eyes big or small, without blinking. When Liang Ran was about to jump down, she saw this scene. Her feet paused, and she subconsciously took a half step back. "Are your eyes numb?" Lin Yi, who was closest to them, immediately squinted. "It seems not." These material boxes were placed in a staggered manner, and each floor had a foothold. Liang Ran jumped down layer by layer. After more than 10 seconds, she returned to the ground. Lin Yi immediately walked over quickly, with his arms open, ready to give her a hug. But Ji Chan rushed forward like a small cannonball, inserted herself between the two, and hugged Liang Ran first. "Sister Liang Ran is really amazing." Lin Yi groaned and touched his chin. Liang Ran patted the little girl's back. After a moment, Ji Chan stood up straight, grabbed Liang Ran's hand, looked left and right, and after confirming that nothing serious happened, she breathed a sigh of relief. "It's scary." "How did you get there so quickly?" Ji Chan pointed to the top of the supply box. It's stacked up several layers. It feels like 5 or 6 meters high. It takes several seconds to climb up no matter how fast you climb. Liang Ran explained. "Because I didn't care about the aliens, I climbed the supply box as soon as I came in. This alien either threw the lighter on the flammable liquid on the ground, or threw it on the fuel. If it throws it on the ground, it is a flat surface. There are many speed mutants here. No matter how tricky the position it throws, the hunter can catch up and catch the lighter. But if it throws it on the fuel, these materials only have a sense of layering on the side, and there is a place to land. The front is a very smooth surface, and there is no place to land. If the alien throws the lighter net fuel on top, the speed mutant must rush to the side first, climb up, and then catch the lighter. I believe that in other situations, everyone can definitely handle it quickly. Only when it is thrown to a high place will there be a lack of time. So when the door opened, I climbed the supply box first." After Liang Ran finished speaking, he called for everyone to move the supplies quickly without waiting for feedback. "Let's move quickly. Finally, I can go back to the hope zone and have a good sleep." However, although she acted very ordinary and didn't care about her words, as if what she did was like drinking a glass of boiled water, which anyone could do, but everyone obviously didn't think so. In such an urgent situation just now, everyone subconsciously rushed to the direction of the alien when they saw the lighter in the alien's mouth. Even the Yunlu team, which had the highest team level here, had this reaction. Everyone had no extra thinking ability. In fact, even if they wanted to think, they didn't have time to think. From the opening of the gate, to the cutting off of the alien's tongue, to the throwing out of the lighter, the whole accident happened in just a few seconds. Liang Ran had just climbed to the top of the supply box when she saw the lighter flying in front of her, so she quickly rushed over and stretched out her hand to shake and grab the lighter. If she had reacted a little slower or less decisively, the nuclear power plant would have exploded. Everyone would have been killed. So there was one thing that was open to everyone. Liang Ran saved everyone's lives. When Liang Ran asked Shiru to move the supplies with her, she heard a sincere thank you behind her. "Thank you. You're really quick to react, that's amazing." Then, there was a flurry of thanks. Everyone's voices were different, but all very sincere. Liang Ran was not used to this kind of atmosphere, and subconsciously wanted to bow his head, but after thinking about it, he raised his face and waved frankly. "You're welcome. When I first came here, there were so many alien species in the station, and I was almost attacked by alien species more than once, but you suddenly ran over and killed me. We don't need to say thank you in our relationship now, and in the future." And at that time, no matter who had the opportunity, they would take the fire, and no one was afraid of pain. As Liang Ran spoke, he looked at the people around him. At this time, more than half of the people's protective clothing was damaged, and they were wrapped with cloth strips in several places, and they were bleeding a lot. So no need to say thank you. Hurry up and move the supplies, send a message to the teammates in the car, and call the armored vehicle. Let's go back to the Hope Zone. For some reason, Liang Ran always felt that after she finished speaking, the eyes of this group of people became gentler. While Lin Yi was picking up the supplies, he couldn't help but touch her head. "I love you so much." Liang Ran helplessly let her touch him, and turned on the communicator to contact Song Shanai. More than 20 minutes had passed since she got off the car, and she hadn't even had time to look at the communicator. When she opened it, she saw the message that Song Shanai had sent in the Xuanqing team group 20 minutes ago. Then, there was the message from 15 minutes ago. Song Shanai, Nan Wanting is saved. Perhaps because she was worried about affecting a few people, Song Shanai only sent these 2 messages, but from the bunch of question marks, it can be seen that Song Shanai encountered something extremely shocking. And this shocking thing was directly linked to Nan Wanting is saved. What happened that made Song Shanai believe that Nan Wanting would not commit suicide again? Liang Ran was confused for a few seconds, and directly poked Song Shanai. You can drive over now. What did you encounter? Song Shanai replied immediately. Many deformed people. Let's talk about it later, I go first. Many mutants? Several thoughts flashed through Liang Ran's mind, but she was told what was going on right away, so she was too lazy to think. After moving a few boxes, she squatted tiredly on the roadside outside the nuclear power plant, leaving professional matters to professional power mutants. In less than 5 minutes, all 187 boxes of supplies in the station were moved out. It should have been 188 boxes, but one box was pierced by the alien tongue, and the liquid inside had leaked out. It contained the unknown liquid that everyone saw on the ground after entering the gate. It will burn if it touches fire. Soon, the roar of the engine sounded from a distance, and more than 20 armored vehicles came speeding from a distance. Soon, the car of the Xuanqing team stopped in front of Liang Ran. Through the car window, Song Shanai turned her head and said a few words to the person behind the seat, and then opened the door of the driver's seat and jumped down. Liang Ran followed Song Shanai's line of sight and saw 2 people in the back seat. One was Nan Wanting, and the other had his back to the car window and could not see his face clearly. However, from the previous situation, it can be judged that this person was the hunter Qin Gu had contacted before to protect the car. As soon as Song Shanai got out of the car, he immediately said, I don't know what the other hiding places are like. Our hiding place was found by more than 30 alien species. When you sent me a message, we had just finished fighting. The people who came to help were originally going to leave, but they were persuaded to stay. Should we thank them in person? Ji Chan put her hands on her waist. Of course we should thank them. After all, they came all the way to help. This is not their task. They came here out of pure affection. As soon as Ji Chan finished speaking, the back door slowly opened. Nan Wanting jumped out first, and then the people who came to help also jumped out of the car. At the same time, more than 20 armored vehicles, and the helpers sitting in each car got out. The moment he saw these people, Liang Ran suddenly held his breath. Almost everyone held their breath. The middle-aged woman in the lead spread out the transparent wings behind her. The light fell on them. The spiderweb-like patterns on them were not scary, but made people feel full of vitality. She introduced herself to everyone with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is EP81, and I am a non-suicidal dragonfly deformer. We have lived in the radiation zone for a long time. Chapter 111. After hearing the woman's words, all the teams except the Yulu team were shocked. Liang Ran subconsciously looked at the 20 or so people who got off the car. These people were all deformed people of various shapes and sizes. They were wearing modified protective clothing, with different ages, different weapons, and different directions of deformation. The only thing in common was that each of them looked very calm. Someone noticed Liang Ran's gaze, and nodded gently to her. Liang Ran immediately curled the corners of his lips and smiled back. EP81 gave everyone more than 10 seconds to react and think, and continued, We found this nuclear power plant while digesting food after dinner. As soon as we found it, I contacted Xiao Jinyan and asked him to bring the team here quickly. However, because we didn't want to show up at first, Xiao Jinyan didn't tell you about our existence. Hearing this, Qin Gu whispered in the back, I'm not Xiao Jinyan. You can call me Xiao Qin. EP81 waved his hand carelessly, ignoring his correction, and said as usual, Who knew that this group of aliens would be so troublesome and smart? I came out, and since I was seen anyway, I might as well say hello to everyone. You should be tired now. Why don't you come to our house and sit for a while? Nan Wanting was the first to nod. Yes, yes. Ji Chan also nodded curiously. Yes, yes. EP81 is a very straightforward person. When she invites someone, she means it from the heart. When she saw 2 people nod, she immediately flapped her wings, flew up in front of everyone, and sat cross-legged on the front of the Xuanqing team's armored vehicle. Let's go! Those who are anxious to go home can go back to the Hope District first. I take the 2 children to see it. Song Shanai was a little anxious. I want to go too. EP81 changed his words. 3 children. Liang Ran raised his hand hesitantly. EP81, 4 children. In just a few seconds, a group of hands were raised in front of the nuclear power plant. EP81 counted the number of people and nodded. Then everyone will go. As soon as the voice fell, everyone immediately hurriedly moved the supplies. 10 minutes later, all the supplies were placed in the trunk, because the car of the first team to arrive had been scrapped, and nearly 50 hunters could not return to their own cars and needed to take other teams' cars back to the city. After a large number of hunters returned to the car, these hunters who had nowhere to go stood in the open space. They looked at each other for a few seconds, and suddenly ran to a car. Lin Yi snorted and laughed, his figure flashed a few times, and with a long leg, he was the first to get into the car of the Xuanqing team. A sigh of regret suddenly came in the air. Each car basically has 2 empty seats. After Nan Wanning and Lin Yi took the 2 empty seats in the car of the Xuanqing team, Shiru was about to close the door. But just as the door was about to close, a bony hand grabbed the door. Qin Gu bent down and looked inside the car, and asked, "Can I come in?" Sui Weisheng raised his eyebrows. "No seats." Qin Gu, "I don't know anyone else." Just as Sui Weisheng was about to speak, Qin Gu added, "I run slowly, and there are no seats in other cars." Liang Ran looked out the window, and found that there were indeed no hunters outside, so he nodded, "Then come in." Qin Gu thanked him, and got on the car, and walked straight to the end, sitting on the container. He was tall and had ridiculously long legs. He sat there with his head down and knees bent, feeling inexplicably cramped. Seeing that everyone was seated, Shiru drove in the direction pointed by Xian Long on the front of the car. Lin Yi leaned back comfortably on the chair, slumped like a pancake. "I'm so tired. Xian Long and his family live more than an hour away from here. I take a nap first. The captain received the news at 3 in the morning last night. We originally planned to come here to investigate in advance. We have been traveling all night, and haven't slept yet." Wu Ruozi hurriedly said worriedly, "Then you and Captain Qin should go to bed quickly. We call you when we get there." Lin Yi pulled down the curtain on her side of the car, and fell asleep in less than half a minute, after leaning back on the chair. Liang Ran turned around and asked Qin Gu in a low voice, "You can't sleep in that position. Let's change. You can sleep in my seat." Qin Gu shook his head. "I'm not sleepy yet." "Thank you." Ji Chan turned around, and lay down on the seat. Seeing that Qin Gu really didn't seem to be sleepy, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's going on with Aunt Xian Long and the others? Why do they have to live in the radiation zone? Do you know?" Qin Gu said, Aunt Xian was deformed when she was on a mission 2 years ago. She used to rank high in the training ground, 14th. When I first became a hunter, I was seriously injured several times. I was not very good at fighting, and the mutation direction did not have much bonus for fighting. At that time, she saw me in the training ground and taught me for a whole year. Later, her mission schedule was too full, and she had no time to go to the training ground. We rarely saw each other. I heard that she was deformed. After Aunt Xian was deformed, she did not commit suicide, but returned to the Hope Zone. After I knew about it, I would visit her every time the mission was completed. This period lasted for half a year. During this period, Aunt Xian's condition became worse and worse, until she asked me to leave the hospital. Ji Chan nodded in understanding. "It's really too unfree to stay in the hospital, and it's very depressing. If you don't leave, you stay in a ward for the rest of your life. It's suffocating just thinking about it." Qin Gu replied, "Almost. But the main problem is that because the mental state of the deformed is usually not good, very depressed, and the lifelong deformity is irreversible, it is difficult for them to go on missions again, so the hospital has not spent any resources to cheer them up, but just locked them in a fixed single room and prohibited them from going out. In order to ensure safety, the number of times they meet with family and friends is strictly limited, and the food is also the most basic nutrient solution. They don't get the respect and treatment they deserve. The suicide rate of deformed people remains high, and there is a certain factor of indulgence. Aunt Xian told me these things and asked me to help her leave the hospital. Taking one person away is taking a group of people away is also taking, so I asked the deformed people in other wards, and later took more than a dozen people to the radiation area." Liang Ran asked him, "Does the headquarters not care?" Qin Gu, "No." Liang Ran thought for a while, and asked again, "Does the headquarters give them supplies regularly?" Qin Gu, "No. I submitted an application to the headquarters at that time, but it was rejected by an acting commander, saying that the patient took the initiative to leave the hospital, and the hospital did not have any harsh behavior towards the patient, so it is hoped that the district will no longer have the obligation to rescue." Song Shanai frowned. "What do they eat and use?" Qin Gu, "The nutrient solution is very cheap. Our team will deliver it to them every week. If we are on a mission, we will ask others to deliver it. I have previously ordered hundreds of protective suits. They will tell me what they need. And most of these mutants have families, and they transfer points to me regularly. The fact that there are mutants living in the radiation zone for a long time is only spread in a small range, and some acting commanders deliberately suppress the information, so not many people know about it. Rinyi was half asleep at this moment, and heard the conversation between several people, and muttered back, "So our team is often very poor, and several people combined can't even make up 1,000 points. We survive by relying on the 2 small restaurants owned by the captain. It's so hard to be a kind person." After mumbling, Linyi smacked his lips, tilted his head, and fell asleep again. The car was quiet for half a minute. Chingu moved his numb legs and said, "Our team did very little. And Xian did more. The deformed people don't like to spend a long time with non-deformed people. They even have some resistance to meeting them. After all, there is no empathy between the two sides. No one can understand the true feelings of the deformed people. They don't need fear and pity. Therefore, unless necessary, the group of deformed people led by Aunt Xian will not take the initiative to appear, nor will they participate in the tasks in the radiation zone. But after each group of teams enters the radiation zone, Aunt Xian will lead a group of deformed people to pay attention to everyone and help secretly, but there are always times when they can't take care of them, such as losing them, or there are too many teams, and they can't pay attention to everyone, or they are stopped by aliens. Once they find a deformed person, they will rush there as soon as possible to ask for the other party's opinion, whether to commit suicide, return to the Hope Zone, or go with them. In the past year, there have been 163 deformed people living in the radiation zone. At this point, Chingu paused, and then continued, "This time, they are willing to take the initiative to show up because they heard that the hunters are going to enter the deep contaminated area. They want to submit an application to the headquarters to form 10 teams to go in and find fuel and supplies." Liang Ren heard this and looked at Xian Long, who was sitting steadily on the front of the car. The wings behind her were shining in the sun, and occasionally transparent mucus would fall and drip on the front of the car. She said, "Aunt Xian just flew very skillfully, but as far as I know, it is difficult for mutants to control their deformed body parts, especially the wings." Chingu nodded. "She is doing high-intensity training every day. Half a year ago, Aunt Xian found that she could skillfully control the extra body tissues. Half of the 163 people can now control them skillfully after rigorous training. They now have human thinking and the advantages of aliens. Even some mutants can control the parasites in their bodies to parasitize aliens, eat away at the other's internal organs, and kill the aliens. And because of their genetic changes, most aliens currently regard them as the same kind and will not actively attack, unless they are the kind that will eat away other aliens. There is nothing they can do. Once they enter the deep contaminated area, their survival rate is much higher than that of ordinary hunters." Hearing this, Ji-chan opened her mouth in disbelief. "Oh my god! So strong?" Nan Wanting listened to Qin Ji's speech very carefully throughout the whole process. Her eyes became brighter and brighter when she heard this. She asked Chingu, "Are the tentacles useful?" "Yes." Chingu replied, "It can achieve multifaceted perception similar to my mutation direction, including hearing, touch, and smell, and has a strong sense of direction. As long as you invest a lot of time and energy in repeated training, it will become stronger and stronger." Hearing this, Nan Wanting suddenly took a deep breath. After a moment, she clenched her fist firmly and said, "It's decided. Say goodbye to my mother on the communicator, and I won't go back to the Hope Zone, so that she won't strip me and insist on becoming a deformer with me. I also want to be someone like Xian Long." Nan Wanting said, "A person who constantly strives for self-improvement, a super strong person." Chapter 112. Hearing Nan Wanting's words, Liang Ren subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. But just as she was gradually reassured about Nan Wanting's mentality, Qin Ji's tone suddenly changed. "But..." The other people in the car were instantly tense again. Ji-chan hurriedly asked, "But what?" "It's not right to dawdle. Hurry up and say it." Chingu explained, "The advantages of the above deformed people are all based on the situation where the degree of deformation is very deep. Otherwise, the genetic changes will not be too great, and the breath will not change much, and it will not reach the level of being mistaken for the same species by aliens. Aunt Xian was only moderately deformed at the beginning, her wings were only half the size of now, and the joints of her hands and feet were. The change was not big, but after entering the radiation zone, she used herself as an experiment and entered the dragonfly gathering place again, exposing her skin for a long time, and finally reached severe distortion. Most of the distorted people living in the radiation zone have chosen severe distortion. Chingu said, "Their philosophy is that since distortion is irreversible, they should make a concerted effort to make the distortion so high that it can no longer be distorted, and live to become stronger." After Chingu finished speaking, Nan Wanting unconsciously touched her forehead, but she was wearing a helmet at this time, and her hand touched the cold mask. After a few breaths, she nodded heavily. I know. It's okay, no problem. Didn't an expert say that the end of human beings in the future will either be extinction or symbiosis with alien species? Nan Wanting said, if symbiosis is possible, I have to be stronger, so that I can protect my mother and children, and protect myself. In short, Nan Wanting concluded, it's great to know you. After sending several good guy cards, Nan Wanting lowered her head and began to tap on her communicator, apparently starting a conversation with her irritable mother. After a few minutes of tapping, she raised her head with curved eyes. Liang Ran asked her, what did your mother say? Nan Wanting replied, my mother asked if she could come to see me in the future. She wants to study more recipes and bring delicious food to me and my friends. She also said that when she was young, she was also an expert in tearing apart aliens with her hands, and it was easy to enter the radiation zone. Liang Ran, what did you say? Nan Wanting smiled and said, of course I refused. I said that there will be a day when I will return to the Hope Zone. By then, I will return home in glory. If the commander wants to shake hands with me, he will have to line up in protective clothing. Ji Chan raised her thumb. Good, ambitious. An hour passed quickly in the sound of everyone's conversation. From time to time, the sound of laughter came from the rows of armored vehicles. After bypassing a narrow path, Xian Long raised his hand to signal to slow down. 5 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a row of small factories. The car door opened, and everyone got out of the car, filling up a small open space. Lin Yi yawned and stretched his neck. Xian Long stood on the front of the car, jumped casually, and landed lightly on the ground. She led everyone to the factory in the front. There was obviously no nuclear power plant that had been breached near this row of factories, so the appearance was still intact, not in pieces, but just shabby. Each of these dozen factories had 2 floors, and the iron door on the bottom floor was closed. Liang Ran looked at the iron door carefully, and found that it had been thickened. If the alien species wanted to break it open, it would take some time. More than that. Xian Long saw what everyone was thinking and pulled the iron door up, revealing a second iron door behind it. 3 doors, she said. We took the doors of other factories and got them. Liang Ran asked her, are there no aliens here? Xian Long replied, of course there are. Although most aliens now regard us as humanoids, some aliens love to eat their own kind. Some of them don't eat us at first, but they will eat everything when they are hungry. There are also those with extremely high IQs, who can tell that we are humans and command the ordinary aliens in the tribe to come and fight. You are also familiar with the operation mode of aliens. The smartest and most powerful person in each tribe is the leader. The little guys do whatever the leader says and obey his orders. The place where we lived before was attacked by aliens many times at night. The last time, the factory wall was smashed. We only moved here 3 months ago. But the other side didn't get any benefits. At most, we were injured every time, but the aliens who dared to find us were basically dead. While talking, Xian Long opened the 3rd iron door. What caught my eye were the 4 walls covered with beige wallpaper, the cozy sofa and dining table, and 3 large bookcases that took up half of the space, which were piled with books and materials. The staircases were hung with star tassels, each of which was hand-folded. There was even a vase on the dining table, which contained several bunches of fresh and beautiful flowers, but they were a little dry, as if they had been picked for some time. Xian Long said, there are 6 small rooms on the 2nd floor. They used to be machine rooms, but now they have been converted into bedrooms and chat rooms. 3 to 4 people live in each bedroom, and other deformed people live in the factory next door. Usually, they can shout to each other by opening the window, and everyone has been taking care of each other. Oh yes, those flowers carry radioactive elements, and their thorns are poisonous, so don't touch the stems. While Xian Long was introducing, several mutants came down the stairs. They were deformed in different directions. One man's leg bones were elongated due to the deformation, and the whole person was nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall. One girl's skin was almost transparent, and others could clearly see her subcutaneous blood vessels and some tissues through the helmet. Another girl was obviously also a cockroach mutant. Her protective suit had an extra pair of sleeves to facilitate the placement of the 3rd pair of arms. When she saw Nan Wanting, she immediately waved her hand enthusiastically. Come here and see the ribbon I just tied to the tentacles. After that, she took off her helmet, revealing a pair of tentacles tied with orange ribbons. 2 ribbons were wrapped around the tentacles on both sides, and finally tied a bow at the end. I am a severe deformer. She took the initiative to tell Nan Wanting, we can't be more deformed, and the impact of nuclear radiation on us has become extremely small, so we can be freer in the radiation zone. We are here, just like ordinary people in the hope zone. Nan Wanting touched the pair of bows and said seriously, I like red, festive, I will make red ones in the future. Xi and Long then called everyone upstairs. Look upstairs, we are so beautifully decorated. Little Golden Eyes, help me arrange those flowers. I just picked them yesterday, why are they wilted today? Chingu took out a pair of small scissors from his pocket, walked to the dining table, took out all the flowers, lowered his head, and carefully trimmed the branches. He trimmed quickly and finished in half a minute, then lowered his eyes, revealing a thoughtful look. When he started again, he put flowers of different colors and styles in different positions one by one, and soon a beautiful flower arrangement came out. Ji-chan said in surprise, Oh, you can do this? Linny said, I don't know, our captain likes to do this. He looked for books and papers to learn, and he also set up a small account on the forum, put his flower arrangement works on the forum, took many beautiful photos, refreshed many times, and waited for others to praise him. If no one praised him, he would stare at the post in a daze, and ask us to help him push the post to the top. But he is very stingy. Linny complained, he protects the flowers like his eyeballs. We asked for them many times, and he would only give us 1 or 2 pots. He is so stingy. Chingu put the vase back to its original place in silence, and glanced at Linny. Linny, what are you looking at? If you keep looking, I will help you to push the post. Ji-chan came forward familiarly. Share the post. Chingu immediately turned around and faced Ji-chan. Ji-chan quickly changed her position, and Chingu turned around again, and then changed and turned around again. After a set, Ji-chan changed several positions, and Chingu also turned several times. Ji-chan didn't want to play with him, stingy. After saying that, she followed Xi and Long upstairs. There were more than a dozen deformed people upstairs at this time. Everyone was either exercising or discussing things. When they saw a child running upstairs, they all surrounded him at once. How old is the child? Have you eaten? Are you hungry? You are young, Zhuang must like to play with you. Yes, sister will give you a few toys, okay, you go and play with Zhuang for a while. Ji-chan looked around blankly. Who is Zhuang? My daughter. Xi and Long said, she was born with atrophy of her lower legs, and can only sit in a wheelchair. She is just 9 years old this year. Ji-chan thought for a while and asked, is she also a deformed person? No. Xi and Long said. There are only 2 of us left in our family. She has been attached to me since she was a child. After I came to the radiation department, I originally asked Linny to help raise her, but she always cried and fainted many times. She also had aphasia. I was entangled for a long time. A while ago, I asked Linny to bring her here. But after bringing her here, she still didn't get better. At present, she can only utter simple syllables and can't speak normally. Ji-chan has always been a kind child. Hearing this, she hurriedly said, where is she? Then I will play with her for a while. I promise not to bully her. Xi and Long hurriedly thanked, thank you, I will take you there now. After she came here, her personality changed a lot. She is unwilling to talk and often covers her head, and screams loudly. If she screams at you later, don't be angry, just come out directly. After that, she took a few quick steps, and came to the last bedroom, and then opened the door. Liang Ran stood behind Xi and Long and subconsciously looked into the room. The sun shines through the window, and falls on a little girl wearing protective clothing beside the bed. The girl's legs are covered with a blanket. She is extremely thin, and her eyes are dim. There is no light. Hearing the movement at the door, she slowly raises her face, and slowly scans everyone, finally falling on Liang Ran. Ji-chan walked in with her hands behind her back, looked around the room, and started to find a topic. There are so many handmade dolls in your room. Did you make them yourself? The little girl was quiet for more than 10 seconds before nodding and shaking her head. She pointed in the direction of Chingu at the door. Xi and Long explained, Chingu helped her knit, and sometimes he would come over to teach Zhuang to knit together. Hearing this, the little girl laughed. She pointed at Chingu, then at Ji-chan, and after putting her hand down, she raised her hand hesitantly, and suddenly pointed at Liang Ran again. Liang Ran blinked. Xi and Long looked embarrassed. Zhuang seems to want you to accompany her. Her child was so unhappy, and her mother would try her best to meet any request, so she asked Liang Ran again, if you are not in a hurry. Liang Ran nodded immediately. When I am free, when I am free. After that, she walked into the room. After the 3 of them entered the room, Xi and Long gently closed the door to prevent the noise outside from disturbing the child. Liang Ran used to go to the welfare home to help out, and had her own way of dealing with children. She thought for a moment, squatted in front of the girl, and spread her palms to her. Can you tell me your name? Is it? She stretched out her tone and asked in confusion, Xian Zhuang? The girl curled her eyes, and shook her head seriously. She stretched out her hand, and wrote on Liang Ran's palm with her fingertips, Xian Chongning. Liang Ran raised her head, and was about to speak when she found that the girl was looking at her with an extremely surprised look, as if there was something shocking about her. Liang Ran asked her softly, What's wrong? The little girl hesitated for a moment, lowered her head, and grabbed Liang Ran's hand that was about to be withdrawn. She continued to write seriously, Sister, your school is so beautiful, and the library is so big. So the real sun is like this. Chapter 113. After feeling what the girl wrote on her palm, Liang Ran froze in place. She moved her fingers subconsciously. Zhuang. Can she see her memories? When Liang Ran thought of this, her first reaction was a little nervous. After all, she was not the original owner. If the girl read the memories from far to near, after reading her school experience, she should have seen that she had a car accident in the original world and traveled to the end of the world to replace the dead Liang Ran. Will Zhuang think she is a monster, and then ask others to catch her? But Liang Ran thought about the warmth of the girl's fingertips on her palm, and her thoughts quickly turned to other places. If Zhuang can see other people's memories, she must be under a lot of pressure, and the world in her eyes must be very bad. She didn't go out much in the Hope Zone before, and she had few contacts and few memories, but she now lives in the radiation zone, surrounded by deformed people. This group of people have been on several missions in the contaminated area, and their memories are full of endless training and strange aliens. Zhuang was born with a disability. Her condition was obviously not suitable for being a hunter. Even if she went to school at the talent base, she would not be trained as a hunter. The course content would be relatively mild, so before entering the radiation zone, she probably had never learned about the specific situation of the alien species. As a result, after arriving here, the memories of the people around her were full of fear and unknown. She was still so young and would be scared. Liang Ran thought of what Xian Long said, that after arriving here, Zhuang's personality became very withdrawn and always screamed, and she had some thoughts in her mind. She lowered her head and poked the girl's finger, indicating that she should open her hand as well. Zhuang immediately opened her palm, and Liang Ran wrote on her palm, Are you scared? Have you told others about your ability? Does your mother know? The girl reacted for a while, and shook her head. So Liang Ran asked again, Have you had this ability since childhood? Why didn't you tell your mother? You are not suitable to stay in the radiation area. You have to tell your mother about this. To Liang Ran's surprise, the little girl shook her head again. She stretched out her finger, and lowered her head to poke Liang Ran's hand again. This time she wrote for several minutes. Liang Ran carefully distinguished the content above, and understood what was going on. Zhuang's ability was not innate, but suddenly came after she came to the radiation area 3 months ago. More specifically, she gradually got it after taking off her helmet one day. According to Zhuang, after she came to the radiation area, she found that only she was different from the uncles and aunts, especially she was different from her mother. She was very unhappy, so she also wanted to become a small animal, so she secretly took off her helmet, but she was discovered by her mother just 2 minutes after she took it off. Her mother rushed over and injected her with a gene blocker, then put her helmet back on, crying and asking her not to take it off, let alone damage her clothes, so she never did that again. But from that day on, she found that every time she met someone, a very scary picture would rush into her mind. She didn't know what was going on, and she screamed in fear subconsciously. At first, she also gestured to an aunt about this, but the other party just thought she was reading some alien picture book. Later, her mother came to ask her, and she was worried that her mother would send her back to the Hope Zone after knowing that she was very scared, so she tried her best not to say it. She was also worried that the deformed people would think that she screamed because she was afraid of their faces and bodies, so except for the initial scream, she has been suppressing her fear recently. But sometimes she couldn't help it, because those scenes were really scary, and the faces of the aliens flashed directly in her mind, just like jumping on her. The girl wrote on Liang Ran's palm, The memories of my sister are so warm, haven't you seen aliens? Brother Xiao Jin's memories are also warm. His mother was teaching him to sew clothes and knit dolls. He covered his face with his hands and slept secretly. His mother blew wine on his face. I am not afraid of the memory of that little sister. There are no aliens in her memory. It is a family portrait and many friendly neighbors. Liang Ran knew what was going on. She wrote on Zhuang Zhuang's palm. Every time you are forced to see a memory, it should be the most profound part of that person's memory. I miss the easy life and sunshine in the past. I always think about it, so it is very profound. They are the same. Xi and Changning laughed immediately. She laughed for a long time, and her throat was humming. Finally stopped, she tried to speak, Mom. Then she quickly pointed at herself. The voice was short. Ah. I am in my mother's deepest memory. Liang Ran said him. Showing off. After a few breaths, she turned her head and asked Qin Gu, has Zhuang Zhuang been injected with gene mutation reagents recently? Qin Gu tilted his head in confusion. After a moment, he replied, Zhuang Zhuang is a third-class citizen. Aunt Xian earned enough points when she was about 6 years old and injected her with mutation reagents, hoping that she could become a regenerative mutant and make her body better, but it didn't work. After Lindy adopted her, he wanted to try again, so he took out half a tube of reagents that he had treasured before and injected her, but it still didn't work. Liang Ran nodded. Thinking of the fact that the girl mutated after taking off her helmet, she understood what was going on. During the 2 minutes when Zhuang Zhuang's skin was exposed, her genes had slightly changed due to radiation. Although she was injected with blocking agents in time and did not become a mutant, the changed genes were perfectly integrated with the unmetabolized gene mutation reagents in her body. Now Zhuang Zhuang has become a mental mutant. And he is a top mutant who can peek into other people's memories. It is completely foreseeable that if Zhuang Zhuang's gene variability has not yet reached saturation, as long as she continues to inject mutation reagents, she may not be forced to accept other people's memories in the future, but rely on her own will. And the range of memories she can see will also become larger, not only a certain memory, but all memories, not only human memories, but also alien memories. This ability is really useful. Her and Adele's abilities, one is about the past, and the other is about the future. Reading and foreknowledge. Although there are limitations and shortcomings in their abilities, working together will definitely play a huge role in the future. Liang Ran wanted to ask the girl when she would tell her mother about this, but she suddenly realized that her biggest secret was still in the girl's hands, and she came into the room to play with the little girl. How did it become a brainstorming and information sharing? Liang Ran looked at the girl for a few seconds, showing an embarrassed look. What do you want to play? But the girl did not answer every word, but wrote other things on her palm. I will keep it a secret for my sister. She wrote, we have never seen the sun, only my sister has seen it. I don't want my sister to become a strange person too. And I'm willing to tell my sister about my story because you're warm around me. When I see my sister, I feel like a bird landing on a cloud. Liang Ran replied, this is probably because we are both mental mutants. There's a girl named Adele in the Hope District. She also said that I'm warm. I'm not narcissistic, but I may be warmer. Liang Ran said the last sentence directly. As soon as he said it, Ji Chan showed an expression that couldn't bear to look directly at her. Oh my god, I'm deaf. Can you stop whispering? I've been standing here for 10 minutes with the handsome guy next to me. Hearing this, Zhuang Zhuang immediately took out a half-knitted kitten ball from under the wheelchair. She held the doll high and stared at Qin Gu eagerly. Her intention was very obvious. Qin Gu stepped forward and took the needle and thread handed over by the girl. Zhuang Zhuang quickly called Liang Ran and Ji Chan and made a posture of being ready for battle. Soon the three of them sat in a row, with Qin Gu sitting opposite them, looking like a teacher in class. This kind of knitting tests concentration, and after half an hour, Ji Chan was the first to be unable to sit still. She scratched her head and touched her feet, then leaned on Liang Ran's shoulder. Soon Zhuang Zhuang also sighed. She moved down by the armrest of the wheelchair, sat down next to Liang Ran, and leaned her head on her other shoulder. Liang Ran, She glanced at Qin Gu, hid the doll in her hand behind her back, and said, why don't I tell you about the alien species? Ji Chan, I don't really want to listen now. Zhuang Zhuang also raised his little hand and shook it. Liang Ran, In order not to continue knitting the twisted dolls behind her, she changed the subject. Zhuang Zhuang, do you like kittens? I see a lot of kitten dolls in your room. Zhuang Zhuang nodded quickly. Liang Ran, my teammate has a cat at home. I ask you for some photos. Let's look at the photos together. Ji Chan also came to Liang Ran's eyes, and soon there was a continuous laughter, accompanied by strange exclamations, and Qin Ji's movements became visibly faster. After he had piled up several palm-sized dolls at his feet, he finally put down his needle and thread, staring at them in a daze. Liang Ran noticed his sight and raised his head. Qin Gu pushed the dolls at his hand forward. You pick, I have a lot, I can't use them. The two children picked out their favorite types at the speed of light. Ji-chan glanced at Zhuang next to him, and suddenly realized, you are too lazy to knit, but you want a good-looking finished product. Zhuang nodded confidently. Liang Ran also went forward to choose a doll. She stared at the remaining two cute kittens, and was very conflicted. She pinched the two cats back and forth several times. As time passed, she felt that Qin was very hateful. If she had too many dolls at home and saw her friends so conflicted, she would definitely give both to him. As a result, Qin stood stiffly, like standing at attention. After choosing for a long time, Liang Ran finally chose one. She raised her face and said, I want it. Before she finished speaking, Liang Ran found that Qin was staring at her communicator with bright eyes. His expression was a little cute, which seemed a little inconsistent with his handsome face. So Liang Ran looked at her communicator in confusion. After a moment, she said helplessly, Don't look at it. It's Suiyu's cat. It's very precious. If you like kittens, ask Aunt Xian. Qin reluctantly retracted his gaze. If you don't ask, you can't raise it. Liang Ran, no points at all? Qin shook his head. Aunt Xian raises cats for training. Your team has cats because you need their sense of smell. We have me in our team, and don't need cats. Liang Ran, you can raise it, and raise it at home. Qin shook his head again. In this case, I don't know how much food to feed it. Liang Ran didn't understand. Read the paper? Don't you have to read the paper when you grow flowers? Qin thought for a while, and explained. If I want to raise it well, it needs to eat meat, but a meal of meat can buy dozens of bags of nutrient solution, which can keep a person alive for a month. There are still many people starving to death in the outer city. If I don't want it to eat well, I am not happy, and it is not happy either. The kitten has done nothing wrong. Liang Ran understood what he meant. She smiled with her eyes curved, and patted Qin Ji's shoulder. I know, I think so too. Wait until you can buy it lots of delicious food and won't feel guilty towards others. Then raise a kitten. Hearing Liang Ran's words, Qin suddenly looked at her seriously. Liang Ran, what's wrong? Qin handed the remaining two kitten dolls to Liang Ran. Here you go. You can also find me, if you want any color or type in the future. Liang Ran said huh in surprise, and was about to thank him, but Qin continued, we are friends now, right? Liang Ran felt that he changed the topic quite suddenly, but still responded, of course. Hearing the reply, Qin hesitated for a moment, turned on his communicator, and fiddled with it quickly. Liang Ran's screen lit up instantly. She looked down at the link sent by Qin clicked it puzzled. Qin Ji's voice came to her ears. Can you help me speak up? Lin Yi, and the others spoke up for me. It's a bit strange that the same account has said it too many times. The flowers I raise are obviously real. Why do so many people say they are fake? I was thinking about this just now, and almost pricked my hand with a needle. Liang Ran, Qin said seriously, thank you. Chapter 114. Since everyone has said thank you, Liang Ran can't just sit there and do nothing. She clicked on the link Qin sent, and found that the link came from the official forum of the Agricultural and Plant Institute. The red ones were all about the Agricultural and Plant Institute. Recently, the production of fruits and vegetables has increased, and the seeds of fresh flowers have been brought back from the polluted area by hunters. Most of the other posts were course assignments taken by students from the talent base. The rows of photos were all photos of soilless cultivation. Some fruits and vegetables grew very well, while others were distorted and dry. In short, it is easy to tell from the photos which one is loved by the teacher, and which one is the homework of poor students. Qin Ji's post was floating on the homepage. Liang Ran clicked in, and saw 7 or 8 beautiful photos from different angles. The pure white hydrangeas were blooming in clusters. They were probably just watered, and there was still a layer of water vapor on the petals. They looked misty and hazy under the light, attracting people's attention for no reason. Liang Ran took a closer look, and was a little surprised. She turned around and asked Qin, you raised them? Qin seemed not to want to answer such a question. He was silent for a few seconds and nodded slightly. I went to the Agricultural Institute to get the seeds and raise them at home. I don't understand why they are saying that to me. Liang Ran comforted him. It's okay, I will definitely speak for you, let me see. After that, she looked down carefully at the floor. Second floor, are these all raised by the poster? Which class of the agricultural department of the base is the poster from? My graduation project is about hydrangeas, but most of the flower seeds brought back from the polluted area are polluted, grow very fast, and have strange requirements for water quality. The water needs to be changed every few hours during the cultivation period. If you change it a little slower, they will die. I have already killed more than a dozen batches. Teach me, teach me. Chingu replied to him yesterday. I am not from the agricultural department. I was in a hurry to go on a mission last time, so I only threw this batch of seeds into the culture dish. As a result, I found that they bloomed when I got home. I don't know why they can bloom, so I can't teach you. I'm sorry. Liang ran, puff. Although he was very honest and had a good attitude, the previous content was really annoying. She held back her laughter and scrolled down slowly. From the time point of view, since Chingu replied that sentence, those who had praised him as a little expert in flower cultivation suddenly changed sides and questioned that these flowers were fake and that the poster was a big liar with no conscience. Chingu frowned. Look. Liang Ran raised his head and said firmly, It's okay. She asked Chingu to turn on the communicator and then began to reply according to what she said. Just say. Liang Ran supervised him typing. I was joking before. I spent a lot of effort to cultivate these flowers. I checked a lot of information and asked experts from the Agricultural Institute. I killed several batches before I grew these few. Unfortunately, this batch of flowers also died inexplicably this morning. I can't teach you. I wish everyone can graduate smoothly. Growing flowers is really too difficult. After sending the message, Chingu looked at the page with hesitation. But then I'm really a liar. Liang ran. Wait a few minutes and refresh the page. 3 minutes later, Chingu refreshed the page and instantly saw a group of people crying and hugging him. The people who had just announced him as a liar quickly pulled him into the group and comforted him that growing flowers is like this, and he must not doubt life and must be more open-minded. Liang Ran nodded. Look, now they won't say you're a liar. Chingu, but I'm cheating. Liang Ran. Let's not talk about this for now. Just tell me if they praised you. Chingu closed his mouth. Yes. Liang Ran. That's it. Chingu lowered his head and looked at the comments in the building seriously. Now the new floor brought the topic back and started to praise his flowers. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and Liang Ran wanted to laugh. She asked Chingu, Don't you usually grow flowers? You must have killed many of them. Flowers are too difficult to keep alive now. If you can just throw them into a petri dish and make them grow well, the students in the agricultural department will be very angry and will definitely criticize you. You can share more of your failed flower growing experiences with them, and everyone will resonate with you. Chingu shook his head and said seriously, I have basically never killed any of them. They all grow well. Liang ran, Anyway. She skipped the topic. You are from the combat department and don't know much about the situation of our research group. In the future, when you post photos of flowers like this, just say that you have cultivated them with great difficulty. If you don't take care of them for half a day, they will die. Don't say that they bloomed inexplicably after being left alone for several days. This way you can hear praise. Chingu hesitated for a while and nodded. Yeah. Liang Ran looked at him for a few times. At this moment, Chingu's eyes did not deliberately maintain his usual indifferent expression. His right eye looked really strange, with a strong mechanical feeling, and his eyes were unfocused. The color was dark, close to dark gold. Especially at this time, his left eye looked serious and a little cute. In contrast, this inverted weird feeling was more obvious. However, Liang Ran looked at it repeatedly and inexplicably felt that it was pretty good. It's pretty good, Liang Ran said. It's weirdly good looking. Like a cat with different eyes. Chingu reacted for a few seconds before he understood what Liang Ran was talking about. He subconsciously closed his right eye. Ji-chan leaned over her little head. Only close one eye. Handsome guy, are you pretending to be cute? Chingu immediately closed both eyes. Liang Ran laughed and tapped Ji-chan on the forehead. Who taught you to talk like that? It's getting dark, aren't you all hungry? Zhuang touched his stomach. I'm so hungry, let's go out. I have to tell my mother about that thing. Liang Ran stretched and called everyone out. Before she raised her feet, she saw Chingu still had his eyes closed, tapped his shoulder. Open your eyes. Let's go. It's really pretty, Liang Ran said. I heard from Linyi that when you first got your artificial eye, you often scared the children and made yourself more and more autistic. But don't you think Zhuang likes you very much? When you look at her, your eyes are always gentle. Zhuang is also a child. Chingu lowered his eyes. He followed Liang Ran out. After a few steps, he suddenly said, It's not just because of this. Liang Ran, huh? Chingu whispered, because my genes are S-level, so I must be the captain. I was the captain when I first joined the Yunlu team. I thought that the mission was for the Hope Zone, so I would go as many as possible, and would not refuse the assignment from the headquarters. At that time, everyone in our team was very easy to talk to. The mission frequency was overloaded. Our current team members are no longer the earliest batch. One teammate died of a sudden illness on the way back due to overwork during the mission. Now I can ask the headquarters for things and refuse many unreasonable requests. So, the appearance is the basis for Qin Ji's toughness, but the truly tough people don't need these auxiliary things as a basis. Zhuang Wang's wheelchair was pushed by Ji Chan. She heard the conversation between the two, glanced at Qin Ge, raised the golden kitten in her hand, and then poked it hard. Soft. Ji Chan continued her words. Soft and fluffy. Zhuang nodded frantically. Ji Chan stretched out her hand, and clapped hands with Zhuang. The two little girls seemed to have become very good friends. At this moment, the artificial sun was about to go out. Everyone was drinking nutrient solution at the dining table on the first floor. Xian Long was always paying attention to the situation on the stairs. Seeing several people coming down, she stood up quickly. Qin Ge put down the wheelchair in his hand. Zhuang on Liang Ran's back waved to his mother, signaling her to come over. Xian Long immediately walked over quickly. Soon Zhuang took Xian Long to one side and began to tell his mother his secrets. Liang Ran was also hungry now. She sat at the dining table and opened a bag of nutrient solution. While she drank, she looked at the bookcase opposite. There were many books from the old world on the cabinet, about history, about technology, and about poetry. Liang Ran's eyes quickly swept over, and there was no familiar book. The old world of this world was not the world before Liang Ran came here. Liang Ran knew it a long time ago. The history of the old world here is very different from what she learned before. This apocalypse is the apocalypse in a parallel time and space. In this world, she has never heard of most of the names of countries in the old world. Even if she has heard of some, it is just a coincidence. But it is probably because the nature of human beings in all time and space is similar. So even if the specific historical details are different, the general trend of the times is very similar. There are even similar poems, the same doctrines, and even very similar dialects in the two worlds. The longer the time span, the more obvious this sense of familiarity. Therefore, Liang Ran completely regards this world as her previous world. With the acceleration of the apocalypse process and the manifestation of the true souls of all people around her, her sense of belonging is getting stronger and stronger. 10 minutes later, Xian Long pushed Zhuang back to the dining table. Xian Long's eyes were red. She seemed to be thinking about something important, staring at the table in a trance. A few minutes later, she suddenly looked at Liang Ran. She whispered, "I heard from Lin Yi that you are a researcher and now the deputy director, right?" Liang Ran nodded. "What's wrong?" Xian Long said, "I want to tell you something, come with me." "Okay." Liang Ran got up and followed Xian Long to the second floor. Xian Long turned around and closed the bedroom door. Liang Ran was a little confused. "This is..." Xian Long did not answer, but walked quickly to the closet, opened the closet door, and took out a letter from the bottom pocket of the clothes. "I didn't plan to tell anyone before, but later I knew we were going to enter the deep contaminated area, so I planned to tell Xiao Jin. Since you are here this time, you are an accompanying researcher, and you are in charge of the institute. I thought about it, and decided to tell you." Liang Ran heard Xian Long's words. Although he couldn't guess what she was going to say, he still smiled and said, "I saw you in a trance just now, and I thought you were thinking about Zhuang." Xian Long sighed. "I was thinking about it too. But this matter is more important. I think it's getting dark, and you are leaving, so I have to tell you quickly. You read this letter first, and then I will talk about Zhuang." Liang Ran said him. She took the folded letter, which was obviously a bit old, and the corners were very brittle. She unfolded it carefully, and Xian Long explained, "You should have been to the residential area before. There is a room where the volunteer tablets are installed. A year ago, I went there with others to clean up things and cleaned up the tablets. But now those tablets should have been knocked over by aliens again. When I was cleaning up that day, I found Shenxi's tablet in the corner. As we all know, Shenxi died in the Hope District. The cause of death was cancer caused by nuclear radiation. I was very curious at that time, so I studied the tablet carefully. Later, I found that the tablet could be separated from the side, and there was a letter in the inner layer. The letter is from Shenxi, and the tablet was also made by her for herself. As for the reason," Xian Long said, "you will know after reading the letter." Liang Ran slowly unfolded the envelope. Shenxi's beautiful handwriting came into view in an instant. "Hello, the person reading this letter, I am Shenxi. The developer of the gene mutation reagent seemed to be talking to her across time and space. You may know this name. My name is included in many places in the Hope District. The words I said are still engraved on the wasteland, but I am not as glorious as the rumors say. In fact, I died as early as the moment the gene reagent was born. Living like a zombie afterwards was just atonement. To prevent people in the Hope Zone from panicking, the following content has been completely blocked. Only a handful of people know about it, but to prevent humans from paying a greater price for it, I must record it. Shinsei wrote, I wonder if you have ever thought about one thing. Humans have been studying gene mutation and evolution for hundreds of years, but there has been no progress. Why is it that only a few years after the emergence of alien species, I have successfully developed a gene mutation reagent? Chapter 115. Liang Ran certainly thought about this. But everything has its coincidences. She thought before that maybe it was just a coincidence that a few years after the appearance of the alien species, Shinsei found raw materials that could stimulate human genes somewhere, and made gene mutation reagents in one fell swoop. But now it seems that this is not the case. Some of the raw materials of the gene mutation reagents may not come from this world, but are closely related to the alien species, or even taken from the alien species. But even so, Liang Ran doesn't think it's a big deal. The raw materials of various reagents are originally diverse, and it is normal to use alien species as raw materials. Moreover, humans at that time had reached the point where they would perish if they did not evolve. Keeping humans alive was the most important thing at that time, and any side effects and backlash were things to think about in the future. Shinsei is a very good researcher. If she chose to use alien species as raw materials for genetic reagents, she would definitely think about this clearly. If the consequences were not serious, she would never hate herself at the time and say that she was a sinner. Thinking of this, Liang Ran quickly looked down. As expected, the next paragraph of Shinsei's words confirmed Liang Ran's idea. The two most important materials in the gene mutation reagent are taken from alien species. You may not agree with this. According to the current situation in the Hope Zone, there will definitely be insufficient supplies in the future. The edible part of animal and plant alien species will gradually become human food. The fusion of alien genes with human genes will also be actively promoted by pharmaceutical organizations to seek the path of collective evolution of mankind. I don't know when you saw this letter, but it can be predicted that within 10 years after my death, as tens of thousands of alien species are analyzed and dissected by research institutes, it will become normal for them to be used by humans, and using their genes will no longer be difficult to accept. But it was not like this when I developed the gene mutation reagent. Shinsei wrote, that was at the beginning of the end of the world. At that time, human research on alien species was just superficial. We had never heard of such creatures before. They made humans feel disgusted and deeply frightened. No one wanted to fuse their genes into the human body. When I raised this point, all researchers disagreed. First, the danger was unpredictable, and second, no qualified xenobiotic tissues were found that could promote human genetic evolution. So I just raised my opinion at that time, left the original team, contacted people on my own, set up a small laboratory, and conducted research on my own. At that time, our group of people spent all their time dissecting and studying the aliens, constantly analyzing their genes, trying to find out where they could help humans. Although it was tiring, every day was fulfilling, and we kept working hard for the unknown future. This was a very long period of time, and it was also a period of time when we gained nothing. During this period, some people left the team, and some new people joined. To be honest, the 3 words unavailable were written on the daily record sheet. It was really painful. Just when I began to question myself, a researcher brought a box. The box contained what she had brought out when she escaped from the contaminated area. At that time, the aliens fell from the sky, and a large number of troops shot at the sky. The alien limbs flew everywhere. A huge black alien limb fell in front of her. She was a scholar herself. Seeing the strange shape of the limb, she thought it might be worth studying, so she hurriedly picked it up and put it in the box and escaped from the contaminated area. Because the process of escaping was too chaotic, when she settled down in the Hope District, the box was gone, and she didn't look for it. Recently, when she was cleaning the basement, she suddenly found the box in the corner. She asked her family, and the old man in the family thought about it for a long time before remembering that she helped to clean it up, but his memory was not good, and he forgot it in a blink of an eye. After I opened the box, I dissected and analyzed the broken limb inside. I found that its cells have extremely strong activity. Although it is just a broken limb, it is not dead. In addition, it has strong fusion. I did an experiment with animal cells, and the fusion reached 1000. After gene fusion, this part of the cells will reproduce rapidly and promote gene mutation. After repeated experiments, I finally determined that this fusion is related to concentration. As long as the concentration is continuously increased, the variability of animals can reach up to 1/10. That's 1%. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the Hope District. 1/10 is tens of thousands of people. It seems that humans finally have hope. Although this variability is only related to the gene fusion of each person, that is, everyone's luck, there is nothing we can do. This is already the best result. In the future, mutants will protect non-mutants, and the strong will protect the weak. Humanity will always be fine. At that time, I was really excited. After preparing the first batch of gene mutation drugs, I immediately submitted an application to the headquarters. After approval, the research and development of the reagent officially entered the clinical stage. There were no problems in the first phase of clinical trials, and there were no problems in the second and third phases. Then the headquarters recruited 300 volunteers. Among these people, 2 A-level Ginners, 5 B-level Ginners, 8 C-level Ginners, and 15 D-level Ginners were born. At that time, there was no gene measurement machine, and the gene level was determined by the naked eye. We carefully examined everyone's body, and came to the conclusion that there was no problem with the gene mutation reagent. Because when the military shot the aliens to cover the escape of the masses, they would also take away some of the alien limbs for research. At that time, the headquarters found 2 boxes of similar limbs in the military's reserve. The genetic reagents had very little demand for this part of the raw materials. 1 drop could be used for 20 tubes of reagents, so the genes extracted from them were sufficient. The ingredients I extracted from these 2 boxes of limbs met the needs of everyone in the Hope Zone, and then the headquarters injected them in batches of 5,000 people. When the third batch began to be injected, the first S-level mutant appeared. His strength was so great that he could destroy the military's tanks with his flesh, but he was a robber who had just been released. When I heard the news, I sighed that he was lucky, and at the same time I felt uneasy. Soon, a new S-level mutant appeared in the 4th batch of people who were injected. He was as fast as lightning, and no weapon could catch up with him. He was a notorious entrepreneur before the end of the world. 2 consecutive S-class mutants were such bad people, I realized that something was wrong, but the appearance of the 3rd S-class mutant relieved my doubts a lot. She was a powerful regenerative mutant, and a powerful good person. After that, the 4th and 5th S-class mutants appeared, and I fell into confusion again. They were all very bad people, or even extremely bad people. I ran to the headquarters, hoping to suspend the injection of genetic reagents. The Institute must redevelop genetic reagents. But most of the leaders rejected my opinion, thinking that I was too worried. Only 2 leaders agreed with my opinion, but it was useless. 3 months later, the Hope District achieved universal injection. The thing I didn't want to see the most happened. Among the leaders of the Hope District, only one had an S-class mutation. If all the leaders were ranked, he was the most disgusting one. He talked about class and respect all day long. Since the birth of the Hope District, he wanted to implement his ruling philosophy, but was rejected several times. At that time, I thought it seemed that I had done something wrong, a big mistake. I analyzed the mutated S-class and some A-class citizens, then looked through the previous data and checked the previous cases of animal mutation, and found a fact that I couldn't believe. Gene mutation seems to have little to do with the gene fusion of each person. What is really closely related is a person's character. The more pretentious a person is, the more likely they are to have a high-level mutation. This probability is not 100%, but it can greatly increase the probability and level of mutation. This should be related to the characteristics of the alien. Its ability is likely to be related to emotions, or it itself is an alien with very strong emotions. The cells in its broken limbs are so active, which may not only represent its activity, but also represent a strong emotionality. Cells also have emotions. They can achieve a high degree of fusion with people whose emotions match. This is outrageous and contrary to human cognition in my opinion. This alien species is different from other alien species. It is a more advanced alien species, transcending the biological system. I have never seen it in its entirety, so I am completely ignorant of this. So, what kind of people did I make the most powerful group of people in the Hope Zone? Shinseai was obviously emotionally unstable when she wrote here, and her handwriting began to become chaotic. She wrote, later, the leader controlled the army, united some S-level citizens to launch a riot, killed several leaders, took control of the headquarters, and formulated a grade law, so that third-class citizens were no longer human. All of this was within my expectations, but I couldn't save it. It was me who made the Hope Zone what it is now, and I am guilty. The only thing I can do is to destroy all the remaining high-concentration reagents in the Institute and restudy the genetic reagents. This process took half a year. I found that after greatly reducing the concentration of the reagents, adding some extracts from mutant plants can effectively curb this situation and return the variability of human genes to luck. The only thing that comforted me during this period was that the children born by the gene carriers also had a chance of genetic mutation, and this mutation had nothing to do with character, but was only related to the mutation level and luck of both parents, so if they were well cultivated, those children could become very good people. After re-establishing the concentration and materials of the mutation reagent, I came to the radiation zone and used my life to atone for the mistakes I made. In addition, I was worried about one thing. At the end of the letter, Shinseai talked about the reason why he wrote this letter. The area where the unknown alien limbs were picked up is now a deeply polluted area. Humans will always set foot there again, but I don't know what will happen if the mutants meet that alien. After all, a part of our body belongs to it. The letter ends here. Liang Ran lowered her eyes and looked at the letter. After a moment, she looked up and smiled. I thought it was something else. She has done a good job. No one can predict that kind of situation. The one who made the mistake is the one who used supernatural powers and power to make mistakes, not Shinseai. Xi and Long was stunned for a few seconds. We have alien genes in our bodies. Aren't you afraid of this? Liang Ran thought about it and shook her head. Alien genes are already in our bodies. Being afraid is the most time-wasting thing. At present, instruments that can extract mutant genes have been developed. The worst case is to extract the alien genes in our bodies. Then we will return to our original selves, back to the time when Shinseai did not exist. Why do you look down on your former self? Liang Ran nodded as he spoke. We still have brains, we are not stupid, and most importantly, we have courage and unity. Xi and Long laughed unconsciously with Liang Ran when she heard what she said. No wonder Zhuangzhuang said you are so warm. Speaking of this, Xi and Long suddenly pursed her lips, revealing a look of wanting to say something but stopping herself, and swallowed the words that were about to come out. But Liang Ran knew what she wanted to say. So she took the initiative to say, let Zhuangzhuang go back with me. She can't control her own abilities, and it's too painful to passively accept other people's memories. She has to endure not screaming. She needs to find a quiet place to inject genetic reagents and slowly upgrade. And she is so young and stuffy in a protective suit, which is not good for her health. If I'm not on a mission, she will live with me. When I'm on a mission, I ask Aunt Xian to help take care of her. There are many kittens there, and Zhuangzhuang should like them. Xi and Long's eyes quickly turned red, and she subconsciously raised her hand and fanned her face. I'm really sorry to bother you. I was too embarrassed to speak just now, Xi and Long said. I thought about it for a long time and didn't know how to start. But I also know that Zhuangzhuang can't stay in the radiation zone anymore. Liang Ran waved his hand. You're welcome. I will bother Zhuangzhuang in the future. The cause of my sister's death is not clear yet. I may need Zhuangzhuang's help to peek into some people's memories in appropriate occasions. In order to ensure her safety, her ability needs to be kept secret for the time being. Xi and Long nodded immediately. As long as it does not threaten Zhuangzhuang's life, you can tell her if you need any help. Zhuangzhuang is a very good child, and she will definitely help you. Liang Ran responded, I know. After the two finished talking, they opened the bedroom door and walked downstairs together. It should be that Xi and Long told Zhuangzhuang in advance. Zhuangzhuang looked at his mother's expression, and then carefully looked at Liang Ran's expression. He took the initiative to push the wheelchair over and held Liang Ran's hand. Sister, I only drink 2 bags of nutrient solution a day. Liang Ran rubbed her head vigorously. Don't worry, sister raised you well, and she won't let you only drink nutrient solution. Chapter 116. After talking to Zhuangzhuang, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There was no extra place to sleep in the factory here. Now there were so many armored vehicles, and more than 100 hunters, so everything could be taken care of. So everyone decided to just go at night, and drive directly to the wilderness. After arriving at the rest point around 1 a.m., they slept there, and then waited for the sun to burn tomorrow to return to the Hope Zone. After the agreement was made, all the hunters returned to the armored vehicles with their backpacks. Before Liang Ran pushed Zhuangzhuang away, he waved goodbye to Nan Wanting. Nan Wanting's face was hidden behind the helmet. She lowered her head and tapped the communicator a few times, then raised her face. The second pair of arms she had grown was about to pierce through the protective suit, and it was covered with soft, shapeless barbs. She didn't dare to go forward to hug Liang Ran, so she just stood 1 meter in front of Liang Ran. "Thank you. I wish you good food and drink, and always good health," Nan Wanting said. Liang Ran curved her eyes, walked forward, gently hugged Nan Wanting, and held her for half a minute before letting go. Just as she was about to say something, the factory gate was pushed open from the outside, and a boy in his early 20s ran in, looked around, and quickly locked his sight on Nan Wanting. "Sister Nan," he said hurriedly. Nan Wanting immediately showed a look of surprise. "Xiaojiu." Liang Ran looked at the boy carefully, and found that he was also a cockroach mutant who had just been infected. She instantly understood who he was. At that time, a team said that they met 2 cockroach mutants on the road. A man committed suicide, and a young boy refused to get on the car. The boy told them that there was another person alive in their team, named Nan Wanting. So this boy should be the one who refused to get on the bus. He is also Nan Wanting's teammate. It turned out that he was also found by the Deformers team and brought back. Seeing that the two were so excited that they didn't know what to say, Liang Ran smiled unconsciously, turned around and left the factory without disturbing them. The journey back was extremely smooth. There were no blind aliens trying to attack more than 20 armored vehicles. At 1 o'clock in the morning, all the cars stopped at the rest point on time. Everyone was very familiar with each other now. Although it was very late, they still opened the windows and talked across the air. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, everyone's laughter gradually subsided. The lights in the car of the Xuanqing team went out, and the curtains were pulled down. Everyone suddenly relaxed, all the fatigue quickly surged up, and they packed up the seats as quickly as possible and laid them flat to prepare for sleep. Liang Ran stood up and moved her body slightly. There was no place to fix the wheelchair on the bus, so she gave her seat to Zhuang Zhuang. Her teammates wanted to take turns with her, but they all refused. Now she had been sitting in the same position for 8 hours, and her waist was really sore. Wu Ruozi noticed Liang Ran's movements and whispered, "I help you." After that, she unbuckled her seat belt, ran to Liang Ran, rolled up her sleeves and squatted down, and helped Liang Ran start from his calf. Liang Ran was startled, and quickly pulled Wu Ruozi up and pushed her to the seat. No, I'm ready, go to sleep quickly." After being pushed for 2 steps, Wu Ruozi put her legs behind the seat, stood steadily, and refused to move. She squatted down again, and carefully pinched Liang Ran's calf. "If you can't grab it, you give up your seat. You can't grab it." Liang Ran couldn't beat her, so he squatted down and stood face to face with her. After rubbing her calves for a few minutes, Wu Ruozi wanted to pinch Liang Ran's waist again. Liang Ran immediately stopped her. "I have a ticklish spot here. If someone pinches it, I will laugh and faint." Wu Ruozi pondered for a few seconds and nodded. "Then I go to bed." Liang Ran urged, "Go quickly." Wu Ruozi stood up and walked a few steps towards the seat, then suddenly turned her head and looked at Liang Ran. Liang Ran had just stood up and thought it was not good, so he was about to squat down, but Wu Ruozi was obviously faster. She suddenly jumped to Liang Ran's side, bit her 5 fingers, and tickled Liang Ran's waist. Liang Ran, puff. Liang Ran really had a ticklish spot. This time, he felt funny in his heart, and his waist was really itchy. He almost laughed to death while sitting on the ground. Half a minute later, Wu Ruozi smiled and took back her hand. "Good night, Ran." After saying that, she shook her head, showing a lively smile, trotting back to her seat and pulling up the quilt. Liang Ran calmed his breathing for a while, stood up and looked inside the car. Everyone was basically asleep at this moment. Ji Chan and Song Shanai were sleeping in a sprawling manner. Sui Yuesheng was sleeping very gently. Shiru habitually slept with his head on the weapon box. Zhuang Zhuang was young and couldn't stay up late, and now he was sleeping soundly with his head buried in the pillow, with a layer of shiny saliva at the corners of his mouth. Lin Yi and Qin Ge had been up all night last night, and had not rested for nearly 40 hours. Now they also fell asleep one after another. Qin Ge covered himself with a blanket, with his head slightly drooping, and slept on the container behind the car. Liang Ran hugged the quilt, walked to the opposite side of him, and also fell asleep against the container. She slept very deeply this time. She didn't wake up when the artificial sun lit up. There was silence around the car. It was not until nearly 8 o'clock that there were intermittent sounds at the rest point. The hunter slept in for the first time in a long time. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the main force arrived at the foot of the high wall. The patrol team stood at the front in full alert and checked the situation of each team one by one. Because the radiation zone is special, as long as you are injured, you may become a deformed person. Even if you can survive, most hunters will choose to give up their lives. Therefore, Every time you check the radiation zone, there will be many people who have not returned. The patrol leader's expression is very serious, and the medical team stands in front of the car ready to go forward for treatment at any time. But after one team was checked, 5 teams were checked, and 15 teams were checked, there was no hunter in trouble. The patrol team checked faster and faster, and the expressions on their faces became more and more shocked. But until the inspection of 37 teams was completed, it was still the same conclusion: no one was in trouble. Including the 4 teams that came back, all the 41 teams that went to look for supplies have returned. Not even a parasite or a mutant has appeared. The patrol captain muttered. However, some people were exposed to nuclear radiation for 3 minutes, but the time was not long, and there has been no negative feedback so far. To be on the safe side, this group of people should go to the hospital for a checkup. For those who were exposed within 3 minutes, because they were injected with blockers in time and changed into protective clothing, their bodies can be repaired by their own hygiene repair, so they are fine. He carefully looked at each hunter again, turned around, picked up the return list, and drew a big check on it. They're all back. After the words fell, the people under the high wall suddenly cheered, including the hunters, patrol teams, and medical teams. Liang Ran stood among them, feeling as if there was some emotion in his chest that would not dissipate for a long time, and he couldn't help but put his hands on both sides of his mouth and cheered along. After the medical team took a group of people away, this joyful sound lasted for a long time. After it slowly stopped, a girl shouted, because of Liang Ran. Someone in our team got his hand injured, but we are not afraid, because of Liang Ran. Intermittent echoes sounded, yes, because of Liang Ran. There were so many alien species in that nuclear power plant, and there were several that our team didn't know. It was Liang Ran who taught us how to kill them in the group. If it weren't for her, we would all have died in the nuclear power plant. It was she who discovered the characteristics of the new mutant, and it was she who caught the lighter. Yes, because of Liang Ran. The patrol captain knew Liang Ran, and immediately. Looking over, some of his men looked around blankly, and he knocked them hard. Look there. He pointed at Liang Ran. That's Liang Ran. The newest S-level mutant in the main city, the most powerful mental mutant, can see invisible aliens, and can share minds. He is also a well-known researcher, and his brains are not on the same level as ours. The medical team also looked over, and a short man leaned on the shoulder of the person in front of him and stood on tiptoe. I have only seen photos on the forum. Let me see the real person. Let me see it. After looking at it, he hurriedly asked his left and right, "Can we get off work today? I have never gotten off work so early." His friend laughed. "Yes, there are no patients, so of course we're off work. We have to thank Liang Ran too." Liang Ran was surrounded by so many eyes, and felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. She stepped back subconsciously. Song Shanai immediately showed a disgusted expression, holding her shoulders and pushing her out again. "You are so shy. There are only a few people here. There will be more in the future." After Liang Ran was pushed out, she was completely exposed to the eyes. Lin Yi rushed up and held Liang Ran's waist to control her. In an instant, a circle of people surrounded her. The next second, Liang Ran was held by Lin Yi's waist and thrown high. Liang Ran couldn't help laughing, and everyone's laughter spread for a long time and far. Liang Ran didn't know how many times she was thrown. In the end, Ji Chan jumped and interrupted everyone. "Don't throw it anymore, or you run out of oxygen." Everyone hurriedly put Liang Ran down, and Liang Ran waved his hand. "It's okay, but I need to change clothes. This protective suit is too stuffy." There is a row of rooms under the high wall, which are specially prepared for hunters who have completed their missions in the radiation zone. Liang Ran walked in, took off the outer protective suit, revealing the ordinary protective suit inside. After changing, she walked out of the room quickly and breathed hard. A few minutes later, she pushed Zhuang in, changed the outermost clothes, and then covered her legs with a blanket. Liang Ran pushed Zhuang into the high wall. At this time, an aunt in her 50s was standing not far away, looking around. Seeing Liang Ran, she waved her hand. "Liang Ran, is it Liang Ran?" Liang Ran walked over puzzled. "You are." "I am Wanwan's mother," the middle-aged woman said. Seeing Liang Ran was a little stunned, she quickly raised the stack of lunch boxes in her hand and said, "Nothing else." "That's right. Wanwan asked me to cook this for you. She told me so many times and urged me all the way just now, fearing that I would be late. These are my specialties. There may not be many. You and your teammates can take them back and try them." As soon as the aunt finished speaking, it was 6 o'clock. The artificial sun went out on time. In the darkness, the lights beside the high wall lit up sporadically. There seemed to be lights in the ant's eyes, glowing slightly. You ate, that's what Wan ate. Thank you. Chapter 117. Liang Ran was holding the lunch box in her hand, and she suddenly felt uncomfortable. The food was still hot, and the tempting aroma came out. She could clearly smell the smell of fried meat. For an ordinary first-class citizen family, this was a huge amount of points expenditure. Especially since Nan Wanting's parents were old, and could not earn points by going on missions, it was difficult to accumulate points. Liang Ran whispered a thank you. Thank you, it smells especially delicious. Nan Wanting's mother smiled, and waved her hand, and said nothing more. You just finished the mission, have fun and relax, she said goodbye to Liang Ran. When Wan didn't come back, her match said that she would submit an application to Wusheng to rematch, which is good, so that I can bring Wan's daughter home. I'm going to pick her up now. Liang Ran watched the ant leave. Zhuang held his cheek, opened and closed his mouth, and tried to say 2 words, Mom, Mom. Liang Ran him said, Mom loves you. Let's go back and eat delicious food. At this time, the teammates all came to her side. Although Nan Wanting's mother said that the food was for the Xuanqing team, it was probably to thank them for rescuing Nan Wanting from under the car and taking them all the way, but without Qin Ji's help and guarantee, without the Yunlu team's long-term self-payment and continuous transportation of supplies to the radiation zone, the deformer team in the radiation zone would not appear. So Liang Ran saw the people of the Yunlu team change their clothes, and called them to stop. Nan Wanting's mother sent 6 large boxes, very heavy. Shall we eat together? Lin Yi immediately showed a look of surprise. What a coincidence, the captain is going to treat you to a meal. Let's go to the captain's store to eat, and we can talk about the deep pollution area. Song Shanai frowned. When we get to the inner city, get off the bus, and go to your store, the food will be cold. Let's just squat here and finish eating. Lin Yi said oh, and was about to explain, but Qin Ge answered before her. My store is in the outer city, called EP81, and it's very close to here. It only takes 10 minutes to get there, so the food won't get cold. Hearing Qin Ji's words, Song Shanai was fine. She turned her head to look at Liang Ran, who nodded go. Qin Ge took a few quick steps, and led the way in front. The high wall is close to the outer city. If you want to take the rail car to get there, you have to wait until all the hunters are together, and the train starts, so Qin Ge chose to walk. He asked Liang Ran for Zhuang's wheelchair pusher, and pushed the little girl forward quickly. Zhuang's hair was blown back by the wind. She hadn't breathed fresh air for a long time, and she kept taking deep breaths. Qin Ge saw that she liked the wind very much, so he walked faster. 2 minutes later, he suddenly pushed the wheelchair forward and ran. As soon as Qin Ge started running, others ran behind him in a bluff to catch up with him. Song Shanai ran speechlessly. This person is so ridiculous. Sui Yuesheng stared at Qin Ge for a few seconds and hummed, Isn't this running fast? At that time, he said that he couldn't grab the others and insisted on getting on our car. Ji Chan. Xiao Jin wanted to make Zhuang happy. Sui Yuesheng was shocked. Captain, why don't you speak for me? Ji Chan puffed up her cheeks. Qin Ji's store. His store sends a lot of blackface steamed buns and soup to people in the outer city every day. My family used to line up to get them when we were the hungriest. It's just that my mother said that many people in the outer city live poorer than my family. The amount of steamed buns is fixed every day. If we take it, others will not be able to take it, so we queue up a few times and then stop queuing. Lin Yi heard Ji Chan's words and explained. The captain's mother used to manage this store. Because the purpose was to do charity, it was completely unable to make ends meet. Later, the captain's mother passed away, and the store came to him. He cooked delicious food and experimented many times. He made his own menu. In recent years, many people from the inner city have come to eat here, and the store has survived again. The amount delivered every day is more, but there is still money to be made. Song Shanai was a little curious. Why haven't I heard of this store? Lin Yi thought for a while. Maybe it's because the food cooked by your chef is delicious enough. Do you usually eat out? Song Shanai shook her head. My dad said that things outside are dirty, especially in the outer city. Lin Yi spread his hands. That's it. If you ask me, your dad is just a little sick. He should stay in a mental hospital instead of being an archbishop. Song Shanai was silent for a moment, and suddenly whispered, Is that all? Lin Yi said, what? Song Shanai stopped talking. She curled her lips. You are all very kind. 10 minutes later, several people arrived at Sui Xian Hotel on time. The hotel was not big, with a total of 10 tables inside. It was the most common small restaurant. At this time, Most of the seats were full. Chingu took everyone to the largest table. You eat first, I make more. Liang Ran saw him raising his foot to leave, and hurriedly stopped him. Eat first, and make more if it's not enough. So Chingu stopped and sat at the table. Nan Wanting's mother's cooking was really delicious. As soon as the 6 large boxes of food were opened, they were devoured by the 10 or so people in just 5 minutes. Now that they were half full, no one was in a hurry to eat, and asked Chingu about the deeply polluted area. Chingu wiped his hands, raised his wrist, and turned on his communicator. A few months ago, I went to the outer periphery of the deep pollution area alone. As you know, if you go inward from the 4 edge pollution areas, the place where the artificial sun cannot shine is the deep pollution area. Just like the pollution and disasters corresponding to each edge pollution area are different, the conditions of these 4 deep pollution areas are also different. At that time, I drove through the water pollution area for a week and finally drove to the place where the artificial sun could not shine. I turned on the car lights and continued to drive in. At first, the only difference between the inside and the water pollution area was the light. The alien species were normal. They were all common alien species in the water pollution area. I carefully observed for a long time, and found that they were more afraid of light. Their vision and reaction ability were much stronger than those in the edge pollution area. This is in line with common sense. It is a predictable mutation that occurs after a long period of no light. I tried my best to go in a straight line, and continued to drive in for 2 days, until I was blocked by a thick white fog. Ji-chan hurriedly asked, "Fog, isn't that very dangerous?" "Xiao-jin, did you drive through it?" Chingu glanced at Ji-chan, did not correct her address, and nodded. "It's over, otherwise my trip would be in vain. I thought it was the common fog in the polluted area. After all, the water pollution area and the wood barrier area often have fog at night, but it's not so thick." But the fog was so thick that even with the car lights on, the range of vision was less than 1 meter. Although I am a perception mutant, it was useless at that time. No matter who passed by, they should be able to see 1 meter, but they could only see 1 meter. Because the car speed was very slow, I drove in the fog for half an hour. The moment I finally broke through the fog, my vision suddenly became clear, the fog became much lighter, and I could vaguely see the surrounding buildings. Ordinary fog would definitely not be like this. There is no gradual thinning process, so I guess it should be a barrier. Liang Ran thought for a moment, and agreed with this statement. It should be. If my guess is right, the alien species behind this fog is completely different from the water pollution area, and even the characteristics are unrelated. Chingu immediately affirmed, yes. Sharu was puzzled. Why is this the case? Aren't they in a polluted area? It's just deep. There is no sunlight in the pollution zone all year round, and the alien species inside have a new mutation. Liang Ran shook her head and explained, not necessarily, they are just in a pollution zone, but they do not necessarily belong to one area. What I mean is that their regional division is not determined by the artificial sun, but when they fall from the red moon, there is a regional division. I said before that the pollution zone is like a prison. The alien species inside can't get out, but we can go in because they are invaders, so the keys to enter and exit are here. If we are willing, we can take the alien species inside out, and take them to the research institute. But just like the human world, the same prison does not necessarily only hold one type of prisoners. It is possible that because the prison is very large, the supervisor built a wall in the middle, or installed a door, and different prisoners are locked up on both sides. The white fog Chingu encountered is equivalent to a wall, separating the 2 types of prisoners. Lin Yi heard this and subconsciously asked, what are the invisible aliens? They are not trapped in the prison. Liang Ran thought about it and replied, the leaders found by the supervisor among the prisoners help the supervisor manage this group of troublemakers, so they are relatively free and can visit each other everywhere, or, well, they are prisoners that the supervisor likes more, so they are given privileges. Lin Yi thought for a few seconds and tapped the table with his fingers. Interesting statement. Liang Ran turned his head and continued to ask Chingu, what did you see in the deep pollution area? After I became the deputy director, I read the information of the headquarters in detail. There are some about the deep pollution area, which records the appearance of the aliens that fell when the red moon disappeared that year, but there are not many. Everyone didn't have the time to remember these at that time, and they all wanted to escape quickly. Your authority in the headquarters is also high, you have these materials. You should have seen it. Are the alien species in the deep pollution area the same as those that fell that year? Chingu denied this statement. No, they have grown and evolved in a place without light for too long, and the difference is huge. There has never been an alien species taller than 6 meters when it landed, at least not in the records. Liang Ran, you mean? Qin Gu nodded. I just broke through the white fog and saw an armored vehicle. This car should have been destroyed for a year or two. The shape of its body is very strange, as if it was flattened. I got off the car and checked it quickly, but I didn't find anything. Then I stood on the roof of the car, took out the ladder from the trunk, and put it 3 meters high. Looking down from above, I saw a complete foot shape on the front of the armored vehicle. Qin Gu roughly gestured the size of the foot and said, according to my estimation, this alien species should be more than 6 meters, and it is a giant alien species that has never appeared before. Chapter 118. After hearing Qin Ji's words, everyone suddenly fell silent. Half a minute later, Liang Ran spoke first. You should not have gone deeper. You are alone. It is too dangerous to go deeper. Qin Gu said him. I wanted to go further in, at least to meet a certain alien species, to see what it looks like, its speed and ability, but as soon as I started the car, my heart suddenly beat very fast, and then I heard a violent sound of heavy objects trampling on the ground, which sounded like the sound of a drumstick hitting a drum head vigorously. So I immediately reversed, and left the deep contaminated area. There is no other information. The armored vehicle that was trampled should be from the Abyss team. There is no blood or debris in the car. It is estimated that they abandoned the car in time and ran away, met the team outside the white fog, and left the contaminated area. I haven't seen the video of the Dawn team entering the deep pollution zone. The headquarters promised to make it public in a while, and then we will have a more complete understanding. Liang Ran thought for a while, and said, each deep pollution zone is independent, and the characteristics of the alien species and the pollution zone are completely different. We can't infer the situation of another pollution zone from one pollution zone. The water pollution zone is pollution zone 3, and the deep pollution zone inside it, I will call it deep zone 3 for the time being. From the current situation of the marginal pollution zone, the alien species in each zone will have more than one similar major feature, such as habits, preferences, carrying elements, etc. After a year or two, the alien species that crushed the car body and the alien species that Qin Gu heard are probably not the same. They are both giant alien species, so the similar major feature of the alien species in this zone may be the appearance. The polluted water, plants, and even soil in the depth 3 zone may carry strong growth hormones, which make the alien species in this area grow at an extraordinary speed and eventually form a giant zone. Although giant is only the most basic characteristic of this group of alien species, it is enough for the time being. Large alien species will inevitably have the problem of insufficient sensitivity, and their vision and hearing are also different from ordinary alien species. They are large in size and difficult to ambush. If they want to attack us, they will definitely alert us in advance and give everyone time to escape. After speaking, Liang Ran thought for a few seconds and added, at present, there are nearly 4,000 hunter teams in the Hope Zone. The first batch of missions to the deep pollution zone should be around 500. The headquarters will definitely not let everyone enter multiple deep pollution zones in batches. The unknown lethality is too great. Therefore, it should be focused on 2, compared to the strange radioactive elements. The giant area at least let everyone be on guard. Its danger is obvious. The harm of the alien species inside is foreseeable, so it is likely to be the half. Liang Ran looked serious. These days, everyone should set up data in the training field and practice how to escape from the pursuit of giant alien species. The key is to escape, not to kill. Xiao Jin, remember to post this matter on the forum so that all hunters can practice in advance. Qin Gu, no problem. After the discussion, Ji Chan touched her belly. Okay, after discussing serious issues, let's do something happy. Qin Gu stood up consciously. I go cook. Ji Chan followed him to the back kitchen. Xiao Jin, I help you. Qin Gu looked down at the short little girl and said bluntly, you should want to get some vegetables to eat first. Like tomatoes. Ji Chan nodded in surprise. Xiao Jin, you are so smart. Qin Gu slowly puffed up one cheek, then quickly deflated it. Eat more. After Ji Chan entered the kitchen, she looked left and right, picked up a yellow pepper without hesitation, opened her mouth, and took a bite, and finished it in half a minute. Qin Gu looked at her in disbelief, and handed her a green pepper. Ji Chan, crunch, crunch. Seeing that she had finished eating, Qin Gu handed her a red pepper. Ji Chan accepted all the food and ate with eyes shining, sweet and spicy. Qin Gu nodded. It's a new variety developed by the Agricultural Institute a few months ago. After eating the bell pepper, Ji Chan was about to find a tomato, But Chingu suddenly held up a huge white radish. This one seems to be delicious too. Ji-chan said, wow. Then let me try it. Chingu, yes, you try it. After eating the white radish, Ji-chan touched her stomach and burped. She picked up the tomato not far away, hesitated for half a minute, and put it down regretfully. Oh no, I'm full. It's all your fault. I eat white radish. Chingu quickly cut the tomato into small pieces and whispered to her, because I like to eat tomatoes, there is only one left. Ji-chan, ? Chingu used a kitchen knife to scrape a small piece of tomato to Ji-chan. This is for you to eat, don't tell anyone. Ji-chan picked up the small piece of tomato with disdain and put it in her mouth. Tell Zhuang that Xiao Jin is a stingy person, and tell Sister Liang Ran that you are suddenly not handsome anymore. Chingu scraped a few more pieces for her. Eat some more. After Ji-chan stuffed them all into her mouth, she turned around and ran out. Liang Ran saw her suddenly run out of the kitchen and asked curiously, why are you back? Ji-chan was about to answer angrily, but after thinking about it, she calmed down again. Half a minute later, she coaxed herself. I want to eat Xiao Jin's food. Xiao Jin kept his favorite, which seems to be okay. Liang Ran couldn't help laughing. What does he like to eat? Ji-chan, tomato. After answering, she ran back to the kitchen. I will continue to help. 20 minutes later, Chingu brought up several dishes. The fried fish was golden and crispy, the scrambled eggs were golden and tender, and the vegetables were all delicious. Liang Ran hadn't eaten such delicious dishes for a long time. She ate a large bowl of rice with the dishes. The last bite was full of her mouth. She couldn't help but gesture to Chingu. Chingu, delicious? Liang Ran gave a thumbs up and swallowed the food in his mouth. 5-star chef level. Chingu couldn't help curling his lips. Thank you. It was already 7:30 in the evening after dinner. Everyone took the railcar back to the inner city. At 8 o'clock, the railcar stopped in front of the station, and the radio in the car played the night news on time. The moment the broadcast sounded, everyone stopped talking and laughing. Today is September 2nd, 52nd year of the new calendar. I am very happy to tell all citizens of the Hope District that the 41 teams that went to the radiation zone to find supplies have all returned to the city. They brought back more than 200 boxes of supplies, and no one was deformed or died. S-level citizen Liang Ran played an important role in this. Acting Commander Chung pointed out that Liang Ran's ability can help the hunter team enter the deep contaminated area to the greatest extent, allowing the hunter to fight with all their strength. Based on her role during the mission, and the huge number of articles she has published in the past, the headquarters decided to appoint Liang Ran as the director of the Alien Research Institute. At present, all fuel and materials in the marginal pollution zone have been emptied. No more missions will be assigned before the end of September. Please make sure to adjust yourself in the next few weeks and enter the deep pollution zone in the best condition. The first batch of hunters entering the deep pollution zone is tentatively scheduled to be 500 teams. The headquarters is currently considering the situation of all teams in the Hope Zone. The specific appointment batch will be determined in mid-September. In addition, the registration for accompanying researchers will end at 8 p.m. on the 5th. Citizens who are interested are requested to register as soon as possible. The headquarters will complete the screening on the 6th and send the preliminary review results to all applicants. At 8 a.m. on the 8th, all those who pass the preliminary review need to come to the central building of the headquarters for a one-day paper examination. Those who excel in the assessment will be hired as accompanying researchers in the deep pollution zone, receive a week of simulation training, and their files will be promoted to the inner city. The treatment is equivalent to that of A-level citizens. The last is a very sad news. The moment Liang Ran heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She had a very bad premonition. As expected, the mechanical female voice on the radio paused for a few seconds and continued. The only S-level researcher in the Hope District, Zhang Jiman, the deputy director of the institute, suddenly fell seriously ill at work this morning. When the assistant found her, Zhang Jiman had already fallen into a coma. After emergency treatment at the hospital, Zhang Jiman's heart stopped beating at 3:11 this afternoon. She wrote 61 papers and countless books in the most authoritative journals in the main city. The old woman was dedicated to her duties throughout her life. After Shinsiai, she is the researcher who left the most articles. The assistant found a paragraph on the white paper in her hand, which was probably the last words of Zhang Jiman. Old Zhang Jiman said that the dead are dead, and the living have to live well. I am afraid that it will affect your mission, so I will not tell you alone. I am very happy to have met a very good you, and many good people at the end of my life. Who is old Zhang Jiman talking to? The person behind the broadcast probably knows. After hearing the last sentence, Liang Ran's chest rose and fell violently. She took a deep breath, and when she raised her eyes again, she felt that her cheeks seemed wet and her eyes were very sore. She raised her hand and wiped her cheeks. There were water marks on her fingertips. Liang Ran hasn't cried for a long time. She spread her palms and stared at her hands in a daze. Soon a few tears fell on her palms. At this time, everyone in the Xuanqing team and the Yunlu team looked at Liang Ran, and Wu Ruozi took out a tissue and handed it to Liang Ran. Ran. Liang Ran shook his head. It's okay. I'm used to it. It's like this in the research institute. I change assistants very quickly. Sometimes I meet very good assistants, Liang Ran said quickly. There was one before. She was very hardworking and had a good temper. As a result, when she went to the outer city to purchase, she unfortunately encountered a parasitic hunter and was also parasitized. The patrol team shot her to death. There was another one. She was a very young girl, 16 years old, very brave, and very smart. She learned everything I taught her in one go. But one time, the hunter caught a new alien species that was highly resistant to anesthetics. When she saw that I was still conducting the last round of dissection experiments, she wanted to help me push the alien species over, but the alien species ate her. It's okay, I'll be fine soon. And Grandma Zhang is in poor health, with advanced cancer. I knew she would leave me soon, but it was so sudden that I didn't react. Wu Ruozi reluctantly stepped forward and hugged Liang Ran tightly. These have nothing to do with your sadness. I know our Ran is sad every time. Liang Ran suddenly felt that her tears were flowing non-stop, and she hurriedly wiped her face clean. She smiled. Fortunately, I have become powerful recently, and have power in the institute, otherwise Grandma Zhang would have died without a voice. The radio said she was very good. Grandma didn't care about her name after birth, but I still care about it. Thank you all for the genetic reagents. Hearing this, Song Shanai suddenly said, Is this the reason why you haven't published any articles recently? You are only one article away from becoming an S-level researcher. According to your previous efficiency, you should have published it a long time ago. Liang Ran said Grandma's health was too bad. I think when she passed away, she was the only one in the Hope District. It sounds great. Hearing Liang Ran's words, Song Shanai fell silent. Everyone in the car was very quiet. The door of the rail car opened. Liang Ran sighed lightly, pushed Zhuang's wheelchair, picked up his backpack and walked out. Zhuang turned around and put his soft little face on the back of Liang Ran's hand. You? She said stumblingly. Liang Ran? That's great. Zhuang said with effort. After that, she looked at Qin Ge for help. Qin Ge nodded and repeated, She is so nice. Wu Ruozi smiled softly. Otherwise, why does Grandma Zhang like Ran so much? She must regard Ran as a friend on the same path. They are friends regardless of age. But didn't Grandma Zhang say? She looked at Liang Ran and said seriously, The dead are dead, and the living must live well. Ran, publish more articles in the future and become the second S-level researcher after Grandma Zhang, so that when people mention it in the future, your names will be linked together. Chapter 119. After saying goodbye to everyone, Liang Ran pushed Zhuang back home. After turning on the light, the little girl looked around and looked at Liang Ran. Liang Ran immediately extended his palm to her, and Zhuang wrote on it, Your home is simple and warm. Liang Ran smiled and agreed with this statement. Most of it was decorated by my sister. She likes to make a lot of warm and cute things. There is another bedroom in the house that no one has lived in. Do you want to sleep with me, or have a separate room for yourself? Zhuang replied to her, I want to live by myself. Although the little girl is young, she has considered a lot. The master bedroom is the memory of you and sister Liang Dian, and I can't be included. Liang Ran, then I will clean up the other room. She explained seriously, but I will be very busy recently, and can't accompany you for a long time. If Ji Chan and Xiao Jin are free, they should come to play with you. Zhuang immediately refused. No, sister, just pretend I don't exist, and don't let them come. I don't like to play. When Mom was here, I didn't play much either. I like to sit and stare blankly. After Liang Ran took back her hand, she pushed Zhuang to the other bedroom, changed the sheets and quilts, and then picked up the vacuum cleaner. She cleaned the floor while calming herself down. When the bedroom was clean, her mood almost returned to normal. As Grandma Zhang said, the living still have to look forward. The situation in the Hope Zone is too tense now. Everything is piled up together. Everyone is in a hurry, and seems to be suspended in the air. It feels like nothing has landed on the ground. The deep pollution area is about to be revealed, and the red moon will fade at any time. The top priority is to give everyone the ability and hope to survive. Sad or not, everyone is sad, and everyone needs to stop being sad as soon as possible. After adjusting his mood, Liang Ran went to the living room and looked around, and handed Zhuang a somewhat old game console. It's a model from many years ago, and there are many standalone games in it. If I'm not at home, you can play this. Zhuang took the game console with surprise. Seeing the sound effects of the game, Liang Ran returned to her bedroom, turned on the computer, and began to deal with the Research Institute's affairs. When she finished, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Liang Ran thought that Zhuang was only 9 years old and should go to bed at this time, so she stretched and walked out of the bedroom to see if she was asleep. As a result, she saw a little girl who was playing games fiercely, waving her fists and making angry ah-ah sounds. Liang Ran, go to bed quickly, she urged. I find you some interesting books tomorrow. Playing games for too long is not good for your eyes. Zhuang turned off the game console with a click, and fell on the pillow obediently with his head tilted back. Good night. Liang Ran was about to turn off the bedroom light, but as soon as she stretched out her hand, she met the little girl's eager eyes. She immediately stopped what she was doing and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhuang quickly turned over, picked up the paper and pen she had placed beside the bed, lowered his head and scribbled a few times, and then showed it to Liang Ran. Sister, can I see the invisible aliens? What do they look like? Liang Ran immediately replied, of course. But aren't you afraid? Some of them look scary. Zhuang thought for a few seconds and shook his head firmly. She wrote seriously on the paper, I've seen a lot of them. Practice makes perfect. I won't be afraid if I see more. Liang Ran said him, closed her eyes, and shared her mental power. In fact, even if Zhuang didn't mention it, she would ask the little girl's wishes in a while. After all, the memory of invisible aliens is very important. This group of unknown aliens, which are very different from ordinary aliens, must have deep secrets. And why they can only parasitize human hands has always been an unknown mystery. Zhuang might be able to find the reason from their memories. Zhuang also closed his eyes, like making a birthday wish, and only opened his eyes quickly when he heard Liang Ran's voice. Because the mechanism of Liang Ran's mental sharing is to let everyone reach her mental power level temporarily, Zhuang and Liang Ran have mental power slightly higher than that of invisible aliens at this moment, so they can see their memories. Liang Ran leaned against the door and watched the little girl look around blankly, and then moved to the wheelchair by herself and sat down, pushing the wheels to move slowly around the house. Liang Ran walked behind the girl and reminded her, there is no one at home right now, let's look at the street. Zhuang immediately ran to the window and soon exclaimed. She lay by the window, staring at the invisible alien without blinking. Half a minute later, her eyebrows suddenly frowned. She picked up the paper and pen on her knees and wrote on it, Sister, the most profound memories of the mosaics on the street seem to be similar. There is a strange alien. It is in a very dark place. There is a tree that glows slightly. It is under the tree. It is so strange. Only the left half of the body is left. It looks a bit like an octopus, 3 meters tall, with pure black tentacles and some white suckers on them. Bubbles are constantly coming out of those suckers. These invisible aliens seem to listen to it. It is the leader of the invisible aliens. It can call those invisible aliens at any time. It can shake its tentacles and make them all go away. When Liang Ran heard the girl describe the appearance of the alien, his brain buzzed. Pure black tentacles, white suction cups that seemed to have life. Her brain spun rapidly. After a few seconds, Zhuang stopped talking, and Liang Ran also tore a piece of paper from the notebook. She quickly sketched the unknown alien tentacles she saw in the cave when she woke up 3 years ago, and then held it up for Zhuang to see. Is it this? Does its tentacles look like this? Zhuang nodded immediately. She asked Liang Ran on the paper, Sister, have you seen it? Liang Ran calmed down and nodded, Yes. I have been looking for it for a long time. In order to prevent the little girl from being frightened by the invisible aliens that entered the house when she woke up, Liang Ran took back the mental power she shared and sent the little girl back to the bedroom bed. Zhuang yawned and soon fell asleep. Liang Ran walked to the living room, sat on the sofa, and began to think about what this alien species represented. According to An Xian's investigation, Liang Dian was killed by one or some of the 4 current acting commanders. Judging from the environment where the alien species appeared as described by Zhuang, It should come from the deep pollution area. The alien species in each pollution area cannot leave the prison by themselves, and the deep pollution area is also the same. So someone must have placed its tentacles in that cave to attract the Dawn team, and use the power of the tentacles to kill everyone in the team. But the Dawn team was the most powerful team in the Hope District at that time. Liang Qian had been dead for 3 years, and her ranking in the first place in the training field was still unsurpassed. Not only Liang Qian, but everyone in the Dawn team was in the top 15 of the training field rankings, and it was the well-deserved first team. Liang Ran was sure that even if they ran into the strongest alien species in the deep pollution area head-on, Liang Qian and his men would not die with almost no power to fight back. But judging from the hunters' remains in the cave at that time, the Dawn team was destroyed very quickly. The human blood splashing in the cave represented what they experienced before they died. It was a one-sided massacre. This has always been Liang Ran's most confusing point. Then Liang Ran thought of the letter left by Shen Xiai, which said that the raw materials of the genetic mutation reagent were taken from the black alien limbs in the deep pollution area. So, is it possible that the source of the genetic reagent and the alien tentacles in the cave are of the same type, or even the same one? If it is the same one, what are its abilities, and what kind of abilities can make the Dawn team completely unable to compete? Liang Ran carefully recalled the scene in the cave at that time, and she soon thought of a scene that she remembered deeply. The configuration of the Dawn team was 3 strength mutants, 2 speed mutants, and 1 perception mutant. Under those limbs, all speed mutants died with their weapons, but the weapons of the strength mutants were scattered on the edge of the cave. Only Liang Qian had his light bone whip at hand when he died. Liang Ran previously thought that this was a simple coincidence, such as the weapons of the power mutants being knocked off by the aliens, but now it seems that this is probably not a coincidence. Those heavy weapons were not knocked off by the aliens, perhaps because their owners could not lift them. It is possible that the Dawn squad lost their mutant ability because of the tentacle shortly after entering the cave. After all, the hunter's mutant gene came from the alien, so it is not so incomprehensible that it was taken back by the alien. This can also explain why the Dawn squad died so miserably. They were probably facing one of the strongest aliens in the deep contaminated area. As a result, after discovering the ability of the alien tentacle, someone did not disclose its ability or study how humans could compete with it. Instead, for their own selfish desires, they used a large amount of reagents to stimulate its activity and let it enter the cave, allowing the defenseless Dawn squad to directly compete with the alien with their fragile bodies. Liang Ran finally recalled the state of the tentacle and confirmed that the alien species did not move at all from the time she woke up to the time she left the cave. It should be that the passively stimulated activity was exhausted, so it entered a dormant state again. Thinking of this, Liang Ran leaned on the sofa and closed her eyes. No matter why Liang Qian died, she would definitely help Liang Qian to avenge him. She couldn't let sincere people die in vain. This was something she wanted to do more and more earnestly recently. But when she first came here, although she also felt that the cause of Liang Dian's death was suspicious, she didn't think about it at all. This is related to her own experience and state. Her parents died in the line of duty, and died at the border. When she returned home from school, she saw several familiar uncles and aunts standing at her door. They quickly explained the situation to her, and boarded the plane to the border with her. After she got off the plane, she took many buses and rushed to the hospital. Her parents were in the emergency room at that time. A door separated them. She was at a loss outside. Her parents' colleagues told her that when her parents were rescued, they asked their colleagues to tell their daughter to swear that she would live well. She swore earnestly outside the emergency room, but her parents did not come back. She lived very unhappy for many years afterwards. She always thought of the gray little house on the border, where the walls were covered with blood, all the blood of her parents. Later, every time there was a celebration, she could only go into the laboratory and do experiments to numb herself. The year she was admitted to the doctoral program, she had a car accident. While she felt pain in her body, she was also a little happy. This unavoidable external force should not be considered a violation of the oath. Therefore, when she opened her eyes and found herself in the end of the world and was forced to live again, she did not feel any relief, but only felt empty and confused. But she still had to keep her promise and be a good child to her parents. So after she came here, although she lived in someone else's house and bore someone else's face, she never felt that she owed anyone, and never thought about what she had to do, especially when she was living a miserable life. She felt that time travel was a lie of the Creator and torture. All she could do was live, and do what she liked. She couldn't help anyone, and she had no ability to help anyone. But now it's different. It was different from the moment Grandma Zhang Jimon held her hand. She is now very energetic and has a lot of energy. This beautiful place in the end of the world is much brighter than the dark side, and she finally has the ability to help those she wants to help. Liang Ran sighed lightly, turned on the communicator, and sent a message to Aunt Xian. She asked bluntly, if I hadn't become the official commander, how difficult would it be to kill the acting commander? Aunt Xian didn't ask her why she asked this question suddenly, but replied seriously, according to the Hope District law, only the official commander has the right to investigate and judge the acting commander. If you want to assassinate them, the environment they live in is protected by layers of protection. This is the privilege of the acting commander. There is no way to start from the residence. They usually have many bodyguards when they go out. No matter what justice they do, it is a death sentence to rashly kill them. Liang Yin killed the 2 acting commanders, who created the Abyss team after he became the commander. Liang Ran told Xian Yuping his speculation, and then said, please help Aunt Xian to investigate the researchers who disappeared or died suddenly 3 years ago. I will also check the personnel files of the Institute. If my guess is correct, the alien limb is only in the warehouse of the headquarters. The one in the Institute has been extracted. Shinxi only studied its dormant state, and did not fully activate it. So in the previous few years, the threat posed by this alien species has not been studied. It was around the time when my sister took office. During this period, someone at the headquarters learned about the raw materials of the genetic reagent, so they found the warehouse, and secretly transferred researchers to try to stimulate the activity of the tentacle to see if it could be revived. As a result, its lethal characteristics were discovered. My sister should not be aware of this matter. This matter was carried out in secret. Once this matter is investigated, the logic inside will make sense, and the acting commander involved will have to pay the price. In addition, Liang Ran continued, the alien species in the deep contaminated area should not have only the left half of the body, but because its right side is invisible. Its mental power is higher than mine, so I can't see its right side of the body at all, just like I couldn't see the invisible alien species before. After my mental power is upgraded, maybe I can see its right side of the body and attack it completely. When I can see it completely, it should no longer be a threat. Chapter 120. After Liang Ran finished speaking, she was about to turn off the communicator, but soon she received a message from Xian Yuping. Annie Xian was still a little confused. Xiao Ran, if your mental power can be upgraded continuously, can you really see that alien? Liang Ran thought for a moment and replied, there is a high probability. From the fact that the alien can command invisible aliens, it can be seen that its mental power level is higher than that of ordinary aliens, but I cannot see half of its body, so its mental power level must be higher than mine. If we rank our mental powers, ordinary invisible aliens are level 2, this half-solid and half-invisible alien is level 3, and I am level 2.5. But what breaks the conventional cognition is that this alien, which is currently the highest dimension in our world, has half of its body as a solid entity, which can be seen by even the most ordinary humans. So I guess it is very likely a combination of 2 races. The product of integration or experiment. The part of it that is completely invisible comes from a higher dimensional creature, which may no longer be called a creature. The mental power of this kind of creature may be level 4, but because the alien species still has physical parts, this part is inherited from low-level creatures, and low-level creatures also have mental power. This part of the mental power has contaminated the level 4 mental power, so its dimension has been pulled down from level 4 to level 3. The gene mutation reagent is extracted from this alien species. The genes are not here and there, but are fused together. Some people have a good fusion with the genes that affect the physical parts, and there are mutations in strength, speed, regeneration, etc. Some people have a good fusion with the genes that affect the invisible parts, and there are mental power mutations. From the number of psychic mutants, the latter's fusion conditions are more stringent, which should be related to the strength of their own psychic strength. Liang Ran analyzed seriously. Since the genes of the psychic mutants are taken from this psychic level 3 alien, then it is completely possible to reach level 2.5, which is my current level, and even more, infinitely close to level 3, reaching the point where it can compete with this alien. And Liang Ran talked about the most ideal situation. Since the psychic gene of this alien comes from a 4-level psychic creature, it is just dragged down by the other half of the body, and its psychic power has not been upgraded, but has decreased. So after injecting its genes, humans actually have a probability of higher psychic power than level 3. Because human psychic power may be better than that of the half-physical alien, humans have a lot of high intelligence. The guns we made can easily penetrate its body and knock off its tentacles, and maybe its mental power is also higher than it. Xian Yiping understood Liang Ran's meaning. The mental power of that alien is the product of level 4 and level 1.8. But after you inject this part of the gene with the potential of level 4 mental power, your mental power is likely to become the product of level 4 and level 1.9 mental power, which is higher than it. Liang Ran nodded. This is just the most ideal situation. Just treat it as a daydream. It doesn't matter if it can't be achieved. According to the current situation, my mental dimension is a little higher than the invisible alien, so I can hit it unilaterally, but it can't touch me. But if our mental dimensions are equal, we can actually fight each other. But after I injected the gene reagent, my mental power quickly increased in dimension and surpassed the stage of being equal to it. Similarly, as long as I get close and reach level 3 mental power, I can attack the invisible part of the alien and fight with it. We don't need to be higher than it. We can also try to kill it. Xian Yuping read the chat between the two in detail and asked the last question. Humans also have mental power in their bodies. Can the alien control us? Just like you control and influence aliens, can it also control all humans? Liang Ran asked back. The invisible alien's mental power is higher than most humans. Does it control us? Although according to the current observations, mental power is a system of its own, and high-level mental power can control low-level mental power, but if the invisible aliens really have that ability, they would have occupied the Hope Zone long ago, and humans would have been finished long ago. After all, they can move freely in and out of all areas. I don't understand the reason, so let's just attribute it to the protection of the indigenous people in this world for the time being. Speaking of this, Liang Ran couldn't help laughing. She tapped the screen a few times and said, after all, our world is so unlucky out of thin air, so there must be something good happening. Let mental control only be achieved unilaterally. Maybe this is what the mother planet is trying to do for us. After putting down the communicator, Liang Ran stretched lazily, dragged her slippers to the refrigerator, and took out a bag of lychee-flavored nutrient solution as a midnight snack. After drinking it, she quietly walked to Zhuangduang's door and pushed the door open a crack. The little girl was covered with a quilt at this time. Her breathing was very steady, her eyebrows were also stretched, and she looked like she slept well. Liang Ran felt a little relieved and turned back to the bedroom to turn on the computer. Most of what she said to Aunt Xian just now was based on speculation, but if bold assumptions cannot be made, humans will be too passive. Since there is the possibility she has assumed, humans need to study it. If all hunters lose their abilities, how can they enter the deep contaminated area where the alien is and fight it? And she also knows that her idea is too optimistic. Whether her mental power can be infinitely improved is a problem. Maybe the variability of her genes will be completely saturated next time, and she will never be able to see half of the alien in this life. But no matter what, optimism is better than pessimism. What everyone needs now is inspiring information, not negative and hopeless speculation. Liang Ran sighed lightly, logged into his account, and began to browse the headquarters forum. It is not too late now, and there are a large number of active hunters on the forum. Several new posts on the front page have exceeded 10,000 views, most of which are speculations about the deep contaminated area. Qingge posted a message on his big account, revealing his previous experience of going to the periphery of the deep contaminated area. Since he posted, the post has been pushed to the top, and it has remained high. It is full of analysis of giant alien species, and a large number of hunters have agreed to go to the training ground together to improve themselves as soon as possible. In addition, there are posts about the assessment of accompanying researchers. An insider revealed that half of the applicants this time are second-class citizens, and the number of third-class citizens is also very large. In comparison, first-class citizens are the least in number. The discussion in the post is very heated, and many hunters are analyzing the reasons. Floor 1. I think it is mainly because there are few first-class citizens, and there are many second- and third-class citizens, so naturally they account for a large proportion. Floor 3. The reason given above is too superficial. It is more due to the headquarters' advocacy and inclination, as well as the points bias. The best first-class citizens have all become hunters. It is well known that there are few students in the research group of the talent base. Even if there are, most of them are second-class citizens. There have been few people signing up for the research group. Although the headquarters has made up for it later, the inherent impression has been engraved, and first-class citizens still don't like to do research. Floor 7. It is also too difficult to get ahead in the research institute. Didn't Liang Ran burst out before? It is completely a one-man show for some inferior first-class citizens who would seriously study data. The working environment is so bad that many researchers and assistants who can be trained have not been trained. Floor 23. But it is much better now. I heard that many assistants in the research institute have signed up. That is a large number of second-class citizens. Although the situation of the research institute was not good before, they did not stop learning. Floor 45. Yes, yes. What I find most unbelievable is that there are so many third-class citizens who have signed up. Haven't they studied at the talent base? And they can't even enter the headquarters forum. Where do they study? Floor 48. As long as you want to learn, you will always have the opportunity to learn. Besides, many citizens of the outer city have first-class citizen families, who can get them information. I heard that the outer city also has its own elementary school, and some teachers will teach the students in the elementary school after getting the alien information themselves. Floor 64. The youngest known applicant is only 12 years old, a third-class citizen. It is said that he is very smart and has a photographic memory. He can remember all the alien information at a glance. Maybe he can get the highest score in the assessment. Floor 89. I have also heard of that little girl, a famous child prodigy in the outer city. If it weren't for the genetic restrictions, she would have been famous in the talent base long ago. Floor 117. I see that everyone has discussed so much, and I would like to say that the survival rate of second and third class citizens entering the deep contaminated area is so low, but they still signed up. This courage deserves our respect, not to mention that they know more about alien species than we do. I don't know how much effort they have put in private. Floor 153. So when will the headquarters forum be open to second and third class citizens? I have already applied to the system. Many floors after that were about the opening of the headquarters forum. A large number of first-class citizens advocated the disclosure of inner-city rights. People in the heart saw this situation and posted to guide the trend. Everything seemed to be thriving. Liang Ran flipped through the posts casually, and soon her eyes were attracted by a very popular post on the homepage. This was a daily sharing post of a hunter. The poster had many fans. Every time he completed a mission, he would share his mission experience and talk about his celebration. This post was pushed to the top because of a few words he posted in the post half an hour ago. I feel like something is wrong with my dad. His limbs suddenly become very stiff at night. It takes him a long time to respond to any question I ask him. Haha, if I hadn't seen that there were no injuries on his hands, I would have thought he was possessed. Chapter 121. After saying this, the poster continued to talk about his evening plans, dinner, and his imagination of the deep contaminated area. Because the topics were too common, the message was initially ignored by other hunters. But there were still careful hunters who discovered the hidden dangers and expressed their concerns. Poster, check your father's hands again. Did you overlook something? How could a normal person suddenly have limb stiffness and slow speech? Yes, I remember there was a case before. It was obviously parasitic, but it could not be detected. Later, it was found that the bleeding point was on the mole on the palm of the hand. The needle hole and the mole completely overlapped, so it was extremely difficult to find. Does your father have a mole or birthmark on his hand? The poster replied quickly, don't worry, there are no moles or birthmarks. My father's hands are very clean. After the poster replied, most people were no longer worried about the parasite. They just asked the poster to take his father to the hospital to check if there was anything wrong with his body. However, a few people felt something was wrong and asked the poster to observe it again and not to take it lightly. Liang Ran read the message repeatedly, and several reasons came to his mind. The poster's father was sick. The invisible aliens can control humans with mental power alone. The parasitic method of the invisible aliens has changed, and is no longer limited to hands. The first point is currently being verified by the poster. The second and third points, no matter which one, are a huge blow to the current hope zone, especially the second point. The third point is relatively easy to say. As long as 1 or 2 additional hunters are added to the team, Liang Ran shares his mental power with them, and their positioning in the team is just to kill the invisible aliens around when teammates kill ordinary aliens. Then, there should be no problem. However, the first batch of 500 teams going to the deep contaminated area, if 2 people are arranged in each team, that is 1,000 people, Liang Ran cannot share so much mental power at present. But no matter what, this point is better than the second point. Once the invisible alien can rely on mental power to control humans unconditionally, the hope zone will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Liang Ran commented in the post, "Excuse me, does your father have any wounds on his body, I mean other than the hands?" Because Liang Ran used the account she updated end of the World Alien Archives, so as soon as she spoke, countless people received background reminders, and countless hunters rushed into the post and checked in under Liang Ran's reply. Seeing this, the poster also became nervous. He hurriedly replied to Liang Ran, "Boss, wait a minute, let me see." Liang Ran looked at the reply page and refreshed it every few seconds. Half a minute later, the other side sent a message. Yes. My father's right ankle hit the bed in the afternoon, and the skin was broken and bleeding. He is wearing long clothes and long pants, so the wound on his body cannot be seen. We are in the car now, preparing to go to the hospital. I asked my mother through the communicator, and she told me this. Liang Ran immediately replied, look at his right ankle, don't look directly at it, just pretend to play and kick his foot. This time Liang Ran refreshed for a long time, but didn't get a reply. Until she gradually felt uneasy, the other party finally sent a message 5 minutes later. Even if it was just text, you can see the serious meaning in it. The wound is black, unusual. Since I kicked him just now, he has been staring at me. My father doesn't look at me like that. Can you tell me what I need to do? The invisible alien has more ways to parasitize. Liang Ran stood up, put on his coat and ran out, typing and asking him, what kind of mutants are you and your mother? The other side replied, sensory mutants, it is highly unlikely that we can kill him at close range. There are not many people on this train. We can't ask for help from others. Liang Ran, keep a natural look, try to walk slowly after getting off the train, don't go into the hospital, there are too many people there, the patients are in poor health and can't escape. Once the parasite appears, it will definitely cause large-scale casualties. I have already notified the patrol team, you will be fine. After typing these words, Liang Ran immediately contacted the patrol team. Sharu and Song Shanai's homes are close to the main city hospital. She poked 2 people in the teen group and asked them to come to the hospital as soon as possible. The last train had passed. Liang Ran could only run to the hospital. She needed to know the parasitic situation of that person as soon as possible, so she ran very fast. Halfway through the run, she quickly opened the communicator and posted a separate post in the forum. If anyone finds that their family members are injured in the past 2 days, whether it is the hand or not, whether the other party has any abnormalities, be sure to observe the other party. 15 minutes later, Liang Ran arrived outside the main city hospital. At this time, a group of people gathered 5 meters outside the hospital gate. Song Shanai stood at the outermost edge, and Sharu stood in the center of the circle. Because she was tall, Liang Ran saw her first even with so many people between them. When Sharu turned her head, she happened to look Liang Ran in the eye. She slightly raised the long knife in her hand, revealing the blood still dripping from it. Sharu nodded to Liang Ran, parasitized. After seeing her mouth shape, Liang Ran squeezed into the crowd. At this time, a man with bulging eyes and several black scales on his face fell to the ground. The wound where Sharu pierced his heart kept gushing green blood. It was obvious that he had been parasitized by a snake species. Liang Ran pursed her lips and said, it's hard to die like this. Sister Sharu, chop off his head. Sharu lowered her eyes when she heard Liang Ran's words. She raised her knife, and the green blood suddenly splashed everywhere. The man twitched and shook his legs a few times before finally dying completely. After confirming that the man was dead, Sharu walked to stand next to Liang Ran. Almost the next second after she stood up, a boy squatted on the ground, hugged the head of his relative, and cried loudly. His mother stood next to him, her face pale, but she still bowed to the surroundings first. I'm sorry to scare you all. We will deal with it immediately. Liang Ran walked forward and lifted the man's right trouser leg. At the first glance at the wound on the ankle, she confirmed what was going on and immediately pulled back the trouser leg. She turned away from the crowd, turned on the communicator, and wrote under the post she had just posted, according to the on-site confirmation by researcher Liang Ran, the current parasitic method of invisible aliens is no longer limited to hand wounds. The wounds of the parasites are dark in color. Although the wounds stop bleeding, they cannot heal, which is exactly the same as the situation of hand wounds being parasitized. Originally, Liang Ran's account was quickly ranked first after posting that post. Now, as soon as this sentence was posted, hundreds of comments were refreshed instantly. After Liang Ran turned off the communicator, footsteps came from behind. The nearest patrol team arrived. She took a few quick steps and said to the patrol leader, please call more patrol team members and hunters to visit one by one and check the physical condition of everyone in the Hope District. Don't miss any part of your body, arms and legs. The patrol leader nodded quickly. This is what we should do. There should be 2 more parasites. He hesitated for a few seconds and said, because of your spiritual sharing, we found 3 groups of invisible aliens running in different directions during the patrol today, but we found nothing after chasing them to the approximate locations. We checked the hands of nearby residents and found no wounds, so we can only report this matter to the headquarters and temporarily withdraw the team. Now we mainly focus on the remaining 2 locations and try to find them before dawn. Liang Ran responded. Sorry for the trouble. After the patrol team left in a well-trained manner, the crowd in front of the hospital also completely dispersed, and the anxious discussion sounded in Liang Ran's ears. Liang Ran opened the forum again to see everyone's feedback. But the imagined negative reaction did not appear. After a brief panic, everyone quickly calmed down. Now all online hunters have gathered in the headquarters forum, eagerly discussing what to do with the current situation. They quickly thought of the solution that Liang Ran had thought of before. Don't panic. Just have 2 hunters in each team who can see invisible aliens. When the other 4 hunters get off the car to fight, these 2 hunters will stand outside to kill the invisible aliens that are coming. We should not do tasks separately in the future, and we should not be too far away from each other when fighting. This is actually no different from the past. Someone said the reality, but there are too many people, and Dean Liang Ran's mutation level can't support so many people. Someone else said, do you think we are just decorations, waiting for others to save us every day? Now is the time for unity. Each of us will take out half of the points, and exchange them for genetic mutation reagents. Helping Liang Ran to upgrade his level is to save ourselves and the Hope Zone. Chapter 122. Liang Ran looked at the rapidly building floors in the post, and her mood suddenly became complicated, but soon she felt relieved, and the haze that had been shrouding her heart seemed to dissipate most of it in an instant. She liked this feeling of being full of energy. Liang Ran didn't care about her physical fatigue, and was willing to share her mental strength as much as possible. She never thought that this matter was worthy of praise. She did as much as she could and helped as many people as she could. In her opinion, these were all natural. But others didn't think that this was what she should do, or rather, they didn't make this matter her own business. Now Liang Ran's relationship with everyone is a kind of cooperation and an exchange, because many people in the Hope Zone have made the greatest efforts to make her stronger. Defending the Hope Zone and keeping the light of the artificial sun is something that everyone is doing their best. Liang Ran scrolled down the post for a while, and found that someone mentioned herself. I was also at the scene. Does the poster know Liang Ran? I just saw her come to check the wound of the parasite, but she left soon. Or is the poster Liang Ran himself? But this question was quickly refuted by others. Impossible. Liang Ran is now the only one of the same level who is still on a mission. He is busy all day long, managing an institute, and has to train. He doesn't get enough sleep, so he definitely doesn't have time to do this. That's right, if it was really written by Liang Ran herself, I won't read other people sharing posts in the future. Liang Ran's analysis posts are definitely the most authoritative, and I only read her stuff. Liang Ran glanced at everyone's comments, thought for a few seconds, and decided to continue hiding his vest, so he replied, I am not Liang Ran. I update slowly here. Everyone pay more attention to the analysis of other researchers. After saying this, she turned off the communicator, and at this time Shiru and Song Shanai both walked to her side. When I arrived, Shiru had already killed all the people. Song Shanai took the initiative to say, not as fast as the speed mutant. Liang Ran praised her. Shiru's home is the closest to here. You have already run very fast. Song Shanai turned her face away. Don't coax me like a child. Liang Ran, okay. Song Shanai said anxiously, you are so. She subconsciously raised her voice a little, but the moment she looked at Liang Ran, she quickly lowered her tone. I am really annoyed by you. Shiru stood aside with a knife in her arms. Seeing that Song Shanai was not going to talk, she told Liang Ran in detail about the situation just now. I was lucky to get here. When you called me in the group, I happened to be running nearby at night. After I came over, I saw a boy and a couple just got off the train. The personnel configuration matched your description. I observed carefully for more than 10 seconds and found that their conditions were not right in their own way, so I confirmed that this was the family you mentioned. I was originally going to follow them to see if the man was any different from the previous parasites. He must have discovered me and was sure that he would be stopped by me and could not enter the hospital, so he suddenly changed at the steps of the hospital and rushed into the hospital quickly. Song Shanai said casually, so you went up and killed him? Shiru shook his head. When I ran forward, his wife had already hugged his waist tightly, and she was shouting to kill him quickly. If I was a step slower, the woman would have been killed by the parasite. That was a brave woman. Soon after Shiru finished speaking, 2 armored vehicles drove up behind the 3 people, and several patrol team members got off the vehicles. They lifted the man's body on a stretcher and prepared to take it away. Liang Ran thought for a few seconds, walked up quickly, and took out his badge from his pocket. Hello, I am Liang Ran, the director of the institute. I want to find the remaining 2 parasites with you and check the parasite location and wound condition again. The other party replied very quickly, of course, no problem. No badges needed, we all know you. Their team will send the body to the research institute first. You can go with our team. Liang Ran turned to look at Sharu and Song Shanai. You go back. Before he finished speaking, Song Shanai immediately said, I can't sleep, I go with you. Sharu also nodded. Let's go. After getting in the car quickly drove towards the outer city. Liang Ran asked in the car, there should be hunters with unhealed wounds in the inner city hospital, especially those who have the plague, whose wounds are extremely difficult to heal. Didn't the patrol team find any riots of invisible aliens in the hospital today? The other party immediately shook his head. No. After receiving your message, the captain of the patrol team immediately asked us that the hospital has 2 patrol teams stationed there due to special circumstances. Today, they did not find any increase in the number of invisible aliens, or their sudden movement in a certain direction. The 2 teams just sent a message saying that they had checked the patients in the hospital in detail, and confirmed that their wounds were normal and not black. Liang Ran breathed a sigh of relief, but was still worried, so he said, try to send more teams to the hospital. No matter when the wound was caused, it is essentially a wound. Selective parasitism does not conform to the characteristics of previous invisible aliens. I am worried that the hospital will be in trouble in a while. While Liang Ran was talking, the other party nodded frequently, and called the patrol team leader on the spot. Half a minute later, he hung up the phone and said with a smile, when the captain heard that it was your suggestion, he immediately transferred 3 more teams there. No problem. Liang Ran had shared her spiritual power with 2 people in each patrol team a while ago. To be on the safe side, she asked for a group photo of the patrol team and shared her spiritual power with everyone. After doing this, her uneasiness dissipated. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at a residential building in the outer city. The houses here are the most common ones in the outer city. Each floor seems to be compressed. The windows on the top are square and only 20 centimeters wide, so not much sunlight can enter. There are still 2 parasites that have not been found, said the patrol team. One is in the residential area of the outer city, and the other is in the inner city. We will look for them in the outer city. Liang Ran, tell me the more detailed range, and my teammates and I can be responsible for one building. After determining which residential buildings, Liang Ran took Song Shanai and Sharu to the nearest one. This was the second time Song Shanai stepped into a residential building in the outer city. The distance between the floors here was even shorter. The wall above her head was only 1 meter 34 from the ground. She bent down and walked slowly into the building. Is it difficult for children here to grow taller? She suddenly said. Sharu replied, you should worry about whether they can live long. Song Shanai snorted and didn't reply. She continued, the last time I came here, the distance between the floors was larger than this one. I followed that ant to her house to change clothes. The room was only 1.5 meters high. I hit my head on the ceiling several times, and my waist was almost broken. It's uncomfortable to walk with a bent back. I stayed in there for half an hour, and finally wanted to crawl out. Crawling is easier than walking with a bent back, right? Sharu asked her, how do you know they don't usually crawl? It's just that they want to act like human beings because you are an outsider in the house. Song Shanai calmed down instantly. After a few seconds, she nodded. That's right. No wonder there are several layers of black plastic sheets on the floor of her house. Before I left, I said I would help her throw away the garbage. Her expression suddenly became strange. Now I know why it was strange. The 3 of them climbed up the stairs while chatting. They climbed 3 floors in half an hour and opened 9 rooms. When people from the outside city saw them, they looked restrained and panicked, and answered whatever they asked. Occasionally, children who had not slept ran out of the room. They looked innocent, their small bodies were upright, and they had not been crushed by the hierarchy, adding some vitality to the depressing atmosphere. When walking to the 4th floor, Song Shanai walked behind Liang Ran with her head down. She didn't pull the back of Liang Ran's clothes until she stood in front of the door of the 4th floor. I know what you are doing. I won't join the heart, but I will help you. The existence of the heart is no longer a secret. Song Shanai knew it was inevitable. Liang Ran reacted for a few seconds and turned his head. Your father. Song Shanai whispered, now the body is injured and will be parasitized. He can't whip me. My mother's gene level is low, only sea level. According to the fire law, she can't match my father. I used to think that my father used his power to marry his true love, but recently I think that he may have used his power to force my mother to marry him. My mother is very beautiful. Song Shanai said. Liang Ran believed this sentence. Although it is impolite to judge others' appearance in her mind, the most beautiful people in the district are Qin Ge, Sui Yuesheng, and Song Shenai. Qin Ge is the kind of person who looks particularly handsome at first sight. His handsomeness is almost hitting people in the face. He has a dull personality, but he is handsome. Sui Yuesheng is beautiful with soft facial edges. If he wants to dress up as a girl, no one can find it. Song Shenai is the kind of sacred beauty, with blonde hair and blue eyes, like a replica of the sun goddess. Liang Ran knocked on the door in front of him, and then reached back and grabbed Song Shenai's right hand. No need to help me. Just protect yourself. Song Shenai frowned and opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly there was a sound of footsteps in the room in front of Liang Ran's door, and she immediately closed her mouth. A few seconds later, the room was opened from the inside by a pretty girl. Liang Ran smiled apologetically and explained, "Sorry to bother you. We are here to find the parasite, and need to check your physical condition. Is there anyone else at home?" The girl stared at Liang Ran for a few seconds and nodded. "Yes, I have a sister. She is very lively and cute. She likes to rub the moss on the window with her nose. She often does this, but today she broke the tip of her nose. Take her away." Chapter 123. Liang Ran was stunned when he heard the girl's words. After a few seconds, she asked pointedly, "When was your sister injured?" The patrol team also came to this building to check today, but they didn't find anyone with a hand injury at that time. If your sister was injured on the tip of her nose, they would leave, but because the injury was too obvious, they would probably not forget it. The girl was silent for a moment, and then replied, "She was injured in the morning." Liang Ran frowned, then she. The girl stepped aside. "It's useless to ask these questions. She is parasitic. Neither you nor I can save her. My name is Yunhee, come in, she's in the bedroom." Liang Ran glanced at the girl, notified the patrol team first, and then walked into the room with his back bent. After entering the room, she inevitably saw the layout of the living room. Unlike the general outer city rooms, this room was decorated particularly beautifully by the girl. She cut the tattered plastic paper into the shape of flowers and pasted it on half of the wall. The sofa was made of layers of tattered cloth. The girl covered the sofa with a pink blanket, which was covered with dreamy clouds and moons. There was an old-world small camera on the sofa, which was probably the most expensive thing in the house. Seeing Liang Ran's eyes on the camera, Yunhee explained, "Grandma left it, and there are still a lot of spare films, but they can't be printed out." Song Shenai was too lazy to talk nonsense and said bluntly, "Take us to see your sister." So Yunhee didn't say anything more. She walked to the front of the bedroom and slowly turned the door handle. Shiru immediately picked up the long knife vigilantly, took a few quick steps, and stood in front of the bedroom door. A few seconds later, the door was opened, and Liang Ran's eyes passed over Shiru's shoulder and fell into the room. At this time, there was a girl of about 16 or 17 in the room. Her limbs were twisted backwards, her body was arched high, and her posture was like a crawling spider. She was tied to the bed with 7 or 8 ropes. The ropes looked strong, and each rope had an iron lock, which seemed to be specially used for tying objects. Yunhee explained, "My grandfather used to run a slaughterhouse. He said that these ropes could tie up wild boars. They were very strong, so I took them with me when I escaped. Later, I kept them, but I didn't expect to use them on Xiaoyu in the end." Liang Ran also roughly figured out what was going on at this time. She said, "Before the patrol came in the morning, you found out that your sister was parasitized. You saw the wound on her nose gradually turn black. Because you were afraid of being discovered by the patrol, you covered your sister's face and pretended that she was sleeping, and only let her show her hands for the patrol to check. Later, the patrol left, and you took advantage of your sister's slow movements after being parasitized, and tied her up like this, waiting for the next patrol to come. Is that so?" Yunhee nodded. "That's it." Song Shenai was furious when she heard this. She raised her voice and asked the other party, "What's wrong with you? A man was parasitized because his ankle was injured in the afternoon. If you can tell the patrol about your sister in the morning, the whole Hope District will be notified by the broadcast, and everyone will protect their bodies and avoid bumping into them, and the man will be fine. Your sister was destined to die the moment she was parasitized. You are helping the aliens. How can you be so stupid?" Yunhee smiled. "I was in no mood to care about other people's lives at that time. But I was really stupid. I still wanted to try to wake her up. When Xiaoyu was parasitized, I was recording her, and she asked me for help." Yunhee whispered, "She is my sister, I can't help but try to save her." Song Shenai frowned. Liang Ran pulled her sleeve, signaling her not to speak. Liang Ran looked at Yunhee and asked, "Has the video been deleted? Can you show it to me?" Yunhee glanced at the camera on the sofa, so Liang Ran walked over, turned on the camera's power button, tapped the screen a few times, and then she clicked on the album. The first one in it was a 2-minute video. When the video was opened, Yunhee's happy laughter came into her ears. "Little you, look over here. Are you so stupid? Ha ha ha, such a simple thing can scratch the tip of your nose." Yunhee's face appeared in the video, with black braids hanging on her chest, and her cheeks puffed up high, as if she had 2 balls of wool stuffed in them. Her voice was slightly broken, but those mosses are so tender and cute. "I can't use my hands. I can only use my nose." Okay, don't say that to me, or I jump down in embarrassment." Yunhee stretched out her index finger and shook it. "Ouch, it's such a small window. You can't even stick your head out." Yunhee glanced at the narrow window, and suddenly stuck his head into the window in disbelief. Yunhee explained and threw the camera in his hand onto the bed. The video instantly became dark, and only the laughter of the 2 sisters could be heard in the background. "Little you, 1, 2, 3 hard. Sister, my head is stuck." It's okay, try harder, trust me, your head won't fall off." "Aw?" After half a minute, the video came back on. Yunhee held up the camera to record her sister's embarrassing moment. Yunhee covered her face and hid here and there. Just as Yunhee chased Yunhee from the bedroom to the living room, and then from the living room back to the bedroom, Yunhee's body suddenly stopped by the bed. This pause was extremely sudden, but Yunhee didn't know what it meant at the time. She just panted lightly and pinched her sister's face playfully. "Don't run anymore." This time, Yunhee didn't move, just stared at her sister, and suddenly a lot of tears accumulated in her eyes, and then a second later, all flowed down. Yunhee panicked immediately. She quickly let go of her hand, and quickly apologized to her sister. "I'm sorry, I pinched you too hard. I'll be gentler next time." In the 10 seconds that Yunhee was waiting for her sister to reply, the wound on Yunhee's nose tip gradually turned black. Yunhee's hand softened and the camera in her hand fell to the ground. With a bang. The video ended here. The process of the wound turning black is the process of the invisible alien species rapidly eroding the host's memory. During this process, the parasite will behave more sluggishly and have weaker attack power when it is just parasitized. It is the best time to be killed. These are all common sense. But unlike common sense, this is the first time Liang Ran witnessed the whole process of a person being parasitized. In the past, as long as someone's hand was injured, he would be killed immediately, regardless of whether he was parasitized at the time. Out of humanitarianism, patrol teams or hunters would not press the injured person in front of everyone to let everyone see how he was parasitized. After all, knowing this, apart from the pain, can't bring any useful information. So after the first batch of researchers found that the wound turned black, which meant being parasitized, the institute stopped doing extra research and just made the conclusion public. Therefore, this was the first time Liang Ran knew that the parasites were aware of being devoured at the moment of being parasitized. What a desperate feeling that was. Liang Ran didn't know. She lowered her eyes slightly and returned the camera to Yunhee. She said, "I also saw her asking you for help with her eyes." Yunhee carefully put away the camera and sighed softly. At this moment, the patrol members Liang Ran called also came over. After all, the parasite's biological sister was here, and it was too cruel to kill her sister in the house. So they skillfully dragged Yunhee, who was struggling on the bed, out of the building. Soon, 2 dull gunshots rang out downstairs. Liang Ran turned around and said goodbye to Yunhee. "See you again if we are lucky." Yunhee raised her hand and waved to Liang Ran. "Goodbye." After leaving the residential building, the patrol team told Liang Ran that the last parasite had been found and everyone could go home. It was 1 o'clock in the morning and Liang Ran was not sleepy at all. The patrol team still had to deal with the aftermath in the outer city, and could not return to the inner city immediately. She thought for a while, and pointed to the road ahead. "I will take a walk along this road and come back in 15 minutes. After the patrol team responded, Liang Ran raised his foot and walked forward. Song Shanai followed without hesitation. Sharu stretched and followed half a meter behind the two. The red moonlight fell on the road, like the blood spilled by the aliens slaughtering humans in various ways. After walking for half a minute, Sharu was the first to speak, which was rare. Even if you are just a bystander, this sudden separation is painful. But there is no way. We found it very quickly, otherwise I don't know how many people would die. Song Shanai also said, "Who knew that the invisible aliens would suddenly upgrade? It was too unexpected. But now they have upgraded, it's good." She shrugged finally. "I don't have to be scared. I thought that the invisible aliens would not only parasitize the hands, but I didn't know when it would upgrade. Liang Ran understood what Song Shanai meant. The hanging heart finally died. She also thought that it was better to discover it early than late, and it was better to upgrade it early than late. It's just, is it really a late upgrade? Shiru observed Liang Ran's expression for a few seconds and asked, "What's wrong?" Liang Ran shook her head. Her voice was also uncertain. "I just think it doesn't make sense. Why aren't the patients in the hospital parasitized?" She said, "Many people's wounds haven't healed yet, and there's even no possibility of healing in a short period of time. If the invisible alien's current ability is to parasitize all human wounds, then why would they let the people in the hospital go? Is the upgrade time a dividing line for the invisible aliens? Before the dividing line, even if the body is full of wounds, they can't parasitize. They can only parasitize humans who are injured after their abilities were upgraded?" Liang Ran said bluntly, "Unless there is more definite evidence, this dividing line theory is not very convincing to me at present. So now we can only wait and see. See if they really can't parasitize the patients in the hospital, or if they deliberately didn't parasitize." Song Shanai nodded in realization. "So you asked the patrol team to increase the intensity of patrols in the hospital, and shared spiritual power with everyone in the team. If the invisible aliens in the hospital have recently tried to parasitize patients, then it is the latter. As for the conclusion," Song Shanai frowned, "they have high IQs, and they are just acting if they don't parasitize patients now. Do they want to take advantage of our carelessness and fully parasitize all the patients in the hospital in one fell swoop?" Liang Ran nodded. "This is one of the conclusions. But based on my previous observations of invisible aliens, they found humans. After the wound on my hand, they flew over like locusts. Even though they saw me killing them very easily, they still died one after another. Their IQ is extremely low, similar to ordinary aliens before they evolved into high intelligence. I'm not sure what their IQ is now, but there is a possibility that their IQ will increase rapidly, but it is not very high." As for the second conclusion, Song Shanai asked hurriedly, "What is the second conclusion?" Liang Ran paused and whispered, "According to what Zhuang saw, all invisible aliens were dispatched by an alien in a deep pollution area, and that alien has a very high IQ. It is very likely the raw material for the first batch of gene mutation reagents." I just suddenly thought of what Shinsi said. She said that the S-class citizens selected by the first batch of gene mutation reagents are all extremely arrogant people. This is probably related to the emotions carried in the genes of the alien. Those genes will look for people with similar personalities, merge with them well, and promote each other's mutation. Arrogance is probably an emotional defect carried in the genes of the alien. So is there such a possibility? Liang Ran pondered for a few seconds and said slowly, "Invisible aliens are actually born with the ability to invade the human body through body gaps and achieve parasitism. It's just that their leader is an arrogant alien. It is the only powerful one on our planet, and can play with the humans here at will. So for fun, it orders the invisible aliens to only parasitize humans through hand wounds. After all, in various senses, the hands of the hunter are the most important and powerful parts. Seeing us do our best to protect our hands and fight against aliens timidly may be a very interesting thing in the eyes of powerful aliens." Chapter 124. After hearing Liang Ran's words, Song Shanai's eyes were dull for a few seconds. Shiru also reacted for a moment and said, "Your association is indeed possible. But what exactly is going on depends on the patients in the hospital. If the invisible aliens in the hospital are normal and have no desire to parasitize the patients, then the aliens have upgraded, and this upgrade is defective and cannot parasitize people who have been injured for a long time. But if the invisible aliens in the hospital try to parasitize the patients, there are roughly two conclusions. First, their parasitism is not defective. Since the upgrade today, as long as there are wounds on humans, they can parasitize anytime and anywhere. There are no parasitic patients during the day. They are just acting to make us relax our guard. Second, their parasitism is not defective, but they are not upgraded today. They can parasitize any wound on the human body. They have been acting for many years. The person who controls and instructs them to do so is most likely the powerful half-solid and half-invisible alien." Liang Ran had shared the relevant information in the group after reading the letter left by Shinsi, so the Xuanqing team knew about the genetic reagents and the half-invisible alien. Liang Ran nodded, and was about to continue talking when her communicator suddenly lit up. She immediately lowered her head, and as soon as she turned on the communicator, she saw a friend request with the Note Patrol team leader. After Liang Ran agreed, the other party immediately sent a message. "Thank you very much for your reminder and sharing of mental power. Liang Ran quickly replied, "Did something happen in the hospital?" "Yes." The other party explained seriously, 5 minutes ago, a large number of invisible aliens suddenly poured into the main city hospital. If there were not enough patrol members, it would be difficult to kill all of them. However, we still made mistakes during the operation, allowing a group of invisible aliens to break into the ward, and 2 patients were unfortunately parasitized. Their injuries were in their legs and back of the head. The wounds have all turned black, and they have just been killed. We failed your reminder and help. I have submitted the whole truth to the headquarters, and the headquarters will strictly punish the patrol team." Liang Ran had just finished reading the captain's words when Qin Ji's message popped up on her screen. "Some of the aliens that invaded the main city hospital just now have escaped. I am tracking them. One of them is almost running downstairs of your house. See if you can wake up Zhuang and let her see the memory of that alien. There should be important information in the memory of this group of aliens. The deepest memories of the aliens that invaded the main city hospital and the invisible aliens that Zhuang casually saw are likely to be different. The memory of the former may be related to the reason why they invaded the hospital." Thinking of this, Liang Ran quickly shared the mental power that he had just withdrawn not long ago with Zhuang again, and then called the girl's phone. A few seconds later, Zhuang answered the phone and said sleepily. Liang Ran quickly told the current situation, and soon the sound of lifting the quilt and pushing the wheelchair came from the phone. Liang Ran kept holding the communicator and listened carefully to the movement on the other side. 2 minutes later, Zhuang called sister. Her aphasia symptoms had not yet completely healed, and it was difficult for her to speak complete sentences, so she wrote down what she saw on paper and took a picture of it for Liang Ran to see. "Sister," she wrote, "this mosaic also has the memory of the semi-solid alien, but the more specific memory is different. I actually finished reading its most profound memory half a minute ago, but I was just scared for a while. It was particularly creepy. All the information was photographed on a piece of paper, so Liang Ran did not ask the reason, but quickly looked down. This mosaic, and nearly 1,000 mosaics were all standing in front of the semi-solid alien, still under the glowing tree. They were all there, but this time I suddenly found that the glowing tree was wrong. There were small bubbles on its leaves. They didn't seem to be on flat ground, but in an underwater cave, but they were holding their breath. They should be holding their breath, or it could be that the mosaics can breathe without nostrils, so I didn't notice it before." Zhuang wrote, "I remember my mother said that unless they are the stupidest hunters, no one would be willing to go into the water. Humans have too many limitations underwater, and speed mutants will also slow down underwater. Sister, if you want to catch this alien, you have to go into the water. The water may be very deep. This is indeed very bad information. Hunters usually avoid lakes and rivers, and bring back few underwater alien species, so there are fewer for researchers to study, especially in deep water areas. Basically, no hunters have brought back relevant alien species, so researchers including Liang Ran don't know much about underwater alien species. Now that they know that the semi-solid alien species may live in the deep water area of the deep pollution area, it is undoubtedly the greatest difficulty to catch it. Every minute and every second of the existence of this alien species is a threat to humans. If possible, Liang Ran will definitely face it directly. If she could protect Zhuang at that time, she would try to take Zhuang over, because the memory of that alien species must have the most valuable memories. Maybe we can know where they came from, and how to disappear or go back." Liang Ran thought for a moment, shook his head, put this matter aside for the time being, and tapped the screen to thank Zhuang. But at this time, Zhuang suddenly sent a second piece of paper. It turned out that this little girl was talking a lot, and a piece of white paper was not enough for her to write. Liang Ran looked at it carefully. The first sentence on the second piece of paper was, "Sister, here is what makes me shudder." In the memory of the mosaic, the semi-solid alien moved its body after a while of grumbling, and made way for the space behind it. There were many buildings made of sand behind it. Zhuang wrote, "Those buildings are thumbnails of the Hope Zone." Liang Ran's heart suddenly jumped. The handwriting on the paper was a little immature, but the content was extremely serious. The mosaics walked forward, each doing their own job, piling up some collapsed sand, and making those buildings clearer. Although the ugly guy in the deep pollution zone couldn't get out, the mosaics memorized the situation in the Hope Zone, and showed it to it. Then the ugly guy stretched out his tentacles, pointed to the building representing the main city hospital, and easily smashed it. Then he raised his tentacles, gestured on the hand of a mosaic, and shook it vigorously, and the alien suddenly died. The other mosaics were all very happy all of a sudden. After seeing these words, Liang Ran immediately knew that he had guessed correctly. The invisible alien species has long been able to parasitize wounds all over the human body. Even its racial characteristics are this. There is no need to upgrade at all. Since they were upgraded from ordinary alien species, they have had this characteristic. However, due to the strict level difference of mental power, they wholeheartedly obey the orders of the semi-solid alien species. Therefore, when the other party asked them to parasitize only through the hands, they obeyed obediently. Not long ago, the semi-solid alien species relaxed some restrictions on the invisible alien species, allowing them to no longer parasitize only through hand wounds. This can be seen from the tentacle movements described by Zhuang Zhuang. The reason why the invisible alien species died was that it was killed by the semi-solid alien species. The purpose was to let other invisible alien species understand through live performance that their goal is to kill patients in the hospital by parasitizing any wounds, and they must do it without anyone noticing. After Liang Ran figured it out, he thanked Zhuang Zhuang earnestly. "Thank you, Zhuang Zhuang. You really helped us a lot." Zhuang Zhuang was very happy. "It's good to be able to help my sister and Xiaojin. I am also useful." Liang Ran smiled. "I still need more than half an hour to go home. Go to sleep. I will make you delicious food tomorrow." After urging the little girl to go to bed, Liang Ran sent the 2 photos sent by Zhuang Zhuang to Qin Ge, and then told him the current situation. Liang Ran said, "Fortunately you are there." Xiao Jin reacted quickly. Qin Ge said to the Modican, with a crown on his head. Liang Ran, "This crown is a bit ugly." Qin Ge immediately withdrew the emoticon and asked her, "Have you told the headquarters about this information?" Liang Ran, "I will tell you immediately, but it is not suitable to be disclosed to the Hope Zone. Everyone should listen to more positive information now. This kind of information can be suppressed for a while." Qin Ge thought about it, and praised her very directly. "You analyze things quickly, so smart." Liang Ran, "Thank you, this may be related to the mental power mutation." Qin Ge, "Yeah." Liang Ran stared at the chat interface for more than 10 seconds. Seeing that the other party was silent, she said goodbye to the other party. "Good night." Qin Ge replied immediately, "Good night." After turning off the communicator, Liang Ran began to send messages to the system. Song Shanai glanced at her and asked, "Who are you talking to? I saw you smile just now." Liang Ran, "With Zhuang Zhuang." She told the 2 what was on the paper, and added, "Her ability is so useful. If she wasn't there, we wouldn't know how to confirm some information. We could only rely on guesses. And she appeared at a good time, just when the Hope District needed this ability the most." Shiru casually said, "Isn't there a saying that goes, born at the right time? In fact, if you look at the world after the apocalypse, many people appear at the right time. They don't appear too early, but they are definitely not too late. They just happen to push humanity forward." Song Shanai said, "Oh, I haven't heard you say such a great truth for a long time. You loved to say these things when you were a child. Who would have thought that you would become mute now?" Shiru held the knife and said nothing. Song Shanai looked at her cold and hard personality, turned his face away, and didn't bother to say anything more. The time was almost up, and the 3 began to walk back. Liang Ran walked between the 2 and felt inexplicably cold. She touched her arm subconsciously, and asked Shiru naturally, "Shanai must have been very cute when she was a child, right?" Song Shanai raised her eyebrows, and before she could speak, Shiru nodded. She was universally recognized as cute. She ran in the open space behind the church dragging an axe taller than her. Her white skirt flew up, her long golden hair also flew up, and her eyes were clearer and bluer than the sky. Shiru described, "She opened her little hands to ask me to hold her, but she tripped over a stone and fell face down in front of me." Song Shanai's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Liang Ran also thought that Shiru was talking about Song Shanai's embarrassing things, but soon realized that it was not the case. Because Shiru bent the corners of her lips, she continued, "She jumped up quickly, hugged my neck with a smile, and called me Sister Shiru." Chapter 125. Liang Ran smiled unconsciously when he heard Shiru's words. "Our God is so strong, she didn't cry out at all?" "She cried," Shiru said quickly. "As soon as I caught her, she burst into tears, hugged me, and said her knees hurt. Tears mixed with snot flowed down her chin. She felt dirty, so she wiped it with her sleeves, and not only her sleeves, but her hands were all sticky. She hated it so much, but she looked at me with wide eyes, wanting to see if I hated her. Shiru told the truth, I didn't hate her, but I did hate her snot a little. I couldn't control my expression for a moment, and I hit back. She looked like she was dead in an instant, her eyes closed, her head tilted and fell on my shoulder. No matter how I shook her, she didn't move." Liang Ran laughed out loud, pretending to be dead. Shuru nodded. Whenever she didn't know what to do, she would use this trick. She was pretty and cute, so this trick almost worked every time. After the church members finished praying, they would often walk slower to listen to her laughter in the backyard of the church. They said that as long as they heard her laughter, they would be very happy in the next few days. Song Shanai frowned when she heard Shuru's words. What do you mean every time? When I was young and ignorant, I used it a few times, but I haven't used it for a long time. Shuru, really? She said. How come I've seen it more than a dozen times? Song Shanai, She kicked over, and Shuru's figure flashed and evaded flexibly. Liang Ran stood between the two of them, and his speed was not as fast as Shuru's. This time, his calf was suddenly kicked out of thin air. Song Shanai was embarrassed for a moment and retracted her foot. Are you okay? Liang Ran said expressionlessly. I was almost kicked to death. Song Shanai immediately said, Don't be angry with me, blame Shuru. If she didn't hide, I definitely wouldn't be able to kick you. A few seconds after she finished speaking, she suddenly squatted down, looked at Liang Ran's calf, and asked hesitantly, Does it hurt so much? I didn't use much strength. Liang Ran didn't tease her for long, and quickly shook his head. It doesn't hurt. I know you didn't use much strength. After saying that, she jumped a few times to prove her statement. Song Shanai curled her lips speechlessly, stood up and muttered, That's right. I almost thought you dislocated your joint again. Just you before. She whispered, I only saw third-class citizens from a distance before, who knew they were so fragile. The force I used at that time was not as strong as the force used to squeeze people and occupy seats on the bus, and they were usually fine. Liang Ran nodded seriously. I understand. Seeing Liang Ran's serious expression, Song Shanai was a little confused. She said stared at her toes, and walked forward with her head down. Liang Ran found that Song Shanai seemed to be very uncomfortable with other people's intimate actions and language, but from Shuru's description, it can be heard that Song Shanai was obviously a sunny and lively little girl when she was young. She was attached to Shuru, like Shuru, and wanted to establish a close relationship with the person she liked. After walking a short distance, Liang Ran turned around and asked Shuru, Why does Shanai's trick of pretending to be dead work almost every time? Who is so cold and cruel to reject her? Shuru said bluntly, Saint Ford. Song Shanai's voice came out at the same time as Shuru's. She said indifferently, My dad? He was never satisfied with anything I did since I was little. On his birthday, I sang for him to cheer him up, but he said I was embarrassing him. I served him a carefully prepared meal, but he dumped it into the trash can and asked the chef at home to cook it again. On the day I graduated from the base, I begged him to attend the graduation ceremony. I told my classmates many times how good my father was to me, and that I would definitely come. I almost knelt down to beg him that day, but he said I put the cart before the horse, and that I put the focus of my life on unimportant things, and he slapped me in the face. Because my face was broken, I didn't go to the graduation ceremony myself. A year ago, my father's most loyal believer let the cat out of the bag in front of me. Song Shanai continued with a normal expression, That day I learned that my father had another child, who was 1 year younger than me, and was born without the match of fire. Son, this is not in compliance with the law, it is a scandal. So the girl was raised under someone else's name. She has A-level genes. I have always known that my father was not satisfied with my gene level, so at that time I hated him for lying to me that he loved my mother, and was afraid that he would abandon me. After struggling for many days, I found that I seemed to be very curious about the girl, so I secretly went to find her. Liang Ranfan lowered his voice. What is she like? Song Shanai recalled. Her eyebrows and eyes are like my father, blue eyes, very beautiful, but her hair is brown. That day I followed the girl all the way. Her mother had thick long brown hair, gentle and kind, and loved her very much. She held her hand and walked around the largest shopping mall in the main city, patiently choosing clothes for her, touching her head, and pinching her face. She also has a stepfather. Because her stepfather has received help from my father, he is also very good to the girl. He will ask her what she wants to eat tonight, and he will go home to cook. I like spicy food, but my father doesn't, so I haven't touched any spicy food for many years. Song Shanai said, If I hadn't eaten the chili fried by Daiyu's mother when I was a child, I would never know that I like spicy food in my life. After slightly changing the subject, Song Shanai turned back. In short, the girl seemed to be unaware of her own life experience. She kept calling her father and mother all the way, with a smile on her face, and she looked so happy. After following them for a whole day, I ran. I went home and cried for half the night. Because I started crying for no reason and didn't explain why. Speaking of this, Song Shanai suddenly laughed out loud. I was beaten again. That was the first time I wanted to resist, but I was kicked to the ground as soon as I fought back. The whip was cleverly designed, soft on the outside and hard on the inside, with barbs. I couldn't get up after a few lashes. That day, the white carpet at home was covered with my blood. It was the first time I was beaten so hard since I was a child. The aliens had never beaten me like this. When Song Shanai said these words, her expression was very relaxed, and people didn't feel that she was complaining at all, but just felt that she was talking about the most ordinary things in life. Before I met you. Song Shanai suddenly turned her head and looked at Liang Ran. Liang Ran tilted his head. What's wrong? Song Shanai said, during that time, I felt that I was becoming more and more like my father. My temper became more and more intense, and I always wanted to solve all problems with violence. I did something wrong during the day, and I would be afraid at night. I was afraid that this was hereditary, and I was afraid that I would become like my father in the future. After meeting you, Song Shanai pursed her lips, and then said quickly, I want to be the second you. But I'm still worried, especially since you said a few days ago that the alien species may have congenital emotional defects in their genes. I'm worried that I also have congenital violent genes in my genes. Tell me, I won't have that kind of thing, right? Liang Ran immediately shook his head. No, that's an alien species. And you're a good girl. Song Shanai instantly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, you're a great person, I believe everything you say. After saying that, she took a few quick steps, and her steps became extremely brisk. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped and jumped lightly. Her long golden hair tied into a high ponytail swayed, creating a lively arc in the air. Liang Ran couldn't help but think, if Song Shanai grew up in a normal family in the old world, she would be such an excellent and lovely girl, but she was born here, looking bright and beautiful, but she grew up around violence for more than 10 years. Sharu was also looking at Song Shanai at this moment. When she heard what Shanai said, she subconsciously curled her lips. Although she didn't say anything, anyone with a discerning eye could see the 3 words great from her expression. After Song Shanai walked quickly along the road for a minute and a half, the emotions that had been condensed in her heart for a long time seemed to have dissipated a lot. So she slowed down again and walked side by side with Liang Ran and Sharu. The atmosphere was very good now, and Liang Ran asked a question that he had always been curious about. She asked Sharu, is your family from the church? Did you work for Saint Fol before? When Liang Ran first met Sharu, Sharu said to Song Shanai, the Archbishop asked me to tell you, the Archbishop asked me to tell you. And Song Shanai also said to Sharu, is this how my family raised you? Sharu and Saint Ford are obviously very close. Sharu shook her head, not from the church. My family used to be in the military, my parents both had military posts, then the military was abolished, and turned into the Law Enforcement Corps, Patrol Team and Rehabilitation Center. My parents helped Saint Ford when they were alive, and then they died in a contaminated area. According to their last words, I was adopted by Saint Ford. The Archbishop looks very bright and compassionate. My parents don't know what he really looks like. I didn't see it in the first few years after I was adopted, so I admired him very much. Song Shanai teased Sharu. She especially admired him. She would recite everything my dad said over and over again, and she also wanted me to remember it. Sharu, She tried her best to ignore this sentence and turned to look at Liang Ran. I don't have any life experience worth talking about. I didn't have a tragic childhood, I didn't experience abuse, and I don't have any unforgettable memories. I'm very ordinary. After being adopted, I just went to school and trained step by step. Because I was close to Dayu, Saint Fol didn't trust me, so I didn't do anything for him. I'm more ordinary than most people in the Hope District. Liang Ran grasped the question in this sentence. Why does he not trust you when you are close to Dayu? Sharu replied, because Dayu hates him. Dayu has always asked me to keep this secret, and recently told me that if Shan Ai asks, I should tell her. She turned her head and looked at Song Shan Ai. Do you want to know? Song Shan Ai was stunned. She was silent for a moment, and her expression gradually became serious. You tell me. Sharu said, Dayu's mother is Dai Qing, you know it, right? Song Shan Ai nodded. Of course, didn't I just say that? I've been to her house to eat fried chili peppers. Sharu continued. Not long after Aunt Dai gave birth to Dayu, her husband died of a sudden heart attack. At that time, Aunt Dai's health was seriously damaged. Although she was still very young, she could no longer fulfill the fire law, so she raised Dayu alone. When Dai was 6 years old, Aunt Dai was fired because of a small mistake while working at the Agricultural Institute. In fact, the problem was not that serious, but because someone wanted to take over her position, and the other party had relatives working at the headquarters, Aunt Dai had to leave. The most outrageous thing is that the person was afraid that Aunt Dai would say something nonsense in her new job, so he slandered and fabricated her, spread rumors, and used his connections to prevent her from finding work. Aunt Dai couldn't find a job all of a sudden and had no income. Dai was at the age that needed nutrition the most and couldn't just drink nutrient solution. Dai was lively and had many playmates. She also wanted the toys that other children in the community had. All kinds of pressure fell on Aunt Dai at that time. She came into contact with the Sun Church and began to believe in religion. Song Shanai also remembered this. She said, "I know that Aunt Dai would bring Dai every time she came, so the three of us often played together. The two of us followed behind you. You were more partial to me at that time. The three of us said we would become best friends." This sentence was also engraved on the stone behind the church, but I don't know what scratched it at the back, and the names were scratched out. Sharu pursed her lips. She probably also thought of the changes of the three people later. She no longer favored Song Shanai, but paid more attention to Dai. She was silent for a long time before continuing. At that time, every time Aunt Dai came to pray, the Archbishop would transfer some points to her, saying that it was a help to the believers. Because of this, Dai worshipped Saint Fold as much as I did. But later, Sharu said this, suddenly speeding up her speech and being much more concise, as if she didn't want to talk about it in detail. Once, Dai came to the church with Aunt Dai again. She was building blocks with us, but she suddenly remembered the homework at the base. One of the homework needed the signature of the parents. She was afraid of forgetting it, so she went to find Aunt Dai with the test paper. After searching around, she found Aunt Dai in the smallest reception hall of the church. At that time, Saint Fold was whipping Aunt Dai with a whip. While beating, he counted the number of times, and each time was 10 points. He is a pervert. Aunt Dai was such a proud person when she was in the Agricultural Institute. Dai didn't dare to go in. Her mother would collapse if she went in, so, holding back tears, she squatted outside and counted, a total of 30 lashes, 300 points. She found me that day, and told me that she finally understood why her mother always said that there were too many insects in the church every time she came back from praying, and she was allergic to the stings, and she had to wear long sleeves for 2 days even at home. Since that day, Dai didn't let Aunt Dai come to the church. She later went to the back of the church to find the stone. She was too young at the time to tell who was right and who was wrong. She only knew that the Archbishop was your father, so she crossed out your name on it. Hearing this, Song Shanai subconsciously clenched her fists. The patrol team was just ahead, and Sharu stopped looking at the armored vehicle not far away. "Shanai," she turned her head and looked at Song Shanai, "I saw you behind the church gate that day. You wanted to give a surprise to your friend who came suddenly, but you saw Dai crossed out your name. You were confused and at a loss, and you didn't dare to ask. You could only wait until the people left, then ran to the stone and crossed out the remaining 2 names. You cried for a long time, made a new stone, carved 3 names on it, and buried it under the tree." Sharu said, "Ji-chan hated you at first because of Saint Fold, and Dai hated you at that time because of for Saint Ford. But you don't seem to have gained any extra benefits because you are Saint Ford's child. What are the benefits of being chosen as a saint? It seems that there are none. You spend a lot of time comforting and caring for believers who are injured physically and mentally. All the points you get from this are taken away by Saint Ford. You are just an empty saint. If you are not a saint, maybe someone will come to comfort your injured heart. But you are a saint. In the Sun Church, no one has the power to comfort you except the Archbishop. So no one has comforted Song Shanai." From her perspective, she suddenly lost her new friend on a day when she was obviously very happy. Gradually, her most trusted sister no longer favored her. Chapter 126. Song Shanai was silent for a long time after hearing what Sharu said. She remained silent for a long time until she got on the armored vehicle and was sent back to the inner city by the patrol team. "Where do you live specifically? We send you one by one." After entering the inner city, the team member in the driver's seat turned around and asked the 3 people. Song Shanai only raised her head at this time. She made a decision for everyone. "Put us in front of the central building. We like to take a walk at night." Hearing this, the other party was a little surprised, but still stopped the car. As soon as the car stopped, Song Shanai opened the door and jumped out. Liang Ran and Sharu also got out of the car quickly. Seeing that everyone got out, Song Shanai took the lead and said, "Let's go to Liang Ran's house. Her house is far away. We will send her back while talking." Sharu nodded. Liang Ran did not refuse. He turned around and took the two people in the direction of his home. Song Shanai had probably been thinking all the way and had already thought of the question in his mind. So the moment he raised his heels, he asked Sharu, "Ever since you crossed out the name on the stone, you have been interacting with her more and more frequently. You like training, and you have very little free time every week. You could only come to the church to play with me for a few hours a week. Later, the time you came to see me became shorter and shorter, until you stopped coming. From coming to see me once every 2 weeks, to once a month, to 2 months, and later, unless I came to see you, you would not take the initiative to come to see me." Song Shanai looked at Sharu seriously. "Is this all because you know about Dayu? Do you think she and Aunt Dai are pitiful, and want to take care of them and accompany them more?" Song Shanai said, "If it is because of this, then I forgive you. For so many years, I have been waiting for an explanation. Why did you suddenly change? Why did you ignore me? I was obviously very good to you all. I would share any good things with you 3 times. The more I think about it, the more I feel wronged. The more I recall, the more I feel that I have done nothing wrong. Because I don't think I have done anything wrong. I am also a very proud person. I asked Dayu once, and after being ignored by her, I would never ask a second time. You are the same. I asked you if you could spend my birthday with me, and you said that you needed to accompany Dayu that day, and I would not ask you a second time. Now I know the reason." Song Shanai raised his chin. "You really should ignore me. Aunt Dai and Dayu are pitiful. You find that the person you admire is trash, which is also pitiful. It is normal for you to vent your anger on me. Because even if you told me at that time how bad he was, I couldn't leave him. I was only 7 years old at that time. I am a person who is bound to Saint Fold. If you come into contact with me, you will come into contact with him. If I were you, I would make the same choice." When Liang Ren heard Song Shanai's words, he suddenly felt a lot of sadness in his heart. Song Shanai is better than she thought. She thought of a reasonable reason for everyone so quickly, but what Saint Fold did to Aunt Dai, what he did to many people, he also did to Song Shanai. Others could stay away after suffering, but Song Shanai was bound by blood ties, and she couldn't stay away for so many years. Liang Ren whispered to Song Shanai, "When did he beat you for the first time?" Song Shanai thought for a while, and said, 8 years old. At first, he slapped my face and kicked my stomach, then he pierced my legs with needles, and then he beat me with a whip. On the weekly prayer day, he would lead the believers to pray for several hours. After returning, he would feel that his time was wasted on lowly people, but he had to do it, so he would get angry. Although I often feel pain in my body, I have always believed in the existence of oracles, and that the existence of religion will bring hope to mankind. The reason why oracles can come is because of the earnest prayers of thousands of believers. It turns out that the oracle is also fake." At this point, her voice lowered, but soon she shook her head and her expression returned to normal. "I'm fine, it's late. Let's go quickly." After walking a short distance, Sharu, who had been walking with her eyes down, suddenly said, "I was going to go to your birthday party that time, but later I said I needed to accompany Dayu because her condition was more serious, and she needed someone to take care of her." Song Shanai turned her head. "What?" Sharu said, "Dayu has also been subjected to violence over the years. She is sick." Sharu whispered, after returning that time, "Because Dayu kept stopping Aunt Dai from going to church, and Aunt Dai noticed the reason. She kept asking Dayu what she saw. Dayu pretended not to know, but she was not good at lying, and her small movements were captured. Aunt Dai was very desperate at that time. The first time she scolded Dayu, asking why she was running around, Dayu hugged her and cried. During that time, Aunt Dai couldn't find a job and was under great mental pressure. She always wanted to go to church, but was stopped by Dayu again and again. When the quarrel was the worst, Dayu went to the kitchen and gestured with a knife, threatening Aunt Dai and leaving her mother at home. But the expenses in the inner city are very high. You also know that the houses in the inner city do not have permanent residency. Every 6 months, you have to pay 1,000 points to the headquarters. After borrowing from all the relatives who could borrow several times, Aunt Dai could no longer borrow points, so she sneaked to the church and found Saint Ford. After returning home, she wrapped herself tightly. The moment Dayu saw it, she collapsed. She screamed and asked her mother why she still did such a thing. Aunt Dai asked her what it was. Dayu was so excited at that time that she responded with a loud voice, saying it was a dirty thing that would make people look down on her. Aunt Dai was very hurt at that time. She said that she did this for Dayu. Dayu said that she didn't need such efforts. People tend to speak without thinking when they are angry. At that time, she said the most hurtful words to stop her mother. She said that since her mother knew that she didn't want her to go, her mother went not for her, but for herself. She asked if her mother liked to be beaten. Aunt Dai never went to church again since that day. She pretended that nothing had happened and treated Dayu as usual. But Aunt Dai's eyes suddenly became empty that day and became Dayu's nightmare. She kept apologizing to her mother, but the damage had been done. Aunt Dai said she didn't remember what she said at all and asked Dayu not to feel bad, but Dayu couldn't get over it. As she grew older, she was no longer a child of 7 or 8 years old. She understood more and more how bad she had said that day. She had no place to vent her guilt, and soon she learned to hurt herself. She started to whip herself 30 times each time. Sharu said, she said that every time she bled, her mother would gently apply medicine to her, and Aunt Dai never stopped her. Dayu told me that her mother must hate her, and hate that her favorite child became a knife stabbing her heart, but I don't think this is hatred. They love each other very much, but their love is a little painful. Physical pain can reduce Dayu's guilt, and Dai knows this very well. After taking a deep breath, Sharu said, that time you asked me if I could go to celebrate your birthday. At that time, Dayu had just learned to hurt herself, and I didn't control the strength well. Compared with her birthday, I felt that I needed to visit her more, so I refused her. After listening to these words, Song Shanai stood on the side of the road. The street lights stretched the shadows of the three people very long. Song Shanai stood on the side with his hands hanging down, and his voice suddenly became hoarse. Half a year ago, I saw a whip wound on Dayu's arm. I asked her casually, and she said that her teammates accidentally hit her when fighting aliens, so it was not the case. The whip wound was caused by herself. Sharu shook her head. I hit her. Liang Ran looked at Sharu in astonishment, and Song Shanai also frowned. You hit her? Sharu said about 2 years ago, Dayu's pain tolerance increased a lot due to long-term self-harm, and she became more and more familiar with her body. The body's protection mechanism would make her subconsciously avoid the whip and let the whip hit the less painful position. So she began to anonymously look for people on the forum, trying to seek help from others. Some people have special fetishes and like to do these things, but she is the most famous singer in the end times and an idol with many fans. She can't let this side of herself be exposed, and this behavior is extremely dangerous. If the other party has bad intentions, she will be hurt. So I came to be this person. Sharu said, over the years, I have been taking her to see a psychologist. Later, the most authoritative psychologist in the main city told me that the probability of Dayu being cured is extremely low, because she is very kind by nature, so all the harm she causes to others is hurting herself. What's more, the target of her harm is her own mother. After saying this, Sharu sighed, she scratched her hair, and a complicated expression appeared on her usually cold face. She opened her mouth, as if she was brewing something to say. Song Shanai looked at Sharu quietly, waiting for her next words. Half a minute later, Sharu spoke. I have been in contact with you less and less over the years, not because I was deceived by the Archbishop and took my anger out on you. I am because... She curled her fingers and continued, a long time ago, I felt that Dayu was more pitiful than you. You were already a saint, living innocently every day, without worrying about food and clothing, and the Archbishop and the believers all loved you, but Dayu was different. She was deeply trapped in an emotional whirlpool, and she was sad to death every day, but she tried to compose songs to heal others. I accompanied her for a long time, and then I went back to find you, but I found out that the Archbishop is not only bad to others, but you are the one who is tortured the most by him. The whip marks on your body are more serious than anyone else. You have been spoiled and inferior. I know very well that if I had not chased Dayu at that time, but spent more time with you, you would definitely not be like this. I am also the one who destroyed your happiness. I am afraid to see you, and even dare not look you in the eye. So I don't hate you, but I am very cowardly. Why did the three friends, who had a good relationship, become so different now? Song Shanai couldn't figure it out before, but now she figured it out. It's all Saint Fold's fault. If there was no Saint Fold, she would be the most ordinary girl in the Hope District. She could be born in the inner city or the outer city. All she expected from her parents was that they didn't beat her often. At that time, she would definitely grow up healthily, occasionally go to the church, stare at the statue of the sun goddess, and tell her parents that it was a really beautiful statue. Then her parents would pull her away. Said yes, the goddess statue is beautiful, But it has nothing to do with us. Song Shanai thought for a long time, and finally laughed out loud. She stretched and suddenly opened her arms to Shiru and said, "Hold me." Shiru was stunned. A few seconds later, she took a step forward very lightly, and then took another step quickly, and finally stood in front of Song Shanai and hugged her whole body with force, just like when she was a child. Song Shanai suddenly hung on Shiru like a koala. This action was completely beyond her expectations. Song Shanai's expression was a little flustered and a little confused. "Hey!" Liang Ren asked her with a smile. "What's the matter?" Song Shanai pondered for a long time and uttered a silly sentence. "I seem to be a little afraid of heights." Chapter 127. It is definitely impossible to be afraid of heights. Liang Ren couldn't help but curl his lips. Song Shanai probably realized that he had said something stupid, so he quickly pushed Shiru away and jumped to the ground. "Although we have forgiven each other now," Song Shanai said, "we have all changed. It is true that you and you have a better relationship now, and you are no longer my best friend. My favorite now is..." She glanced at Liang Ren quickly and said very quickly, "It's her. You have lost my most favorite, so you can regret it." Shiru nodded sincerely. "I really regret it. Shanai's love is very precious." These words instantly made Song Shanai a little embarrassed. She walked towards Liang Ren unnaturally. "Can you stop saying such things? I don't like to hear corny words. I think it's weird." After that, she made a disgusted expression. "It's even a little disgusting." Liang Ren looked at Song Shanai standing in front of her. Her eyes fell on her back. There was a slightly curled light golden hair on it. She reached out, took the hair off, and circled it around the tip of her index finger. This time, no one said that Song Shanai was really bad at talking. For the rest of the way, no one spoke again until Liang Ren stood at the gate of the community and said goodbye to the two of them. Song Shanai waved her hand casually, turned around and walked back with Shiru. Liang Ren watched them disappear at the end of the street and returned home. As soon as he opened the door, Liang Ren looked towards the room where Shuangzhuang was, and saw a small table lamp in the middle of the living room. After Liang Ren took off his shoes, he tiptoed to the lamp and found a note underneath. "Sister, I left the lamp for you." Liang Ren covered her heart. She quickly took out 2 batteries from the drawer of the coffee table, stuffed them into the lamp first, and then pulled off the charging cable of the lamp. After making sure that this lamp was still the one Shuangzhuang had given her, Liang Ren happily carried it back to the bedroom and placed it on the bedside. After taking several photos of the lamp from various angles, Liang Ren leaned over and lay on the bed to start browsing her forum account. Recently, the Institute has suspended some research topics and asked more than half of the researchers to join the popularization of alien species. Because everyone has been working overtime to sort out the information during this period, the most common 20,000 alien species in the 4 major marginal pollution areas have been basically popularized, and the remaining rare alien species and mutants are still being sorted out. Because the content is extremely large, even if everyone has used the most easy-to-understand language when popularizing it, and tried their best to make the content interesting and memorable, it is still difficult to remember. Therefore, the audience of these materials has changed from hunters to accompanying researchers who have signed up to enter the deep pollution area. It is worth mentioning that at 8 o'clock tonight, the forum administrator opened the headquarters forum. From today, it is no longer only the first-class citizens who can browse the headquarters forum. Everyone in the Hope area can enter. Even though it is already early in the morning, Liang Ren can still see a large number of people pouring into the forum. The latest comment time of the homepage post is accurate to the second and is jumping all the time. Many people who have only registered for 1 day checked in under Liang Ren's popular science post. Commemorate the first day here. Check in for the second-class citizen. I didn't expect that the third-class citizen would also have a day to enter here, haha. The poster's post is also posted on the outside forum. I used her information when reviewing the content of the water pollution area. I have already signed up. I check in with the God post. I hope I can get ashore. Check in with the God post, pray to get ashore. Liang Ren turned over, opened a separate post, and replied in the post, I wish everyone all their wishes come true. In an instant, dozens of comments popped up in her back end, and then quickly became hundreds and thousands. Liang Ren exited the forum and opened the message that the system had just sent to her. It was about the assessment of accompanying researchers. The headquarters hoped that Liang Ren would give 2 test papers, A and B, each with 50 questions. Each test paper had 3.5 hours to answer, divided into morning and afternoon. In order to eliminate any luck, the question types were only analytical questions, divided into brief answer questions and detailed answer questions. The alien species in the questions must take into account the 4 marginal areas. They must include both those that have been popularized in the forum, and those that have not been popularized but analyzed in previous articles, especially mutants. Finally, there were 2 additional questions. Liang Ran created the environment, constructed a false alien species, gave the location and appearance characteristics of the alien species, and asked the candidates to analyze how to kill it and write several ways to kill it. If the additional questions were answered well, it was okay if the previous answers were slightly flawed. Liang Ran is now the director of the Alien Research Institute, and setting questions is completely her job, so she immediately turned on the computer, created a document, and got to work. It took her 3 hours to finish the test paper. When Liang Ran stopped, she looked at the time. It was almost 4 in the morning. When she was about to type out the answer sheet all night, she suddenly saw a message from Dayu half an hour ago. After opening the message, it was a video of a kitten. It was the cute kitten she sold to Dayu. The kitten in the video was lying on the orange carpet, lying on its back. It might feel that the light above its head was a bit dazzling, so it covered its eyes with a small paw. An ant in her 40s squatted next to the kitten, and from time to time she ran her hand along the kitten's belly. The kitten was obviously comfortable with the touch, and snored while sleeping. Dayu said, "Sister Ru said she told you and Shin AI about me. I deleted Shin AI's contact information before, but later I grew up and became really sensible, so I couldn't add it back. I promised my mother that I would not tell anyone except Sister Ru about our family situation. Now Shin AI is willing to ask, and Sister Ru has also told others, which is great. Thank you for your help, and thank you for your cat. My mother likes it very much, and named it Pai Xing, so we are Pai Xing Dayu together." Liang Ran replied to Dayu, "Pai Xing is well raised." Dayu was not asleep at this time, and replied immediately, "He." Liang Ran looked at the message, pondered for a moment, and took the initiative to ask, "You need my help, right?" She said, "Now that alien species can parasitize through body wounds, I will share my mental power with you." Dayu said in a emoticon of a kitten scratching its head, "So sorry. But I really need it." She explained, "I used to actively seek treatment. Oh, what Sister Ru said to you actually embellished me. What I said to my mother back then was even worse. I also kept replaying the sufferings that my mother had suffered because I regretted hurting her. These were just the initial reasons. Later, my relationship with my mother gradually recovered, and I also tried to stop my behavior. As a result, I found that this thing can't be stopped just because I want to. I am addicted to pain." Dayu said, "Because we mutants have good physical conditions, we can recover quickly every time we get injured, so every time I finish those, I will be fine in 2 or 3 days. The process of the body going from extremely heavy to extremely light has become somewhat fascinating because it has been repeated many times. Because it was very heavy, it was especially light when it was light. Every time I recovered, I felt like I was about to fly when I walked. My situation should not be common. Anyway, it is quite strange. It would be great if I could quit it one day. And Mom, oh," Dayu explained to Liang Ran carefully, "when Sister Ru told you, there were also her subjective factors, but in fact, some reasons are really not like that. For example, she said that after I said such bad things when I was a child, my mother was not angry and loved me as before, but in fact, it was not the case." Dayu said, "I think maternal love is not something that cannot be worn away. Under the fire matching system, many children, such as me, are not the fruit of their parents' love at all, but just a product of obligation. She is willing to raise us, so she is the best mother, especially since she has given so much to me. My mother is the best mother in the world, but maternal love cannot be unconditional. My mother loves me, so I have to love her, right?" She typed every word carefully, obviously thinking for many years, "If I don't embrace and protect this maternal love, then my mother can take it back at any time, especially, I was not born in love. My mother has been getting along with me, and learning how to love me. She is so great that no one can ask her to be greater. Because I was very bad, my mother took back this love at that time. Is she taking care of me just because of duty, or because of love? I am not stupid, I can tell the difference." Dayu said, "So I was very flustered at that time. Compared with hurting myself because of pain, I thought about it later and realized that I was doing this to keep my mother. I hope she will pity me, love me, and be happy. The former is from the heart, the latter is from the mind. So I am not good. I am the worst person in this story, except Saint Fold." Liang Ran sometimes feels that this group of people are really too sensitive. They always think that this is their fault, and that is their fault. They will not look for reasons from the outside world at all, but only blame themselves. Saint Fold, and the people who killed Liang Gian, how come these people don't blame themselves? I don't know how good they are on weekdays. But being sensitive is not wrong. After Liang Ran shared his spiritual power, he asked, I heard that you are writing a new song. Can we hear it at the end of September? Dai immediately replied, it is scheduled for the end of September. Everyone can hear that song when they drive through the wasteland. Liang Ran asked her, do you have a song title? Dai said an emoticon of a nodding kitten. The song title is a bit long, called Who Will You Think of When You Pass Through the Wasteland. Dai was worried that Liang Ran would laugh at her, so she laughed at herself first. I know it's a bit rustic. I have never been able to come up with a song title. My mother used to help me, but this time I came up with it myself. That day is a very special day. Everyone will definitely set off with many memories, but please also leave your memories in the wasteland and go out well. After saying goodbye to Dai, Liang Ran began to write the answers to the 2 sets of questions. 3 hours later, she finished answering 100 questions, entered the answers into the system, and sent them to the headquarters together with the test papers. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning, and the lively voices of people downstairs came. Liang Ran looked down from the window, and saw a group of people in ragged clothes walking down the railcar. The leader was holding a small flag with the words out-of-town applicants written on it. The patrol team saw the flag and rushed over immediately, bowed slightly to these people, and their expressions were very respectful. Soon, the dozen people followed the patrol team. Liang Ran stood in front of the window and watched for a long time. After more than 20 minutes, he saw another similar team. The leader was a little girl of 11 or 12 years old. Although her clothes were old, they were exceptionally clean and tidy. She held up a colorful flag in her hand, straightened her back, and asked loudly, the headquarters said they would provide us with a good learning environment. Where is the person who would pick us up? The leader of a patrol team ran over with his hand raised. Here. In the middle of the morning, more than a dozen teams came from the outer city. They carried bags full of thick books and materials, and followed the patrol team silently to the learning venue arranged for them by the headquarters. Liang Ran leaned against the window and looked at this group of people. For a moment, he felt that the Hope Zone was like a river where hundreds of rivers converge. It looked very promising. Chapter 128. After the registration deadline on the evening of the 5th, the headquarters moved quickly. As previously reported on the radio, on the morning of the 6th, the headquarters screened all applicants, checked their files, excluded applicants with a history of several types of diseases, and then published the list of those who passed the preliminary review on the headquarters forum. On the 8th, Liang Ran, as an invigilator, went to the talent training base. Most of the classrooms in the base were used as examination rooms. The 300 meters outside the base were tightly surrounded by patrol teams, and no one or vehicle was allowed to pass. When Liang Ran arrived at the scene, she had the illusion of dreaming back to the college entrance examination. She looked down at the invigilator certificate on her chest, smiled, and walked quickly into the examination room. Because Liang Ran was the chief examiner, she had to patrol inside and outside the examination rooms on different floors, so she was not idle for a minute during the examination. After the bell rang for handing in the papers in the morning, she rushed to the confidentiality room with 2 containers full of examination papers, handed the papers to the captain of the patrol team, and then drank 2 bags of nutrient solution hastily, and hurried to check the layout of the examination room. After resting for less than half an hour, the candidates entered the examination room, and she began to patrol the afternoon examination. When the afternoon papers were collected, Liang Ran finally relaxed. She walked into the last examination room and waited for the last 5 minutes. Sitting at the back of this examination room was the 12-year-old girl from the outer city that she had seen a few days ago. The girl was sleeping soundly on the table at this time. Because of her posture, the saliva in her mouth dripped onto the table and gathered into a small pool. Liang Ran, She glanced at the test papers she had stacked on the corner of the table, and stopped unconsciously. The girl's handwriting was not very good-looking, even a little ugly and crooked. It was obvious that she had never practiced calligraphy before. But after Liang Ran read the contents of her paper with difficulty, his eyes were stunned again and again. Perhaps she noticed someone standing by the table. The girl opened her eyes dazedly. She glanced at Liang Ran's invigilator card, quickly wiped the saliva from her mouth, and hurriedly straightened her sitting posture. Liang Ran smiled at her, turned around, and left the examination room. Soon the bell for collecting papers rang, and she began to collect papers in each examination room. When she pushed the container to the safe room, The candidates swarmed out of the examination room. Everyone was of different ages and had different expressions on their faces. Some people sighed as soon as they left the examination room. Who made the test paper? It's so perverted. That's right. Isn't it pure torture? I'm over 30 years old, and I almost cried in the examination room. My hand speed is slow. I can't finish answering all the questions. I just wrote the outline for the last 3 questions. I hope it's okay. I give up. Who can be as miserable as me? I was in the same examination room with that pervert Yu. She finished the 3.5 hours test paper in less than 3 hours. She put down her pen and fell asleep. It made me lose my mind. Who isn't? When collecting the papers, I glanced at her paper and found that she filled 2 additional questions with words. But the handwriting was like ghost paintings, so ugly. When Liang Ran heard what everyone said, the corners of her mouth pursed and raised again, back and forth several times. She just saw the girl's name on the test paper, Liu, a very ordinary name, but absolutely extraordinary cognitive and analytical ability. She should be the youngest girl in this registration, a genius in the outer city, who can remember everything at a glance. She would keep an eye on her then. If the girl wanted to enter the institute in the future, she would definitely bring her here. After Liang Ran handed the test paper to the captain of the patrol team, he took off his invigilator certificate and walked out of the talent base. As a result, she ran into Liu as soon as she walked out of the teaching building. The little girl was carrying a washed-out backpack, and she kept looking around the building on tiptoe. When she saw Liang Ran coming out, she suddenly jumped up, rummaged through her bag, took out a pen, and then ran to Liang Ran and took off her coat, revealing the white lining inside. Idol, can you sign for me? She said tentatively. That kind of beautiful autograph book is too expensive. My mother specially put the cleanest white clothes in our house on me, thinking if you can sign it, I will hang it by the bed and look at it every day when I go back. After saying that, she was afraid that Liang Ran would be unhappy, and added, we all in the outer city who are preparing for the exam admire you very much. You used to be a third-class citizen like us, but you are so capable, and have written so many great articles. Everyone in the outer city knows this. We also know that you have changed the recruitment and assessment system of the institute, and everyone is super happy. My mother told me at that time that those books of different species I read were not in vain. If I work hard in the future, I may be able to enter the institute and be your assistant. Liang Ran smiled gently. She took the pen and signed her name on the girl's white clothes. After thinking about it, she wrote another sentence before returning the pen to the girl. After Liang Ran left, Liu couldn't wait to see what Liang Ran had written for her. She hurriedly turned around and finally found her companion waiting for her outside the base, and asked him to read out the words on her clothes. You can do more than just be an assistant. Liang Ran. Liu's eyes lit up visibly, and she covered her mouth in disbelief. Her companion kept shaking her shoulders. Liu, you are good, you talked to Director Liang. Liu nodded desperately. She is a very nice person. Aw, woo. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and she couldn't help wiping away tears. Very, very nice. Because the results would be released on the morning of the 10th, Liang Ran called Ji Chan to his home to accompany Zhuang. After hearing about this, Qingge took the initiative to take charge of the 3 meals of the 2 children. Every time it was time to eat, he would prepare the meals and send them to Liang Ran's door. Occasionally, he would accompany the children to do handicrafts in the living room. Without any worries, Liang Ran lived in the talent base for the past 2 days, and reviewed the more than 3,000 test papers alone. But after all, the answers are dead, and people are alive. When Liang Ran was judging the results, he did not strictly follow the standard answers to get points, because some candidates had a big problem with their writing speed at first glance, and only had time to answer briefly in the last few detailed analysis questions. Liang Ran would also give a certain score as appropriate after reading them carefully. But if you leave several questions blank, or even don't write a word, then it means that your brain speed and understanding of alien species are not good enough. Liang Ran is still sensible in setting questions. As long as you know alien species well, you can answer the questions after reading them. It is difficult to finish the questions. At 8 o'clock in the morning on the 10th, Liang Ran finished marking the last test paper and uploaded the results into the system. At 10 o'clock, the headquarters announced it on the forum on time. The list is not long or short, and there are 630 qualified people. The highest score is an A-level researcher. Liu ranked 5th. But this is already impressive enough. She has never worked in a research institute. All the articles she has read and all the data she has seen are second and third-hand information. She is definitely not as good as the researchers who have carefully dissected alien species in the laboratory. Besides, her ranking is higher than several researchers, and she belongs to the level of a true scientific research genius. In addition, Liang Ran also saw many familiar names, including researchers who were once unknown but were promoted from D-level to B-level after the reform of the Institute's hierarchy system, assistants who worked hard and studied non-stop in the Institute, Lin Bai's sister Lin Qiu, and Yuan He, whom she had just met not long ago. After the results were announced, there were joys and sorrows under the post. There were first-class citizens who lamented that they did not lose face as researchers, and second-class citizens who thanked themselves for studying hard, but the most touching thing was what the third-class citizen said. Floor 92. Since I was a child, my parents often sent information about alien species to my and my aunt's homes, like these. At that time, I didn't understand why they lived in the inner city, and I lived in the outer city. I only remember that my parents said that if I memorized all these things, I would be able to escape after the alien species entered the Hope Zone. Floor 93. I am different from the people above. My parents are third-class citizens, but I have a very good neighbor who will share the information he has with everyone. Later, he built a small classroom in the outer city, and anyone can go to listen. In the past, patrols came to chase us away, but learning is not illegal at all, right? So they didn't come later, and half of our small classroom went ashore. Floor 156. My parents are also third-class citizens. I am not as smart as my sister Yu, but I work very hard. I started to get in touch with alien information when I was 12 years old. Now I am 32 years old. I have memorized it for 20 years. I definitely know more about aliens than most hunters. Floor 213. I am 42 years old this year. According to the headquarters, as long as you pass the assessment of the accompanying researcher, your file will be admitted to the inner city, and your citizen level will be improved. I have been in a loveless marriage for 16 years. My match is lazy, sloppy, and an alcoholic. I absolutely despise him. I consulted the headquarters. From today, our citizen level no longer meets the Huajian matching system. I can finally divorce him. Floor 218. My situation is similar to that of the sister above. I have loved learning since I was a child, and am fascinated by any new knowledge. My match is uneducated and content with his own level. He is not worthy of me at all. I am on my way to Huajian now. I am now for freedom. I am participating in the accompanying researcher assessment and risking my life to enter the deep pollution area for the freedom of human beings to obtain sunlight. I want to live for freedom. Floor 319. Haha, I signed up just to prove that we can stand together with first and second class citizens. We are no different. Director Liang and Deputy Director Zhang have proved this. We are also willing to prove it with our courage. After Liang Ran returned home, he looked at the news on the forum and his mouth curled up unconsciously. Before she entered the bedroom, she saw several cute dolls piled up at the door. She turned around in surprise and asked the children, "Did you prepare these for me?" Ji Chan quickly shook her head. "Xiao Jin made them for you." Liang Ran smiled, put away all the dolls, and then walked into the bedroom, turned on the computer, and found the 3 papers she had saved in the document. She checked them again, and sent them to several authoritative journals in the Hope Zone. Liang Ran was only one authoritative paper away from becoming an S-level researcher. As long as the other party reviewed it quickly, and there was still space in the latest batch of journals, she could become an S-level researcher before entering the deep pollution area. Since so many citizens from the outer city regard her as a role model, she must make her name famous. When Liang Ran finished dealing with this matter and walked out of the bedroom, Zhuang and Ji Chan were sitting on the sofa, sharing the fruit Qingde brought in the morning. It was 12 o'clock, and the 2 little girls all raised their heads and began to listen to the content on the radio. Liang Ran also stood in front of the bedroom and listened to the noon news. Today is September 10th, 52 years of the new calendar. The mechanical female voice said. At 10 o'clock this morning, the headquarters announced the list of admitted researchers. Because these people have excellent grades, from today onwards, regardless of their genetic level, their files will all be upgraded to the inner city, and their treatment will be equivalent to that of Class A citizens. New badges will be issued to specific people this afternoon. In addition, according to several high-level meetings, the headquarters decided to send 400 teams to the deep contaminated area on September 21st. Because of the upgrade of the invisible alien species, all 4 or 5-person teams will be changed to 6-person teams, and Liang Ran will share his mental power with the 2 hunters in each team to ensure everyone's safety. As for the specific team arrangements, the headquarters will announce them today. Before 8 p.m., Detailed information will be provided on the headquarters forum. Please pay close attention to relevant information and actively integrate with the new team members. This afternoon, the headquarters will upload the video taken by the Dawn team in the deep contaminated area to the headquarters forum. Please watch it carefully and study it carefully. Finally, the mechanical female voice said, in order to create a wholehearted training environment for the hunters, the top management decided to postpone the election of the official commander and change it to the second day after the hunters return from the deep contaminated area. At that time, the whole Hope District will hold a referendum. Please follow your heart. Chapter 129. Soon after the radio was turned off, Jin-gu came with the meal he cooked. With the friendship of delivering meals for the past 2 days, Ji-chan was already very familiar with Jin-gu. When she heard Jin-gu knocking on the door, she immediately swallowed her saliva and rushed to the door. Liang Ran looked at the unfinished fruit in her hand and said helplessly, "Are you so hungry?" Ji-chan chuckled and slowed down her pace embarrassedly, but the speed of her hands did not change, and she hurriedly opened the door. Jin-gu saw the door open and immediately raised the lunch box in his hand. Tomatoes, scrambled eggs, stir-fried rapeseed, and the radish cubes I pickled myself. Ji-chan jumped up in surprise. "Xiao Jin, you can also pickle pickles." Jin-gu nodded seriously. "I can do everything." Zhuang has recovered very well recently, and can already speak short sentences completely. Hearing Ji-chan's cheers, she also raised her hands in support. "Xiao Jin, yeah. Jin-gu turned his head to Liang Ran. "I also cooked your meal, there is a lot of rice here." Liang Ran smiled and greeted, "I've been bothering you recently. Thank you for bringing me my meal, otherwise I can only drink the nutrient solution while smelling the rice." Because Jin-gu often accompanies the two children to do handicrafts recently, Liang Ran has his own slippers at home. After entering the house, he skillfully found the slippers and put them on, handed the 2 lunch boxes to Liang Ran, and then unzipped the backpack and started to move things out. By the time Liang Ran had served all the food, the 2 children's arms were already full of dolls of all sizes, but Jin-gu didn't stop. He continued to rummage in his backpack and finally carefully took out 3 small pots of green plants. These 3 pots of green plants were only the size of a palm, very small, and looked very cute. "For you." He handed 2 of the plants to Ji-chan and Zhuang, and then handed the only plant that had bloomed to Liang Ran. "This is for you." Liang Ran was a little surprised. "I have one too?" Jin-gu nodded. Liang Ran looked at Jin-ji's serious expression and teased him. "Why did you give me this one that has bloomed? Do you think I can't make it bloom?" Jin-gu was stunned and immediately denied. "No. It has a flowering cycle. It bloomed this morning. It will bloom most beautifully 11 days later, and then it will wither that night. If you are one of the first people to go to the deeply polluted area, you can see it at its best before you leave." Good meaning. When Ji-chan heard this, she looked down at her plants, then looked up at Jin-gu. Half a minute later, she suddenly poked Jin-ji's arm. "That's not right. I also left on that day. Why didn't it bloom for me?" "Jin-gu, only 1 pot bloomed today. Liang Ran saved me and taught me how to talk in the post. This pot should be given to her. I calculated the time. When you return, your pot will also bloom. It has a good meaning." Ji-chan thought about it and nodded seriously. "Indeed. You are a good little Jin." Liang Ran put the small green plant on the dining table and invited the 3 to come and eat. After sitting down, Liang Ran looked at the dishes again. It must be said that Jin-ji's cooking is really good. Not only does it taste good, but it also looks good. The eggs and the tomatoes, scrambled eggs, are golden, and the tomatoes are also fried. The most important thing is that there is a lot of soup, and it is very rich. It looks very suitable for soaking rice, which is a favorite way for children to eat. It's just that there are so many tomatoes inside that the eggs look a bit pitiful. Liang Ran glanced at Jin-gu, who stared at the rice in silence. After a few seconds, he raised his head and said seriously, "Tomatoes have extremely high nutritional value. They can lower blood pressure and aid digestion, and they can also strengthen the body. Children should eat more. I also like to eat them a little." Liang Ran. Ji-chan exposed him mercilessly. "Not a little. Xiao Jin loves to eat them a lot. Usually, he washes a tomato and eats it when he does handicrafts. Yesterday, he ate a very sour tomato, and I saw him crying because of the sourness." Jin-gu, While the few people were talking, Zhuang raised a spoon, scooped a spoonful of soup and poured it on the rice, and scooped another spoonful for Liang Ran, and then skillfully mixed it. "I'm hungry." Zhuang tried hard to mix it. "If you talk again, I eat it all." Ji-chan quickly closed her mouth, picked up a piece of rapeseed with chopsticks, and put it into her mouth, shaking it left and right with her eyes closed, looking very enjoyable. Liang Ran also stirred the soup in the bowl. She was under great pressure to mark papers these 2 days, and she completely forgot to eat at noon and in the evening yesterday. If it weren't for the sudden stomach pain in the early morning, she might not have remembered to eat for a whole day. After eating the hot meal now, she felt warm all over. After putting down her chopsticks with satisfaction, Liang Ran raised her head and found Qin Ge staring at her face. Liang Ran wiped the corner of her mouth in a daze. Are there rice grains? No. Qin Ge replied, you have heavy dark circles under your eyes. Have you not slept these 2 days? Liang Ran shook his head, no. After the mental power mutated, my brain rarely feels tired, and my ability to stay up late has become much stronger. Now I don't feel tired much. But I do need to catch up on some sleep. I go to bed after I clean up. Hearing Liang Ran's words, Qin Ge immediately stood up. I clean up. I put the dishes back to their original places and take away the garbage. You can go to bed. Liang Ran also stood up quickly. No. I troubled you enough these 2 days. I feel guilty if I trouble you again. Qin Ge looked at Liang Ran in confusion. Trouble? I've been alone at home for many years. I like to cook, take walks, and play with children. I come here after cooking every day and play with them for a while. I'm very happy every day. I like coming to your house very much. It's not a bother at all. Liang Ran looked at Qin Ge in silence for a few seconds. Qin Ge nodded at her seriously, picked up the dishes in her hand, walked into the kitchen, and cleaned up in front of her. Liang Ran stood at the door of the kitchen and took a look. He raised his foot and was about to go in to help, but Qin Ge turned around and closed the kitchen door. Liang Ran, so I really go to sleep? Qin Ge's voice came from the kitchen. Good afternoon. Liang Ran, good afternoon. She didn't sleep for too long. Thinking about the video that the headquarters said, she woke up in less than 3 hours. As soon as she opened her eyes, she turned on the communicator. At this moment, the teen group of Xuanqing team was discussing heatedly. Song Shanai, have you seen the video that the headquarters just sent? Go and watch it. Sui Huisheng just woke up and watched it immediately. Sure, I saw it. It's a very strange picture. Wu Ruozi, so weird and scary. The discussion started 3 minutes ago. Liang Ran glanced at everyone's comments, immediately exited, and clicked on the headquarters forum. The top post on the forum at this time was posted by the official account of the headquarters. The content of the post is very concise. In order to ensure life safety, the Dawn team did not enter different deep pollution areas many times. But after crossing the boundary between light and dark, they chose 2 pollution areas for in-depth survey. One of them is the deep pollution area mentioned by Qin Ge in a post on the forum not long ago, the giant area. According to the video shot by the Dawn team, the tallest alien in the giant area is more than 15 meters. The Dawn team entered the giant area 3 times, encountered dense fog twice during this period, and faced the giant alien once. It was foggy at the time, and the video shot by the Dawn team was relatively blurry. The following is the video content. Liang Ran immediately clicked on the video, and just as the headquarters said, she could only see the hazy white for a moment. The person recording the video was obviously a little nervous. Her fingers brushed the camera lens from time to time, and her voice was very tense. Captain, that voice has stopped. The next second, Liang Dian's voice came in the video. Shh. A few dozen strange and terrifying seconds passed, and just when Liang Ran didn't know how long he had to wait, a dull sound of footsteps suddenly came from the video. The sound was getting closer and closer, like a drumbeat hammering on the heart. Liang Ran subconsciously held his breath. Finally, at the moment the footsteps stopped, a vague giant shadow appeared in the white fog. It was a giant antelope. Sheep in the old world are often a symbol of tameness, because they have snow-white and soft wool and spiritual eyes, but the antelope in the picture is obviously not the case. Although its hair is also white, it is not soft white, but more like a pale white, which looks gloomy in the white fog. This is not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is that if you look closely at the picture, you will find that there are toad worms wrapped around each of its hairs. As it moves, the toad worms keep falling down. The car of the Dawn team is right under the giant antelope. In an instant, it seems that black insects are raining from the sky, hitting the car windows continuously. Liang Dian's voice sounded again in the video. Wait a little longer. Her voice was very low. Its eyes are white, like the eyes of a cooked fish, and its vision may be problematic, so it may not be able to find us. Let's wait a little longer, and try to bring back some useful information. Just as Liang Yin said, the giant antelope did not notice the armored vehicle at all and walked past it from the side. The people in the car instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and a boy whispered, "It's okay, they are so high, and the fog in this area is heavy, it is indeed difficult to find our car. If we get into trouble and abandon the car and run away, they will not be able to find us, who are so small and exquisite." Perhaps they were amused by the 4 words small and exquisite, and several muffled laughs came from the car. "Wait until it leaves, and we will hurry back. We haven't been back to Hope District for more than a month, and we are like savages all day long." But at this moment, Liang Yin suddenly hushed again, and the car was instantly silent. After a few seconds, the camera slowly moved back to the back of the car. At this time, the sheep had walked into the thick fog, but it did not leave, because it bent down, its neck became thinner and longer like a spring, and its head was sent to the side of the car. In the video, a giant antelope's ears were pressed tightly against the rear window of the car, as if listening to the sound inside. The first video ends here. Liang Ran closed the video and took a deep breath subconsciously. From the establishment to the collective death of the Dawn team, no team members died or were replaced in the middle, so they must have all returned alive. The fog was so thick that they would definitely not abandon the car and escape, so they drove away. Everyone's armored vehicles were similar. The Dawn team could escape from the eyes of the giant alien, so other teams could do the same. It's just that the weird feeling of being watched and listened to in the video, as well as the feeling of powerlessness caused by the small size, did not fade because everyone returned alive. Liang Ran temporarily cut the page, clicked into the group chat, and said, "Compared to the brown bear alien, the weird feeling is even stronger." Shiru immediately replied, "Yes, the brown bear alien can't break into the car, so it has to cooperate with the gray parrot catfish and trick us out of the car by speaking human words." But the antelope alien didn't lie. It also has the strength to crush the armored vehicle, but it just lay behind the car and listened. Ji Chan quickly agreed, "Yes, even if I know it doesn't understand human language, I still feel a tingling in my back." After everyone discussed for a few minutes, Song Shanai stopped everyone from talking. "More information has been sent out. Hurry up and read it. No chattering." Liang Ran immediately switched back to the page. Under the previous post, the headquarters issued information about the second deep contaminated area that the Dawn team entered. The Dawn team has also entered this deep contaminated area 3 times. After external observation, this contaminated area contains a large number of unprecedented plants, so the headquarters sent an A-level researcher from the Research Institute and an expert from the Institute of Agriculture and Plants to go there together. But unfortunately, the researcher died on the 3rd entry. After 3 entries, the Dawn team believes that the alien species in this contaminated area are immortal. The headquarters wrote, "Or it is very difficult to die," so the headquarters calls it the Immortal Zone. The following is the relevant video. Liang Ran clicked on the video, and as soon as he opened it, he saw Liang Dian's battle scene. The battle was drawing to a close. The shapeless alien was torn into pieces by the bone whip. More than a dozen broken limbs and fragments were lying on the ground. The eyeballs were also broken and flowed on the ground. According to common sense, any alien that was broken into pieces like this would be dead, but at this time, each broken limb was alive and well and pounced on Liang Yin. The more Liang Yin broke it, the more fragments pounced on it. There was a lot of blood foam that was impossible to defend against. Soon Liang Dian's body was soaked in the blood of the alien, and they stuck to Liang Yin from different angles. The first half of the video ended here. The video sent by the headquarters was a splicing of 2 videos, so the second video played automatically when the screen turned. This video was recorded in the car. The driver stepped on the accelerator tightly, and Liang Yin sat in the co-pilot seat and kept looking back. "Don't follow us," she murmured in a low voice. "You can't go back to the Hope Zone." The video turned to the other side, and a middle-aged man was chasing them from behind the car. The man should be the extra person sent by the headquarters, that is, the researcher who died in the deep pollution zone. The man ran behind the car with tears streaming down his face. He kept shouting, "I still have children in school, and my parents are not in good health. Take me back." But along with his crying, there was a blood hole in his chest. Countless blood foam flew out of his body and stuck to the body of the Dawn team. After falling heavily, the man's head suddenly flew out. After rolling a few times, the head jumped and followed behind the car, opening and closing its mouth, and kept making desperate sounds for help. After turning off the video, Liang Ran saw the words newly posted by the headquarters in the post. "If your teammates die in the undead zone, please don't be soft-hearted and never bring them back. In addition, if you find that a teammate or a team is not right when you are on a mission in the undead zone, please remain suspicious. They are probably dead. Chapter 130. After watching the entire video, Liang Ran lowered her head and was unusually anxious. She pinched her fingers unconsciously. These two deep contaminated areas are too tricky. It was troublesome to have all new species, but the abilities of all the species have been greatly enhanced. Even if the species in the giant area have no abilities, they are almost invincible just by relying on their size. The abilities of the species in the undead area are even more bizarre. They can't be killed at all, so how can they be fought? Liang Ran changed her previous thinking almost instantly. What humans need to do now is not to study how to kill the species in the contaminated area, but how to escape and how to get fuel and supplies back with the least casualties. The hunter who is driving the car should learn the most in these 11 days, not how to fight, but how to escape from the species with tricky driving skills. Even if time goes back, enough fuel and supplies are brought back, and humans continue to survive in this world for 3 to 5 years, it will still be very difficult for everyone to confront the species directly. Because humans are growing, alien species are also evolving. We have to admit that it is difficult to defeat alien species. If genetic weapons against alien species cannot be developed, the possibility of humans destroying all alien species is infinitely close to zero. The genes of the alien heart have been studied for so many years without any clues. Compared with continuing to waste time on this, it is better to draw out manpower and material resources to study alien civilizations. Study how to ask for help from the outside world. Study where these alien species come from, and see if they can go back to where they came from. It is not the fault of humans that they cannot destroy these things. Their existence is completely beyond human cognition. Humans have worked hard enough. It is already amazing to let them leave our planet. However, the difficulty of studying the latter is as difficult as studying the genes in the heart of the alien species. Almost all of them start from scratch. Thinking of this, Liang Ran quickly shook his head and threw away the thoughts in his head. Now is not the time to think about these things. He is about to enter the deep contaminated area. It is better to intensify training to increase his chances of survival. But she is still a little confused. So she asked directly in the post, what is the difference between people who died in the undead zone and those who were parasitized by alien species? Do they know that they are dead? Soon Liang Ran's question was answered by the official account of the headquarters. There is a huge difference. According to the analysis of the Dawn team and Liang Dian's repeated close-range tests and observations, all alien species in the undead zone should have some kind of strange substance. When this substance comes into contact with human wounds, it can penetrate very quickly, stimulate the body's potential beyond human imagination, and revitalize the body's activity, so that humans have the characteristics of the undead zone alien species. This situation is different from being parasitized, because parasitism is when an alien species occupies a human body and devours human memories. Although the person still looks like a human, the alien species is controlling him. But for people who died in the undead zone, their bodies have only become alien species, and their brains are still their own. They know what they are doing and what they want. They will miss home and want to leave the contaminated area. If they don't find out that they are dead, they will even live well as usual. In short, the undead are similar to the deformed. The biggest difference between the two is that the former is dead, while the latter is just physically deformed, but still alive. Because we have no idea what changes will happen to the undead in the future, even if they still have human brains and thoughts. We can't bring the undead back like we bring back the deformed. We can only leave them in the undead zone. Humans can't take this risk. Liang Ran has no opinion on the headquarters' decision. The existence of the undead is too weird. It is indeed easy to lose control if they are brought back to the Hope Zone. Once a mutation occurs, it will be difficult for the citizens of the outer city to survive. Moreover, there is only one case of the undead at present. All the above are just the analysis and speculation of the Dawn team. No one knows the real situation. Liang Ran opened the two videos and watched them again, and then he kept browsing the comment area. At this moment, the headquarters is still replying to everyone's doubts in the post, but most of the doubts cannot be explained. The Dawn team has only entered the deep contaminated area 6 times, and it is enough to bring back this information. No more can be asked. Seeing that many people are struggling with how to kill the alien species in the undead zone, Liang Ran thought for a moment and wrote in the post, I can think of 3 situations for the time being. First, the alien species in the undead zone completely transcend human common sense and do not belong to the category of biological organisms, which means they cannot be killed. Second, they can be killed, but they need to be completely smashed and destroyed. Their hearts are likely to be extremely small and in a tricky position. The smallest alien heart known so far is only half the size of a little fingernail. The heart of the undead zone alien may be even smaller. As long as the heart cannot be killed, they can live, and their bodies can continue to separate and split. Third, there is a core alien species of the central control type in the undead zone. This alien species is the mother, the main body, or the controller of all alien species in the undead zone. As long as this core alien species does not die, other alien species will not die. But as long as this alien species dies, other alien species will also die. But no matter what the situation is, Liang Ren wrote, everyone should not enter the deep contaminated area with the mentality of killing alien species. We are looking for fuel and material points, not to kill alien species. Our goal is to bring the materials back to the Hope Zone. So I suggest that each team send at least 2 people to practice driving skills in these 11 days. Hide if you can, escape if you can, and don't choose to face the alien species directly unless it is absolutely necessary. Soon after Liang Ran's words were sent out, they were pinned to the top of the post under the video by the headquarters. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Liang Ran's communicator flashed, and she suddenly received a message from Commander Chung. Liang Ran, the headquarters asked me to ask if you cannot participate in this deep pollution zone operation. Liang Ran immediately replied, why? Commander Chung replied quickly, there are 2 S-level mutants, Chi-chan and you, in the Xuanqing team. With great power comes great responsibility. You need to take the lead. You and the Yunlu team must be the first to enter the deep pollution zone. But your situation is special. If you are in danger, other hunters will find it difficult to enter the deep pollution zone. Your life now is the guarantee of other people's lives, so even if you don't go, everyone in the Hope Zone will have no objection. Liang Ran thought for a few seconds and replied, I understand the considerations of the top management. But I have to go. First, I am worried about my teammates. They are really powerful, but I can feel more at ease if I follow them. Second, my mental power sharing range is limited. If I am in the Hope Zone, other teams will enter the deep pollution zone, and their mental connection with me will likely be broken. The situation will be very bad at that time. Seeing Liang Ran's reply, Commander Chung was at a loss. He talked about other things. These days, the headquarters has received a large number of scattered points transfers every day. Some first-class citizens transferred 20,000 or 30,000 points at once, and some third-class citizens transferred 10 or 50 points. The notes are basically about you. I just calculated that these points can be exchanged for 10 tubes of mutation reagents. Together with a gift from the headquarters, 20 tubes of mutation reagents will be delivered to your door later. If it is not enough, tell me immediately. Liang Ran replied, okay, thank you. She thought about it and said, my forum reward points are enough to exchange for 2 tubes of reagents. You can directly deduct them from my backstage and then send 22 tubes. Is that okay? Commander Chung, of course. At 5 p.m., the special person sent by the headquarters delivered 2 boxes of mutation reagents to Liang Ran's door. Liang Ran took out the 2 tubes he exchanged and handed them to Zhuang Zhuang. This is for you. Your ability is very useful and needs to be upgraded. 2 tubes should be enough for the initial upgrade. Liang Ran picked up the box and continued, now I have mobilized all my mental power. I can only share it with about 100 people when it reaches the limit. This mission needs to be shared with 800 people, and I also need to take into account the patrol team members, so I may need to share it with 900 people. So all the remaining reagents, sister, use them first. Zhuang Zhuang took the 2 tubes of reagents and shook his head. These must be given to me by everyone and the headquarters. Sister, you inject first. If 20 tubes are not enough, you can use these 2 tubes as well. Liang Ran blinked at Zhuang Zhuang. No, if it is not enough, I will squeeze the headquarters. After moving the box into the bedroom, Liang Ran did not inject the reagents immediately. With such a large volume of reagents, she would have to sleep until tomorrow after injecting it. In another hour or 2, the headquarters would announce the team that would set off to the deeply polluted area. Liang Ran didn't know which area she would go to, so she wanted to wait until she knew before injecting. At 6 o'clock, 2 messages from the system popped up on Liang Ran's communicator. One was about the Xuanqing team being appointed as the first team to enter the deep contaminated area. The second was a request from the headquarters. All teams that receive the notification should carefully read the video information and post content, evaluate the team's capabilities by themselves, and send the name of the deep contaminated area, giant area/undead area, that the team wants to go to the headquarters before 8 o'clock tonight. The headquarters will try to refer to the inclinations of each team. Teams that do not send information before 8 o'clock will automatically belong to the contaminated area with fewer applicants. As soon as Liang Ran finished reading the message, the Xuanqing team's team group immediately became lively. Shiru, information. Song Shanai, just finished watching. Where's Liang Ran? Liang Ran, where have you been fooling around? Sui Yuesheng, the alien species in the undead zone is too weird. Everyone must have signed up for the giant zone. Let's sign up quickly. Don't let there be no vacancies later. Ji Chan, wait for Sister Liang Ran. She just spoke in the post with her trumpet. Wu Ruozi, yeah, let's see what Ran Ran has to say. Liang Ran immediately tapped the screen, and she first replied to Sui Yuesheng, no. After careful evaluation, if you want to ensure the survival rate, most teams will choose to sign up for the undead zone. From the video content of the Dawn team, it can be seen that when entering the giant zone, the Dawn team has been avoiding the alien species, and finally dared to face them once, while in the undead zone, the Dawn team went deep into it 3 times and faced the alien species many times, and Liang Yin even took the initiative to get out of the car to kill the alien species. Although the aliens in the undead zone are difficult and strange, the aliens in the giant zone. Liang Ran made a slight assumption. A 15-meter-tall giant alien can crush 2 armored vehicles with 1 foot, and if it falls, it can destroy 3 or 4. When facing the aliens in the undead zone, 1 or 2 teammates may die, but when facing the aliens in the giant zone, once a mistake is made, the whole team will be wiped out. The fact is just as Liang Ran said. Since receiving the system message, the headquarters forum has been discussing the destination. Except for a few teams that took the initiative to go to the giant zone, most teams chose to sign up for the undead zone. Liang Ran poked Ji Chan in the group. Although I said that, it's actually the same no matter which polluted zone you go to, it all depends on luck. Captain, I see you wherever you go. Ji Chan immediately sent an emoticon of holding her head and screaming. She poked Liang Ran back. Sister Liang Ran, it's still up to you. We go wherever you say. But after saying this, she quickly withdrew. And oh, that's irresponsible. It's a shift of responsibility. I go ask Xiao Jin. Everyone squatted in the group and waited quietly for 2 minutes until Ji Chan came back. Xiao Jin said that their team would not sign up and wait for the Force Division at 8 o'clock. Ji Chan said their team is very strong, so they will go to the one with fewer registrations. Ji Chan tentatively said, how about us too? Our team is not weak, right? Not weak, right? Liang Ran smiled and replied to her, not weak, very strong. Song Shanai, I agree not to sign up, it's pretty cool. Shiru. Sui Yuesheng, according to this situation, we will definitely be assigned to the giant area. I want to go there anyway. Wu Ruozi, as long as I can go on a mission with everyone, it doesn't matter where I go. So this matter was settled. At 8 o'clock, Liang Ran received a notification from the system on time. Because the system has not received the information sent by your team, the mission location of the Xuanqing team is automatically returned to the giant area. Hunter Liang Ran, please gather in front of the S-Class railcar at 8 a.m. on September 21st.